Chapter 251, SOS. After Ouyang Jifeng agreed, Wang Wei immediately exercised his rights as the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation. He immediately sent people to control Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang at the same time. Seeing someone approaching and coming aggressively, Wu Jigang instantly became furious. What are you going to do? I warn you. We are the experts invited by your top person in charge here. If it weren't for us, you people who were parasitized by meat stripes would have died long ago. The people who were responsible for taking them away and imprisoning them were mostly those who had seen Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang before, although they did not understand Wang Wei's motives for doing this. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's reactions made them feel even more surprised. Why did someone who looked good before become like this now? They couldn't figure it out, so they simply stopped thinking about it. When Wu Jigang was taken away, he still clamored to see Wang Wei, because Wu Jigang's laboratory was right next to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's laboratory. The news that they were taken away soon reached Lao Wang and Lao Ying's ears, because Wang Wei did not explain to anyone what the two men did. Lao Zheng and Lao Wang immediately misunderstood Wang Wei and took the initiative to find Wang Wei to ask for an explanation for Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. When they found Wang Wei, they were angry. Wang Wei, you should know that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were brought from Earth by us. Now you have ordered them to be detained without even a reasonable reason. How can we face those scholars on Earth in the future? Hearing Lao Wang's indignant speech, Wang Wei knew that they had misunderstood and directly pushed the medicine in Ouyang Jifeng's hand in front of the two. Do you think I would lock them up for no reason? Old Zheng pulled Old Wang's sleeve and pointed at a plate of medicine in front of him. Old Wang immediately understood what Old Zheng meant and looked at Wang Wei, asking, "What do you mean? We have already told you that although they did make mistakes because they were obsessed with experiments, no one is perfect. As long as they change, why don't you forgive them and hold on to their past mistakes?" When Wang Wei heard this, he suddenly felt that Old Wang and Old Zheng were stupid because of reading. This medicine is problematic. Someone told me personally. I want to lock them up because of this problematic medicine to prevent their behavior from hurting more people. After hearing this, Old Wang and Old Zheng's faces changed. But they still couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Although we haven't known each other for a long time. According to my understanding, they are definitely not such people. There must be some misunderstanding. Wang Wei shook his head. The misunderstanding you want does not exist at all. They added meat stripes to these drugs in order to ensure that their position in the Interstellar Federation will not be replaced by anyone. And then, they can ask me to agree to their establishment of an independent laboratory. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng have always known that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang hope to have an independent laboratory. But now they still find it a bit unbelievable to hear Wang Wei mention it. Impossible. How could they do this? Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked incredulous, which made Wang Wei feel helpless. When he didn't explain, the two people thought that he was looking at the teacher-student pair of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang with tinted glasses. Now that he explained, the two people refused to believe it. So, Wang Wei started to play badly. If you still don't believe it, you can take these drugs to see if you will be parasitized by the striped worms, so that you can verify whether what I said is right. After hearing Wang Wei's suggestion, Lao Wang and Lao Ning's faces changed. They did think that Wang Wei was likely targeting Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, but they couldn't joke with their own lives. What's more, after Wang Wei opened his mouth, they actually believed what Wang Wei said. But if they really believed Wang Wei's words, it would prove that they had really misjudged them before. Otherwise, how to explain that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang would use such means to deal with innocent people? Wang Wei certainly understood their thoughts and did not intend to argue with them. I know you are kind-hearted, but some things are right and wrong. I will not always treat them as bad people because of their accidental mistakes before. But I will not let those who did wrong go just because of your plea. Also, I may have to leave the base during this period. So I hope you don't get close to them. And don't believe anything they say. If you are unwilling to follow my arrangements, if any problems occur later, you will be held accountable together with them. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Wei from attitude, they could only leave in disgrace. After they left, the Plant Star King came. Seeing Wang Wei frown, he did not speak, but just sat quietly beside Wang Wei. Wang Wei was silent for a while, and suddenly perked up. What do you want to do? The Plant Star King shook his head. I heard about the order you issued. I think you can stay awake at such a critical moment, which is very worthy of my learning. But I also understand that you must feel bad in your heart to make such a decision. After all, it was you who agreed to these two people to start the experiment on meat stripworms. Wang Wei felt that the Plant Star King was really amazing and saw through the essence of the problem at once. Yes, this is what he regrets now. If he had been more cautious and given Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang a longer probation period, he would not have given Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang the opportunity to become what they are now. Now they don't know what else Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang have done that may cause harm to those innocent people. But now they can only find other ways, as soon as possible, to solve the problem that those people parasitized by meat stripes are about to face life threats. At this time, a group of people suddenly broke into Wang Wei laboratory. They looked at Wang Wei excitedly. The plant planet sent a distress signal. Do you want to go and take a look? After they finished speaking, they found that the Plant Star King was also in the room, and immediately greeted the Plant Star King. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. However, at this moment, the Plant Star King had no intention of greeting the other party, and immediately set off to the department responsible for communication to check the situation. Wang Wei followed closely, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw the Plant Star King was beside the staff who was responsible for analyzing the signals transmitted from various planets in space, nervously checking the results of the analysis. Because the signal from the plant planet has been continuously sent, they have analyzed and interpreted it many times, and finally determined that the signal sent by the plant planet is a distress signal. So they found Wang Wei. Before Wang Wei finished reading the analysis report sent to him, the Plant King had already rushed out and walked towards the port where the spaceship was docked. Wang Wei quickly stopped the Plant King and prevented him from boarding the spaceship. Where are you going? The Plant King frowned and looked anxious. Where else can I go? Didn't you see the distress signal sent by my people? Wang Wei didn't know how to explain to the Plant King, because he really had no reason to stop the Plant King from going back. But he always felt that things were not that simple. Let me go. I want to go back and see. Even if I can't save all of them. But at least I still have a chance. Wang Wei stood behind the Plant King and whispered, Do you still remember what I analyzed with you before? Wang Wei had told the Plant King before that even if Soros might not be the same person now, then at least in the short term, the people of the plant planet would definitely not be in danger of life. The most important thing is that they have just returned to the Interstellar Federation base for a few days, and now they have received a distress signal from the plant planet, which always makes him feel a little strange. But the Plant Star King can't accept what Wang Wei said at all. You also said that everything is just your speculation. You don't have any actual evidence to prove that your speculation is true. Now, are you going to let me turn a blind eye to the people of my planet's call for help? Wang Wei frowned, and was a little angry. He obviously didn't mean that. But on second thought, Wang Wei also felt that there was no need to be angry with him. After all, it was understandable that the Plant Star King lost his mind because of anxiety when encountering such a big thing. Calm down and listen to me. I know you saw the distress signal now, and you must be anxious to go back. But have you ever thought about what you can do if you go back now? We don't know the situation over there at all. If we go back rashly, we may not be able to save your people, and we may even lose you. Hearing this, the Plant King suddenly froze and stood there decadently, which made Wang Wei feel a little bit sorry. Wang Wei still thought of a compromise. I know you are very worried now, but this matter is not completely unsolvable. Don't you think? We can send someone to send a message to your planet first. If there are different signals coming from your planet, it means that they sent the signal intentionally, not casually, and there is no problem with our analysis. The Plant Star King knew that he was no longer the king of the plant planet, and even if he went back, he would have little effect. But he couldn't force the Interstellar Federation to help him, because the operation of the Interstellar Federation also had to consider risks. Not to mention that the problem of most people in the Interstellar Federation base being parasitized by meatworms had not been solved, and there was really no ability to help them. Just do as you say. The Plant Star King hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed to Wang Wei's proposal. Seeing that the Plant Star King did not insist on going back to take a look, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. After returning, Wang Wei asked someone to send a signal to the plant planet, intending to find out what happened to the plant planet and why they sent a distress signal to outer space by transmitting the signal. According to Wang Wei's idea, if the plant planet really encountered any big trouble, then they should still be able to use the spacecraft to transmit the signal. But now it seems that they don't seem to be able to do so. This is also the fundamental reason for Wang Wei's suspicion. Because the plant planet is so big, it is actually very simple to help a group of people escape and pass the message. But Wang Wei did not tell the Plant Star King about this. Just as the Plant Star King said, all his current speculations had no evidence to prove it. So it would be useless to say it. For about 2 days, the signals they sent out fell on deaf ears. But the plant planet was still sending them distress signals, which made Wang Wei feel that his speculations were all true. At this time, the Plant Star King could no longer sit still. Even if Wang Wei wanted him to wait a little longer, he strongly requested to go back and take a look. Wang Wei made a prompt decision and stopped the Plant Star King decision. He also went to the plant planet for him. Why are you doing this? The Plant Star King looked at Wang Wei puzzledly. He didn't understand. Obviously, there were a lot of problems waiting for Wang Wei to solve at the Interstellar Federation base. If it were him, he would never focus on other people's affairs. Because you and your people are good people. Although they forced you to hand over the crown, they never did anything to hurt you and help me. And you know, my spaceship can hide its tracks. And I also have the Xiantian armor. With these 2 things, I may be able to help your people solve the fundamental problem without anyone noticing. In fact, what Wang Wei really wanted to do was to find out the current situation of the plant planet without anyone noticing. He always felt that the distress signal sent by the plant planet was very strange. As for why there was no reply, it was definitely not as bad as the plant planet had been completely occupied. The Plant Star King could not refuse Wang Wei, so he simply let Wang Wei take him with him. He promised that he would not cause trouble for Wang Wei, and he could also help Wang Wei. Wang Wei rejected the request of the Plant Star King. This time, he said that he would never take the Plant Star King back. Once he arrived at the plant planet, the Plant Star King wanted to do something, and he was not sure whether he could stop it. The only way to prevent this from happening is to solve the problem from the root. Seeing Wang Wei's insistence, the Plant Star King didn't say much. After all, Wang Wei had left the mess of the Interstellar Federation base to help them. Then you should pay attention to safety. If you have any problems, remember to contact us as soon as possible. We will definitely rush over to help you as soon as possible. Wang Wei nodded. And without any help, he immediately drove the spaceship straight to the plant planet. Fortunately, there were no emergencies along the way, and even no strange spaceships were seen. Wang Wei turned on the hidden mode of the spaceship and landed smoothly in a hidden canyon on the surface of the plant planet, using the terrain to completely cover up the traces of the spaceship's stay. At this time, he put on the Xiantian armor and got off the spaceship. When he came to the plant planet, he found that the plant planet was no different from the last time he came. When he looked down from midair, he could not see any smoke and war. At this time, he was more certain of his initial speculation that there must be no accidents on the plant planet. Since there were no accidents on the plant planet, the source of the distress signal became even more bizarre. He walked for half a day in Xiantian armor and finally arrived near the palace of the plant planet. Seeing that the people of the plant planet around him were no different from their previous lives, Wang Wei became more puzzled. And at the same time, he had a very bold idea. That is, everything he saw at present might be a trap. The distress signal was the bait of the trap, and the target of this trap was the king of the plant planet. What really puzzled Wang Wei was the purpose of the other parties doing so. Because the Plant Star King had already handed his crown to Soros, which meant that the Plant Star King was now of no use at all. Why did the person who wanted to send a distress signal to space want to use the distress signal to trick the Plant Star King back? Wang Wei felt that the answer to this question must be in the palace of the plant planet, and there was a high probability that it was related to Soros, who had taken the crown. So he used the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor to sneak into the palace and found Soros. During the day, Soros looked no different. He was like the Plant Star King, handling the affairs that a king should handle step by step. At night, Soros, who should have gone back to rest, secretly walked out of the room after everyone fell asleep. Wang Wei saw the guard who could sleep very deeply, and could not detect any movement when keeping watch for some reason, and couldn't help frowning, and then followed Soros's footsteps. Soros secretly came to the tallest tree in the palace of the plant planet. There were many guards at the door of the tree, but the guards began to feel drowsy the moment Soros approached, and finally fell asleep completely, without any consciousness at all. Soros walked up to the tallest tree, and Wang Wei followed closely. After walking in, Wang Wei found that Soros began to operate a machine. Wang Wei was not very familiar with these machines. But when he heard the signal sent by Soros, Wang Wei was very familiar with it. Because this string of signals was the distress signal from the plant planet that they had received before at the Interstellar Federation base. He never thought that this distress signal came from Soros. After sending a string of distress signals, Soros took out something like a communicator and sent his words out. This time, Wang Wei heard it clearly. Chapter 252 Wu Jigang escaped. The message sent by Soros was what he said himself. Soros was reporting to an unknown person what he had done recently, such as he had tried many times to open that thing recently, but there was no result. And even the crown of the plant planet was of no use at all. When Wang Wei heard this, he was shocked. It seems that everything is the same as he initially guessed. The reason why Soros sent a distress signal to space is that he has calculated that the Plant Star King will definitely see it. And he wants to use this distress signal to trick the Plant Star King back to help him complete something that only the Plant Star King can complete. But Wang Wei is very curious. Didn't Soros know at the beginning that simply seizing the throne would not accomplish this? Later, Soros reported to the other party that he had sent a distress signal for about a week. But the Plant Star King had no movement at all. And there was no sign of returning. At the same time, he also received a signal sent from the Interstellar Federation base. But the signal was asking about the specific situation of the plant planet. According to his idea, he would continue to send distress signals to the Interstellar Federation base. He believed that it would not be long before the other party would be able to return to the plant planet to check because of such an abnormal situation. Hearing this, Wang Wei basically understood the general course of events. He did not stay any longer, and did not care who Soros contacted. Because since the other party dared to contact Soros so blatantly, he would definitely not easily reveal his identity. Wang Wei drove the spaceship back to the Interstellar Federation base at the fastest speed. The Plant Star King had been waiting for him at the spaceport for a long time. When he saw him get off the spaceship, he immediately greeted him. Wang Wei glanced around and did not immediately tell the Plant Star King what happened on the plant planet, but asked him to go to his room and wait for him first. After he completed the routine inspection of the spaceship, he returned to the room to face the questioning of the Plant Star King. How is the plant planet now? Is it really in big trouble? Are my people alright? Do you need help? Faced with the Plant Star King barrage of questions, Wang Wei waved his hand. Wait a minute. Let me answer your questions one by one. What do you want to know most? The Plant Star King answered without hesitation. What happened to the plant planet? Wang Wei gave an answer that the Plant Star King had never expected. Nothing happened to the plant planet. The lives of your people are no different from before you left. The Plant Star King's face was full of disbelief. Because Wang Wei had stopped him from going back before. And he didn't intend to let him get involved in the plant planet for the time being. So he now thought that Wang Wei said this just to reassure him. I believe you. So I agreed to let you go back to help me see what happened on the plant planet. I can understand that you don't want me to be anxious. But I need to know the facts. Wang Wei had long expected that the Plant Star King would not easily believe what he said. So when he routinely checked the spacecraft, he also brought back the images recorded by the Xiantian battle armor. I know you won't believe me, but you should believe the footage captured by the Xiantian armor. Wang Wei retrieved the footage and played the footage of him wandering around the King City on the plant planet. It is not difficult to see from the footage that there is nothing abnormal about the people on the entire plant planet. They live their lives as usual, as if their king has changed, and it has no impact on them. The king of the plant planet seemed unable to believe that all this was true. He took Wang Wei communication equipment and watched it again and again, and finally confirmed that the content Wang Wei showed him was all normal, because he saw Soros wearing a crown in the footage. So he was sure that this video was definitely not taken by Wang Wei when he went to the plant planet before. Why is this happening? If there is really nothing wrong with the plant planet, how could a distress signal be sent to space and intercepted by the Interstellar Federation base? Wang Wei pointed to the communication device in the hands of the Plant Star King. You can see why if you continue to watch. After hearing this, the Plant Star King looked at the communicator in his hand, a little hesitant, but finally pressed the button to continue playing the video. In the video, it was exactly the scene where Wang Wei followed Soros, and found that Soros secretly left the king bedroom late at night. The Plant Star King covered his mouth in disbelief. Why would he do such a thing to the guards? Wang Wei looked at the Plant Star King in confusion, not understanding what he was saying. The Plant Star King did not hide anything and immediately began to explain everything to Wang Wei, You should still remember that I told you that Soros' identity is the prophet of the plant planet. Right? Their prophets have a special ability that can make people who are close to them fall asleep at their subjective will, as if they were hypnotized. This is something Wang Wei did not understand. He was also very puzzled at the time. He could not understand what kind of means Soros used to make people who were close to him fall asleep immediately. And it was like sleeping to death. When he thought of this, Wang Wei asked the Plant Star King to watch the rest of the video. After watching it, the Plant Star King was silent for a long time. Now, he can believe what Wang Wei said, that there is indeed no danger on the plant planet. And the distress signal is also a trap to deliberately lure him. But he still feels very unfamiliar with Soros in the picture. Wang Wei did not disturb the Plant Star King. He knew that it would take some time for the Plant Star King to accept the scenes he saw in the pictures taken by the communicator. But he was really a little curious about what it was that made Soros use such means to trick the Plant Star King back. However, before Wang Wei asked, the Plant Star King mentioned the thing Soros said in the picture. If it weren't for the pictures you took, I would have even forgotten about it. After the description of the Plant Star King, Wang Wei knew the general course of events. In fact, the normal change of kings requires a lot of cumbersome procedures, just like the succession of the throne of their Xia country. Moreover, on the plant planet, there are many secrets that only the kings of the past generations can know. These secrets are passed down by the kings of the past generations through word of mouth, and can only be known to the king and passed on to the next generation of kings. However, they left the plant planet in a hurry. At that time, he realized that Soros didn't want the Plant Star King to stay, so he immediately drove him away. It was for this reason that the Plant Star King only handed over his crown to Soros in front of all the guards, which was considered as a reluctant recognition of Soros as the new king. There was no other handover ceremony. Naturally, the secrets passed down by the kings of the plant planet were not passed on to Soros. He guessed that this was the reason why Soros tried desperately to trick the Plant Star King back. In other words, Soros's real purpose was the important secrets that the Plant Star King knew. The Plant Star King, who was already worried about his people, stood up immediately when he said this. I want to go back. If Soros really only wants the secret that the kings of our planet know, then what can I do even if I tell him? After hearing this, Wang Wei suddenly felt speechless. You can't go back. Soros has no intention of harming the people of the plant planet. How can you ensure that you will be safe after you go back? If you can't even guarantee your own safety, how can you guarantee that your people will be safe? After hearing this, the Plant Star King was stunned for a moment. Isn't their purpose very obvious? If I tell them everything I know, they will take what they want and leave. And they will never hurt my people again. Although they all understand that Soros may never come back, the Plant Star King is obviously more worried about his people. Do you remember what I analyzed with you before? They are likely to be brewing a bigger conspiracy. So you can't and absolutely shouldn't easily determine the truth of this matter. I hope you can calm down now and think about what the secret passed down by the kings of your planet is for, which makes Soros want to get it at such a great cost. At this time, the relevant personnel in charge of the communication work of the Interstellar Federation base knocked on Wang Wei's door and informed Wang Wei of the recently intercepted signal. This time, they received 3 distress signals within 1 day, and the source of the distress signals was the plant planet. The king of the plant planet could no longer remain calm. No matter what, I must go back. If they are really impatient, they will attack my people and force me to go back. I must make sure they get what they want before they attack innocent people. Wang Wei now felt speechless. If this matter was really as simple as he imagined, the other party would definitely not have to waste so much time. Don't get excited. The Plant Star King suddenly shook Wang Wei off. You always tell me not to get excited. But what if so many innocent people's lives are threatened because of my cowardice? My father once warned me not to think that I should put myself in a high position just because I am the king of the plant planet. He said that since we are kings and accept the support of our people, we should set an example. Our mission is to protect every citizen of the plant planet and let them live a happy life. Although Wang Wei must admit that there is nothing wrong with the words of the old generation of Plant Star Kings. Now is not the time to put this sentence into practice. I understand your feelings. If possible, I don't want to see anybody from the plant planet get hurt. But you have to understand that this is not the time to act on impulse. If they not only get the most important thing on your planet, but also completely control your planet and enslave your people, isn't that the worst outcome? If you really believe me, You should be honest and wait for the next development of things. Maybe all they did was to trick you. And you also saw that the distress signal itself was a trap to lure you in. So, you should do nothing but stay calm now. The Plant Star King sat aside dejectedly, covering his face and not speaking. Wang Wei could understand his feelings. So after sending everyone out, he began to tell the Plant Star King his understanding of the matter. If they knew everything from the beginning, they would not let you leave easily at that time. So they are very likely to be very afraid of you. So they can't let you go back through legitimate means and get in touch with the secrets of your planet. But they are also afraid of one thing. The Plant Star King did not understand Wang Wei's meaning and looked puzzled. They are very afraid that you will be stimulated. At that time, not only will they not get what they want most, but they are also likely to be destroyed by your angry hands. So you have to know that the initiative is in your hands. As long as you don't show up, they dare not take action against the people of the Plant Planet. They just want to prevent you from getting angry after learning about their actions. This is why they choose to occupy Soros' body. You have a deep friendship with Soros, and his identity can convince the public more. Wang Wei felt that there was another key point. That is, Soros' body also belongs to a very old family on the Plant Planet. They believe that after Soros gets the throne, he can easily unlock the secrets of the Plant Planet. However, their calculations still fell through. Do I really have to watch my people live in danger every day? The Plant Star King had a painful look on his face. I don't want you to watch. Maybe you still have a way. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Wang Wei's mind. Since the other party wants the secret of the Plant Planet, then they will divert the other party's attention. When their attention is diverted to the Interstellar Federation, the people of the Plant Planet will naturally be safe. But Wang Wei still didn't dare to tell the Plant Star King about this plan easily. After all, he was too excited now. He still needed to think carefully about whether doing so would make the other party desperate. If the other party's real purpose also includes taking the entire Plant Planet into his pocket, then their plan may not succeed. However, after seeing Wang Wei's reaction, the Plant Star King immediately realized that Wang Wei might have a perfect plan in his mind. Have you thought of a solution to the problem? Tell me. How do you plan to deal with this? Hearing this, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. It's actually very simple. I think if we take away what they want most, will it attract their attention to the Interstellar Federation? If so, then your people will be really safe. But I can't rule out that what they want also includes your planet. If this is really the case, things may not be that simple. Do you understand? The Plant Star King fell into silence. As if he was thinking about the feasibility of the plan Wang Wei said. After a long time, Wang Wei decided to let the Plant Star King calm down first. How to decide depends on his thoughts. After sending the Plant Star King away, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take a rest, Lao Wang and Lao Jing knocked on the door. The faces of Lao Wang and Lao Jing became very ugly. They looked at him, but didn't speak directly. Wang Wei guessed that something big must have happened. But he was still unsure. What exactly happened? Is it related to the teacher-student pair of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang? Old Wang and Old Zheng couldn't help but complain that Wang Wei had a strong eye. They hadn't said anything yet, but Wang Wei had seen through them. Wu Jigang has escaped from the Interstellar Federation base. We don't know exactly when he left. Ouyang Jifeng is now seriously injured. After examination, he also has meat tapeworms parasitizing in his body. Wang Wei sighed helplessly. This was what he was most worried about. However, he quickly calmed down and immediately asked Old Wang and Old Zheng to investigate when Wu Jigang left and in which direction he drove the spacecraft. If he didn't leave for a long time, there was still hope of catching up. But on the contrary, after arranging all this, Wang Wei looked at Lao Wang. How is Ouyang Jifeng? Lao Wang shook his head repeatedly. This child has a really hard life. The meat tapeworms in his body have already shown signs of activity. So we can't guarantee anything now. Wang Wei immediately asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to go to Wu Jigang's laboratory to find the drugs that had been used on others before. As long as there is this kind of medicine, it can suppress the time when the meat tapeworms in Ouyang Jifeng's body wake up and become active, so that they can have more time to solve the fundamental problem. After investigation, on the day when Wang Wei was about to return from the Plant Planet, Wu Jigang didn't know what he was stimulated by. After a big quarrel with Ouyang Jifeng in the place where he was detained, he fled the place where they were detained. Because they were all scientific researchers, they were not supervised very strictly. No one expected that when Wu Jigang was detained, he was carrying a substance that could corrode the door. After Wu Jigang corroded the door, he fled to the spaceport. He hid in the spaceport for a day without being discovered by anyone. During this day, he learned the work rules of the spacecraft inspection and maintenance personnel here. When no one noticed, he drove away a small spacecraft, and the direction he left was actually the direction of the subspace planet. When he heard this, Wang Wei frowned immediately. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Chapter 253. Speak for them. The patrol captain still respected Lasher very much, and told him everything about the alien life detector at the entrance of the base. Lasher knew that the alien life detector sounded the alarm because Wang Wei was detected by the detector. The last time Wang Wei sneaked into the base, the detector had already triggered the alarm. But Wang Wei's whereabouts were not found at that time, so no one suspected that someone had really broken into the base, because there was no trace of Wang Wei himself. Everyone would rather suspect that there was a problem with the alien life detector, and never suspected that someone had broken into the base. The alien life detector had already failed last time. Maybe it will fail this time too? Rochelle paused, and in order not to arouse the suspicion of the patrol team, he added, "Have you found anything else? What makes you so sure that there are alien life in our base?" The patrol captain was also stunned after hearing what Rochelle said. They did not find any evidence to prove that there were indeed alien life in their base. But he always felt that it was impossible for the alien life detector to sound the alarm twice in a row because of a failure. However, after Rochelle's reminder, the patrol captain had a new idea to test whether the alien life detector really failed. "Captain, can you do me a favor and help me be a witness?" The patrol captain looked at Rochelle with a very serious expression. "Witness? What do you want me to help you witness?" Rochelle didn't want to leave, but if he didn't send the patrol away, even if Wang Wei had a battle armor that could make him invisible, it would not be easy to leave here immediately. "We also suspect that there is a problem with the alien biological detector. So next I plan to let the team members capture an alien creature and test the effect of the alien biological detector. If there is no problem, I hope you can be a witness for me, so that I can report this matter to Oscar and he will not blame us." Although Lasher hated these people who helped Oscar, he also understood that if Oscar really pursued this matter, these people would probably lose their lives. "Well, you let your people prepare first. I will put on armor and go over to meet you immediately." The patrol leader glanced at Lasher, scanned Lasher's room, and finally left with the patrol team. After Lasher confirmed that the patrol team had gone far away, he looked at the closet where Wang Wei was hiding. At this time, Wang Wei also unlocked the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor and looked at Rachel. "Are you going to testify for them?" Rachel nodded to Wang Wei. "Yes. If Oscar knew about this, they would definitely be held accountable. Although they are helping Oscar now, they were also deceived and should not be punished innocently." Rachel's words made Wang Wei a little embarrassed. If he was not really anxious and turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor to enter the base of the Bayan race, the alarm of the alien biological detector would not be triggered, and the patrol team would not be under such great pressure. "Then I will leave now. Goso and Orwell still need you. Don't expose yourself," Wang Wei warned. Rachel nodded repeatedly. "It's better for you to leave now. They just set out to look for alien creatures. If you leave now, they should not suspect that there are really alien creatures entering the base. After all, if Wang Wei left, even if the biological detector was proven to be normal, there would be no clues to prove that Wang Wei had been here." The two planned to part ways, but Wang Wei did not forget to remind Lasher to hide the medicine he gave to Lasher so that Oscar would not find it. After Lasher hid the medicine, the two left from different directions. After Wang Wei turned on the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor, he successfully left the base of the Bayan race from the path he came from. At the same time, the alien biological detector also issued a sharp and piercing alarm after Wang Wei's spacecraft was started. At this time, Lasher was standing near the alien biological detector. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the alarm. I don't know what the person who repaired the alien biological detector did, since the alarm sounded only now. I'm afraid Wang Wei has already left the vicinity. The captain of the out-of-town patrol team of the Bayan race was also shocked. He looked at the alien biological detector and then looked at Lasher beside him. He didn't understand why the detector would issue a sharp alarm when they were here. Did they make a mistake again this time? Coincidentally, his men had brought back alien creatures captured from outside. The moment the alien creatures passed through the detector immediately issued a sharp alarm. The patrol leader's face suddenly became very ugly. from the alarm sound of the alien creature detector just now. It can be seen that there is no problem with the alien creature detector at all. But the detector just issued 2 alarms. The first time, they didn't see any creatures passing by. Why did the detector also issue an alarm? Don't look at it. Why the detector issued an alarm is not something we can figure out. Now we just know that the detector issued 3 alarms in succession. Although the last one is under our control. We still have to report the other 2 times to Lord Oscar immediately. The patrol leader also knew that it would be impossible to conceal this matter. So he asked Lasher to go with him to report this matter to Oscar, so that it could prove that it was not the patrol team's dereliction of duty, but something they didn't know about. Of course, Lasher did not refuse, because if he refused now, the patrol team would definitely be criticized by Oscar, and there would be a large-scale investigation in the base. He was worried that the medicine Wang Wei gave him would be found. Okay, I go with you. The 2 came to Oscar's residence together. After the report of the person guarding the gate, Oscar's people quickly invited them in. Oscar was also surprised to see Lasher and the patrol captain coming together. Why are you 2 here at the same time? Did something big happen in the base? Oscar frowned and looked at the 2 of them. This matter should not be reported by Lasher. So even if Oscar asked directly, Lasher did not speak, but cast his eyes on the patrol captain beside him. The patrol captain also understood what Lasher meant, and immediately stepped forward and described to Oscar the fact that the alien biological detector had issued 2 unclear alarms. You mean? You suspect that there are alien creatures that have entered our base? Oscar's expression was very solemn. The patrol captain did not deny Oscar's guess. It is very likely so. Lord Oscar, should we conduct an inventory of the base now? Oscar was silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about whether there would be any problems in carrying out this matter. Lasher did not say a word. He knew that it would be wrong to say anything at this time. It would be better to wait until Oscar gave the order, and they only needed to follow Oscar's order to execute it. Unexpectedly, Oscar did not issue any orders, nor did he pay attention to the patrol captain. He just looked straight at Rachel. Rachel, why are you here? Do you have anything to report? When he heard this, Rachel was stunned for a moment before he began to answer Oscar's question. Sir Oscar, I came here this time because the patrol captain wanted me to be a witness to prove that he had tested the alien biological detector. Also, although I was not at the scene when the alien biological detector inexplicably sounded the alarm the first time, the 2 of us witnessed the alien biological detector sounding the alarm the second time, and there were no traces of any alien creatures around at the time. However, when the patrol captain took the alien creatures we captured to test the detector, we were surprised to find that the alien biological detector actually had no problems. Oscar fell silent again, and his silence made Rachel and the patrol captain a little uneasy. However, Oscar did not seem to take this matter too seriously. He just said that he already knew it. So he asked Rachel to go back first, and he had something to tell the patrol captain. Lasher vaguely felt that Oscar asked him to go back first because he wanted to tell the patrol captain something in private, but he couldn't let him know. So he was a little nervous. What he was most worried about was that Oscar would find out that he and Wang Wei had formed an alliance. If Oscar really noticed any clues, he would probably have a very difficult time in the future. Things were not much different from what Lasher expected. After confirming that Lasher had left, Oscar immediately asked the patrol captain why he wanted to find Lasher to be a witness for him. The patrol captain certainly had no other intentions, because Lasher's identity was the captain of the Bayan ethnic team, and his words naturally had some prestige. So the patrol captain hoped that Lasher could help him prove that he had determined the accuracy of the alien biological detector at the first time, rather than not thinking about it at all, and letting the alien creatures that broke into the base go. However, what Oscar wanted to say to the patrol captain was not just that simple. Have you noticed anything unusual about Rachel's behavior recently? The patrol captain racked his brains and thought for a long time before he said to Oscar, if it is suspicious, I think there should be. Today, after learning that the alien biological detector accidentally sounded the alarm, we realized that there might be alien creatures that had sneaked into the base. So I took the patrol members to check the base. When we checked Rachel's room, Rachel didn't seem surprised about it. I think his reaction was a little abnormal. The patrol captain's words caught Oscar's attention. So, you suspected him from the beginning? The patrol captain nodded to Oscar. But what he said next was what Oscar cared about the most, although I suspected him. According to the results of our investigation, there was nothing suspicious about Rachel, and there was nothing unusual in his room. Oscar thought about the patrol captain's words and gradually began to doubt Rachel in his heart. But Lasher didn't know it all. On the other side, Wang Wei's spaceship had landed smoothly at the Interstellar Federation base. After he entered the base, he was just about to go to the laboratory to continue his unfinished research. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, who were talking and laughing with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. Wang Wei didn't think there was anything surprising about the change in their relationship. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were both people with good personalities. If he was with them and didn't get along with them, it would only further prove that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were not suitable to stay in the Interstellar Federation base. When the four people saw Wang Wei, they were all stunned, especially Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, whose faces were so ugly. They didn't know what they said to Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and walked quickly to Wang Wei's side. "You're back? Where did you go before? You left without saying hello to us, which made us worry about you for a long time." Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. The teacher and student did not stay, but walked towards the direction of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's laboratory. Wang Wei knew that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang should have returned to their respective laboratories. But why did they leave without even saying hello to him? He attributed all this to a guilty conscience. But now, he has no handle to prove that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's purpose of staying in the Interstellar Federation base is not pure. So naturally he did not tell Lao Wang and Lao Zheng his thoughts. Of course, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng have been observing Wang Wei words and expressions. They have seen Wang Wei vigilance against Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang for a long time. But they still think that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang may look a little maverick. But in fact they are good people. During the time when Wang Wei was away, they had more contact and understanding with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang in order to help them move the laboratory to their side. They believed that these two people were good people, and definitely not as bad as Wang Wei imagined. So, this time, they also wanted Wang Wei to change his view of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. "Wang Wei, we have something we want to talk to you about. Do you have time?" Old Wang took the initiative to speak. Wang Wei glanced at the two of them and nodded. "Let's talk in my room." After arriving in Wang Wei's room, Wang Wei changed his clothes and looked at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. "What do you want to say?" Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at each other, and Lao Wang was the first to speak. "What we actually want to say is about Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. We all understand that you are in a bad mood because of the soldiers in the base who are parasitized by meat stripes. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang did do something bad to make you angry when they first came to our base. But we always feel that you have always been unfriendly to them because of one thing. But there is no need for this." Wang Wei did not refute their words, just to see how much Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's trust in Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang has reached. "So you want to say good things for them?" Wang Wei raised his eyebrows. Although he has no evidence to prove that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang are indeed problematic, he believes that his intuition will definitely be correct. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were also stunned by Wang Wei's question. They looked at each other, and then explained to Wang Wei awkwardly, "We are not trying to speak well of them. After all, they still need to study the stripping technology of meatworms. So we still hope that everyone can get along peacefully." At this time, Wang Wei smiled. "Do you think I am not calm enough to treat them? I don't think I have ever rejected their requests as long as they are not excessive. Why do you think I have any prejudice against them? Is it because I rejected their idea of setting up an independent laboratory?" Old Wang and Old Zheng were also embarrassed. They did think that Wang Wei must have some opinions about Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang because Wang Wei rejected their idea of setting up an independent laboratory. But Wang Wei raised it so openly. They could guess that Wang Wei definitely did not reject this request because he was prejudiced against them. And they didn't know how to continue the topic. Seeing that they were silent, Wang Wei knew that they also understood that he had not made things difficult for Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang in the matter of Qingli's independent laboratory. Therefore, he spoke now. "I understand your thoughts. But don't forget that we brought them to the Interstellar Federation. If we let them set up a laboratory that is not under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Federation, then if there are any problems in their laboratory in the future, do you think anyone will believe that it has nothing to do with our Interstellar Federation? Take a step back. Even if someone believes it, in the final analysis, it is us who brought them to the Interstellar Federation and provided support for their laboratory. Aren't we accomplices at that time?" Old Wang and Old Zheng also understood that Wang Wei's worries were not unreasonable. But they now also heard the problem with what Wang Wei said. Old Wang frowned and hesitated for a while before speaking. Why do you insist that their experiments must be bad and make us their scapegoats? I think there is nothing wrong with the character of the two teachers and students. Even if they want to set up an independent research laboratory, it will not necessarily pose any threat to our Interstellar Federation. Old Zheng also echoed, that's right. We don't think you are biased against them, because you prevent them from setting up an independent laboratory. We just think it's strange that you always suspect that there is a problem with their experimental direction, and it will become a time bomb. Chapter 254 Unexpected Discovery. Wang Wei did not reflect on himself in response to their excuses, but chose to continue pointing out their problems. As the head of the Interstellar Federation, every decision I make must take into account the worst possible impact on the Interstellar Federation. If you think my decision is wrong, I can also use your name to set up an independent laboratory for them. But if any problems arise at that time, you will be responsible, not the entire Interstellar Federation. And you will definitely not have anything to do with the Interstellar Federation. Although Lao Wang and Lao Zheng hope that Wang Wei will not look at Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang with strange eyes, if the responsibility really falls on them, they will definitely not be able to bear the worst consequences. We don't mean that. We just hope that the atmosphere between everyone can be eased a little. There is no other meaning. You don't have to be so excited. Wang Wei smiled and shook his head. The real excited people are you. Except for the time when the King of the Three-Eyed Star encountered danger during the experiment. I have never been excited about them again. I just did what I should do. And you preconceive that I have a prejudice against their behavior. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng felt that they couldn't argue with Wang Wei, so they simply planned to run away. It is true that we didn't consider this matter, but our starting point is good. So don't take it to heart. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he immediately looked at Lao Zheng, wanting Lao Zheng to say something. After receiving Lao Wang's signal, Lao Zheng immediately slapped his thigh. By the way, I suddenly remembered that we have another very important research that has not been carried out. We won't waste your time. If you have any questions, just come to us. Don't leave without saying a word like this time. The two walked out of Wang Wei's room while talking. Wang Wei did not keep them, because he knew that the two people would not dare to stay, and did not want to stay at all. As for the reason, he guessed that it must be because of what he just said. But he did not care. As long as Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang did not do anything out of line, he did not deliberately target these two people. But it must be said that these two people are really capable. It has only been a few days since they moved there, and Lao Wang and Lao Zheng have begun to change their views on them. Wang Wei simply washed up and went into the laboratory to continue studying the ghost vine brought back from the plant planet. At the same time, Ouyang Jifeng went to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's laboratory on the pretext of borrowing experimental equipment. This time, it was Wu Jigang who asked him to come. The purpose was to find out what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng talked about indirectly, in front of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. Ouyang Jifeng behaved very humbly and eager to learn, and did his best to flatter them, making Lao Wang and Lao Zheng very happy. Ouyang Jifeng, you are a good boy. You must work hard in the future and strive to achieve achievements that can surpass your teacher, said Lao Wang sincerely. Ouyang Jifeng immediately thanked Lao Wang. Professor Wang, thank you very much. But I am still young, and it may be very difficult to surpass the teacher. Lao Zheng shook his head. That's not the case. Your teacher must hope to see you have the ability and research results that surpass him. Just follow your teacher and learn well. Ouyang Jifeng felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. If it was before, he could be sure that the teacher must be like what Lao Zheng said, hoping that he could have the ability to surpass the teacher and achieve outstanding academic results. But now, he has seen the teacher's crazy look, and he understands better than anyone that even if he really has stronger abilities than the teacher will probably not allow him to have academic results that surpass the teacher. In front of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, he naturally did not dare to show it. Once the teacher knew, his result could be imagined. So, he deliberately changed the subject and looked at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng cautiously. Two seniors, I want to know if Wang Wei has any prejudice against me and the teacher. I always feel that Wang Wei seems to dislike us very much. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at each other and felt that they didn't know how to explain this to Ouyang Jifeng. According to their opinion, Wang Wei must still have some dissatisfaction with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. But just as Wang Wei said, everything Wang Wei did was not specifically targeting Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. So, they still concealed Wang Wei's original words and wove a more beautiful lie. What are you thinking about, kid? Wang Wei is definitely not that kind of person. If he is really a person who will decide things based on his own subjective feelings, do you think he will become the #1 person in charge of the Interstellar Alliance? Ouyang Jifeng knew that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were lying, but he could only smile and agree. You two are right. It seems that I am worrying too much. But don't tell the teacher that I asked about this matter. Otherwise he will think that I have caused trouble for you too. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng so sensible, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng couldn't help but think of their students on Earth. They looked at Ouyang Jifeng's back as he left and couldn't help but sigh. We should really let our students learn more from this kid. If our students can be as sensible as Ouyang Jifeng, we two old bones can enjoy a peaceful life. And Ouyang Jifeng didn't know that his deliberate pretending had become a role model for students in the hearts of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. He was very nervous at this moment, because the information he got from Lao Wang and Lao Zheng this time was obviously not what the teacher wanted. He was very worried that if the teacher knew about it, he would probably get angry. But he had nowhere to hide. In this unfamiliar place, the only person he could rely on was the teacher. Did he have to tell Wang Wei the truth? Just like the teacher said. How could Wang Wei believe him? In a trance? He had already walked into the laboratory. Wu Jigang looked at his absent-minded appearance, frowned slightly, and looked unhappy. I just asked you to inquire about the news. Why did you take so long? What did Lao Wang and Lao Zheng say? Ouyang Jifeng was startled by Wu Jigang's voice, and almost lost the things in his hand. Teacher, I asked them. They all said that Wang Wei actually had no prejudice against us, and asked us not to think too much. Did we really misunderstand Wang Wei? After listening to Ouyang Jifeng's words, Wu Jigang sneered. Impossible. If Wang Wei didn't doubt us, why did he reject our request to set up an independent laboratory? For the Interstellar Federation, the drugs we developed have helped them a lot. We just want an independent laboratory. Isn't it obvious that he deliberately made things difficult? After saying that, Wu Jigang looked at Ouyang Jifeng with a strange look, slowly stood up, and walked to Ouyang Jifeng, taking the experimental equipment in his hand. You didn't really believe what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng said? Don't forget what I told you. If Wang Wei really knew what we were doing, do you really think they would give us the opportunity to stay here? Even whether we can survive is unknown. Ouyang Jifeng was so scared that he trembled all over, and immediately threw away the idea of explaining everything to Wang Wei. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng's frightened look, Wu Jigang knew that Ouyang Jifeng would never be able to escape his control. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at the vast starry sky outside the laboratory. Just wait. One day, not to mention Wang Wei, even people from other planets will bow down to us. Laboratory. Wang Wei was studying the ghost vine when the Plant Star King walked in. Seeing the Plant Star King, Wang Wei stopped what he was doing. Why are you here? The Plant Star King rarely set foot in a place like the laboratory before, so Wang Wei was a little curious about the appearance of the Plant Star King. Let me see how far you have progressed in your research on the ghost vine. And what have you gained now? The Plant Star King took a look at the research Wang Wei was doing. Wang Wei shook his head. I haven't figured out why the ghost vine parasitizes other organisms yet. The Plant Star King thought about it and talked about the ghost vine. Have you ever thought that the habits of the ghost vine are actually related to the location where the ghost vine grows? The location where it grows. Wang Wei didn't know much about the ghost vine, so when he studied the logic of the ghost vine parasitizing on other organisms, it seemed a bit difficult. But the words of the Plant Star King provided him with a new idea. You mean, the reason why the ghost vine parasitizes is because its own conditions make it unable to survive, so it can only rely on other organisms? The Plant Star King nodded. That's probably what I mean. You can see that our planet has very lush vegetation. Some plants living in the lower layers have actually evolved the ability to maintain life without relying on light for photosynthesis. The ghost vine itself is a vine, living in a canyon where it is even more difficult to see light. So I think it can only parasitize on other organisms to obtain the nutrients necessary for survival. Wang Wei looked at the king of the plant star and felt that his words made sense. On Earth, there are many insects with similar habits, because they need to consume a lot of nutrients in the process of growing up. But the nutrients they carry are not enough for them to complete the metamorphosis into adults. Therefore, some insects will use a long period of long sleep to absorb nutrients in other ways, and some insects will parasitize their eggs in the bodies of other organisms to obtain nutrients in this way. And the parasitized organisms will most likely die completely when the eggs are hatched. After the death of the parasite, it will become a larger source of nutrients and become the main component of the nutrient source of the parasite. Could it be that the meatworms also need a lot of nutrients to consume in the process of larvae or eggs evolving into adults? So they will parasitize in various organisms? The reason why the meatworms do not parasitize in plants may be because the nutrients provided by plants are not enough for them to consume. I'm going to get 2 striped worms to see if what you said can correspond to the survival habits of striped worms. The plant alien king was a little helpless when he saw Wang Wei hurriedly leaving. He just made a bold guess. How could Wang Wei say that it was true? Wang Wei didn't want to stop for a moment. If they could study the habits of striped worms as soon as possible, they could find a solution to the problem of striped worms parasitizing in organisms based on these habits. However, when Wang Wei came to Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's laboratory and was about to take away the 2 striped worms, he unexpectedly heard something he shouldn't have heard. In the laboratory, there were bursts of screams. The sound was obviously not human, but it made people feel creepy. Wang Wei knocked on the door and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Why are there such loud screams?" Wang Wei's voice immediately stopped Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang in the laboratory. The teacher and student looked at each other and immediately began to clean up the mess in the laboratory. Wang Wei, who had been knocking on the door for a long time and shouting many times, was getting impatient. But the door of the laboratory was opened at this time. Ouyang Jifeng walked out of the laboratory and immediately invited Wang Wei in. In the laboratory, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's experimental subjects had changed from humans to animals. Some rabbits with white fur and red eyes. It seems that there is nothing wrong with these rabbits. But it is precisely because of this reason that the screams just now seem even more weird. If these little rabbits are fine, it means that the screams he just heard have nothing to do with these rabbits. If these rabbits have nothing to do with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's experiment, why can't he see other creatures in this laboratory? What are you doing in the laboratory? Why are there reports of animal misery? When Wu Jigang faced Wang Wei, he was not in a hurry. He pointed to the little white rabbit next to him. Just now we tried to give medicine to the rabbits parasitized by meat tapeworms, but the effect was not ideal, and the meat tapeworms woke up earlier. Wang Wei glanced at the direction of Wu Jigang's finger, and indeed saw some small animals that had lost signs of life. If it looks like this, then Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's experiment seems to have no problem. After all, they no longer set the experimental subjects as humans. It doesn't count as a violation of his principles and bottom line. You came here suddenly this time. Is there something wrong? Wang Wei looked around the laboratory and finally set his sights on Wu Jigang's face. If there is no problem with your experiment, why didn't you open the door immediately just now? But delayed for so long? Ouyang Jifeng's face changed immediately. Wang Wei's eyes passed over Ouyang Jifeng's face and vaguely sensed something. But he didn't say it in front of Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang smiled at Wang Wei calmly. "I'm sorry. I was immersed in the experiment just now and didn't hear your voice. If you think there is anything shameful about our experiment, you can come and check it out. If you can find it out, we will immediately stop the current experiment at hand and leave the Interstellar Federation base and return to Earth." Wu Jigang put on a humble and neither humble nor arrogant posture in front of Wang Wei. Wang Wei understood that they should have destroyed the clues, or had hidden them well, and they were not afraid of him finding them. So they said so. Since you didn't hear it just now, forget it. By the way, I came here this time because I hope you can lend me 2 striped worms. I need them. Wu Jigang was shocked. Although they all knew that Wang Wei had brought back a plant from the plant planet, Wang Wei needed to borrow the striped worms for research, which clearly meant that Wang Wei did not trust them at all and had decided to start his own research on how to remove the striped worms from the bodies of the parasites. Wu Jigang certainly did not intend to give the striped worms to Wang Wei, although he believed that Wang Wei was definitely not as experienced as them in researching striped worms. And even if he gave them to Wang Wei, it might not be of any use. But he had to show his attitude now, and not let Wang Wei convey his distrust of them to others. And even more so, not let Wang Wei really research anything. "I'm so sorry. The striped worms I got recently have been used on the experimental subjects, and I may not be able to provide you with striped worms for the time being." Wang Wei was not in a hurry, and he set his sights on the trash can beside him. Looking at the rabbits that had lost their life signs, he looked up and said to Wu Jigang, "If I remember correctly, even if the host loses its life signs, the meatworms will not die in a short time, unless they can't find a new host next time. Right?" Wu Jigang nodded reluctantly, but regretted why he didn't directly deal with the rabbits that died during the experiment. "You are right. However, Now contact with these rabbits that have lost their life signs is likely to be infected by meatworms. So I suggest you don't think about these rabbits. We will destroy these rabbits as soon as possible, and will not let meatworms parasitize other organisms. Wang Wei smiled and pointed to Ouyang Jifeng on the side and said, "Please deal with these rabbits simply, and take them to my laboratory." He didn't even give Wu Jigang a chance to refuse, and turned around and walked out of Wu Jigang's laboratory. Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng looked at each other, and Ouyang Jifeng immediately understood what the teacher meant. Although they shouldn't hand over the test subjects infected with meat tapeworms to Wang Wei, since Wang Wei had already come, they had no reason to refuse. After simply dealing with the problematic rabbit corpses, Ouyang Jifeng went to Wang Wei laboratory with a basket of dead rabbits. Chapter 255, Forced. In Wang Wei laboratory, every move of Ouyang Jifeng seemed very restrained and cautious. At this time, he put down the basket with the rabbit corpse and was about to go back, but was stopped by Wang Wei. Ouyang Jifeng's heart instantly rose to his throat. He had no idea why Wang Wei wanted to keep him, but he knew he couldn't say anything. "If I'm not mistaken, when I was talking to your teacher just now, your state has always been a little wrong. Can you tell me why you seem so restrained every time you meet me?" After thinking for a long time, Ouyang Jifeng opened his mouth to answer Wang Wei's question. "I'm sorry. I seem to be a little afraid of you. You said before that if my teacher and you will make us regret doing something bad. I'm always worried that you will misunderstand us. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it." Ouyang Jifeng didn't expect that his explanation not only failed to make Wang Wei relax his vigilance against him, but also let Wang Wei catch the loophole in his words. Wang Wei glanced at Ouyang Jifeng, pulled a chair over, and asked Ouyang Jifeng to sit down and talk. "You also said that I reminded you before that if you do something bad, I will make you pay the corresponding price for it. But aren't you conducting research and experiments normally? Why are you worried about such things?" Hearing Wang Wei question, Ouyang Jifeng realized that what he had just said would indeed cause Wang Wei to misunderstand. "I'm just too nervous. It's not what you said. If you think there's something wrong with our experiment, you can go check it out yourself. We're really working hard on the striped worms. You've also seen that the medicine developed by my teacher is really effective, right?" Wang Wei found Ouyang Jifeng's eagerness to prove that there was nothing wrong with him very funny. "Don't you think that every word you say now is like trying to cover up the truth? I just think there's something wrong with what you said. And I questioned what you said. I didn't say there was a problem with your research itself. Did I?" Now Ouyang Jifeng was even more nervous. Everything was just as Wang Wei said. Wang Wei had never taken the initiative to question the experiment they were doing. Wang Wei had always been suspicious of their abnormal behavior. I was just too nervous just now. I've already said my problem. Don't misunderstand my teacher." Wang Wei knew that Ouyang Jifeng must be afraid of something, and the thing that made him so afraid was most likely his teacher. "I understand your nervousness, but I also hope that if you encounter any problems, you can ask me for help in time. Although you may not believe my words, I want to tell you that people's choices are sometimes really important. Whether to choose to be a good person or to be a person who is despised and insulted on the pillar of shame is all in your mind." After saying that, Wang Wei waved at Ouyang Jifeng. After Ouyang Jifeng walked out of Wang Wei's laboratory in a daze, he kept repeating what Wang Wei had just said in his mind. Just as Wang Wei said, whether to be a good person or what kind of person to be is all in his mind. But does he really have the opportunity to choose? Unknowingly, Ouyang Jifeng has returned to their laboratory. The moment Wu Jigang saw Ouyang Jifeng, he immediately grabbed his shoulder. "Have you figured out what Wang Wei wants to do with the meat worms?" Ouyang Jifeng was stunned for a while before shaking his head at Wu Jigang. "Teacher, Wang Wei didn't tell me anything. He asked me to put down the rabbit corpses and let me come back." Wu Jigang stared at Ouyang Jifeng for a long time before slowly letting him go, and then turned around to think about what Wang Wei's behavior meant. Just when Ouyang Jifeng breathed a sigh of relief, Wu Jigang suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "Did you see what experiment Wang Wei was doing?" Ouyang Jifeng shook his head. "Wang Wei didn't let me get close to his experimental equipment at all, and I didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that he would doubt us." Although Ouyang Jifeng made up the story casually, he concealed what Wang Wei said to him and the questions he raised. But he was familiar with Wu Jigang's character, and knew that Wu Jigang would definitely believe him. Things turned out just as he expected. Wu Jigang really believed what he said, and suddenly became nervous. "No. We must find a way to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Wang Wei really finds out the purpose of our experiment, He will definitely stop us. Ouyang Jifeng looked at the teacher in confusion, and suddenly wanted to find Wang Wei and confess everything to him. But he couldn't bear to see Wu Jigang become the target of public criticism. After all, Wu Jigang was his teacher, and his teacher had been very good to him. Teacher, should we suspend the experiment first? Wu Jigang, who was still worried about what to do if Wang Wei found out, turned around abruptly after hearing Ouyang Jifeng's words. What did you say? Suspend the experiment? Do you know that we are in a very tight time now? If we can't get our research results before Wang Wei takes action on us, we don't know if we will have the opportunity to continue this experiment after we are kicked out of the Interstellar Federation base. Do you understand? Ouyang Jifeng lowered his head, struggling in his heart. But on the surface, he still had to pretend to be obedient to the teacher's words. I understand. I will prepare things for the next experiment. Looking at Ouyang Jifeng's busy back, Wu Jigang had already doubted Ouyang Jifeng. Although Ouyang Jifeng was his student, he knew that Ouyang Jifeng's character was very kind and argumentative. If Wang Wei really said something to him, it would probably affect Ouyang Jifeng. But he would never let anyone ruin his plan. Wu Jigang secretly made a decision in his heart. If Ouyang Jifeng was discovered by him, and might be in collusion with Wang Wei, he would ruthlessly get rid of his student. On the other side, in Wang Wei laboratory, the Plant Star King did not leave the laboratory, but hid in the locker room in the laboratory. He walked out of the locker room after Ouyang Jifeng left. Seeing the basket of rabbit corpses on the ground, the Plant Star King couldn't help but frown. When Wang Wei saw the Plant Star King, he immediately asked him to put on protective clothing in the locker room. Next, he planned to forcibly remove the meatworms in these rabbit corpses for research, because the meatworms will die in a short time after leaving the parasite. So there is little time left for him. In addition, if the Plant Star King did not wear protective clothing, he would also be parasitized by the meatworms. Although he did not know whether the Plant Star King physique would also be chosen by the meatworms to be parasitized. The Plant Star King, who had changed into protective clothing, looked at Wang Wei and began to help Wang Wei peel the meatworm from the rabbit's body. When Wang Wei observed the meatworm, he found that although the meatworm was a parasite, it did not seem to be aggressive. He did not understand why this parasite would cause such great harm to the organism when it parasitized in the body of the organism. Could it be that because of the different environment, the meatworm was not able to reveal its true face at all? This formed a perfect closed loop with what the Plant Star King said. If the meatworm also wakes up because of the environment, then the medicine developed by Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang is likely to make the environment in the body of the parasite unsuitable for the meatworm to wake up, so as to prolong the time for the meatworm to wake up and start activities. Thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly felt a little pity. If he could keep some of the medicine that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang gave him before for research, he would not have to rack his brains to guess what the ingredients of that medicine are now. Unfortunately, what happened could not be changed. So Wang Wei decided to start with the striped worms. At this time, the Plant Star King came to Wang Wei and said, "Such research is meaningless. Because if you can't see the whole process of striped worm parasitism with your own eyes, you don't know the underlying logic of striped worm parasitism at all." Wang Wei slumped in a chair, staring at a basket of rabbits on the ground in a daze. Just as the Plant Star King said, the research they are conducting now is meaningless, because the striped worms forcibly peeled off from the rabbit corpses have no signs of activity. So there is no use for them to get these striped worms. However, accidents often happen when people have completely given up hope on this matter. When Wang Wei was studying the ghost vine, he heard the words of the Plant Star King and was inspired. So he turned to study the striped worms. But it was also for this reason that he put the 2 glass vessels for studying the striped worms and the ghost vine on the table at the same time. At this moment, the ghost vine, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly struggled to move towards the glass vessel containing the striped worms. Although the ghost vine has been studied and no longer has such a vivid vitality, the ghost vine is very strange. When the whole plant is taken down, it can still survive and move at the same time, which makes Wang Wei feel very strange. Now, its movement towards the glass container of the meatworm makes Wang Wei and the Plant Alien King stunned. What is going on? Wang Wei and the Plant Star King stared at the strange things happening on the table without blinking. The Plant Star King gave his guess. Both of them are parasites. So they may have some kind of hostile relationship? And don't forget that the habit of the ghost vine is to strangle the animals that approach it, and then use it as nutrients for the plants it parasitizes. so as to ensure that it can parasitize on the parasite for a long time. Maybe the meatworm is regarded as prey by the ghost vine. Prey. The words of the plant star king reminded Wang Wei again. If the ghost vine regards the meatworm as prey, it should mean that the ghost vine also has natural enemies. He finally understood what he had overlooked. The relationship of mutual promotion and mutual restraint is the most important link he overlooked. No matter how terrible the meatworm is, the person parasitized by it can't separate the meatworm from the parasite. But it doesn't matter. Since he is a creature, there must be natural enemies among all things in the universe. As long as he can find the natural enemies of the meat stripworm, he thinks he should be able to completely separate the meat stripworm from the parasite with the help of the natural enemies of the meat stripworm. As long as the meat stripworm loses its host, it is actually difficult to survive outside. Therefore, Wang Wei placed the two parasites in a peeling container in front of the king of Plant Star, ready to see which of them is better. The part of the ghost vine placed in the glass container of the meat stripworm began to struggle violently. It can be seen that the ghost vine's struggle is actually approaching the direction of the meat stripworm. Soon, the ghost vine has already touched the meat stripworm. Just when Wang Wei and the king of Plant Star were staring at the ghost vine and the meat stripworm intently, they suddenly found that both of them were silent in an instant. The Plant Star king and Wang Wei looked at each other, thought for a while, and said, maybe it's because the meatworm itself can't leave the parasite for too long. So this happened. Why don't you try again? Wang Wei felt that what the Plant Star king said made sense. He peeled off another meatworm from the rabbit's body, and then immediately took a small section of the ghost vine, preparing to put the two parasites together. Unexpectedly, the previous situation happened again. The ghost vine, which was originally very active, was about to touch the meatworm when it approached the meatworm. It was quiet in an instant. The meatworm was the same. It was also active when it was about to be touched by the ghost vine, and it became quiet in an instant. After trying several times in a row, the result was the same. Wang Wei was a little confused and didn't continue. What went wrong? If they are really in a relationship of mutual promotion and mutual restraint, why did they lose their vitality at the same time? Wang Wei felt that if the two parasites restrained each other, the stronger one should eliminate the weaker one. He even thought that if the ghost vine can really restrain the striped worm, he would rather take the Plant Star King back to the plant planet and bring back all the ghost vines there. In this way, it means that it is really very effective. The soldiers in the base, who are parasitized by the striped worms, will no longer have to worry about the striped worms parasitizing in their bodies. But now, everything they witness seems to tell them that this road is not feasible. Seeing Wang Wei depressed look, the Plant Star King patted Wang Wei on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, experimental research is like this. You never know which will come first, surprise or disappointment. However, based on this incident, we basically know that the striped worms and ghost vines will affect each other. But whether this influence will change the striped worms parasitizing in the body of the organism, we will definitely have results if we study it slowly. Wang Wei knew that the Plant Star King was comforting him, but what the Plant Star King said still made people feel uncomfortable. Wang Wei also knew that if he continued to study in the direction of the clues they currently had, as long as he was willing to spend time, he would definitely find something useful. But what he lacked most now was time. He could wait, but how could those warriors parasitized by the striped worms wait? What's more, Goso and Orwell were still in the hands of the Bayan race. If he couldn't solve this problem as soon as possible, Goso and Orwell would be in danger. The Plant Star King didn't know Wang Wei worries, and was still trying to comfort Wang Wei. Wang Wei suddenly stood up and took away the basket of rabbit corpses. I go out and calm down, and get rid of these things by the way. These things are of no use to us at all. The Plant Star King didn't follow him. He believed in Wang Wei character. Wang Wei had the group of soldiers parasitized by the striped worms in his heart, so Wang Wei would definitely not do anything stupid. However, the king of the Plant Star also had something to worry about. He didn't know what the plant planet had become, and he didn't know who the mastermind Wang Wei mentioned was. They were like a group of jumping clowns, thinking that they could surpass the mastermind, but they didn't expect that they were still being led by the nose. After Wang Wei dealt with the rabbit's corpse and ensured that the striped worms would not parasitize other creatures, he stood by the huge French window of the base and stared at the vast starry sky in a daze. When he was on Earth, Wang Wei thought that he was basically invincible with the ancient civilization. After coming to outer space and becoming the head of the Interstellar Federation, Wang Wei realized that the ancient civilization was just one of many alien civilizations. and it was not as magical as he thought. At the same time, Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng also accelerated the progress of the experiment. However, because of what Wang Wei said to him before, Ouyang Jifeng was obviously absent-minded. Not only were there many loopholes in his research, but even when he called Ouyang Jifeng did not respond at all. Wu Jigang stopped and was about to ask Ouyang Jifeng why he looked so lost, and immediately heard what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng said. Recently, Wang Wei is really strange. He has handed over all the trivial matters of the base to us. Is it because he has found a new research direction? The voice was Lao Wang, and his tone was a bit self-deprecating. Impossible. If Wang Wei really has thought of a way, he will definitely tell us as soon as possible. How could he hide it? Lao Zheng denied Lao Wang's words. Then tell me, why is he so close to the plant alien king recently, and basically lives in the laboratory, never leaves the laboratory, and has never dealt with trivial matters in the base? Wu Jigang heard this, and immediately felt that something was wrong. If Wang Wei has really figured out something, then wouldn't they have no use, and wouldn't be able to stay here any longer? The most important thing is that the research might be interrupted. After thinking about it, Wu Jigang decided to use a mysterious trick to destroy Wang Wei's plan. Wu Jigang's plan looks simple, but it doesn't seem that easy to implement. He wants to let the meatworm parasitize more people, so that he can show his role and further complete his ongoing experiment. Chapter 256: The Secret of the Plant Planet. From the beginning, Wang Wei felt that it was a bit strange that Wu Jigang had been emphasizing the need to build a laboratory independent of the entire space. Because even if a normal person wants to own a laboratory, he must need protection. If it were him, he would think of the first organization that provided them with great help and had the ability to protect them: the helpless scientific researchers. In this way, no matter what kind of shocking scientific research results they have developed in the future, someone will cover them. But the result now is that Wu Jigang ran away directly. Wang Wei even suspected that Wu Jigang might have contacted the outside world during his time at the Interstellar Federation base. Otherwise, he would never have fled blindly. As for who Wu Jigang had contacted, he didn't know, but Ouyang Jifeng must know. So, Wang Wei immediately asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to take him to find Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng was very depressed and had injuries on his body. It can be seen that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang must have had a fierce quarrel. Seeing Wang Wei coming, Ouyang Jifeng's expression became even more frustrated. Wang Wei, I'm sorry. I still couldn't keep the teacher. At that time, the situation was too weird. The teacher had clearly promised me that he would not think about anything in the future and just do scientific research well. But I don't know why he still left. Wang Wei certainly understood that Ouyang Jifeng could not be blamed for this matter. Wu Jigang had already planned to leave. Even if there was no Ouyang Jifeng, his departure would only be delayed and he would not really stay. Don't think too much. If you really care about your teacher, the most important thing you should do now is to find out where your teacher might go now. If we can find him now, there may be a chance to save his life. Otherwise, Wang Wei didn't finish his words. He could understand the relationship between Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, so he could understand Ouyang Jifeng's current mood. After listening to Wang Wei's words, Ouyang Jifeng seemed very excited. If we fail to get the teacher back, what will he do? Wang Wei shook his head and said nothing. In fact, he didn't know what Wu Jigang had contacted. Just because of their suspicion, Wu Jigang left without hesitation. Therefore, he was even more uncertain about what kind of ending Wu Jigang would have after leaving. And naturally, he couldn't give Ouyang Jifeng any answer. Ouyang Jifeng was obviously very nervous because Wang Wei didn't give any response. I don't know why the teacher suddenly chose to leave the Interstellar Federation base. But I know that the teacher often leaves the laboratory after I fall asleep recently. If the teacher really has contact with people from other planets, I think there should be some clues left. Old Wang and Old Zheng were shocked when they heard it. It seems that they did blame Wang Wei before. Wang Wei's vision of judging people is still very accurate. Wu Jigang's mind is indeed not simple. However, they still didn't understand when Wu Jigang contacted the outside world, and why they didn't notice it at all. Wang Wei asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to settle Ouyang Jifeng, although it is not certain whether Ouyang Jifeng was involved in Wu Jigang's escape. At least it is certain that Ouyang Jifeng must know a lot of Wu Jigang's secrets. If it were him, under such circumstances, he would definitely not let Ouyang Jifeng go easily. He must make Ouyang Jifeng shut up forever, so as to avoid his secrets being leaked. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng soon thought of this with Wang Wei reminder, and they took Ouyang Jifeng away. Wang Wei was very relieved about them, because Ouyang Jifeng was a good boy in their mouths. If they knew that Ouyang Jifeng might be in danger next, they would definitely not sit idly by. After arranging this matter, Wang Wei immediately ordered everyone in the base to start a detailed and thorough investigation of the base, because only by investigating everything clearly can they determine who Wu Jigang contacted and where he went after stealing the spaceship. However, they still underestimated Wu Jigang's ability. Before he left, Wu Jigang had cleaned up all the remaining data, and they could not find any clues at all. The investigation had reached a deadlock here, and Wang Wei also looked worried. The matter of the plant planet still made the king of the plant star feel very worried. He often came to Wang Wei's room and asked Wang Wei what he was going to do next. Wang Wei was also in a state of panic. I know you are very worried about the situation on the plant planet, but you can see that I am busy with my own affairs now, and I really don't have time to help you figure out what the purpose of the person who replaced Soros is. The plant king certainly understood that Wang Wei's current situation was very troublesome, but if some things were not clarified, he would be in a state of restlessness. I can understand your current situation and your feelings, but I still have to go back to my planet to take a look. This time I came to say goodbye to you. Wang Wei obviously had something else to say to the plant king, but he interrupted. I know what you are going to say. You will definitely say that if I go back now, I will definitely face danger, and even I can't save my people at all, and will put them in danger. But I thought about it for a long time, and still felt that even if there is really danger, I should face it with them, and I shouldn't hide here and know what they are suffering but be indifferent. Wang Wei certainly understood his feelings, but Wang Wei also felt that they really couldn't ignore the more serious problems they were about to face because of a potential danger. I understand your desire to go back, but you absolutely cannot go back alone. Even you know that there is a great possibility of encountering danger, so I will go back with you. The Plant Star King frowned, thinking of the problems that the Interstellar Federation base was experiencing. He still felt that if Wang Wei went back with him, the problems here would probably be difficult to solve. From the reaction of the Plant Star King, Wang Wei could guess what he was thinking. Wang Wei signaled him not to worry. After investigation, we found that there is no clue for the time being about Wu Jigang stealing the spaceship and leaving the Interstellar Federation base. Since he has left, I believe he will definitely not come back in a short time. Compared to that, the problems that the plant planet is facing are more serious. So we should solve your problem first, and we will slowly find the whereabouts of Wu Jigang. The Plant Star King knew that Wang Wei was not a person who would easily compromise, so he could only agree. Before the two left, Wang Wei told Lao Wang and Lao Zheng that they must make corresponding preparations. Otherwise, they would most likely be taken advantage of by Wu Jigang. In addition, they should take special care of and monitor Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang have the closest relationship. Although they all think that Ouyang Jifeng is definitely not as bad as his teacher, they can at least understand one thing. That is, if they must find Wu Jigang's trace, they will definitely need Ouyang Jifeng's help. And Wu Jigang will definitely try every means to take Ouyang Jifeng away, or block Ouyang Jifeng's mouth, so that Ouyang Jifeng will not leak out what he knows. Because Ouyang Jifeng knows many of his secrets. These things are basically certain. So Wang Wei still thinks that he should monitor Ouyang Jifeng. In fact, Wang Wei did not tell Lao Wang and Lao Zheng a thing. He now suspects that Wu Jigang's secret departure is just an illusion, because what they did as a teacher and student has been discovered by them. No matter what the reason is, it is difficult for Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng to escape punishment now. If Wu Jigang chooses to escape at this time, then Ouyang Jifeng will definitely be protected. If Ouyang Jifeng had already discussed with Wu Jigang, one of them pretended to leave. The other pretended to be forced to stay. One was looking for allies outside, and the other stayed to get information. Then their situation would become very passive. This was a situation that none of them wanted to see. But if this matter was told to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, it would inevitably happen the same as when he suspected Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang of having ulterior motives before. So Wang Wei simply said nothing. The things he told seemed to be protecting Ouyang Jifeng, so that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng would not have any doubts about his arrangements, and he could leave with more peace of mind. After discussing all this, Wang Wei drove the spaceship carrying the Plant Star King away from the Interstellar Federation base. Ouyang Jifeng, who was under surveillance, fell into deep thought as he watched the shadow of Wang Wei's spaceship leaving. Later, no matter who came to see Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng would not say a word. Old Wang and Old Zheng were heartbroken and tried many ways to persuade Ouyang Jifeng not to keep all his thoughts to himself. But it was useless. At the same time, Wang Wei's spaceship landed smoothly in the canyon, where he had hidden his spaceship before. Seeing that there was no war on the plant planet, the Plant Star King mood was much calmer. But he still insisted on going to the palace of the plant planet with Wang Wei. If he went there in person, he would definitely be able to find out what the person who took away Soros' body was planning to do. But Wang Wei rejected the request of the Plant Star King as expected, because he understood better than anyone that Soros' main target was the Plant Star King. If the Plant Star King took the initiative to come to him at this time, the other party's goal would be achieved. Therefore, Wang Wei proposed a compromise. In this way, I will wear the Xintian armor to go to the palace to take a look. I will contact you through the communicator and ensure that you can also see what is happening outside. But you must promise me that you will never leave the spaceship. Can you do it? Listening to Wang Wei's childlike speech, the Plant Star King hesitated for a long time and finally agreed to Wang Wei's request. In this case, let's do as you say. However, if there is really a problem, I still hope that we can solve the problem peacefully. Wang Wei nodded. But he felt that the matter of the plant planet could never be solved peacefully. They could understand why Soros seems to have changed. But it does not mean that all the people of the plant planet can accept this. Soros's body is now a natural umbrella for the mastermind behind the scenes. If there is no evidence to prove that Soros is not Soros, then if the Plant Star King appears rashly, he will definitely be resisted by the people of the plant planet. At that time, even without Soros's help, the people of the plant planet would drive the Plant Star King out of the planet. However, in order to make the Plant Star King give up, Wang Wei still turned on the stealth mode of the Xintian armor and secretly went to the palace. Along the way, through Wang Wei communicator, the Plant Star King saw the overall situation inside the plant planet, which was no different from what Wang Wei had shown him before, which also made him feel relieved. Finding an empty corner, Wang Wei suddenly spoke. The situation inside the palace is actually not much different from what you saw before. So we will wait until dark to go in and take a look. Hearing this, the Plant Star King's heart was also tightened. Wang Wei was not idle either, wandering back and forth in the royal city, so that the Plant Star King could be completely relieved that his people were not affected in any way. As night was approaching, Wang Wei also hurriedly slipped into the palace. No different from the last time he came. Soros, wearing a crown, walked into the bedroom with the servants to rest. The Plant King also understood that it would take some time to find out what Soros was going to do. But strangely, Soros did not make any movement this time. Wang Wei also found it very strange. If Soros still had not given up the idea of tricking the Plant King back from the Interstellar Federation base, shouldn't he send a distress signal to the Interstellar Federation base at this time? At this moment, the voice of the Plant King came into Wang Wei's ears through the communicator. You sneak into the bedroom now. The secret they want to know is hidden in the bedroom, where the kings of all generations lived. Hearing this, Wang Wei immediately made a sound, sent away the guards guarding the king bedroom, and successfully slipped in. However, after entering, Wang Wei was shocked. Logically speaking, even if Soros did not go to the tallest tree in the palace today to send a signal to the Federation base, his people should be in the bedroom. After all, he saw Soros walk in with his own eyes, and there was no other exit in this bedroom. Wang Wei began to grope around in the room. The way to make people disappear out of thin air must be the secret passage in this bedroom. At this moment, the Plant Star King also reminded Wang Wei on the other end of the communicator. You guessed right. There is indeed a secret passage in this bedroom. The entrance to the secret passage is on the chair near the window. Chair? Wang Wei's eyes fell on the chair beside him. The chair looked a bit old, and should be an old item. Moreover, there was a corner of the wood on the chair that had been polished and covered with pulp. Wang Wei subconsciously touched it, but instantly felt the chair move. A passage appeared under the chair after a closer look. It's this passage. If you go down this passage, you should be able to find Soros. But I didn't expect that he was not the original Soros at all, and he could know these things. Listening to the words of the Plant Star King, Wang Wei also knew that except for the Plant Star King, who had been recognized and had performed the handover ceremony, no one else could know about this matter. However, Wang Wei suddenly began to be a little curious about what it was that made Soros and the people behind him care so much. If everything goes as he expected, will they be discovered by Soros next? The mood of the plant alien king is the same as Wang Wei imagined. He is afraid of seeing Soros. But he also wants to see what else Soros knows. Wang Wei did not hesitate and went straight into the passage. In the passage, torches were lit on both sides. But there was no air circulation that made people feel stuffy. Wang Wei suspected that the other end of the passage should be a place where air could enter. Wang Wei walked in the passage for a long time, but still couldn't find the exit, and couldn't help but feel anxious. This passage is very narrow, and now he has no way to retreat. If he is blocked by Soros, Soros is likely to discover his existence. The voice of the plant alien king came from the communicator. Keep going forward, because not many people know this passage. So this passage does not have any means to prevent others from entering. You can walk boldly. Wang Wei wanted to ask what was at the end of the passage, but now they couldn't make any sound to avoid being discovered. But soon Wang Wei saw the location of the exit, because his eyes had already felt the light. At this moment, Wang Wei was very glad that he came in wearing the Xiantian armor, because the Xiantian armor could help him avoid the sudden stimulation of the eyes by the light and the situation of not being able to see anything in a short time. Even if he suddenly saw Soros appear, his eyes could adapt well. However, Soros did not appear. Wang Wei walked out of the exit and found that the underground passage was actually connected to a place that could be called a paradise. This place is surrounded by mountains on all sides, which seem to be very steep. It is difficult to leave here with human power, but the scenery is unusually good. Wang Wei's attention was quickly attracted by a piece of water that was still emitting white gas. The voice of the plant star king came out from the communicator immediately. Weren't you very curious before? Why the vegetation on our plant planet is so lush and looks like a fairy tale? The root is in the water in front of you. Right here? Wang Wei was still shocked. Could this be the source of vitality for the entire plant planet? After Wang Wei walked in, he found that Soros was actually soaking in the water. And now he looks completely different from before. His face is now purple and looks very strange. And he closed his eyes and didn't breathe at all. Wang Wei knew that the current Soros could never be the person in the memory of the plant star king. Chapter 257 Mysterious Scepter. Because of the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei dared to approach the water area openly, and even walked very close to Soros, and observed Soros' state at close range. After his observation, Soros' current state did not look like an extraordinary person at all. Soros suddenly opened his eyes, and Wang Wei was frightened and took a few steps back. Fortunately, with the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei was not discovered by Soros. Soros stood up from the water, carefully observed his appearance on the water surface, and finally sat back in the water. It's not time yet, so the fountain of life doesn't have much effect on this body. It seems that the time spent in the fountain of life will be extended again. The fountain of life? When Wang Wei was puzzled, the introduction of the king of the plant planet also rang in his ears. You heard it right. This body of water is called the fountain of life. It is the foundation of the entire plant planet. But why does he appear to be a corpse? Is the purple color on his body what you call corpse spots? Because the people of the plant planet are not fundamentally human, but a kind of plant that can move freely and has thoughts. But this so-called prophet is fundamentally different from the people of the plant planet. From the outside, they are more inclined to look like humans. It should be. The real purpose of his coming here to soak in the fountain of life is to remove the corpse spots on his body, and prevent people outside from seeing that he is not the original Soros. Now, Wang Wei has basically determined the purpose of the other party coming here. But does Soros have no other secrets? Although this is the location of the fountain of life that maintains the normal operation of the entire plant planet, is there no other secret here? Why do the kings of the plant planet keep such a secret? When Wang Wei heard this, he suddenly felt a little strange. He didn't know whether the plant star king didn't tell him the truth or Soros didn't find the real secret here at all. In short, the actions of both people made him feel a little strange. I don't know if it was because Wang Wei didn't move for a long time. The plant star king was obviously a little panicked. You must find a way to let everyone in the entire plant planet know about Soros' situation. Otherwise he will definitely destroy this place. If he didn't know that the entire plant planet still needed the maintenance of the fountain of life, then Wang Wei might not risk attracting Soros' attention. But now that he already knew, there was nothing to hesitate about. He almost immediately used the sound of the stone to alarm Soros, who was soaking in the fountain of life. Soros immediately opened his eyes and stared at the surroundings with caution. And the tension in his eyes was obvious. Wait until he leaves here. I will tell you where the secret is hidden here. When Wang Wei heard this, he couldn't tell what he was thinking in his heart. But he knew that if he couldn't find the secret here and take it away before Soros found it, he was afraid that the plant alien king would never agree to leave here. But what should they do to complete all this without anyone noticing? Wang Wei looked behind him and found that Soros did not continue to soak in the fountain of life, but stood up and walked towards the passage he came from. Wang Wei suddenly became a little nervous, although he knew that the entrance of the passage had been restored to its original state. If the person pretending to be Soros was smart enough, he might be able to detect the truth that someone was approaching here based on clues. If this is really the case, he might be in trouble at that time. Don't worry. He shouldn't be able to detect you. And doesn't your Xintian armor have the ability to be invisible? Wang Wei knew that it was useless to worry about these things now, and he had to solve the knot in the heart of the Plant Star King as soon as possible, so that they could return to the Interstellar Federation base. According to the words of the Plant Star King, he walked to the cliff closest to the Fountain of Life, and Wang Wei saw a totem on the cliff. He didn't understand these things, so he didn't know the content on the totem. However, he saw the mark of the crown on the totem. Could it be that only with the crown can the relevant secrets be solved? But Wang Wei forgot the Plant Star King. Not only was he the king himself, but this matter was also passed down. So there was no need to worry that the crown was needed to solve the secrets contained in these totems. According to the instructions of the Plant Star King, Wang Wei just gently touched a few marks on the totem, and the totem instantly sank inward, revealing a passage that could accommodate one person. Looking at the deep and bottomless passage, Wang Wei instinctively resisted. However, the words of the Plant Star King rang in his ears. Go in. There is something inside that symbolizes the supreme power of the plant planet. After Wang Wei walked into the passage, he found that the passage was filled with a unique smell of green grass. And this smell was very strong. The further he walked inside, the more Wang Wei could find that there seemed to be light inside. But the light was green. At the end of the passage, Wang Wei saw a green scepter floating in the air, surrounded by dense green light spots, which looked like a scene from a fairy tale. What is this thing? Now that they have hidden in the mountain, Wang Wei does not have to worry about being discovered. So he took the initiative to ask the Plant Star King what this green scepter represents. The Plant Star King was silent for a long time before he told Wang Wei the truth. It turned out that the scepter in front of him had the ability to command all the people of the plant planet, like some kind of special function that could control the thoughts and actions of all the people of the plant planet. As long as this scepter is in hand, the people of the entire plant planet will become slaves of the person holding this scepter. After listening to the explanation of the Plant Star King, Wang Wei instantly understood what the Plant Star King meant. That is to say, the real purpose of Soros and the Black Hand behind him is not to become the king of the plant planet and control the people of the plant planet in this way. What they really want is the crown that can unlock the secret of the totem, and get this scepter by unlocking the secret on the totem. In other words, Wang Wei's previous idea was not wrong. Soros and the people behind him just want to turn the plant planet into theirs, so as to achieve their certain purpose. However, Wang Wei is now facing this scepter and is in deep thought, because he has no idea what will happen if he, an outsider, gets this scepter. The voice of the Plant Star King immediately reached his ears. Take this scepter. Wang Wei also had such an idea. Although Soros and the people behind him have not cracked the connection between the crown and the totem, it won't be long before their patience runs out. After all, Soros' body has already had a large area of corpse spots. Even if soaking in the Fountain of Life can alleviate the appearance of corpse spots, he believes that Soros' body can't last too long. They must solve this problem before Soros' body is completely unusable. So, Wang Wei thinks this is their last chance. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment and immediately asked him if there would be any special consequences if he took the scepter. If the scepter recognizes you, you can easily take it away. If not, the Plant Star King didn't finish the rest of his words. But Wang Wei also knew that if he couldn't take the scepter easily, the result would definitely not be what he wanted to see. Now we have no other way. We can only give it a try. Tell me, what method can be used to get the recognition of the scepter and take the scepter away? The Plant Star King told Wang Wei that he only needed to drip Wang Wei blood on the scepter to test whether the scepter had recognized Wang Wei. Wang Wei felt a little puzzled. If she needed to use this method to get the recognition of the scepter, then what did the kings of the plant planet do? If they were not recognized by the scepter, could they not become the owner of this scepter? Seeing that Wang Wei was hesitant to take the next step, The Plant Star King also guessed Wang Wei's idea. The kings of all generations can get the recognition of the scepter through the crown. And they don't need to drip blood. At this moment, Wang Wei felt a little speechless. It seems that he is an outsider, so he has to use such a special method, while the king only needs to bring the crown to take away the scepter easily. Just when Wang Wei was about to cut his finger and try to let the scepter recognize him, Soros's voice suddenly came from outside the passage. I know that you will never abandon your people, King of the Plant Alien. Now you are finally in my hands. I advise you not to act rashly. Before Soros finished speaking, he saw the entrance of the cave that looked like a palace floating in front of him. He stared at the scepter in front of him and didn't say a word for a long time. Because of the Xiantian armor, Soros didn't notice Wang Wei's existence at the first time. His attention was all attracted by the scepter in front of him. And he didn't notice that there was no one here. Just when he walked towards the scepter, Wang Wei quickly knocked him out. Although Soros' body has become a corpse now, he will still lose consciousness after being hit hard, just like a machine disconnected due to external forces. When he thought of this, Wang Wei hurriedly walked to the scepter and dripped his blood on it. What kind of situation can be considered that I have been recognized by the scepter? Wang Wei's voice was a little anxious. He had no idea what Soros was, so he couldn't be sure how long he could last. What he could do now was to make the scepter recognize him as quickly as possible so that he could take the scepter away. Try to take the scepter now. If you can take it, it proves that the scepter has chosen you. Be quick. Otherwise, when your blood dries up, the ceremony will be invalid. You need to drip blood again. Wang Wei was complaining in his heart. Why didn't the Plant Star King tell him such important information earlier? Fortunately, Wang Wei's reaction was still fast. Almost in an instant, Wang Wei easily took the scepter. Using the stealth function of the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei left the palace at the fastest speed and returned to the spaceship. When he saw Wang Wei, the Plant Star King was very excited and wanted to take the scepter from Wang Wei's hand, but was instantly knocked away by the scepter. Wang Wei was a little embarrassed. He didn't do anything just now. The Plant Star King wouldn't hate him for this. Right? Of course. The Plant Star King definitely didn't hate Wang Wei for this. He just smiled bitterly, then stood up and expressed his attitude to Wang Wei. Wang Wei, we can't leave the plant planet now. Wang Wei looked at the Plant Star King in confusion, not understanding why he said that. This scepter has never left the plant planet, and we don't know what will happen after we leave the plant planet with this scepter. And there is another very important point. Soros should have known that we secretly took the scepter. If he intends to hold us accountable immediately, I'm afraid our ending will not be good. Wang Wei knew that the Plant Star King said this not because he was worried about them. What really worried the Plant Star King should be the innocent people on the plant planet. I can understand your idea, but now we have this scepter, plus your identity. I think you can show up now. The Plant Star King looked at Wang Wei with surprise, as if he didn't expect Wang Wei to compromise with him on this matter. Do you have any good plans? Wang Wei shook his head. He didn't have a good plan. But he didn't forget that all the people on the plant planet could be dominated by this scepter. Soros was able to snatch the throne from him openly because he used the people of the plant planet. Now they can naturally use the same means to snatch the throne back. However, Wang Wei did not intend to show up this time, so they had to pretend to have just arrived here. Wang Wei took off the Xiantian armor and asked the Plant Star King to drip his blood on the scepter to obtain the recognition of the scepter. As expected, he was an orthodox king. The Plant Star King quickly took the scepter from Wang Wei and put on the Xiantian armor. At this time, Wang Wei also told the Plant Star King his plan in full. The Plant Star King needs to go to the royal city, and then use the scepter to make all the people of the plant planet submit to him. He will then order Soros to be locked up and take over the crown again. And then this matter will basically be completed. The Plant Star King expressed his doubts about Wang Wei's plan at this time. If Wang Wei still has accomplices of Soros and the people behind him on the plant planet, what should we do now? Wang Wei has never worried about this matter, because he is sure that there should be no accomplices of the person who took Soros' body inside the plant planet. If there are, these people will definitely be arranged near Soros. But after his 2 investigations, there was no change in the people around Soros. Although it is not certain whether those people are also controlled like Soros. But Wang Wei understands that after Soros' body was taken away, corpse spots will appear on his body. If the corpse spots on other people are not suppressed by the fountain of life, they will probably be exposed soon. So if they really want to get this scepter secretly, They will definitely not choose to expose their identities at this time. After Wang Wei explained his idea to the Plant Star King, the Plant Star King hesitated for a moment and agreed to Wang Wei's plan. In an instant, Wang Wei and the Plant Star King swapped roles, with Wang Wei becoming the one who observed the Plant Star King movements in real time through the communicator. The Plant Star King used the Xiantian battle armor and immediately came to the royal city. Standing at the gate of the palace, Lasher activated the power of the scepter. And in an instant, the people of the entire royal city began to approach the entrance of the palace. Soros looked at the strange look of his followers and followed them out, intending to find out what was going on. That's right. Soros has woken up and has passed on what happened to him. Now he is just waiting for the King of Plant Star to show up. But he didn't expect that when the King of Plant Star showed up, it would be his death. The moment he saw Soros, the King of Plant Star loudly commanded the people of the plant planet controlled by the scepter to surround Soros. It turned out to be you. I thought you didn't dare to show up in front of me at all. But I didn't expect that your list was so big that you dared to come back. Soros was knocked unconscious by Wang Wei at that time. But he didn't lose his memory. Although he didn't see what the King of Plant Star did with his own eyes, he was sure that the scepter in the hands of the King of Plant Star was what they dreamed of. Therefore, as Soros moved, the people of the plant planet around Soros began to faint one after another. Seeing the people fainting, the Plant Star King was a little panicked. He had never thought that after Soros's body was occupied, it could still allow the person who occupied his body to exert Soros' special abilities. But just when he was stunned, Wang Wei's voice came from the communicator. Don't be afraid. His ability is not comparable to Soros. Although he is Soros's body, you and I should understand that Soros's body can't affect the endless stream of people on the plant planet like it was at its peak. Wang Wei's words gave the Plant Star King great confidence. He immediately controlled the people of the plant planet to move towards him and Soros. Just as Wang Wei said. Because more and more people came, Soros's ability had a weaker effect on the people of the plant planet. Until he was tied up. Wang Wei and the Plant Star King breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 258. Are you serious? Seeing the people around Soros gradually wake up and accept his appearance, the Plant Star King couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Wei drove the spaceship and landed steadily on the ground. Then he saw the Plant Star King, who had changed his clothes, walking towards him. The Plant Star King grabbed Wang Wei's hand. Thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Wang Wei smiled and waved his hand. In fact, this matter did not really end. If possible, I hope you can consider putting the scepter in your hand in the Interstellar Federation for safekeeping. I don't want to control the people of the plant planet. But you should also know that Soros is just a part of the plan of the people behind the scenes. He failed to complete the task this time. And the people behind the scenes will definitely not give up. When he heard this, the Plant Star King was stunned. Let's go. Let's go to the palace to talk. This time, the Plant Star King summoned most of the ministers of the plant planet. After knowing that Soros had been replaced, and the purpose was a very important scepter for the plant planet, these people felt very guilty. Wang Wei ignored them, but repeated what he said to the Plant Star King and other ministers again. This time, not only did the Plant Star King delay to respond, but even the ministers of the plant planet immediately stood up to oppose. Although we are very grateful to the Interstellar Federation for its preferential treatment of the king, and thank you for helping us get out of trouble with your help. The scepter is very important to our planet, and must not leave the plant planet. Wang Wei ignored the words of these ministers, and looked directly at the Plant Star King. Although the minister's words made sense, Wang Wei believed that the Plant Star King would understand what he meant. If he wanted to control all the people of the plant planet, he would have done so the moment he got the scepter. By then, even the Plant Star King would be controlled by the scepter, and bowed down to him. What Wang Wei didn't expect was that the Plant Star King surprisingly agreed with the minister's opinions, and didn't want Wang Wei to take the scepter away. Wang Wei looked around and found that the people present seemed to be somewhat hostile to him. So he just smiled. In this case, just pretend that I never said anything just now. After saying that, Wang Wei stood up. This time, I've been out long enough. It's time for me to go back. The Plant Star King immediately proposed to return to the Interstellar Federation with Wang Wei. But Wang Wei shook his head at the Plant Star King. You should not have forgotten what I just said. Right? So, you should stay now. Since you are unwilling to hand over the scepter to me, you should guard the scepter and your planet. After saying that, Wang Wei left without looking back. After experiencing this incident, Wang Wei realized that there should be some secrets on the plant planet that he didn't know. However, according to the problems of the people on the plant planet itself, he felt that the plant planet should not pose any threat to the Interstellar Federation. Before he entered the spaceship, he took the Xiantian armor from the king of Plant Planet, who looked at him with a face that seemed to be hesitant to speak. Wang Wei understood what he wanted to say, but still smiled. I understand what you mean. As the king of the Plant Planet, you have responsibilities to shoulder. I will not have any prejudice against you and the Plant Planet because of this incident. Similarly, if the Plant Planet encounters any danger, it can also ask the Interstellar Federation for help. Taking the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei walked onto the spaceship without any nostalgia and drove the spaceship away from the Plant Planet. He guessed that for a long time to come, he would not receive any news about the Plant Planet. When they returned to the Interstellar Federation base, they saw that he was the only one back. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng felt strange. Didn't they say that the Plant Star King had been robbed of his throne and driven out and became homeless? Wang Wei nodded and explained briefly, now that he has regained the throne, it is better not to bring this up in the future. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng felt very angry. Isn't the Plant Star King a fool? The scepter left on the Plant Planet will obviously make the Plant Planet the target of public criticism. And the existence of the important person who controls it has obviously discovered where they hid the scepter. How does he know that they can protect the scepter next time? Wang Wei did not speak, but changed the subject without leaving a trace, asking if anything strange happened in the base during the days he was away. When Wang Wei asked about this, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng immediately thought of Ouyang Jifeng. The two talked at once, and it took them a long time to explain Ouyang Jifeng's current situation clearly. Wang Wei stopped the two people from chattering and asked, according to what you mean, Ouyang Jifeng now refuses to communicate with anyone, and this situation has only happened since I left? Lao Wang and Lao Zheng nodded, looking at Wang Wei with some worry. Lao Wang took the lead and said, Wang Wei, if you have nothing to do, can you go see Ouyang Jifeng? I'm always worried that this kid will easily get himself hurt if he keeps it like this. Hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and followed Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to the place where Ouyang Jifeng was detained. After seeing Ouyang Jifeng, Wang Wei instantly understood why Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were so nervous. Because Ouyang Jifeng was not only much thinner than when he left, but also curled up in a corner, and he didn't seem to be in a very good mental state. Seeing Wang Wei appear, Ouyang Jifeng immediately rushed over. You are finally back. Have you found the teacher? Wang Wei pulled Ouyang Jifeng to sit down, and then began to explain to him what happened recently, and also told Ouyang Jifeng the results of the investigation on Wu Jigang. We don't know where your teacher has escaped to now, although I don't believe that your teacher can prepare so long in advance. But according to the current situation we have investigated, your teacher should have hidden, and, during the hiding process, he has solved the signal transmitter on the spacecraft, and we can't find the specific location of the spacecraft at all. When Ouyang Jifeng heard this, his expression began to become ugly. Wang Wei knew that it would take some time for Ouyang Jifeng to accept this result, but no one could be sure when Ouyang Jifeng would be able to accept this matter. I know where he went. Wang Wei was about to leave, but after hearing this, he suddenly stopped. What did you say? I once heard that the teacher was secretly in contact with someone, and that person accidentally mentioned the subspace planet. I guess if the teacher escaped, he must have gone to the subspace planet. Wang Wei's face suddenly became very ugly. He thought that Wu Jigang's escape from the Interstellar Federation base was already a very troublesome thing, but he didn't expect that he would escape to the subspace planet. Could it be that the person who contacted Wu Jigang was Oscar? Suddenly, Wang Wei's mind was suddenly clear. If his previous suspicion was correct, then the medicine that Wu Jigang suddenly took out should be related to Oscar. He didn't dare to delay at all, so he asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to keep an eye on Ouyang Jifeng, and immediately set off to the subspace planet where the Bian race was. After the spacecraft docked, Wang Wei did not stop at all and immediately went to find Lasher. This time, Wang Wei didn't care whether the alien biological detector caused the detector to sound an alarm. He had to find out whether Wu Jigang had contacted Oscar. However, Wang Wei didn't find Rachel right away. When he saw Rachel, he found that Rachel looked very ugly. After Rachel returned to the room, Wang Wei immediately lifted the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor and appeared in front of Rachel. Seeing Wang Wei, Rachel was shocked. Why are you here? Do you know that there is a person who looks similar to you in our base? He said that he knows everything about the Interstellar Federation base. And Oscar trusts him very much now. Wang Wei immediately took out the communicator and showed Rachel the image of Wu Jigang. Look. Is this the person? Rachel only took a look and nodded repeatedly. It's him. But how do you know this person? Wang Wei's expression became solemn, letting Rachel know that the matter might be very serious. Although I don't know what happened. The appearance of this person made Oscar very nervous and suspicious of the people in the base. I was called in for questioning just now. Oscar thought that I had not been able to get anything useful from Goso and Orwell until now. It was my problem. He ordered me to get useful information in a short time. Otherwise, Wang Wei never thought that things would develop like this. This person escaped from the Interstellar Federation base. But before he left, he should have contacted Oscar. Lasher frowned and understood why Wang Wei looked so serious. What is this person's identity? And why did he escape from the Interstellar Federation base? Wang Wei told Lasher that Wu Jigang was going to build an independent laboratory that was not under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Federation, and explained that Wu Jigang had the ambition to control everyone and research parasitic weapons. Hearing this, Lasher's expression began to become as solemn as Wang Wei. Then why are you so sure that he had contacted Oscar when he was still in the Interstellar Federation? As far as I know, Oscar has not left the Bian race base for a long time. Wang Wei shook his head. I don't know how the two of them contacted each other. But do you still remember the medicine I brought last time? You said that the efficacy of the medicine is very similar to the medicine Oscar studied? Lasher's IQ is very high. So Wang Wei just reminded him briefly. And he quickly understood everything. You mean, the medicine you brought last time was not actually developed by your people, but made by Wu Jigang after communicating with Oscar? Wang Wei nodded. He had asked Ouyang Jifeng about this before. And Ouyang Jifeng also admitted that there was no trace of any medicine in their recent research results. In this case, the drug they could provide him to curb the awakening and activity time of the meatworms was most likely from Oscar's hands. What are you going to do now? After all, Rachel couldn't do anything to Wu Jigang. What's more, it seems that Wu Jigang is deeply loved by Oscar now. If he wants to do something to Wu Jigang, it's not that simple. I plan to take him back first. When the time comes, as long as we can pry open his mouth and find out his real purpose of approaching Oscar, we can rest assured. At this time, Rachel's door was knocked. Wang Wei looked at it, and suddenly felt that they seemed too naive and imagined Wu Jigang too weak. Because Wu Jigang came here to see Goso and Orwell this time. Although Rachel didn't understand why they had any reason to see Goso and Orwell. After all, Wu Jigang was a higher official than him, and was more trusted by Oscar. So Rachel couldn't refuse at all. Then wait until I clean up a little bit. Right? Wu Jigang glanced at Rachel before leaving Rachel's residence with his men. After Wu Jigang left, Rachel looked at Wang Wei. I'm leaving next. If you plan to continue your chance, you must be careful. If he stayed with Wang Wei, there might be a chance for this matter to turn around. And he could help Wang Wei as much as possible. He would definitely not sit idly by. However, according to the relationship between Wu Jigang and Oscar, he did not dare to try to deliberately disobey Wu Jigang's instructions. Don't worry. I will never implicate you in this matter. After saying that, Wang Wei turned on the stealth mode again, and then followed Rachel directly to the place where Goso and Orwell were imprisoned. Seeing that the two of them were tortured beyond belief, Wang Wei immediately frowned. After seeing a person who looked exactly like an Earthling, the two of them also showed dissatisfied expressions. I didn't expect that the person who came to interrogate us this time was actually a human. It's really unfortunate for humans that a traitor like you appeared among humans. Faced with Goso ridicule, Wu Jigang didn't care at all, and pulled a chair to sit in front of Wang Wei. Wang Wei should have seen you. Right? If I'm not mistaken, there should be some kind of drug component in your body, which delayed the awakening and activity of the meatworms in your body for a long time. Am I right? When Wang Wei heard this, he was suddenly stunned. He never thought that Wu Jigang knew clearly that they had given each other that special drug. Goso looked at Wu Jigang, but he didn't look angry. He just smiled and said, If you think there is, then it should prove that you invented this medicine. Since it was invented by you, and it fell into our mouths, you can get away with it in front of Oscar? I'm not afraid to tell you that Oscar's brain is equivalent to your 7 brains. So you should be careful that you are sold out by others, and still count money for others. Wu Jigang stood up and looked at Lasher on the side, now it's your turn to do it to them. So that you can prove your loyalty to Lord Oscar. Right? Wu Jigang smiled strangely. Even a battle-hardened person like Lasher could obey his orders. This feeling made him not want to stop for a moment. Seeing that Lasher didn't respond at all, Wu Jigang walked to Lasher again and whispered, I have told Lord Oscar that I suspect you are the one who secretly contacted Wang Wei. Otherwise Wang Wei would not have had the opportunity to send that kind of medicine here. Although I have no evidence. Your actions are too deliberate. After saying that, Wu Jigang left. Rachel told Goso and Orwell everything here. And their expressions were as solemn as Rachel's. Wang Wei chose to briefly unlock the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, so that Goso and Orwell could clearly see his presence. But it was only a moment. And Wang Wei restored the stealth mode again. There were many people here. And he only needed to let Goso and Orwell know that he had been here and had never forgotten them. It was enough. And he didn't need to continue to show up in the base of the Bayan race. Rachel looked at Goso and Orwell. And through eye contact, he reassured them. And then Rachel deliberately pretended to interrogate them if they knew anything. They naturally refused to answer. But they wanted to know what happened. Wang Wei blocked the monitoring system here at this time. And then showed his true self in front of Goso and Orwell again. Both of them had a lot of questions to ask. And Wang Wei asked them to hurry up. Goso is most concerned about his sister. And Orwell is most concerned about when he can leave this hellhole. Wang Wei told them that several research experts from the Interstellar Federation have fled here and seem to be joining forces with Oscar. So they need to be cautious in the coming days. And he will try to find a way to make it difficult for Wu Jigang to gain a foothold here. Alienate the relationship between Wu Jigang and Oscar. And try to find an opportunity to rescue them. At the same time, Wu Jigang also came to Oscar's room. After seeing Oscar, he immediately invited Oscar to see how Rachel interrogated the prisoners. After listening to what Wu Jigang said before, Oscar began to suspect that Rachel had some connection with Wang Wei. And even Rachel had turned against his own people. When they hurried to the door of the cell where Goso and Ao Weiren were imprisoned, they heard Rashir's voice coming from inside. Rashir was not like the others, but was very angry. What exactly are you going to do? Even if you threaten me, I have nothing to say. Goso was still the same as before. Even though he was covered in wounds, he never took the people of the Bayan race seriously. As for whether I can speak, that's your business and has nothing to do with me. Rashir didn't know that his words had completely enraged Rashir. Chapter 259 explained the situation. Rashir immediately ordered people to use punishment on Goso and Orwell, although their Bayan race is not a powerful Zerg. After prior communication, Goso and Orwell both appeared very weak. For Goso and Orwell, it was really nothing for them to bear such punishment with their healthy bodies. What's more, Wang Wei was right next to them. He used the stealth mode of Xiantian armor to block most of the damage for Orwell and Goso. However, at Rashir's signal, Goso and Orwell still showed great pain. At this time, Oscar walked in. In order to prevent Oscar from seeing the clues and noticing any abnormalities, Wang Wei chose to hide in the corner. After Oscar walked in, he saw Rashir was organizing people to interrogate Goso and Orwell. But seeing that Goso and Orwell did not have serious injuries, his originally calm expression suddenly became solemn. Rachel, I have handed these two people to you for a long time. But now there is still no gain. I think you can't handle the problems of these two people. Let's hand them over to him later. After speaking, Oscar pointed at Wu Jigang and introduced Wu Jigang's identity to him. This is a scientist from a distant planet. Although his IQ is not impressive in our race, he knows the Interstellar Federation very well, which is convenient for us to disintegrate the connection between the Interstellar Federation and the Zerg army. As long as we can use the Zerg army, then our Bayan race will become the king of the Zerg. Wang Wei understood Oscar's true thoughts, but it was not much different from what he expected. But at this moment, Rachel was a little nervous. Even he was not very clear about how many means Oscar had. If Goso and Orwell really fell into Oscar's hands, he would not be able to ensure the safety of these two people as before. And then his cooperation with Wang Wei would become invalid. In this situation, Wang Wei stepped forward and touched Rachel's arm. Rachel was stunned, and then reacted. Although it sounds like Oscar might take action against Goso and Orwell. In fact, these two people will never be in danger of life. After all, only Orwell can command the insect army. If Orwell is really in any danger of life, Oscar will not be able to realize his wish. Then as you said, Take these two people to Oscar and keep them under strict guard. Rachel's people immediately took Goso and Orwell away, and Wang Wei left with him. On the other side, Oscar took Wu Jigang and Rachel to a lounge, and he asked Wu Jigang to tell Rachel about the current situation. Wu Jigang stared at Rachel for a long time, and said meaningfully, "Lord Oscar, do you really want to tell Rachel such an important thing? I think the fewer people who know about this, the better it is for us." Hearing this, Rachel's eyes fell on Wu Jigang. Knowing that Wu Jigang escaped from the Interstellar Federation, Rachel had no good feelings towards him, not to mention that he was now planning to sow discord. "Lord Oscar, I don't think we can trust this person's words completely." Wu Jigang wanted to refute, but Oscar let Lasher continue. "I believe you also understand that his identity is very embarrassing. He stole a spaceship from the Interstellar Federation and escaped. Since he can betray the Interstellar Federation that allowed him to come to us, why won't he betray us? I seriously suspect that what he said is just the words of his people in the Interstellar Federation who want to deceive us. Even if what he said is somewhat credible, we absolutely cannot believe it, and we must strictly monitor this person's every move." Oscar was suspicious by nature. Now after Lasher's reminder, he also looked at Wu Jigang with suspicion. "I think what Lasher said makes a lot of sense. How can you prove to us that what you said is convincing?" Wu Jigang snorted coldly. "I think you are the one who is with the Interstellar Federation." "Lasher, are you colluding with the Interstellar Federation? Otherwise, why are you so disgusted with me joining the Bayan race? Are you questioning the ability of Lord Oscar?" He then looked at Oscar again. "Lord Oscar, the reason why I want to join the Bayan race and help you is naturally because I hope to have a place to live. To be honest, when I was in the Interstellar Federation, our experiments could benefit all mankind, but they did not allow us to do so, and even arrested us and strictly controlled us. I couldn't tolerate such behavior, so I stole the spaceship and fled here. I told you all these things a long time ago, but now Lasher suspects that my purpose is not pure. I think he is the one with ulterior motives." It can be seen from Oscar's reaction that he actually doesn't believe anyone. But Wu Jigang thought Oscar had believed him, and looked at Lasher with a smug look, as if he was showing off. "Let's talk about this later. What we have to deal with now is the internal problems of the Interstellar Federation. If there is no Interstellar Federation to support them, it won't be long before they will obey our command." Lasher didn't expect that Oscar had now shifted his attention to the Interstellar Federation. If Oscar really intended to take action against the Interstellar Federation, what he would do, Lasher had no idea at all. But Oscar didn't intend to let Lasher figure this out, because he took Wu Jigang away and didn't mention to Lasher their real plan to take action against the Interstellar Federation. Now, Lasher is very worried about Wang Wei, and even more worried about what kind of situation the Bayan race will be in if the Interstellar Federation cannot be his ally. At the same time, Wang Wei also appeared in the place where Goso and Orwell were imprisoned. After seeing Wang Wei appear, Goso and Orwell's first reaction was to worry that Wang Wei would be locked up here with them and unable to leave. "Why do you come so frequently? And what about that human?" Goso looked at Wang Wei with a puzzled look. "It's because of that human that I made this trip. I believe you all understand that the person escaped from our Interstellar Federation base." Goso was even more confused. There were so many people in the Interstellar Federation base. How could someone escape? Could it be that? Goso's face suddenly changed, and he frowned and looked at Wang Wei. Could it be that there are more people parasitized by meat stripes in the base? Wang Wei nodded slightly at Goso. "My original intention was to ask someone to study the parasitism and peeling technology of meat stripes, but I didn't expect that their experience on Earth became the root cause of their change. The problem in this matter is me." Goso also understood that there were many problems in the Interstellar Federation base, and everyone had their own ideas. Even if Wang Wei was the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base, it would be impossible for him to do things completely according to his ideas. "So what should we do now?" The two of them looked at Orwell. For them, Orwell was the only variable around them. If Orwell could not bear the psychological pressure at this time, it would bring them a lot of trouble. When the Bayan race successfully controlled the Zerg army, I am afraid that even the Interstellar Federation would not be the opponent of the Bayan race. Orwell looked at them with a puzzled look. "Why are you looking at me? Our Zerg army is absolutely impossible to be controlled by others, even the Bayan race. Sooner or later, I will completely flatten the Bayan race. The Bayan race and the Zerg army belong to two extremes. One has overdeveloped intelligence, and the other has overdeveloped physical strength. This leads to that neither side looks down on the other. The Bayan race dislikes the Zerg army as a group of low-level Zergs with destructive power and defensive power, but no brains. The Zerg army thinks that the Bayan race is a coward who only dares to hide behind machines and deep underground, and dares not confront the Zerg army head-on. It is precisely because of the differences between the two Zerg populations that the Bayan race, which has a stronger intellectual development, has been trying to control the Zerg army. They believe that if they can control the Zerg army and successfully merge the two Zerg populations into the most powerful Zerg population, they can even dominate the subspace planet. Will they be able to have as many crystals as they want at that time? Wang Wei knows that Orwell is a guy with an underdeveloped brain, but extremely strong physical functions. If he explains it to him now, he will definitely not understand. Wang Wei comforted him and said, "Don't be so excited. As long as you hold on, the Bayan race will never be able to control the Zerg army. In that case, it is simply a foolish dream for them to dominate the subspace planet." Although Orwell was simple-minded and strong-limbed, he could understand Wang Wei's meaning. He would never let the Bayan race have the opportunity to control his Zerg army. "Just wait for me to come next time. I will definitely take you away from here next time." Goso and Orwell were a little scared, because they knew how much the Bayan race valued them. So if Wang Wei really wanted to take them away, it would be almost impossible, and it would definitely be difficult. However, the current situation of the two people did not give them the opportunity to say no. Gosuo knew that if Orwell wanted to leave here, it would be very simple. As long as Wang Wei could unite with the Zerg army, even if there were heavy casualties, he would definitely be able to rescue Orwell. But he was different. The Bayan race brought him here because he was still useful to the Interstellar Federation. If the Interstellar Federation abandoned him, the Bayan race would never leave him alive. So, when Wang Wei was about to leave, Gosuo looked at him. "Take good care of my sister. No matter what happens, I will never blame you." He knew that it would be useless to blame Wang Wei now. If Wang Wei could really rescue them easily, he would never delay until now. Wang Wei glanced at Gosuo and smiled at him. "Don't think too much. You will definitely be fine. If you are really in trouble, I will risk my life to save you." Just this sentence made Gosuo's eyes red. Although he and Wang Wei had a good relationship, compared to Orwell, he really didn't know what reason Wang Wei had to save him regardless of his own safety. "Don't think about it. Wait for me. Hold on." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Wang Wei walked to the door and turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor. Soon, they heard footsteps. No matter who came in next, Wang Wei had no way to stay. He had to leave here as soon as possible. The alien biological detector at the entrance of the Bayan race base sounded again, for no reason, which made Lasher feel relieved. Wang Wei almost didn't delay a bit of time and immediately took the spacecraft back to the base of the Interstellar Alliance. In the base, he looked at the ghost vine he brought back and fell into deep thought. There must be some connection between the ghost vine and the meat stripworm. Wang Wei chose to take a risk this time and extracted the gene sequence of the ghost vine and compared it with the gene sequence of the meat stripworm. However, he had just taken the first step, extracting the gene sequence of the ghost vine, and he noticed that something was wrong. The gene sequence looked familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wang Wei sat there and began to filter out the memories about the gene sequence in his mind. Soon Wang Wei looked at the Xiantian armor in the corner. Now Wu Jigang was no longer in the base, so he could safely put the Xiantian armor in the laboratory. The moment he saw the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei had a flash of inspiration in his mind. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted because Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came over. "Wang Wei, did you gain anything this time?" Wang Wei looked at Lao Wang in confusion. He really didn't understand why Lao Wang asked this question. Did something terrible happen? If something happened, just tell me directly. I can still bear it. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at each other and told Wang Wei their doubts. "Although we don't want to trouble you at this time, we still have to tell you that most of the displays in the base are now parasitized by meatworms. Even if we have the kind of drug that can inhibit the awakening and activity of meatworms, it is still unknown how long this drug can delay. We can't put all our hopes on that drug." Hearing this, Wang Wei also agreed. "You are right. However, through my observation today, I discovered a secret." "Secret?" Lao Wang and Lao Zheng began to get nervous. Wang Wei has never been the kind of person who talks casually. In other words, if Wang Wei really discovered a secret, it must be very important for what they are about to face. "What did you find?" Wang Wei took out the gene sequence of the meatworm he extracted and asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to observe it. Look! This is the gene sequence of the meatworm. Does it look very familiar to you? Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at it carefully and found that the gene sequence of the meatworm really gave people a sense of déjà vu. I seem to have seen this gene sequence somewhere else, but I really can't remember it for a while. Wang Wei deliberately kept them in suspense and talked to them about the Bian race base. Maybe you didn't expect who I saw at the Bian race base. In the Bian race base, the only two people who had a relationship with them were Goso and Orwell. These two people played a very important role in the entire subspace planet. But the fact that these two people were imprisoned by the Bian race was a well-known thing in the entire Interstellar Federation. And there was nothing to be surprised about. Suddenly, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng understood what Wang Wei was really trying to say. They looked at Wang Wei and said in unison, "You are talking about Wu Jigang." Wang Wei nodded at the two of them. Actually, you don't know that I had contacted the Bian race, who was willing to cooperate with us to overthrow Oscar. He said that Oscar had the ability to temporarily delay the awakening and activity of the meatworm. But at that time, I didn't think Oscar would help us. So I didn't even know about it. Later, Wu Jigang and his students developed a drug that could also delay the awakening and activity of the meatworm. Just when you all suspected that I had some kind of prejudice against Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, I took the drugs they developed to Goso and Orwell. My original intention was to hope that the meatworms in their bodies would never wake up in a short time. Unexpectedly, I just heard about Oscar's ability from Lasher. I instantly realized that there might be some kind of trick between the two people. So I became more conservative in my attitude towards them and didn't completely trust them. Old Wang and Old Zheng didn't speak, because they knew that Wang Wei was right. If Wang Wei was like them and had no defense against Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, then the entire Interstellar Federation base would have most likely fallen into Wu Jigang's trap. So you mean that Wu Jigang had already contacted Oscar long before we even noticed it? But how did he do it? Old Wang and Old Zheng were very sure that before this, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's team of teachers and students had never come to them. After all, they had not been on the subspace planet for a long time. Wang Wei frowned and shook his head. He really didn't know what was going on. But what was certain now was that Wang Wei had taken the information related to them and defected to Oscar, the leader of the Bian race. If Oscar believed Wu Jigang's words and attacked them immediately, I'm afraid their end would be very miserable. We must bring Wu Jigang back. Even if we won't use them at all next time, we must never let the people of his Bian race have too much contact with him. Chapter 260 Successful Experiment. Wang Wei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the statements of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. It was not that he wanted to discredit Wu Jigang on purpose, but because Wu Jigang was not trustworthy at all. From the very beginning, when he did not care about the feelings of the experimental subjects when using humans as experimental subjects, Wang Wei had no good feelings towards them at all. The reason why he said this was because he did not want to have a disagreement with Lao Wang and Lao Zheng on this matter. These two people are currently the people who can speak in the base, and he trusts them more. Although the King of the Three-Eyed Star is also the person in charge of the base. The King of the Three-Eyed Star is in a bad situation now. So it is naturally impossible for him to stand up and preside over the overall situation. Then what should we do next? Wang Wei asked the two to look at the gene sequence again. The two did not understand, but still did what the other party said. Soon they found that the gene sequence was indeed very familiar. It was so familiar that they always felt that they had seen it somewhere before. Wang Wei, please don't keep us in suspense. Genetic sequences are usually very complex. We think the sequence looks familiar, but we just can't remember where we've seen it before. Wang Wei pointed to the Xiantian armor beside him. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked in the direction of Wang Wei's finger and found that Wang Wei was pointing at his Xiantian armor. Although they did not participate in the development process of the Xiantian armor, they knew the process. Wang Wei suddenly pointed at the Xiantian armor, and they immediately understood what Wang Wei meant. You mean, this sequence of genes is similar to the Xiantian armor? The Xiantian armor was made using an immortal insect. So the Xiantian armor has supernatural power and the ability to be invisible. It can be said that as long as it is used properly, the power of the Xiantian armor is definitely not inferior to that of a well-equipped army. However, they never thought that they would see a species with a genetic sequence similar to the immortal insect used in the production of the Xiantian armor at this time. This gene sequence comes from a parasitic plant I brought back from the plant planet. The name of this parasitic plant is Ghost Vine. Wang Wei moved the Ghost Vine out from a corner of the room. At this moment, not only Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, But even Wang Wei was shocked, since Wang Wei discovered that the ghost vine was also a parasitic plant. He brought it back from the plant planet and prepared to compare it with the meatworm. Since they first saw the ghost vine, they never thought that the ghost vine would have any connection with the ancient creature undead worm. Therefore, when Wang Wei saw this sequence number and recalled the sequence number and the components of the Xiantian armor, it means that the existence of the ghost vine on the plant planet must have been a very long time ago. As for when it was introduced to the plant planet, they did not know. And there was no need to know. What is now in front of them is actually the powerful vitality of the ghost vine. During this period, Wang Wei did a lot of things, but he only forgot about the research on the ghost vine. However, according to the growth habits of the plant, the ghost vine is still alive, which is enough to shock everyone present. Wang Wei put down the ghost vine in his hand and looked at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. Now you should understand why I value the gene sequence of this plant so much. Right? Although Lao Wang and Lao Zheng can understand that the genes of the immortal insects and ghost vines used to make the Xiantian armor are very similar, it means that the ghost vine may have some ability that can surprise them. But this matter cannot make their current situation better, because their current situation is not the time when they need any powerful creatures, but a technology that can separate the meat strip worms from the parasites. Wang Wei certainly understood their concerns. I think, if they are both parasites, since the ghost vine may have some abilities that we don't know about yet, then maybe the ghost vine can restrain the meatworm? Wang Wei's words instantly reminded Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. Then let's start relevant research now. Wang Wei nodded. This research was simply impossible to complete by him alone. So he told Lao Wang and Lao Zheng about it. I just don't know if Lao Wang and Lao Zheng will think his idea is unrealistic after hearing this result. However, it has now been proved that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng did not have such an idea, and they even supported him to conduct research immediately. The three of them quickly arranged the major and minor matters of the base and entered the laboratory at the same time. At the beginning, they tried to use the genes of the ghost vine as a drug to act directly on the meatworm. When they saw that the meatworm's reaction became very intense after the drug came into contact with the meatworm, their hearts were lifted. Because if the medicine with ghost vine as the main raw material cannot make the meatworms peel off from the body of the parasite, but can only stimulate the meatworms and make the meatworms produce a very strong reaction, it means that they cannot use this medicine on the meatworms. They have all witnessed with their own eyes that after the meatworms wake up, if they move a little more frequently, the parasites will be in danger of life. If the ghost vine cannot make the meatworms peel off from the body of the parasite, but stimulates the reaction of the meatworms, then it is useless, and can even be said to be harmful. When Lao Wang and Lao Zheng took the research results to Wang Wei, both of them were very depressed. Before Wang Wei saw the experimental results, he knew that the two people might not be able to give him relatively good news. Did you encounter any trouble during the experiment? After the two people told Wang Wei the situation truthfully, Wang Wei fell into deep thought. Although from the current research results, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's experiments did not make much progress. At least they did not get experimental results that satisfied them. But Wang Wei's perspective on the problem is different from theirs. Although they are not sure that the ghost vine can definitely remove the striped worm from the body of the parasite, it at least proves that the ghost vine has an effect on the striped worm. Increase the dosage, and see if the striped worm can be completely disintegrated. Wang Wei ignored Lao Wang and Lao Ning's concerns. He now needs two people to prove to him that the ghost vine is enough to completely disintegrate the striped worm. As for other problems, his research is not completely without any progress. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng did not understand what Wang Wei meant and were a little worried. If you continue to increase the dosage, the reaction of the striped worm may become more intense. Are you sure you really want to do this? Wang Wei nodded solemnly at them. Yes, I want you to do this, because we are now in the research stage. Your experiment only needs to prove that the ghost vine can indeed have an effect on the striped worm. As for other things, you don't need to prove it at all. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at Wang Wei and suddenly felt that they had lived in vain. Although they have been engaged in scientific research for a longer time than Wang Wei, their ideas are still not as clear as Wang Wei. If they could figure it out earlier, they are now conducting an experiment, not using this drug on the infected soldiers in the base. They should not think that the meatworms being stimulated by it is something they cannot accept. From a certain perspective, they want to strip the meatworms from the bodies of the parasites, which is obviously a behavior of stimulating the meatworms. Instead of worrying about it, It is better to increase the dosage directly to see to what extent the meatworms can be completely defeated by the ghost vine. Let's continue the experiment. When he heard this, Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. The process of the experiment is a process of bold assumptions and careful verification. If they don't even dare to put forward a bold hypothesis, there is no way to get more useful results for them. After Lao Wang and Lao Zheng left, Wang Wei was not idle. For him, the experiment to be carried out now is also very critical. When Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came with their experimental results, Wang Wei was thinking that if the meatworms kept tossing around in the body of the parasite, it would definitely be unbearable for the parasite. Then, while they were using the ghost vine to stimulate the meatworms, they would definitely have to use other means to protect the body of the parasite. Wang Wei couldn't help but think of the immortal worms, which had a very similar gene sequence to the ghost vine. The Xiantian armor made of the immortal worms had very strong protection capabilities, and even had the ability to be invisible. If the genes of the immortal worms were combined with the genes of the ghost vines, or through other methods, the two abilities of the immortal worms and the ghost vines were allowed to play a role in the body of the parasite, would it produce unexpected results? Wang Wei would not be as nervous as Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. He could understand that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were temporarily handling the base-related matters on his behalf during this period, and everything they saw would make the two people's attitude towards this matter become cautious. The only thing he considered was how to make the ability of the immortal worm play a role in the body of the parasite. Simply implanting the genes of the immortal worm into the medicine does not guarantee that it will work, at least according to his experiments. The results are like this. Wang Wei suddenly had a bold idea. If the genes of the ghost vine and the immortal worm can be combined through genetic recombination, maybe there will be different results. But gene recombination was not as simple as he imagined. Wang Wei worked in the laboratory for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, but still failed to get the results he wanted. At this time, good news came from Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's experiments. When Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came with their experimental data, their faces were filled with excitement. We have now determined that at a certain dose concentration, the body of the meatworm can be instantly disintegrated. But the process still needs to last for a period of time. During this period, the parasite may suffer quite severe pain. We are worried. Wang Wei directly took over their words. You are worried that the parasite may not be able to hold on, and will die because of the restlessness of the meatworm. Am I right? The two nodded. And Lao Wang was even more excited. That's what we mean. This is completely a method of fighting poison with poison. If the parasite is strong enough, in that case, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Is this method saving people or harming people? After hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Wei didn't intend to keep the suspense and directly told him this. The 2-day research direction was told to them. The last time you came to me with the experimental data, I was thinking, if we can protect the parasites, at least in the short term, from being affected by the agitation of the striped worm, can we safely and boldly use a sufficient dose of the drug? I immediately thought of the immortal worm. The immortal worm's powerful recovery ability and self-function protection ability should be able to play a role. So I conducted the first round of experiments. The experimental results show that the immortal worm's recovery ability and self-function protection ability can indeed play a role alone. But when the two genes act on the drug at the same time, the performance of these two abilities will become unstable, which is also the difficulty of my recent research. After listening to Wang Wei's explanation and introduction, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng suddenly understood. Wang Wei also proposed a new idea. I'm thinking, if we can reorganize genes, rewrite 2 different genes, so that this medicine can protect the parasites while using the genes of the ghost vine to instantly release the meatworm, then our goal will be achieved. Old Wang and Old Zheng immediately understood what Wang Wei was doing during this period, and they gave a simpler method that could achieve results in a short time. Gene recombination and gene editing are indeed difficult. If we want to figure this out, although it is very beneficial for us, you should also understand that the soldiers in our base, who are parasitized by meatworms, can't wait that long. So I have a good idea. Old Zheng looked at Wang Wei and Old Wang. Lao Wang was impatient and couldn't stand Lao Zheng's suspense. So he hurriedly urged, hurry up. There are so many soldiers parasitized by meatworms waiting in the base. According to the situation described by Wang Wei before, Oscar may lead the Bayan race to the base at any time. We must race against time now. Lao Wang shrugged, as if he didn't take Lao Zheng's words seriously at all. Then why are you talking so much nonsense? Which of these things you know? I don't know. Wang Wei saw that the two were still arguing. and waved his hand helplessly. Stop arguing. Lao Zheng. What is your solution? Lao Zheng really didn't intend to keep it a secret. But he was a little uncomfortable with Lao Wang's attitude of preaching to him. But Wang Wei had already. He spoke. And naturally he didn't say much. You should know that there is a technology called sustained release in the pharmaceutical industry. It is to release the ingredients of the drug slowly and steadily. And the sustained release method can also gradually release different ingredients of the drug at different time points. I think this method can be like what you said. First release the genes of the immortal worm to protect the parasite. And then release the genes of the ghost vine to destroy the meatworms in the body of the parasite. So that you can achieve the effect you want. Wang Wei also felt brightened after hearing this. After all, he forgot this seemingly simple method. But in fact it is very beneficial to their current situation. Then let's try it now. The three of them were in the same laboratory and began to study how to combine different ingredients in the drug and wrap them with sustained release technology. In the first test, the effect of the sustained release technology was quite good. They used rabbits as experimental subjects. Although the rabbits did not survive. When analyzing the rabbits' bodies, Wang Wei and the other three were surprised to find that the meatworms in the rabbits had completely disappeared. This is a very good result for the three of them. In the second experiment, they accelerated the release rate of some drugs containing the immortal bug gene. The rabbit used in the second experiment survived, but its condition became extremely weak. When the rabbit's body was examined, it still couldn't hold on. But the result was good, because the meatworms in the rabbit's body also disappeared. The three looked at each other and saw hope in each other's eyes. The rabbit had survived, but it didn't hold on when they checked the meatworms in the rabbit's body, which was enough to prove that their research direction was correct. But in a sense, the rabbit's body was not strong enough and couldn't hold on. If they wanted to succeed in the experiment on the rabbit, they had to increase the part of the medicine that contained the immortal worm gene. After the third improvement, the medicine was finally able to protect the rabbit while completely disintegrating the parasitic meatworms in the body, and also allowed the rabbit to survive. When the experimental subjects of the third experiment survived successfully, the three people finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep in different corners of the laboratory. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Wei was woken up by someone. The three of them stayed in the laboratory quietly for 3 days and 3 nights. On the fourth day, the person who came to deliver food was surprised to see the three of them lying on the ground. If they were not sure that they were still breathing, they could not accept the result that Wang Wei, the main person in charge of the base, was dead just like that. When Wang Wei saw the people in the base with red eyes, he was still puzzled. Did something happen? Are the parasitic worms in someone's body showing signs of waking up and starting to move? Wang Wei thought something big had happened in the base. But he didn't expect the person who came to wake them up to shake his head. Wang Wei sat up and looked around. He found that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were still asleep. And the people who came couldn't wake them up. There were even people checking them. He immediately understood everything. These people thought they were dead? Don't call them. They are really tired. Send them back to rest. Chapter 261 Negotiations at the Door. After Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were sent back, Wang Wei did not go to rest immediately. It stands to reason that now that the results of the experiment have been initially formed, he can rest assured. But Wang Wei just can't sleep. He always feels as if he has forgotten something very important. And after washing up, he sits in the laboratory in a daze. At the same time, in the Bian race base, Wu Jigang has become a person Oscar trusts more. Oscar's attention to Wu Jigang far exceeds that of Lasher. During this period, Lasher frequently heard his men mention him. Oscar often summoned Wu Jigang and talked with Wu Jigang for a long time, which made Lasher nervous. He was really worried that Wu Jigang would succeed in changing Oscar's mind and attack the base of the Interstellar Federation now. Although their Bian race is not good at fighting, they have a lot of various weapons and machines to assist in fighting. If Wang Wei really takes the initiative to find the door when he has not been able to solve the meatworm, he is not sure whether Wang Wei can defend it. The situation of Goso and Orwell became more difficult. They had to endure torture from Wu Jigang almost every day. Wu Jigang seemed to be gifted in this aspect. He had endless ways to torture people. Soon Orwell became irritable and irritable. Goso could only keeping an eye on them and use the insect army to remind Orwell not to be impulsive. But when will such days end? When will Wang Wei come to rescue us? Goso didn't know when Wang Wei would come. He was more worried about his sister who stayed at the base. If his sister was also parasitized by the striped worms, and Wang Wei had not yet found a way to remove the striped worms from the body of the parasite. Would his sister be in danger of life? At this time, Wu Jigang appeared again. Seeing Goso and Orwell's sad faces, Wu Jigang gloated, "Are you still waiting for Wang Wei to rescue you?" He sat in front of the two of them and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Goso didn't care about him at all. He said to Orwell in front of him, "Don't believe him. This man is just waiting for our psychological defense to be breached and become a pawn used by the Bian race and Oscar." Hearing his words, Orwell showed a sarcastic smile on his face. He is just a guy who doesn't know his own strength. How can I believe what he said? If he were in our insect army, he would be executed. The two of them talked as if no one was around, which made Wu Jigang feel that he was despised. But he soon got over it. "You two can pretend to be so tough in front of me, but I don't know if your sister and your insect army will become Wang Wei possession if you die here." These two sentences directly hit the last line of defense in their hearts. Goso cares most about his sister. When he thought that Wang Wei might deliberately not save him in order to do something to his sister, Goso wanted to ask Wang Wei in person whether he was a beast in human clothing. Orwell was not worried, because the insect army could not be controlled by anyone. But when he thought of Wang Wei, he felt that if it was Wang Wei, this matter would not be impossible to succeed. Seeing the two people's faces change, Wu Jigang finally smiled. He wanted to completely destroy Wang Wei's image, so that they would begin to doubt Wang Wei. With a little more persuasion, they could become pawns that Oscar could use. To be honest, I was the same as you at the beginning. I thought that if I believed Wang Wei, there would definitely be a good result. But the real result was exactly the opposite of what I expected. If I hadn't known from the beginning that Wang Wei didn't trust us at all, and even guarded against us everywhere, I would have no chance to escape now. Orwell looked at Goso, and always felt that this person was very strange. What did he do to realize that Wang Wei suspected him from the moment he met him? If it wasn't for his own reasons, how could he be suspected by Wang Wei when they just met? Originally, the two were indeed a little worried, but now they suddenly felt relieved. "Don't waste your time on the two of us. No matter what you say, we can't become pawns of the Bian race." When Wu Jigang heard this, his face instantly became very ugly. He looked at Goso and Orwell and said coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, just wait. It's faster for Wang Wei to come and rescue you, or for Lord Oscar to take action against the Interstellar Federation base." Goso snorted coldly, "Do you really think we are all fools? If you ask me, it's not just us who are parasitized by meat worms. Most of the Bian people will also be parasitized by meat worms. Right? If the Bian people are really so powerful, they would have taken action against us as soon as they discovered us. Why haven't they made any moves yet? First, they haven't figured out our strength. And second, the Bian people are weak in themselves, and they are simply vulnerable in front of our soldiers. So they haven't made any moves yet. What you are saying now is nothing more than thinking that you have been in the base for a period of time. So you know everything in the base. But if you can know everything, do you think Wang Wei, the person in charge of the base, is still competent?" Although Wu Jigang knew that Goso was deliberately provoking him, he had to admit that Wang Wei was indeed very wary of him. And he basically knew some basic information about the base. He didn't know much more, but this information was enough. Although he had told Ouyang Jifeng to distribute the medicine with meat worms to the soldiers who had not been parasitized, he had other ways. So in this matter, he never worried about being replaced. In this case, you just wait slowly. After saying that, Wu Jigang turned and left. Even though Goso had just said it very firmly, anyone would think that he must have believed in Wang Wei very much. But after Wu Jigang left, Goso and Orwell suddenly became silent. The parasite of meat worms has troubled the Bian race with superior IQ for so many years. But the Bian race still has not been able to find a fundamental solution to the problem. Can Wang Wei really remove the parasite from the body of the parasite? Just when they doubted Wang Wei's ability, Wang Wei had already joined forces with Lao Zheng and Lao Wan to further consolidate the stability of the efficacy of the medicine they were studying. After the fourth round of experiments, they began to recruit experiencers among the soldiers in the base. In this kind of thing, they never thought of asking anyone to force these soldiers to take the lead. If they were willing, Wang Wei could let them test the medicine. If they were unwilling, Wang Wei also felt that he could also go on stage himself, which would not affect the final result at all. However, Wang Wei did not expect that, after he informed all the soldiers that he had developed the antidote, almost all of them wanted to be the subjects of the drug test. At this moment, Wang Wei realized that for this group of people, they were really worried that they would lose their lives if they were parasitized by meat stripes. Wang Wei finally selected 10 strong soldiers from the soldiers parasitized by meat stripes. Let them take the medicine after they were mentally prepared. Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were prepared at the same time and began to record the status of these experimenters after taking the medicine. Some of the more sensitive ones still felt uncomfortable, but this discomfort was not serious and was within everyone's tolerance. 2 days later, the first group of people who took the medicine were sent for a physical examination. Outside the physical examination room, in addition to Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, there were many soldiers who were parasitized by meatworms. They were also looking forward to the results, because they knew better than anyone that if the first batch of people who tried the drug had the meatworms in their bodies, they would also be killed, allowing them to return to normal and healthy. About an hour later, the first batch of people who tried the drug had completed the physical examination, and the results showed that there were no meatworms in their bodies. Moreover, the drug did not have any effect on their bodies, because it contained ingredients made of the genes of the immortal worm. So even if there were ingredients of the ghost vine in it, the ingredients with the genes of the immortal worm also protected the bodies of the parasites. Wang Wei, Lao Wang, and Lao Zheng immediately went into the laboratory and conducted research on the first batch of people who tried the drug. At the beginning, they just wanted to use the drug ingredients with the genes of the immortal worm to protect the body organs of the people who took the drug when the drug ingredients with the genes of the ghost vine took effect, so that when the meatworms were stimulated, the people who took the drug would not feel pain or even die. But later, according to Wang Wei research on the first batch of people who took the medicine, he found that the medicine containing the immortal worm ingredient would stay in the body of the people who took the medicine for a long time. So the physical strength of these people would be much higher than that of ordinary people. This unexpected gain made Wang Wei even more excited. The list of the second batch of trial medicines was also quickly drawn up. Wang Wei specially selected a few people whose bodies had become somewhat weak, because the meatworms in their bodies had awakened or showed signs of activity. Of course, they were chosen because they applied voluntarily. If they didn't want to, Wang Wei would never force them. None of the people who tried the second batch of drugs were affected by the drug, and those who were affected by the awakening of the meatworm or accidental activities before gradually recovered to normal under the protection and repair of the drug with the genetic components of the undead worm. This experiment made Wang Wei determined to use this drug on a large scale for all the soldiers infected by the meatworm in the base. However, some soldiers who had not been parasitized by the meatworm suddenly expressed their dissatisfaction, because they could clearly feel that those who had taken the drug were obviously stronger than them. Wang Wei turned around and began to develop a strengthening drug made with the genes of the undead worm. However, Goso and Orwell, who were far away in the Bayan ethnic base, began to waver. They all felt that Wang Wei must have been entangled by the situation at the base and had no intention of saving them. But they didn't know that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng had actually thought of them a long time ago, when the first batch of experimenters took the potion and ensured that there was no problem with their bodies. They had already thought of them and found Wang Wei. When do you plan to bring Goso back? Malka has come to me several times to ask me about this, and I don't know how to answer her. Malka? When Wang Wei thought of Malka, he couldn't help but think of the first time he sneaked into the Bayan race base. So, Wang Wei decided to go to the Bayan race base with the strengthening potion, and the potion that kills the meatworm after researching the strengthening potion. At least, Goso and Orwell can be at ease. When Wang Wei came to the Bayan race base with the potion, he just sneaked into the base and heard such a conversation. Zerg, I heard that Lord Oscar has adopted Wu Jigang's suggestion and is preparing to attack the base of the Interstellar Federation. Is this true or false? Zerg B, of course it's true. The Interstellar Federation base is now in a state of panic, and the soldiers are all parasitized by the striped worms, and have no ability to fight back. Wang Wei did not expect that Oscar would make such a decision just by listening to a few words from Wu Jigang. So, Wang Wei did not plan to send the potion to Goso and others first. The existence of striped worms is still a headache for the Bayan race. Their people do not have the strong physique of the Zerg Tide army, so they simply cannot withstand the damage to their bodies after the striped worms wake up and move. This is also the real reason why the Bayan race is superior in intelligence, but still afraid of the Zerg Tide army. They have a small population. Even if they can design and manufacture very powerful weapons and set up very detailed plans, They still cannot defeat the Zerg army that seems to be endless. He believed that if he could hand over the potion that killed the striped worm, Oscar would definitely be willing to hand over Goso and Orwell. However, Wang Wei still had one thing to do. Although he was willing to use the potion to exchange for Goso and Orwell, it did not mean that he would allow the warriors of the Bian race to also benefit from strengthening their physique. Therefore, after he returned, he immediately summoned Lao Wang and Lao Zheng and asked them to improve a batch of potions that killed striped worms. The improved version, although it can still ensure that when the potion with the Ghost Vine gene component takes effect, it will not strengthen the body of the person taking the potion. With such an improved potion, Wang Wei drove the spaceship directly to the base of the Bian race. Before he got off the spaceship, all kinds of weapons surrounded his spaceship. Wang Wei did not get off the spaceship immediately, but shouted to Oscar in the spaceship, "Let Oscar come out. I want to negotiate with him face to face." After the group of Bian people surrounding him discussed for a while, someone ran back to the base. Inside the base, Lasher was stunned when he heard that Wang Wei had come, and appeared openly, and even wanted to negotiate with Wang Wei. He had thought of many ways that Wang Wei would use to rescue people, but he didn't expect Wang Wei's method to be so direct. Lasher immediately felt Oscar's residence. After hearing the people below report to Oscar that Wang Wei had come, he anxiously waited for Oscar's response. But Oscar just smiled, got up and walked out of the room. Since they're here, how can we not just do our best to be a good host? When Oscar appeared in front of Wang Wei, Lasher was still with him. The moment Lasher saw Wang Wei, he understood why Wang Wei had such confidence and dared to appear near the base of the Bian race. It turned out that Wang Wei was still wearing Xiantian armor. When Wang Wei saw Oscar, he never looked at Lasher from beginning to end. If he showed that he was close to Lasher now, it was undoubtedly to let Oscar execute Lasher immediately. "I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Aren't you worried that we will make you unable to leave the Bian race forever?" Oscar narrowed his eyes and looked careless. But in fact, Oscar was excited the moment he saw Wang Wei. Compared with Goso, Wang Wei obviously played a bigger role. Wang Wei didn't see Wu Jigang next to Oscar, but he didn't take it to heart. "I think what I brought this time should satisfy Lord Oscar. He will never break his promise and leave me here." Oscar was more curious about the reason why Wang Wei came, but he couldn't figure out why Wang Wei was so confident. Why not move? Oscar was testing Wang Wei's courage. Wang Wei smiled and nodded. After parking the spaceship, he walked down from the spaceship. "Lord Oscar, long time no see." Oscar nodded to Wang Wei, then walked in front and took Wang Wei to his residence. Seeing that the alien biological detector did not sound an alarm this time, Wang Wei's smile became even bigger. "I didn't expect that your Bian race's base actually has such a high-tech instrument." Oscar's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling that Wang Wei was deliberately implying their Bian race. But after all, he was older than Wang Wei, so he didn't directly point it out. "But these are just some pediatric things. Sorry to make you laugh." Lasher on the side was almost injured because he was holding back. "You know, this detector has sounded the alarm many times, but it didn't let their people find Wang Wei trace. For Wang Wei, this instrument is really pediatric." At this time, Oscar also brought Wang Wei to the venue of the large-scale rally held by the Bian race. Wang Wei sat opposite Oscar and looked at Oscar with a smile on his face. "Don't look at me like that. I will be embarrassed. However, I came this time, hoping that you can release Goso and Orwell. Of course, I also have my exchange conditions, and I guarantee that I can satisfy you." Chapter 262 Face-to-Face Confrontation. "Promise to satisfy me?" Oscar smiled and looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not intend to hide in front of Oscar. After all, this matter was indeed something that Oscar was very concerned about. "I know that not only the soldiers of our Interstellar Federation base are suffering from parasites, such as meat stripworms, but even your Zerg are suffering." This sentence can be said to have touched Oscar's heart. The Bian race does not have a strong body like the Zerg army, so the parasitism of meat stripworms is more harmful to the Bian race. If it were not for this reason, the reproduction ability and IQ of the Bian race would never make them so afraid of the Zerg army. "Have you already developed a way to remove the meat stripworms from the body of the parasite?" Oscar looked like he did not believe what Wang Wei had just said. In his heart, Wang Wei could not do this at all, because if Wang Wei really had such ability, then they must have already developed a solution to the meat stripworms long ago, and there was no need to return to their home planet to find relevant researchers. It is a preliminary and effective method. At present, All the soldiers in our Interstellar Federation base, who were parasitized by meat stripes, have recovered. I just don't know whether Lord Oscar thinks that my sincerity this time is enough. Oscar looked at Wang Wei carefully, as if he wanted to find out whether Wang Wei was telling the truth from his observation of Wang Wei. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's expression did not change at all, as if he was stating a trivial matter that was normal. Wang Wei's reaction made Oscar not know how to deal with this matter. If Wang Wei has really studied the solution to the problem of meat stripes parasitizing the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base, it means that the Interstellar Federation has restored its original strength, and their previous plan to capture the Interstellar Federation base, while the Interstellar Federation base was incapable of it, would be completely ruined. Oscar's eyes suddenly began to become dangerous. If the Interstellar Federation base has restored its strength, then it is even more impossible for him to hand over the two people who will be imprisoned in their Bian race base to Wang Wei. If the insectoid army cooperates with the Interstellar Federation base, it will be the most disadvantageous thing for their Bian race. When thinking of this, Oscar was a little anxious. The development of the matter far exceeded his expectations, and it had nothing to do with the intelligence Wu Jigang gave him. He had to worry that Wang Wei's appearance this time had ulterior motives. Wang Wei saw Oscar's anxiety, but did not point it out directly. Instead, he shifted the topic to Wu Jigang. I heard that a researcher who escaped from our base is now in the base of the Bian race. I wonder if Lord Oscar is willing to take this person out. I think Lord Oscar doesn't seem to need to take in such a defector in the Bian race. After all, there is nothing to care about such a person. When he heard this, Oscar's expression became a little ugly. Although Wu Jigang has indeed defected to the Bian race, he did defect from the Interstellar Federation base after all. It is indeed difficult for them to continue to take him in. However, even if this person may seem useless to their Bian race, Oscar never thought that Wang Wei could take him away so easily. You mean this person escaped and betrayed your Interstellar Federation? Oscar had a smile on his face, as if he had nothing to do with the matter. Wang Wei also nodded to Oscar with a smile. Yes, that's what happened. But I don't know how Wu Jigang described his treatment in our Interstellar Federation base. But if people are always taken in by your Bian race, I really have no way to explain to my home planet. What Wang Wei said was very reasonable. But how could Oscar allow someone like Wang Wei to make such a request in front of him? So, Oscar pretended to be helpless and looked at Wang Wei. In fact, this matter is simple to say. We have never intended to get involved in the affairs of your Interstellar Federation base. But this gentleman came to ask us to take him in because he said that your Interstellar Federation base was unfair to him, and even wanted to kill him. As the only kind race on the subspace planet at present, we will naturally choose to take him in. But whether he wants to go back depends on his attitude. Oscar's response made Wang Wei know that it was almost impossible to bring Wu Jigang back easily. But he was not worried about such a thing happening. There are only two possibilities for Wu Jigang not wanting to come back. The first is that Oscar thinks that Wu Jigang's stay is still useful to him, although he has already explained that Wu Jigang cannot know a lot of useful information. But for Oscar, as long as he has the opportunity to find out the situation in the base, I believe he will be very happy to take in Wu Jigang. The second possibility is that Oscar does not want to hand Wu Jigang over to him for the sake of face. But Wang Wei thinks that this possibility is very small. Although Oscar looks like a very arrogant person, he actually has great ambitions. He not only wants to occupy the triangular crystal on the subspace planet, but also wants to make the Bian race the most powerful race in the Zerg. If Oscar chooses to miss the idea of making the Bian race the most powerful one in the Zerg for the sake of face, or even gives up the triangular crystal in this subspace, then his previous speculation about Oscar is not all correct. At least, Oscar certainly does not look that smart. That's fine. I think there should be some misunderstanding between us. If you don't mind, you can call him out, and we can clarify the misunderstanding in person under your witness. If Wang Wei was very tough and wanted to take the person away from him, Oscar would naturally be able to keep Wu Jigang, as he said to Wang Wei, on the grounds that their race loves peace. But Wang Wei didn't follow the routine at all. He was even willing to expose all the conflicts between the Interstellar Alliance base and Wu Jigang to the public for people to see and judge. If he still refused to hand over Wu Jigang, it would be a bit unreasonable. In fact, Wang Wei didn't quite understand Oscar's psychology. On the surface, Oscar was indeed a very ambitious person. But one of Oscar's shortcomings was that he loved face very much. The fact that he loved face made Wang Wei feel very strange. Don't real strong people always care about the results instead of the process? Why does Oscar want both face and the best of both worlds? Maybe this is a misunderstanding that people with higher IQs will fall into. He thought that people like Orwell should live a very smooth life. Soon, Oscar's people brought Wu Jigang over. Wu Jigang behaved very kindly in front of Oscar, but his eyes would still become very alert the moment he saw Wang Wei. Wang Wei knew that even if Wu Jigang was confident that Oscar would believe him, at this moment Wu Jigang must be very worried that he would tell Oscar everything Wu Jigang did at the Interstellar Federation base. After all, the things Wu Jigang did would be unacceptable to any leader, let alone a leader like Oscar, who was suspicious by nature. I didn't expect that we would meet here in this way. How have you been living during the time you left the Interstellar Alliance base? Wang Wei looked straight at Wu Jigang with a smile on his face. Anyone could see that Wang Wei said this to deliberately humiliate Wu Jigang, and Wu Jigang certainly understood it. But in the face of Wang Wei matter, he could only choose to play dumb. Why did I leave the Interstellar Alliance? I believe that you, as the head of the Interstellar Federation, know the reason better than me. So, I naturally have a much better time here in the Bian race than in the Interstellar Federation base. Oscar looked at Wang Wei helplessly, as if it had nothing to do with him, and joked with Wang Wei and Wu Jigang. Look, what did you do to completely break the heart of the scientific researcher? Don't worry. If the Interstellar Federation does anything unfair to you, although we can't directly get justice for you, we can guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Wu Jigang immediately understood what Oscar meant. The Bian race could not declare war on the Interstellar Federation for him. But if he was unwilling to leave the Bian race, it would be a shame for the Interstellar Federation. So Oscar achieved a means of humiliating the Interstellar Federation. Wu Jigang immediately looked at Oscar, his expression a little serious, to be honest. If I can continue to stay in the Bian race base, I will never return to the Interstellar Federation. Although we are just ordinary scientific researchers, we have not done anything bad to the Interstellar Federation base. But Wang Wei said people to detain my students. I really don't understand why they did this, and I don't support their approach. So, even if you come this time to let me follow you back to the Interstellar Federation base, or even plan to send me back to Earth, I will never agree. Wu Jigang's attitude was very obvious, and Oscar looked at Wang Wei helplessly. I'm really sorry. It seems that your people don't want to go back with you. Helpless. Our Bian race is a very kind and hospitable nation, so we will never send our friends to someone who is not friendly to friends at all. Watching the two of them singing the same tune, Wang Wei almost laughed out loud. Lord Oscar, I think you may have misunderstood one thing. It's not about what I did to Wu Jigang, a scientific researcher, but what he did to the soldiers in our Interstellar Federation base. When Wang Wei looked at Wu Jigang, there was a playful smile on his face. Wu Jigang, should I explain to Lord Oscar what you did in the Interstellar Federation base? Or should you explain it to Lord Oscar yourself? Wu Jigang certainly understood what Wang Wei was going to say, but he would never tell Oscar about these things. Is there anything you can trust? If you want to stay here and sow discord between me and Lord Oscar, and force me to go back to the Interstellar Federation with you, then I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Wang Wei chuckled. In fact, whether you can go back with me is not a very important thing, because I can guarantee that even if you stay here now, the result will definitely not be much better than going back to the Interstellar Federation with me. What you did is not only unacceptable to our Interstellar Federation, I am afraid that no race in the entire space can tolerate you doing such things. Wu Jigang's face changed instantly, because he knew that what Wang Wei said was right. If anyone knew that he had planned to use the fact that the soldiers were parasitized by the striped worms to achieve his goal, Oscar would definitely suspect him. Sir Oscar will naturally be able to distinguish what you said. But I really want to know, why do you want me to go back? Or, what other conspiracy do you have? Wang Wei ignored Wu Jigang's words. In his eyes, Wu Jigang's words were nothing more than a means to make Oscar doubt whether what he said was true or false. According to Oscar's suspicious nature, even the Bian race, who had never betrayed Oscar, would be afraid of this behavior. So Wang Wei looked directly at Oscar. Lord Oscar, you should understand that the parasite of the meatworm is a very strong threat to any race in the universe. Therefore, after our soldiers in the Interstellar Federation were parasitized by the meatworm, we immediately thought of studying the habits and various advantages and disadvantages of the meatworm. So we sent Wu Jigang and his student, 2 researchers, to our Interstellar Federation base on Earth. We also thought that as long as we could use their unremitting research, we could make the soldiers infected by the meatworm in our Interstellar Federation base recover as soon as possible. But what we didn't expect was that the first experiment they did after coming to the Interstellar Federation was to use me and the King of the Three-Eyed Star as experimental subjects. But the King of the Three-Eyed Star almost died in that experiment. At that time, I felt that if they could not pay attention to the fact that the experimental subjects were close to their own race, but did not care about the life and death of the experimental subjects, we felt that they were not responsible researchers. Do you think this is wrong? Oscar frowned and did not comment on what Wang Wei said, because he also believed that if Wu Jigang really had the ability to strip the meatworm from the parasite, then he would not be able to accept such a result. After all, those were their compatriots. They could not accept sacrificing their compatriots in exchange for an unknown result of the experiment. Wang Wei saw Oscar's face change, and knew that what he just said might have been heard by Oscar. So he did not ask Oscar's opinion on this matter. Then, he continued, when I first doubted their experiment, a group of scientific researchers in our base thought I was making a fuss. I think so too. After all, their research direction is not based on humans as experimental subjects. So when they first come into contact with experimental directions that do not belong to their field, it is inevitable that there will be problems in the arrangement. Wang Wei's words made Oscar's face look much better. Wang Wei smiled at Oscar and said, later, Wu Jigang and his students developed a drug that can delay the awakening and activity of the meat tapeworms in the body of the parasite. We were all very happy at that time. After all, no one knows when the meatworm will wake up, and we cannot judge the time it takes for the meatworm to wake up based on our own subjective judgment. And we should never joke with the life of the parasite. If we can find a way to delay time, then we will definitely be able to find a way to remove the meatworm from the body of the parasite. At the same time, in order to find the reason why the meatworm parasitizes in the body of the organism, and the way to avoid being parasitized as soon as possible, I also began to study other types of parasites that can be found nearby. I didn't expect that such a study would give them a very strong sense of crisis. In order to continue to stay in the Interstellar Federation base, they even let those who have not been infected by the meatworm be parasitized by the meatworm. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, I am afraid that our Interstellar Federation base would have been completely subverted by the meatworm. When Oscar heard this, his face became very ugly. Just like Wang Wei said, if Wu Jigang and his team didn't know enough about the research during the first research, so there were some inappropriate arrangements in the research process, it is indeed understandable. However, this time they planned to put meat stripes on people who were not parasitized by meat stripes to make them more important, which was something Oscar could not accept at all. Wu Jigang, is what Wang Wei said true? Seeing Oscar's eyes, Wu Jigang finally understood what it meant to be dominated by fear. So he didn't dare to admit it at all. No, there is no such thing. Wu Jigang immediately stood in front of Oscar and explained to Oscar, all this is Wang Wei misunderstanding. We just want to use those infected people to carry out the effects of the new medicine we developed. I don't know why it was understood that we intend to use this method to infect those who have not been parasitized by meat stripes. All this is Wang Wei's slander. As Wu Jigang spoke, it seemed as if he had given himself very strong confidence. Wang Wei's expression seemed to be provocative. Chapter 263 Bring Wu Jigang back to the base. Wang Wei just found it very funny when he saw this. He looked directly at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang, your students are still waiting for you to return in our Interstellar Federation base. Do you know how worried your students are about you during your absence? Also, if things are really like what you said, then it should be your students who lied to me. After all these things were told to me by your students themselves. If you don't believe it, we can bring your students here, and you and your students face to face. How about it? Oscar now completely believes what Wang Wei said. If it was Wu Jigang's students, he thought there was no need to deceive Wang Wei at all, because the two of them are always one. If Wu Jigang, the teacher, did something bad, the students would not be completely free of suspicion. After all, the two came to the Interstellar Federation base together. If his students were completely unaware of what Wu Jigang did, no one would believe it. Seeing Oscar's eyes change when he looked at him, Wu Jigang felt a little panicked. At present, all he can rely on is Oscar's trust and use of him. If he starts to make Oscar suspicious and Oscar can't trust him at all, then his only result will be to be taken back to the headquarters of the Interstellar Federation by Wang Wei. Now, Lord Oscar, you should understand why we have to imprison him and his students, and why he stole our spaceship and defected to your Bayan race. Oscar frowned. He didn't want to see anyone now. Neither of these two people could make him feel at ease. However, for the sake of face, Oscar still symbolically looked at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang, do you have any evidence to prove that what Wang Wei just said was slander against you? Wu Jigang had no evidence to prove his innocence, because every word Wang Wei just said was true, and there was not a trace of falsehood in it. In other words, he could only wait passively now, and Wang Wei will take him away from here. He has already had the idea of escaping. But Wang Wei's next sentence is the one that really makes him feel like falling into an ice cave. Maybe Wu Jigang doesn't know that during the time he escaped from the Interstellar Federation base, we were worried about the soldiers who were parasitized by the striped worms, and how painful they would be when they got sick. So we worked hard for many days, and finally developed a drug that can completely kill the striped worms parasitizing in organisms. After hearing this, Wu Jigang looked at Wang Wei in shock. What did you say? You have developed a drug that can kill the striped worms in the body of the parasite? Wang Wei smiled and nodded. He guessed that Wu Jigang would definitely not believe this. So he deliberately chose to tell this fact at the end, in order to make Wu Jigang feel that if he had not left the Interstellar Federation base at the beginning, it is very likely that the credit would fall on him. But now, not only did he not have any credit, but he also became Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror. And he was not a human on both ends. He believed that after his arrival this time, no matter how much Oscar hated the Interstellar Federation base for intervening in the affairs of the subspace planet, he would never believe Wu Jigang again. Impossible. How could you possibly research a way to kill the worms in the body of the parasite? Absolutely impossible. He then turned to Oscar. Lord Oscar, you absolutely cannot believe what they say. He said that just to make you relax your vigilance. It is impossible for them to research a drug to kill the worms in such a short time. You have worked hard for so many years to study this matter without any results. How could they get results in just a few days? Impossible. Oscar's thoughts on this matter are no different from Wu Jigang's, because he understands better than anyone that he has been studying for a long time to prevent the worms from parasitizing in organisms. The technology they can master at present is to delay the time for the worms to wake up in the body of the same species as much as possible after discovering that the same species is parasitized by the worms. In this way, the life of the same species can be prolonged as much as possible. It has only been a short time since Wang Wei and his team discovered the existence of the tapeworm. If Wang Wei and his team can really develop a drug that can kill the tapeworm in such a short time, then wouldn't all their previous research be a waste of time? Wang Wei never felt strange about their reaction. I understand that you can't believe that we can develop a drug that can prevent the striped worm from parasitizing an organism, or directly kill the striped worm parasitizing an organism in a short time. But I can tell you that in the base of the Interstellar Federation, the striped worms in the bodies of all the soldiers parasitized by the striped worms are dead. I have just contacted the Interstellar Federation base. It won't be long before they send the cured soldiers to let you see up close whether the soldiers parasitized by the striped worms have a chance to completely recover to normal. After hearing this, not only Oscar, but even Wu Jigang was completely stunned. Maybe Oscar didn't know Wang Wei very well, because they had only been in contact with Wang Wei for less than a year. But Wu Jigang is a human being. Not only does he know humans better, but he also has a very intuitive feeling about Wang Wei. Wang Wei has always been a man of his word. As long as he decides something, there will basically be no variables. However, now, he couldn't understand Wang Wei. If everything was pretended by Wang Wei, then whether he had been parasitized by the striped worms before, relevant examinations would definitely reveal clues. But why was Wang Wei so confident? At this time, the news that the striped worms that like to parasitize in living things can be completely killed by the medicine developed by the Interstellar Federation base has spread throughout the Bayan race base. All Bayan people whose families have been or are being parasitized by striped worms have become very excited. If the news brought by Wang Wei is true, they believe that Lord Oscar will definitely ask for this medicine so that they can also avoid the danger of being parasitized by striped worms. But they didn't think of one thing. Even if Wang Wei can help them complete this matter very kindly, it doesn't mean that Oscar will definitely believe and accept it. Soon, the people Wang Wei called arrived. Wang Wei handed the people over to the Bayan race, who had something to do with this matter, to check the bodies of the soldiers at the Interstellar Federation base. Wang Wei could see that Oscar was also very nervous about this matter. After all, they all understood that if they could truly kill the meat worms that parasitize organisms, it would be a great thing for their respective populations with no harm. However, Wang Wei was more curious about Wu Jigang's reaction. After all, Wu Jigang's surprised look was really funny. Soon, the test results came out. Oscar took the physical examination results of the soldiers from the Interstellar Federation base and looked at them carefully again and again. After a long time, he put the results beside him and looked at Wang Wei with a slightly complicated look. Wu Jigang, who had been waiting on the side, immediately stepped forward after seeing Oscar put down the results in his hand and began to carefully browse the contents of the test results. His reaction after reading it was much more intense than Oscar's. He almost collapsed to the ground, staring at Wang Wei in astonishment, and even began to become hysterical at the end. Have you mastered this technology a long time ago? But at the beginning, you just refused to tell us. Just wanted us to think that you didn't find anything at all. Right. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. No. At the beginning, I had no idea why the meatworms parasitized in the bodies of organisms, and why they would have such a great impact on the bodies of organisms after parasitizing in the bodies of organisms. Because your experiments gave me a lot of inspiration, and I also accidentally obtained the genes of a very powerful parasitic plant. With these, our experiments have made some progress. Later, we studied some organisms similar to the meatworm, and then we made a medicine that can ensure that the host will not be affected in any way and can easily kill the meatworm. For this matter, we have put in a lot of effort. How can it be the same as you imagined? We have developed this medicine without any effort. Wu Jigang still doesn't want to believe that Wang Wei can easily research something that he can't research. The most important thing is that according to Wang Wei seems to have discovered other powerful things in the process of researching this medicine. Jealousy completely blinded Wu Jigang's eyes. He stared at Wang Wei for a long time, and finally walked to Oscar's ear and whispered a few words to Oscar. Wang Wei soon realized that Wu Jigang might use Oscar's hand to do something to him, but he deliberately pretended not to care much, and even acted very calm. Lord Oscar, I know that even if you have seen the performance of the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation, you will feel that this matter is definitely not as simple as you imagined. And in your eyes, it may be very easy to fake this matter. Am I right? Oscar did not speak, but Wang Wei did make it clear what he was worried about. If everything was a false illusion deliberately created by Wang Wei, then as long as they believed Wang Wei's words, they would fall into the trap set by Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei had prepared a response to this matter early on. Oscar did not believe that they had developed a medicine that could kill meatworms. It must be because he had not seen the real thing. So naturally, he could not believe that this kind of Bian race with a super high IQ could not develop it. But it was developed by alien creatures that looked weak in appearance and not very intelligent. Therefore, Wang Wei took out the modified medicine he carried with him and placed it in front of Oscar. This is a potion developed by our Interstellar Federation base that can kill meatworms. If Lord Oscar is willing, you can choose a host parasitized by meatworms to try it. Oscar frowned and stared at the potion in front of him. Wang Wei knew why Oscar had been reluctant to accept it. But before he could speak, Wu Jigang got there first. Lord Oscar, the potion that Wang Wei voluntarily handed over is unreliable. You must know how much Wang Wei hates the Bian race. This potion may instantly destroy the entire Bian race. Oscar also had such concerns. Although he knew that Wang Wei and his men would definitely not use a potion that could have a very big impact on the entire Bian race in the short term, he was still worried that this potion would have potential risks. After seeing Oscar hesitate, Wu Jigang showed a smug look. For him, as long as Oscar never completely believed in Wang Wei, he would have the opportunity to refuse to return to the Interstellar Federation base and refuse to let Wang Wei slaughter him. But he didn't expect that since Wang Wei decided to come here and planned to take Goso and Orwell away with this medicine, he had already made all the preparations in advance. He called the warrior who had just been examined by the Bian people, and in front of Oscar, he directly injected the medicine that was originally intended to be given to Oscar into the warrior's body. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Wang Wei threw the empty medicine syringe to Oscar. Lord Oscar, you have seen that I injected the potion originally given to you into my warrior's body. I will leave the warrior here, but I don't want you to do anything to him, except for examination. If there is no problem with the warrior's body when I come back in 3 days, then I will continue to inject one of the 2 potions I brought with me into the warrior and give the other to you to use on the meatworm host of your Bian race. But I also have my conditions. I hope I can take Wu Jigang away now. Hearing Wang Wei say that he would take him away, Wu Jigang suddenly became nervous. Lord Oscar, you must not believe what he said. He said this just to take me away. He didn't really want to save his companions. but to harm the entire Bayan race. Using one person to exchange for the demise of the Bayan race is a great thing for them. Hearing this, Wang Wei frowned. He could feel that Wu Jigang almost did everything he could to stay. However, Wu Jigang's words did not seem to play a big role. It's a deal. Oscar looked up at Wang Wei. Wang Wei took back the potion bottle and nodded to Oscar. Wu Jigang was immediately pushed in front of Wang Wei by the Bayan guard beside Oscar. Wu Jigang, I will send you back to Earth immediately this time. Hearing this, Wu Jigang's face suddenly turned pale. He looked at Oscar with a little pleading. But Oscar's attention was all on the soldier from the Interstellar Federation base, who was injected with the potion. Wang Wei did not stay for long. He said hello to Oscar and left. Because the potion can take effect quickly in the human body. Wang Wei did not believe that Oscar and his team had the ability to find traces of the potion in the body of the injected person, and study the composition of the potion. What's more, the main component of this potion is a combination of two biological genes that the Bayan people have never seen. Only by obtaining the genes of these two creatures can they have the opportunity to mass-produce this potion. At this moment, Wang Wei took Wu Jigang on the spacecraft. Wu Jigang's hands and feet were locked, and he couldn't move at all. Seeing that Wang Wei didn't take him seriously at all, Wu Jigang became a little hysterical. You? What are you going to do? If I'm not mistaken, Goso and Orwell are both your people. Right? You use them to confuse the Bayan race. Otherwise, with the intelligence of the Bayan race, they must have launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation base now. You have no chance of winning this war for the subspace planet Triangular Crystal. Wang Wei glanced at Wu Jigang, and his voice was a little cold. I didn't expect that you did get a lot of information from the Bayan race during this period. But it's a pity that even if you know more, you can't change what you did. Wu Jigang's expression began to become ferocious after being poked in the sore spot by Wang Wei. Do you think I need to change these things? These things don't mean much to me. I have never thought about changing them. The people who really need to be changed are you. Wang Wei ignored Wu Jigang's crazy talk and landed the spaceship steadily at the spaceport of the Interstellar Federation base. The moment he took Wu Jigang out of the spaceship, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came up to him. When they saw Wu Jigang, their faces became extremely ugly. They thought of many possibilities and many opportunities to meet Wu Jigang. But they didn't expect that Wang Wei didn't bring Goso and Orwell back at this time, but brought Wu Jigang back first. After seeing the attitude of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, Wu Jigang snorted coldly. What's the point of you showing so much hatred for me now? I was able to escape from the laboratory where I was imprisoned, and it was also inseparable from you. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng immediately looked at Wang Wei nervously. They didn't expect Wu Jigang to say this, but they did have to admit that because of Wu Jigang's identity. After explaining Wu Jigang's range of activities, they didn't pay attention to Wu Jigang at all, and didn't believe that Wu Jigang was like what Wang Wei and the others said, and might even escape. The two walked in front of Wang Wei, looking like they wanted to say something but stopped. Just by looking at them, Wang Wei knew what they were thinking, and smiled helplessly. You don't have to be so nervous. He was able to escape because he took advantage of your unpreparedness, and it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 264 Secretly Delivering Medicine. After hearing Wang Wei's thoughts, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng felt relieved. After all, they had never thought of doing anything bad to the Interstellar Federation base. The reason they indulged Wu Jigang was because they were both scientific researchers, and Wu Jigang and his team had indeed developed drugs that could inhibit meatworms. Following Wang Wei to his room, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng had to bring up a commonplace topic, which was how Wang Wei planned to deal with Wu Jigang. What Wu Jigang did had not yet caused any irreversible impact on Wang Wei and the Interstellar Federation base. So although Lao Wang and Lao Zheng hated Wu Jigang's previous actions, they still believed that if possible, they should give Wu Jigang a chance to reform. After all, if Wu Jigang's research results were used well, they could indeed bring a lot of benefits to the human race. Wang Wei frowned, thinking that this matter was not easy to handle. First of all, what Wu Jigang did has left him with a very bad impression. And secondly, Wu Jigang himself, who gave him a very untrustworthy impression. If Wu Jigang was really to be sent back to Earth, but no punishment was imposed on him, he was worried that the situation on Earth was far away, and Wu Jigang might once again do something that was detrimental to Earth and the people on Earth. However, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng repeatedly assured Wang Wei that they would personally send Wu Jigang back this time, and would also keep a close eye on Wu Jigang, and would never let him make mistakes again. Wang Wei could feel the determination of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, And he also knew that it would be useless to persuade him in this matter. Well, if you are willing to follow them back to Earth, I can consider relieving the punishment of their teachers and students. But your return may have to be postponed for a while. Hearing this, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng thought something serious had happened, and immediately became worried again. Is there any abnormal movement in the Bian race? Wang Wei shook his head slightly at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. There is no abnormal situation at present, so you don't have to worry too much. Then, Wang Wei told Lao Wang and Lao Zheng the promise he made to Oscar in the Bian race without missing a word. Lao Wang and Lao Deng's worries were the same as Wang Wei at the beginning. They were both worried that if the people of the Bian race really mastered how to make potions, then Goso and Orwell would definitely not be rescued. At that time, they were really in a passive situation. Don't worry. I have brought back the used medicine bottles. The medicine we developed will take effect quickly in the human body, so you don't have to worry at all. This matter will affect our rescue of Goso and Orwell. On the other side, after Wang Wei left, Lasher came to Oscar's side. Because Wu Jigang has been taken away by Wang Wei, Oscar has fewer people available around him, and Lasher's status has naturally risen. However, what Lasher didn't expect was that Oscar actually asked him to keep an eye on a warrior of the Interstellar Federation. And from what Oscar said, this warrior was taken by Wang Wei to stay in their Bian race base. When Lasher was free, he told Goso and Orwell about this matter. Hearing what Lasher said, Goso and Orwell were also very surprised. You mean, Wang Wei and his team have really developed a potion that can kill mealworms? Lasher nodded, and told him that Oscar had confirmed the incident. Goso suddenly became very excited. But when he heard that Wang Wei took Wu Jigang away with the first potion, he was still a little angry. Why use such a precious potion to exchange for an irrelevant person? That kind of person should be allowed to stay in the Bian race, and completely turn the entire Bian race upside down. Lasher chuckled after hearing Goso's words. Have you never thought that if Wang Wei really left Wu Jigang in the Bian race base, he would definitely find ways to kill the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base, so that Oscar could not believe that Wang Wei had really made a potion that could kill mealworms? Goso felt that Lasher's words made sense, and turned around and began to curse Wu Jigang again, because they all understood that if Wu Jigang had not escaped here, then the person who was now exchanged by Wang Wei with the potion must be one of them. Lasher told him not to worry, although Wang Wei didn't take you away this time. His actions proved that my choice to cooperate with him was the wisest decision. Goso and Orwell are both the type who have brains, but not much. So after hearing Lasher's explanation, they all looked confused, and some even looked at him in shock. Why do you say that? Because if Wang Wei doesn't understand, letting Wu Jigang stay will have a serious impact on our plan, which proves that Wang Wei is not a smart person, and the subsequent plan can't go on at all. Goso and Orwell still don't understand, but Lasher also knows that it's useless to say more. When they see the results with their own eyes, they will understand everything. 3 days will soon pass, and Wu Jigang also saw Ouyang Jifeng, who was a little abnormal, while being detained. When he saw Ouyang Jifeng, he immediately thought of what Wang Wei said, and immediately understood that it was Ouyang Jifeng's betrayal that successfully exposed him. It's all your fault. I've cultivated you for so many years, but you still don't trust someone you just met for a few days. I'm in this situation today. It's all your fault. You useless guy. Ouyang Jifeng's eyes began to become normal the moment Wu Jigang spoke. Teacher, you're finally back. Have you ever thought about what would happen to me if I hadn't told Wang Wei part of your plan earlier? Ouyang Jifeng has been thinking about this during the time he was locked up here. It seems that since he became the teacher's student, the teacher has loved him very much and has devoted all his efforts to cultivating him. But later he found out that even the teacher who seemed to treat him very well at ordinary times actually didn't care about his life or death at the critical moment, even leaving him in a place where the teacher had offended everyone and letting him fend for himself. Wu Jigang was stunned by Ouyang Jifeng's words, and his expression began to become a little unnatural. Although he cruelly left Ouyang Jifeng at the base of the Interstellar Federation this time, he was also sure that Wang Wei would not do anything to Ouyang Jifeng. But there was still no way to change the outcome that he did leave Ouyang Jifeng here. Thinking of this, Wu Jigang suddenly couldn't say a word. Seeing his state, Ouyang Jifeng suddenly sneered. Teacher, if they want to send us back to Earth, have you ever thought about what the outcome of these crazy things you did will be? Wu Jigang thought about it, and he thought about it more than once. So, he now has a bolder idea. And this idea definitely needs Ouyang Jifeng's help. He came to Ouyang Jifeng and whispered to Ouyang Jifeng about his plan. This time he told Ouyang Jifeng everything he could think of without reservation, with the purpose of hoping that Ouyang Jifeng could do what he wanted to do as he arranged. At the same time, Ouyang Jifeng also looked at Wu Jigang. Teacher, this is the last time I help you. And I am also helping myself. Wu Jigang stopped talking. And the two people who were originally as close as father and son suddenly became like strangers. Wang Wei certainly did not forget Wu Jigang. Before leaving for the Bian race base, he came to meet Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and told them that when he returned from the Bian race, he would immediately let Lao Wang and Lao Zheng send them back to Earth. Ouyang Jifeng still sat in the corner and ignored people as he did at the beginning, as if he could not hear anyone's words. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng felt distressed, so they asked Wang Wei, who knew how to comfort people better than them, to go and say a few words to Ouyang Jifeng. They didn't want Ouyang Jifeng to become a useless person completely because of this misguided journey. Wang Wei walked into the room where Ouyang Jifeng was imprisoned, and saw Ouyang Jifeng slightly raised his head. After seeing that the person coming was him, he laid down between his knees again, like an ostrich avoiding reality. If you think that your life has completely ended here, then I think you really don't need to continue to be a scientific researcher. Your teacher is him. You are you. You are different individuals. And there is no way to compare with necessity. After you are sent back to Earth, I hope you can continue to engage in scientific research and make up for the mistakes made by your teacher. Hearing this, Ouyang Jifeng's eyes suddenly reddened. But, is there really anyone willing to believe us? Wang Wei remained silent, and finally patted Ouyang Jifeng on the shoulder and walked out. He couldn't guarantee this, because when sending Wu Jigang and his teachers and students back, he would definitely let Lao Wang and Lao Zheng tell the officials of Xia State what they had done. At that time, he was not sure what would happen. But if this was the end of Ouyang Jifeng, it could only be said that he had made a mistake and regretted it forever. And he couldn't blame others. After thinking about it, Wang Wei reminded Lao Wang and Lao Zheng that if Ouyang Jifeng still wanted to engage in scientific research, he was not the mastermind of this incident, and he was deceived by Wu Jigang. So he did so many bad things. At the same time, Ouyang Jifeng also took the initiative to admit the plot. So let the Xia country officials deal with Ouyang Jifeng as appropriate. And if possible, try not to let Ouyang Jifeng's affairs be known to everyone. This is also the only way he can help Ouyang Jifeng. When thinking of this, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the Bian race base. There were still people waiting for him to rescue at the Bian race base. Early in the morning of the third day, Wang Wei brought 2 medicines and a soldier who had never been injected with the improved medicine, and followed him to the Bian race base. This time, they saw that Wang Wei's spaceship did not intercept, and even put on a posture of welcoming. At this moment, Wang Wei took a deep breath, patted the shoulders of the soldiers around him, and led the soldiers straight to the Bian race base. At the entrance of the base, they saw Lasher and Oscar standing side by side. This time, Oscar was still the same as before. When he saw him, he always had a strange smile on his face, which made people feel uneasy. Wang Wei was used to such things and didn't take it too seriously. Following Oscar to his residence, Wang Wei saw the soldier who was called in last time. He walked to him and asked him with his eyes how he was doing during this period. The other party nodded to Wang Wei and whispered, "The person in charge. They have not done anything else to me except for the necessary examination of my body during this period. I think we can still trust them. As for whether the people here can be trusted," Wang Wei knew it in his heart. He made a gesture to calm down and asked the soldier to wait aside. Oscar saw Wang Wei talking with the soldier. Wang Wei didn't say much during the conversation, and his impression of Wang Wei also changed. Although Wang Wei figures seemed to be similar to theirs, he also learned from Wu Jigang that the physique of humans might be a little worse than that of their Bian race. But Wang Wei's ability is definitely beyond doubt. After Wang Wei came, he chose to get straight to the point and took out 2 potions for Oscar to choose. "Oscar, these are 2 identical potions. In order to avoid you thinking that I have tampered with these 2 potions, you can choose 1 potion and inject it into the warriors I brought." Lasher wanted to say a few words for Oscar to gain Oscar's trust, but was interrupted by Wang Wei. "I know what you are going to say. You must think that whether it is the potion I brought or the people I brought, there may be problems. But you can't see the root of the problem clearly. So now you don't believe me at all. Is that what you mean?" Oscar smiled. No wonder you can become the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation. It seems that you are a smart person. We do this for our compatriots in the race. I hope you can understand. Oscar said this, and Wang Wei could not refuse. Then I think it would be better if you take our soldiers to do a physical examination first to make sure there is nothing strange in their bodies and blood. Then I will inject our soldiers with the medicine you selected. This way you can completely trust me. What do you think? Wang Wei's plan was flawless. Even Oscar, who was well informed, could not find any fault with Wang Wei. So Oscar agreed to Wang Wei's proposal. The examination was completed quickly. Oscar took the examination results and looked at them carefully. He found that there was no problem with the other party's body, and there were even signs of being parasitized by meatworms. All kinds of signs showed Oscar that the young boy in front of him was a person who was parasitized by meatworms, which made Oscar feel refreshed, since there were traces of meatworms in this person's body. But no meatworms were found in his body. It meant that the meatworms in their bodies had really been killed by the medicine. During these 3 days, they also conducted real-time tests on the human bodies left by Wang Wei in the base to ensure that the drug did not cause particularly serious effects on the human body after being injected into the human body. Now they are just waiting to confirm that there is no problem with the drug brought by Wang Wei. And then, they can use this drug on their compatriots to see if it can have the same effect. At this moment, Lasher was also nervously watching the development of this matter. Wang Wei left 2 drugs for them, and asked them to choose them personally. Of course, Wang Wei would not interfere with the selection process. He did not even look at Lasher, who was selecting the potion, and chatted with Oscar directly. Thank you very much for the cooperation of your Bayan race. Now we have sent people back to Earth. We hope that they can reform themselves. In fact, sometimes I also hope that I can become a person like you. Oscar chuckled. If I remember correctly, we seem to be in a hostile relationship. Why do you want to be someone like me? Wang Wei laughed. Of course. It is because it is a good thing for me to become someone like you. If I am like you, I might let them go, and not let them be ruined after returning to Earth. Oscar gave Wang Wei a suggestion. If Wang Wei is really worried about Wu Jigang, he should not pay attention to Wu Jigang after he returns. He should not tell anyone what they did on the surface. He should only see if they will hurt each other, and try to shut each other up forever. If such a situation occurs, then neither side will stay. Because if they suddenly shut up, they are trying to cover up their past. Such people are not good things. Wang Wei smiled and said, I've learned a lot. You are better at this. It seems that we are all just kids. At this time, Lasher had already made his choice, and Oscar could prove that Wang Wei was chatting with him all the time and did not interfere with Lasher's choice of medicine. Then let your people inject it themselves. After the medicine was injected into the warriors brought by Wang Wei immediately put away another medicine. Although this medicine was really not something that the Bayan race could reproduce, Wang Wei still pretended to be very concerned and worried, giving Oscar a feeling that this medicine might be reproduced by them. They were taken to a lounge, and Lasher told Wang Wei that in the next period of time, their people would come to check the physical condition of the people who had been injected with the medicine at the specified time, hoping that Wang Wei could make peace. During the conversation, Wang Wei quietly stuffed 2 unmodified medicines into Lasher without being noticed by anyone. Lasher immediately realized what Wang Wei was going to do, and after a few simple calls, he left with his people. Without saying a word, he went straight to the place where Goso and Orwell were imprisoned, injected the 2 with drugs, and left without looking back. The 2 were a little confused, looking at the needle holes on their arms, but their eyes were full of hope. Chapter 265 Mutual Exchange. As long as they have this potion, they can avoid being parasitized by the striped worms, and they can also successfully escape the control of the Bayan race. When the striped worms can no longer pose a threat to them, then can they be a little more relaxed? During the few days he stayed in the Bayan race, the male protagonist never left the room. It's not that he doesn't like to move by nature, but because once he leaves the room, even if he doesn't do anything, it is very likely to arouse Oscar's suspicion. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, he simply stays in the room. Outside the room, there are people from the Bayan race guarding, and he doesn't have to worry that Oscar will think that there is something fishy about his staying. But not leaving the room doesn't mean that Oscar will feel better now. When Oscar saw the reaction of the Bayan race injected with the potion brought by the male protagonist, his face became very ugly. Although he knew that compared with the pain caused by the striped worms waking up and starting to move in the body of the organism, Now they have a way to kill the striped worms parasitic in the host body, which is a good thing in itself. Since it is a good thing, it is natural to pay a price. However, when Oscar thought about the high price and the fact that their people would become very weak after the meatworms were completely killed, he felt that the male protagonist must have bad intentions. Even Wu Jigang's lack of meticulousness in the experiment was enough to make the male protagonist begin to doubt Wu Jigang. If the soldiers of their Interstellar Federation base really died once after taking the medicine, the male protagonist would definitely not accept it. However, it must be said that he is very accurate in judging people. The male protagonist did not want the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to be affected too much in this matter. So he tried hard to study the integration of the drug ingredients made from the genes of the undead worm into the medicine. However, Oscar certainly did not believe that this time they not only successfully integrated the genes of the undead worm with the medicine to ensure that no soldier would be affected in the process of killing the meatworms, but they also developed something even more terrible. Because now the male protagonist and his team can not only kill the meatworms in the parasitized organisms, but they can even greatly enhance the physical fitness of the parasites. Of course, the potion improved by the male protagonist will not have such an effect. Therefore, the people of the Bayan race still have to suffer a little when using the potion. 3 days later, the male protagonist was brought to Oscar by Lasher. During these 3 days, Oscar not only asked people to keep an eye on the Bayan race who had been injected with the potion, but also analyzed the ingredients of the potion based on the residue in the potion bottle. However, the results of the analysis were not satisfactory, because they have never done relevant research. Although their IQ is indeed higher than that of the insectide army, they still seem mediocre in front of humans. What's more, for so many years, the Bayan race has always focused all its scientific research on how to strengthen their abilities and ensure that the population can survive under the threat of the insectide army for a long time. As for other things, they really don't pay much attention to them. When she saw the male protagonist, Oscar hoped to be nicer to him, but she felt very angry when she saw the male protagonist's indifferent look, and subconsciously wanted to see the male protagonist hysterical. I have to admit that the medicine you provided is indeed very effective. After our people were injected with the medicine, the meatworms in their bodies were completely eliminated after 3 days. But I have a question. Oscar looked at the male protagonist with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. You can say it. Although he knew that Oscar was a very scheming old worm, the male protagonist had never been afraid in front of him. Do you know that after the parasite was injected with the medicine you provided, the process of the medicine killing the meatworms is a torture for the parasite? Have you ever thought that if the parasite can't survive at all, the medicine you are researching will lose its necessity to exist? The male protagonist can certainly understand what Oscar means, but he thinks that what Oscar really wants to say is definitely not this matter. As for what it is specifically, he doesn't care. I know that when using the drug to kill the worms in the body of the parasite will indeed experience a period of considerable pain. But I think this is a test for the parasite. Seeing Oscar's puzzled look, the male protagonist continued, isn't it? I think people who can be parasitized by worms and can persist until the drug that kills the worms is successfully developed must be blessed by God. Since they are blessed by God, they must naturally withstand the test of God. So, if they can stick to these two things, I think they must be the lucky ones chosen by God. If these lucky ones can be reused in the future, it will definitely be a good thing for your Bayan race. Oscar always felt that the male protagonist's words sounded strange, but he couldn't find out what was strange, so he chose not to continue this topic. After all, it seemed that he couldn't get any useful content from the male protagonist. So, now if we want to mass-produce this medicine that can kill meatworms, what are your conditions? The male protagonist held his chin and seemed to be thinking seriously about what Oscar said. I believe you know, Lord Oscar, that the most important people for our Interstellar Federation are Goso and Orwell. If you are willing to hand these two people over to us, we don't mind providing you with medicine. Oscar sneered. You should know Orwell's true identity. If we hand Orwell over to you, what will happen to our Bayan race? The male protagonist had expected that Oscar would definitely not hand Orwell over to him easily. After all, if the Interstellar Federation and the Zerg army joined forces, the Bayan race would have no room for resistance. But he was not worried that Oscar would hold on to Orwell. Compared with controlling the Zerg army, he believed that Oscar would definitely think that if the Bayan race could be freed from being parasitized by the meatworm, it would have a greater impact on them. Before, The Bayan race was able to resist the Zerg army even when it was parasitized by the striped worms. Now that the problem of the striped worms has been solved, you have no reason to be afraid of the Zerg army. Right? Oscar wanted to use Orwell's matter to negotiate with the male protagonist. But he didn't expect that the male protagonist had analyzed their affairs so clearly in such a short time. Now, Oscar has no bargaining chips at all. It's not that we can't hand Orwell over to you, but you should understand that Orwell's real purpose is to swallow our Bayan race and reduce the possibility of the triangular crystal being divided. If we hand Orwell over to your Interstellar Federation base, can you do it and ensure that Orwell will not compete with us for the triangular crystal? The male protagonist thinks Oscar is a bit whimsical. The reason why they and the two branches of the Zerg met on the subspace planet is entirely because of the triangular crystal. If he unilaterally said that he would not allow the other party to mine the triangular crystals, he felt that the Zerg army would not only not believe them, but would even attack them. I think, Lord Oscar, you should not think about these unrealistic things. There are so many triangular crystals on the subspace planet. If the Bayan race devours them all, do you think this is possible? At that time, not to mention your Bayan race, even our Interstellar Federation base will probably become the enemy of the Zerg army. Just like the Bayan race at the beginning, they have gradually become numb to the attacks of the Zerg army. But the current situation is completely different from before. Without the threat of the meatworm, it means that the Bayan race can gradually grow stronger. The Zerg army has an advantage in physical skills, while the Bayan race occupies the high ground in terms of IQ. If they really fight, the male protagonist thinks that no one will suffer. If they can talk calmly, the two sides have a clear division of labor and become a cooperative group. The male protagonist thinks that even the Interstellar Alliance will suffer if they meet them. Unfortunately, they both disliked each other. Oscar suddenly fell silent. He understood that the male protagonist was right. Even if they left Orwell, they might not be able to control the insect swarm in a short time. As long as Orwell did not agree, their control of the insect swarm would be empty talk. But if they really agreed to the male protagonist's request, they would be able to avoid the threat of the parasitic stripworms and truly strengthen their own tribe. However, Oscar was still a little greedy. He not only wanted the Interstellar Federation base to provide them with medicine, but also wanted to get the specific formula of the medicine, so that they would no longer be controlled by others. Even if they completely turned against the Interstellar Federation base in the future, they would not have to worry about the Interstellar Federation base not providing them with medicine that could kill the stripworms. When Oscar made this request, the male protagonist suddenly laughed. It's not that I don't want to give you the formula of the potion, but the two key substances needed in the formula of the potion are not available to the Bayan race. So even if I give it to you, you may not be able to make the potion. Oscar directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Is it that we can't make the potion? Or do you simply don't want to give us the formula of the potion, and want to use the formula of the potion to control our Bayan race? The male protagonist felt helpless, and could only agree to give them the formula. But before that, he reminded the Bayan race. If we give you the formula, you must hand over the two hostages, Goso and Orwell. Otherwise, the correct formula will never be handed over to you. When Losel heard the male protagonist say this, his heart was actually hanging, because the male protagonist and his team have already developed the formula. According to his idea, the male protagonist should hold the formula tightly and not let go. If the Bayan race wants to have a chance to fight against the insectide army, they must need a potion to kill the meatworm. He is not worried that the potion that can kill the meatworm will become a weapon to threaten the Bayan race because of the deal between him and the male protagonist. When Oscar is solved, the Bayan race and the Interstellar Federation will become an alliance. He will not do anything to let down the Interstellar Federation. And naturally there is no need to worry that the male protagonist will use the potion that kills the meatworm to exploit the Bayan race in this matter. But Oscar doesn't know these ideas. He is still dreaming now. The male protagonist took out the potion formula that actually hid the key content in it, and placed the potion formula in front of Oscar. Is it time for me to meet the person I want now? At this time, Oscar was still quite generous and immediately asked someone to bring Goso and Orwell over. After Goso and Orwell were brought over, the male protagonist collected the potion formula and decided to give it to Oscar after they stepped on the spaceship. Oscar also accepted this. His people escorted Goso and Orwell to the place where the male protagonist parked the spaceship. The male protagonist handed them the formula in one hand and the hostage in the other. After the call, Orwell roared at Oscar, and the momentum of their insect army was instantly revealed. Oscar, I will never forget your insult to me. And prepare to meet the anger of the insect army. Speaking of which, Orwell does look a bit brainless. After all, they are still near the base of the Bayan race. So they dare to speak out against Oscar. And they are not afraid that Oscar will regret it on the spot. The male protagonist stopped Orwell from continuing to rage, and looked at Oscar instead. Oscar, this time the conflict between us has been temporarily resolved. I hope that when we meet again in the future, we can coexist peacefully. After that, the male protagonist took Goso and Orwell onto the spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, Goso asked the male protagonist why he really wanted to hand over the potion formula to the Bayan race. Aren't you worried that they will attack our Interstellar Federation base after getting the formula? Hearing this, the male protagonist suddenly laughed. Before I gave them the formula, I told them that even if they had the formula, they might not be able to replicate the formula and successfully make a potion that can kill meatworms. After all, the two important substances used in the formula were discovered by us. Goso didn't expect the male protagonist to have a backhand, and immediately looked at the male protagonist with admiration. On the other hand, Orwell, who was standing aside, snorted coldly after hearing the conversation between Goso and the male protagonist. Cunning human. The male protagonist frowned slightly, and turned to look at Orwell. It is the cunning human you mentioned who not only killed the meatworm parasitic in your body, but also successfully rescued you from the hands of the Bayan race. Do you really want to say such insulting words? Although the male protagonist does not look strong. When talking to the male protagonist, people always feel that the male protagonist has an irresistible feeling. You are right. But don't expect us to share the triangular crystals we have obtained with you. The male protagonist smiled helplessly. He did not leave Orwell in the Bayan race, not to get the triangular crystals from Orwell. If the triangular crystals can really be mined, their Interstellar Federation base does not need to rely on anyone at all. Don't worry. My purpose of saving you is not to ask you to donate the triangular crystal to the Interstellar Federation base. My main purpose is just that I don't want the two Zerg populations to merge or a huge disaster to break out. In fact, for the male protagonist, the Zerg army and the Bayan race can coexist peacefully. After all, they are of the same race. Even if there is a blood feud, after so many years of getting along, both sides should be able to find that they have no way to deal with each other. Instead of fighting like this, the male protagonist thinks it is better to coexist peacefully. There are a number of triangular crystals on the subspace planet. According to the size of the forces of several parties, the triangular crystals can be evenly distributed. Why do you want to take it all by yourself? This is where the male protagonist and the Zerg have different ideas. But the male protagonist does not intend to explain so much to Orwell. After all, even if he explains, it is the same thing whether Orwell listens or not. After the spaceship landed smoothly at the Interstellar Federation base, the male protagonist immediately arranged for someone to send Orwell back to the insect army. And Goso also needed to rest. Although the medicine they studied for other creatures can protect the body of the parasite while killing the meatworm, the whole process of killing the meatworm will still make the organism weak and need a period of rest. What's more, Goso has been tortured in the Bayan race base during this period, so it is reasonable for him to rest now. But it was at this time that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng found the male protagonist. You are finally back. We have been waiting for you for many days, just because we are afraid that something will happen to you. The male protagonist turned around in front of the two of them, so that they could believe that they had no problems at all now. However, the male protagonist also knew that if it was not a very important matter, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng would definitely not take the initiative to find him. Tell me, what happened? After hearing this, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were a little nervous. After you left, we thought about what you said at the time, and we all felt that what you said was very reasonable. We can't completely deny Ouyang Jifeng any chance to repent just because he made a mistake. So, during the time you were away, we appeased Ouyang Jifeng and asked Ouyang Jifeng to agree to follow us back to Earth and continue to conduct relevant academic research. Hearing this, the male protagonist was even more puzzled. It sounds like this is a good time. Why do Lao Wang and Lao Zheng have to act so nervous? After thinking about it, the male protagonist roughly understood their concerns. Although they don't want to ruin Ouyang Jifeng's future, they can also guess that if this matter is really known by the officials of Xia country, Ouyang Jifeng's future will be completely ruined. The male protagonist can understand their feelings, but he can't understand why they ask the law to give in to the illegality for the sake of a talent. Chapter 266, Joining the Eagle Sauce Country. The male protagonist looked up at them, and sighed. I can understand the feelings of both of you. But your kindness may harm Ouyang Jifeng. Old Wang and Old Zheng were stunned, not understanding what the male protagonist meant. Do you think that this time Ouyang Jifeng has realized his mistakes, and knows that he cannot easily trust his teacher? He knows that after returning to Earth, he will definitely pay the price for his actions. But have you ever thought about what you would do to him if you really helped him this time and saved him from punishment? If he makes similar mistakes again in the future, will you tolerate him again and again? Forgive him again and again? And protect him from punishment again and again through your protection? The male protagonist hopes that Old Wang and Old Zheng can understand that if Ouyang Jifeng does the same thing this time, although it does cause trouble, it is still within the controllable range, and they can turn a blind eye and pretend that this thing has never happened. If Ouyang Jifeng had not told him the secret of his teacher because of his conscience, the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, would Lao Wang and Lao Zheng always cover up Ouyang Jifeng's crimes? Therefore, the male protagonist always believed that the punishment he should accept was still very necessary. And he must let Ouyang Jifeng know that if he did this, he would be punished. As for the rest, that was not what they should think about. If Ouyang Jifeng really wanted to continue his scientific research, his ability and his character would gradually be recognized, and there would not be such blind people who would ignore the facts for the so-called justice. Scientific research talents are important, but the most important thing is to have upright scientific researchers. You should go back and think about it. If you have thought it through, we will prepare to teleport you back to Earth in 3 days. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng left thoughtfully, and the male protagonist began to think about what to do next. In a short period of time, the people of the Bian race should not be able to develop a drug that can kill meatworms, which means that they can still be quiet for a while. Although the soldiers of their Interstellar Federation base are basically out of danger, they still cannot take it lightly. The male protagonist decided to go to the plant planet first and bring back more ghost vines, so that he could make a potion that could kill the meatworms as soon as possible when the potion was needed in the future. He believed that even if they were as powerful as the insect army, they would not refuse the potion that could kill the meatworms. At that time, both sides would show mercy to their Interstellar Federation base because they needed potions. The male protagonist did not go to the plant planet in person this time, but chose to wait until Wu Jigang and his students were sent back to Earth, and then let Goso, who had rested well, go there. The male protagonist still felt a little sorry for the plant planet. Obviously, the king of the plant star had noticed the existence of the problem, but he seemed to have never thought about solving the problem from the source of the problem. This would cause the problem to appear to have been solved on the surface. But in fact, when they completely ignored the problem would come back. Although the hero didn't want this to happen. The plant planet was the territory of the king of the plant star after all. He had said everything he could say, so there was no need to say anything more. He didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. All he could give was a kind reminder. After experiencing so many things, the hero gradually began to understand that not everyone could feel it, and their reminders were really kind. 3 days passed quickly, and Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also came to see him during this period. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng thought carefully about what he said last time, and they also said that they could understand the hero's thoughts. Although Ouyang Jifeng didn't seem to be the mastermind of this matter, he knew about it from the beginning. If he hadn't really been unable to bear it, Ouyang Jifeng would probably not have told him the truth. On the day when the transmission device was turned on, the hero met Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng again. Seeing the decadent look on their faces, the hero found it funny. Wu Jigang became very excited after seeing the male protagonist. He pointed at the male protagonist and started to curse. If it weren't for you, our research would have yielded results long ago. But you insisted on using your personal subjective assumptions to stop us from continuing our research. You will regret it sooner or later. In fact, Wu Jigang planned to cling to the male protagonist for the time being from the beginning. After all, in this subspace planet, there is almost no one who is smarter and more capable than the male protagonist. But for their research results, the male protagonist still hopes that they can do what they have agreed before. After all, the fundamental purpose of bringing these two people to the Interstellar Federation base is to hope that they can save more lives. Even if they can't do anything now, it doesn't matter, as long as they are really doing research. The male protagonist will not have too much opinion on them. It's a pity that Wu Jigang didn't grasp this opportunity at all. Instead of putting all the problems on me, it's better to think about what kind of people can fully accept what you do. Wu Jigang stopped talking. He knew better than anyone that no matter when, his research was not accepted by everyone. If he just took out weapons made of parasites, many people might come to him on their own initiative. But he is still in the experimental stage, so naturally no one can accept it. Lao Wang was afraid that the male protagonist and Wu Jigang would quarrel. So he quickly explained, now is not the time to quarrel. The Nanchaman transmission device has been opened. We must return to Earth through the transmission device as soon as possible. The male protagonist shrugged indifferently. He had never thought of quarreling with Wu Jigang. The problem now was that Wu Jigang insisted on quarreling with him. Could he be blamed for this? After Lao Wang and Lao Zheng brought Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng into the transmission device, a dazzling white light flashed, and their figures were no longer in the transmission device. However, looking at the empty transmission device, the male protagonist's right eyelid suddenly jumped. After just this moment, the male protagonist's eyelids did not react at all. Looking at the transmission device in front of him, the male protagonist suddenly had a bad premonition. If he guessed correctly, this time Lao Wang and Lao Zheng brought the teacher and student back to Earth. I am afraid something bad will happen. However, the situation on the subspace planet is more difficult, and the male protagonist has no intention to care about the situation on the Earth. If there is really a problem that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng cannot handle, the male protagonist believes that these two people will definitely pass on the news to him. In fact, when Lao Wang and Lao Zheng brought Wu Jigang and his teacher and student back to Earth, there was nothing unusual at first. They immediately took Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng to the relevant departments, and informed the Xia country officials that Wu Jigang had defected from the Interstellar Federation base, and even joined the alien Zerg. Because of the identity issues of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, they were not detained immediately, but were first detained in their own residences, and relevant people would come to interrogate them every day. During this period, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also visited them, hoping that they could cooperate with the official investigation. After the official investigation is over, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng will also plead for them. After all, their previous situation was really too miserable. If it were not for this reason, just looking at what they did, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng would never think of forgiving them. However, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang did not think about the kindness of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to them. Even the male protagonist did not find an excuse to deal with them on the alien planet, but sent them back to Earth. After sending away the official investigators again, Wu Jigang's emotions completely broke out. Why should we accept these people's interrogation again and again, just because we did some research? Ouyang Jifeng sat in front of the computer, sorting out the files. Wu Jigang suddenly walked to Ouyang Jifeng. I scanned these files into your brain at the beginning. Can you reproduce them accurately now? Ouyang Jifeng nodded to Wu Jigang, but did not look at Wu Jigang. Now in Ouyang Jifeng's eyes, his teacher is just a madman, or a madman with no ability. Fortunately, in order not to attract attention, the teacher chose to store all the important experimental data in his memory. In this way, as long as he does not lose his memory, they don't have to worry about anything at all. These things will bring them very important opportunities. At the beginning, when Wu Jigang told Ouyang Jifeng about his plan, Ouyang Jifeng also disagreed. If they returned to Earth and left Xiaogua without saying a word, it would definitely attract attention. Moreover, the male protagonist said from the beginning to the end that after they returned to Earth, they would let Lao Wang and Lao Zheng tell the authorities what they did. Ouyang Jifeng knew that if their actions were really known by the authorities, their lives would be completely ruined. No one would believe that people like them could really research results that could benefit mankind. That's why he agreed to join forces with the teacher. During the period when the male protagonist left the Interstellar Federation, Ouyang Jifeng took advantage of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's softness, and secretly brought back some of the male protagonist and their previous research data. He believed that even if these data might not be a big deal for the male protagonist, they must be very important for other countries. This is also their only chance to turn over. When thinking of this, Ouyang Jifeng's eyes finally shone with a different light. If the male protagonist saw Ouyang Jifeng now, he would definitely regret not being a little more ruthless to Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. After all, even if he threw these two people to the Bayan race and let the Bayan race deal with them, no one could find any fault with him. Just when the investigators were discussing the results of the treatment of their teacher and student, Ouyang Jifeng successfully avoided the arrows of the investigators against the two of them through the research data brought back from the Interstellar Federation base, and contacted the president of the Eagle Sauce country. He came up and got straight to the point, saying that they had very important research data from Xia country, and they were willing to provide these research data to the Eagle Sauce country. But they also had conditions. The president of the Eagle Sauce country was not a fool. Of course, he understood that if they put forward such conditions, it might be a trap. So he asked to see whether the research results they mentioned were useful to the Eagle Sauce country. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang are now eager to get out of Xia country. So after hearing the request of the president of Eagle Sauce country, Wu Jigang asked Ouyang Jifeng to give some data to the president of Eagle Sauce country without saying anything. After receiving this part of the data, the president of Eagle Sauce country said that he would give them a reply in 2 days. After cutting off the contact, the president of Eagle Sauce country immediately handed over the experimental data sent by Ouyang Jifeng to the corresponding experts. After seeing the experimental data sent by Ouyang Jifeng, the experts' eyes suddenly lit up. Eagle Sauce country has always been a very powerful country, with the world's top level in scientific research. Most of the world's top researchers and experts also stay in Eagle Sauce country. So even if they can't understand all the research data, a little bit of it can help them solve the problems that have troubled them for a long time. Therefore, the experts immediately asked the president of Eagle Sauce country where they got these research data. The president did not directly tell them the source of the experimental data, but only asked them how useful these experimental data can be. After the experts reported to the president of Eagle country about the huge benefits brought to them by the experimental data, the president of Eagle country immediately determined the next action plan. They needed the relevant experimental data in the hands of the person who sent the data. And from the words of these two people, they just needed an identity, which was a simple matter for them in Eagle country. According to the agreed time, the president of Eagle country waited for a long time, and finally waited for the person who contacted him to show up. And he immediately put forward his request. He could give these two people identities, but he needed these two people to hand over all the experimental data in their hands, in order to leave Xia country as soon as possible and go to a freer place, and to avoid them staying in Xia country to be tried. Wu Jigang asked Ouyang Jifeng to immediately agree to the request of the president of Eagle country. But what they didn't expect was that this matter was far from as simple as they imagined. At least the purpose of the president of Eagle country was very obvious. That is, to get the experimental data in their hands. Ouyang Jifeng stopped Wu Jigang's idea. Teacher, if we hand over the experimental data immediately, do you know what kind of results we will face? Wu Jigang was stunned by Ouyang Jifeng's question. He thought that there was no important meaning for them to bring back these experimental data. If there is any, it is to exchange a safe environment for them, to protect their reputation, and to prevent them from becoming rats crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats in Xiaogua. Ouyang Jifeng's view on this matter is much longer term than Wu Jigang's. From the current situation, the experimental data in our hands have been recognized by the Eagle Sauce country. That is to say, what they need now is the experimental data in our hands, not our people. If we hand over all the experimental data, how can we be sure that we can hide in the Eagle Sauce country and not be solved by the people of the Eagle Sauce country? For the Eagle Sauce country, buying the experimental data from them is a very useful existence in itself. But if they don't have these things, they will become dispensable to the Eagle Sauce country. They can't do this, and they don't want the final situation to become like this. So Ouyang Jifeng said to Wu Jigang, if we can now convince the people of the United States that the experimental data in our hands are definitely not what we brought back, but our own experimental data, which has been imprinted in our minds. If they want the data in our minds, they must protect us. Otherwise they will get nothing, so that we can have a place in the Eagle Sauce country. Wu Jigang looked at Ouyang Jifeng with a changed look, with a bit of strangeness. Who taught you these things? You obviously have never been exposed to these intrigues before. Hearing this, Ouyang Jifeng couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, you taught me these things. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought that I would have these abilities one day. Wu Jigang stared at Ouyang Jifeng for a long time. He still didn't believe that Ouyang Jifeng would deal with him in the end. After all, they have been teachers and students for so many years, and Ouyang Jifeng has never disobeyed his wishes. This time is definitely the same. Little did he know that since the moment Wu Jigang left him alone in the Interstellar Federation base, Ouyang Jifeng had begun to feel that Wu Jigang was a burden. He simply had no ability to let him complete the research he liked. And he could only dream unrealistic dreams. At that time, Ouyang Jifeng felt that Wu Jigang's move to leave the Interstellar Federation base was very stupid. Even if the Interstellar Federation base did not welcome him because of the male protagonist's identity, could those alien races that they were not familiar with be able to treat them wholeheartedly? Even if they really had research results that could be shown. He was sure that no one would be as tolerant of them as the male protagonist. Therefore, since Wu Jigang came back, Ouyang Jifeng only used him, and had no other ideas. According to his own ideas, Ouyang Jifeng began to communicate with the president of the Eagle Sauce country. Their request was to get a brand new identity, and be taken to the Eagle Sauce country. No matter what happened later, the Eagle Sauce country must not disclose their identities, or send them back to Xia country. As long as the Eagle Sauce country could agree to the conditions they proposed, Ouyang Jifeng could guarantee that the experimental data they had would not be taken to other places. The president of the Eagle Sauce country did not expect that the two people who had something to ask of them could actually make such clear requests. And he immediately looked at Ouyang Jifeng with some admiration. Chapter 267, Precarious Status. I didn't expect that Xia country actually has such powerful people like you. It seems that the Xia country officials did not protect you well. You must feel sad. Right? If it were Wu Jigang, he would definitely follow the words of the president of Eagle Sauce country. Because he always believes that if they can play the role of the weak, they can gain sympathy. In this way, no one will doubt that the research he wants to do is likely to be unfriendly to all races in the universe. Wu Jigang even feels that if he can provoke confrontation between the two sides, more voices in their favor will appear. But Ouyang Jifeng's way of doing things is completely different from his. After hearing the speech of the president of Eagle Sauce country, the first thing Ouyang Jifeng wanted to do was to let the president of Eagle Sauce country understand that they don't need sympathy. They just need Eagle Sauce country to agree to their conditions, and do it according to their promises. All this has nothing to do with how Xia country treats us. What we need now is the attitude of Eagle Sauce country. If the president has not thought about it, you can think about it slowly. We have plenty of time. However, we want to remind you, President, that there is a person named Male Lead in Xia country. He has a variety of research results that are enough to make Xia country completely surpass Eagle Sauce country and become the world's largest country. This sentence hit the sore spot of the president of Eagle Sauce country. What every citizen of their Eagle Sauce country can't accept the most is that Xia country, which has always lagged behind Eagle Sauce country, suddenly has the ability to easily surpass Eagle Sauce country. So, the president agreed to the requests of Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng almost without any hesitation. But we still need time to prepare. You should also understand that if you are really the owner of those experimental data, we in the Eagle country also hope that these data will never be seen by the Xia country. Ouyang Jifeng can guarantee this. After all, these data are of no use to them at all. Then we will wait for the good news from you, Mr. President. At the same time, the trial results of Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng in the Xia country have also been initially determined. A group of people believe that what Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang did is simply unforgivable. Although they can understand Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's focus on scientific research. But they took the experimental data belonging to the Earth and the Xia country to join the alien species, which made them unacceptable. Some people also think that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang are indeed disappointing in this matter. But their research is recognized by even the male protagonist. If they really can't continue their research, or if they are completely ruined, it will be a thing of no benefit to the Xia country. In this way, the two sides fell into a dispute over how to deal with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. During this period, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also came to see Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and told them the current situation outside. Regarding this matter, Ouyang Jifeng was very moved. I really thank the two experts very much. If it weren't for your mediation, I'm afraid we don't know how to deal with this matter now. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng's attitude, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were still very satisfied, because they felt that Ouyang Jifeng must have been implicated by Wu Jigang at the beginning. Otherwise Ouyang Jifeng would not betray his teacher at the critical moment. Wu Jigang burst into laughter at Ouyang Jifeng's reaction. He pointed at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. You are blind. You actually believed his words. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were a little confused. But they couldn't help but persuade Wu Jigang. We all know that the things you experienced on the subspace planet will indeed make you feel embarrassed. But don't you think about what kind of ending you would have if it weren't for Ouyang Jifeng? Even the male protagonist only gave you a break because of Ouyang Jifeng. Otherwise, if you were left in the base of the Bayan race, do you think they would still value you? Wu Jigang understood what they said. However, after seeing the true face of Ouyang Jifeng in the past 2 days, he suddenly felt that he, as a teacher, didn't understand Ouyang Jifeng at all. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at Wu Jigang's crazy look and walked up to pat Ouyang Jifeng on the shoulder. You have worked so hard. Your teacher has been greatly stimulated. You still have to take good care of him. When Ouyang Jifeng heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at the teacher beside him. He could understand why Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were not trusted by the male protagonist. These two people can be said to be typical of people who have become stupid because of reading too much. They make decisions completely based on their emotions, which will change their judgments due to subjective assumptions. With such behavior, it is no wonder that the male protagonist always ignores their opposition. Try not to go out during this period. There are still many disputes about you in the outside world, so we will try our best to help you. Just wait patiently. After leaving, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng immediately went straight to the official investigation department. Here, they saw people who didn't know how to deal with the teacher and student pair of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, but also learned a more serious news. Although many changes have occurred in just a few days, and quite a lot of quarrels have also broken out, everyone's starting point is good, and they don't want similar things to happen again. I hope that the punishment for Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang this time can be dealt with lightly, so that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang can continue their research in related areas. However, the movement from the Eagle Sauce country also made Lao Wang and Lao Zheng very worried. In a very short period of time, the Eagle country has come up with a lot of patented technologies, although the main research direction of the two of them has nothing to do with the conflict between Xia and the Eagle country. But when Lao Wang and Zhao Lao Zheng heard it, they immediately felt a little strange. What's going on? Could it be that something unexpected happened after we left? The investigator shook his head at them. Although the Eagle country has never given up suppressing those countries that are not as powerful as the door. If I don't have evidence to prove that this sudden research result is related to Xia, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the Eagle country. After hearing the investigator's words, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng found it difficult to be happy. Now the Eagle country and Xia are like water and fire. If Xia really encounters an irreversible crisis during the time when the male protagonist leaves the earth, they have no way to face the male protagonist. So, they also joined in monitoring the movements of the Eagle country. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng didn't know that although it seemed that the Eagle country had completed a lot of research this time, in fact, according to the original style of the Eagle country, they would never do such a thing. And they did this for only one purpose, which was to attract the attention of the Xia country officials. Now, the Xia country officials have focused their attention on Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and want to give a fair and reasonable solution. Then, there will be a vacuum period around Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng. If they can make good use of this opportunity, they can successfully bring Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang out of Xia and become their sharp blade. The president of the Eagle country has begun to prepare for this matter, which is within Ouyang Jifeng's expectations. Even though there are many people in Xia, they have not carefully studied the behavior patterns of the Eagle country. So when Ouyang Jifeng saw this, he immediately warned Wu Jigang to restrain himself. Otherwise, if he acted too much, he would be noticed. They can't cause trouble to the Eagle country now. They must let the Eagle country transfer them out smoothly. The people of the Eagle country have sent their new identities. According to the arrangement of the people who sent their new identities, they will sneak out when the investigators guarding them change shifts in 2 days. At this time, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang finally let go of their hanging hearts. But what they didn't expect was that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came again. And during the chat, they also mentioned the recent abnormal behavior of the Eagle country. Tell me, where did the Eagle country get so many scientific research results? And actually made so many research results public in just a few days? Lao Wang still looked puzzled. Lao Zheng knew that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang had no way to conduct research now. So Lao Wang's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt in their wounds. So what he could do was to let Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang not lose heart. As long as you don't continue to do things that hurt your kind, I believe it won't be long before your life can return to normal. Ouyang Jifeng still thanked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng very hypocritically. When the day came when the Eagle Sauce people came to them, they obediently followed the instructions of those people from the Eagle Sauce country, changed into the doll clothes they had never worn, and followed the Eagle Sauce people out of their residence. At this time, because the investigators changed shifts. No one noticed that two people walked into Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's residence from outside. But 4 people left. However, the fact that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang had secretly escaped was soon discovered. When Lao Wang and Lao Zheng received the news, they both showed an expression of disbelief. How is it possible? I guess they didn't escape at all. But they felt that being locked up was too boring. So they just wanted to go out for some fresh air. If such a statement was made by someone who didn't know the whole story, the investigators might believe it. But when Lao Wang and Lao Zheng said it, they both felt helpless. The 2 people left quietly. If they really just wanted to go out for some fresh air, they had no idea of escaping at all. And they didn't have to leave quietly at all. At this time, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng hurriedly passed the news to the officials of Xia State, hoping that they could find the people back immediately. However, the investigators made a bold hypothesis. They all believed that if Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang really escaped suddenly, then everything seemed to make sense. Because before this, the Eagle Sauce country had been constantly disclosing their scientific research results, which seemed to be showing off to other countries. But in fact it was to attract their attention. As long as they can feel puzzled, the power guarding Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang will be weakened, because it is on the territory of Xia country, and no one will think that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang have the possibility of escaping. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were stunned. In other words, if these 2 people have really left, then the person who contacted them and helped them escape must be from the Eagle Sauce country. Now, we must immediately notify the customs department and keep Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang in the country. However, their arrangements are still too late. According to the surveillance video at the scene, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang have already left the country with new identities. So it is basically difficult to continue this matter. At this moment, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng have begun to worry about what the male protagonist will say if he hears such an ending. However, they now understand that telling the male protagonist the whole story is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they must find a way to know the whereabouts of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. Although few people knew much about the research that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang had been engaged in before, they were teleported back to Xiagua from the Interstellar Federation base after all. If they were really allowed to collude with the Eagle Sauce country, even if they could not provide much to the Eagle Sauce country, it would not be a reassuring thing. After learning about this, the officials of Xiagua did not show any mercy and immediately contacted the Eagle Sauce country, hoping that they could send the people back. However, the answer they got was not satisfactory, because the Eagle Sauce country did not admit that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were taken away by them. Even if Xiagua had placed the relevant video clips in front of the Eagle Sauce country, they still did not admit that the disappearance of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang was related to the Eagle Sauce country government. Xiagua was suddenly in a passive position, because the people from the Eagle Sauce country government replied that although the people who took Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang away were from the Eagle Sauce country, they had nothing to do with the Eagle Sauce country government. They were even willing to help Xiagua to find the whereabouts of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang in the territory of Yingjiang country. If Xiagua had not already begun to suspect that the sudden disappearance of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang was related to Yingjiang country, the answer of Yingjiang country would be impeccable. Yingjiang country and Xiagua suddenly fell into a stalemate. Xiagua could not prove that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were taken away by people from Yingjiang country. Yingjiang country ostensibly agreed to help Xiagua find people, but after searching for a long time, it still had no effect. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were also thinking about whether to tell the male protagonist about this matter. If they told the male protagonist, how should they answer the male protagonist's questions? Could it be that they lost the people when they were monitoring Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang? Interstellar Federation Base. At present, there has been no case of soldiers being parasitized by meat stripes in the Interstellar Federation Base. The entire base has also returned to its original state. Goso drove the cargo ship to the plant planet, probably because the hero had helped the plant planet before. He returned safely soon. This time Goso returned safely and looked very different from before. As for what was different, the hero thought that Goso had become more energetic when he just came back from the Bayan race. Although Goso seemed to have not changed, he still gave people a very strange feeling. Now Goso loves to talk and laugh, and can get along with everyone, which makes the hero feel much more at ease. However, after seeing the male protagonist, Goso walked to the male protagonist with a calm face and whispered, "What happened between you and the King of Plant Star?" We are so close. But I have never heard that the King of Plant Star is so easy to talk to. This time, they simply treated us as VIPs. The male protagonist did not say too much in detail, but roughly introduced that he had helped the plant planet solve the crisis. After hearing the male protagonist's explanation, Goso couldn't help but admire the male protagonist even more. I didn't expect that even the King of Plant Star couldn't see the problem. But you could see it at a glance. How come you look more powerful than before? The male protagonist was humiliated by the words of several Goso. At this time, someone rushed to the male protagonist and Goso and said that they received a distress signal. Although because of the previous incident on the plant planet, the male protagonist also felt that he could wait a little longer. After all, the distress signal is very likely a trap. According to the person who specializes in deciphering the signal, he and Goso told him that the signal was not transmitted from the plant planet, but from the Bion race base that was relatively close to them. Hearing this, the male protagonist and Goso looked at each other, and they didn't quite understand why they received the distress signal from the Bion race base. When the male protagonist saw the decryption result of the distress signal, he looked at the content on it and was stunned. He never thought that the Bion race really came to ask for help this time, because the Bion race had obtained the formula of the potion studied by the male protagonist. But it was impossible to replicate it, which made Oscar anxious. They tried many times without any results. And then, they remembered what the male protagonist said before, that even if they got the formula, they might not be able to replicate the potion that could kill the meatworm. Oscar was also forced to find the male protagonist. However, after reading this distress message, the male protagonist did not intend to take action at all, just like he did with other planets. If the Bion race could not come to him directly, he would consider whether to help. As for Oscar, he was a little anxious because he had not waited for the male protagonist's reply. At this time, Lasher added fuel to Oscar's fire. He walked to Oscar's side and said in a very respectful tone, "Lord Oscar, if you still can't follow through on your promise, and let the tribesmen who were originally parasitized by the strike worms get rid of the trouble, I'm afraid your position will be in jeopardy." Chapter 268 New Agreement. Oscar now did not question what Lasher said as he did before, because he also knew that the news that Wang Wei came to the Bion race base with a potion that could kill the meatworm had spread within the Bion race. Everyone knew that this alien species brought a drug that could protect the tribe from the torture of the meatworm. And in order to get the formula of this potion, he let go of Orwell, who was of great significance to their Bion race. You know, for the Bion race, the insect army is their biggest threat. So catching Orwell is a very important thing. If they can't make the potion again, then they will definitely bear the doubts of the tribe. Letting Orwell go, but not being able to produce the potion, not only the tribe can't accept it, even Oscar himself feels unacceptable. You are right, but we haven't found the two materials we need so far. Do I have to ask the humans in the Interstellar Federation base for these two materials in person? Hearing Oscar's words, Lasher couldn't help but start to complain in his heart. At the beginning, Wang Wei said that he would directly provide the potion. It was obviously he who didn't want it, but he insisted that Wang Wei would use the potion formula to restrict the Bion race. So he asked for the formula. Wang Wei also said that the Bion race did not have the two materials in the formula at present. But Oscar didn't believe it. Now that he couldn't find these two materials, he was unwilling to go to the Interstellar Federation to find a solution. How could the tribe accept it? But Lasher couldn't say it directly. Otherwise he would definitely be suspected by Oscar. So Lasher suggested to look for it again. After all, the subspace planet is so big, and the Interstellar Federation has only recently developed this potion. It doesn't make sense that the materials for making the potion were brought from other planets. Oscar accepted Lasher's proposal, and sent a team to start looking for traces of these two materials on the entire subspace planet. On the other side, the patrol team of the Interstellar Federation also discovered the unusual movements of the Bion race, and reported the news directly to Wang Wei. Leader, we recently discovered that the Bion race often sends teams out, and the time they go out is not short. Every time they come back, the people of the Bion race look very depressed. Did they encounter any trouble? The Interstellar Federation is still very wary of the Bion race and the Zerg army. After all, they all want to get the triangular crystals of the subspace planet. If they can't grasp the enemy's movements, the Interstellar Federation will be passive if a war really breaks out. After hearing the report of the patrol team, Wang Wei didn't take it seriously. He could even guess why the Bayan race has frequently sent people away from the base recently. It must be because they can't find the two important materials for making potions. Okay, I know about this. You don't have to pay too much attention to the Bayan race. It's better to pay more attention to the movements of the Zerg army. He knew that the Zerg army has always been impulsive. If they really feel that the opportunity is right, they probably won't give them any chance to react. But now he is more relieved. Because even if the Zerg army has such an idea, they will definitely not choose to act now. Their situation is not optimistic. Not to mention that the meatworm in Orwell's body has been killed. And he will definitely need some time to recover. When leaving the Interstellar Federation base, Orwell knew that they had handed over the formula of the potion to kill the meatworm to the Bayan race. As long as Orwell is not crazy, he will definitely choose to wait and see for a while before taking action to ensure that the Zerg army will not suffer too serious casualties. It seems that the upcoming war is an internal fight between the Zerg. But the core issue is still the triangular crystal of the subspace planet. If the Zerg army suffers heavy casualties during the battle, even if the Bayan race is agreed, it will not have much advantage in the subsequent competition for the triangular crystal. After the patrol team left, Wang Wei began to think about when Oscar would come to him. If nothing unexpected happens, Oscar will not be able to hold on for too long. Rashir will never let Oscar have an easy time. Bayan race base. During this period, Rashir was responsible for arranging people to go out and find two materials for making potions. However, every time the Bayan people returned empty-handed. As time went on, the Bayan people even began to suspect that the people of the Interstellar Federation were deliberately playing tricks on them, and that the two materials did not exist at all. They began to question Oscar's decision, and at the same time wanted to understand the true situation of the problem through Lasher. Lasher's hesitation every time made the Bayan people begin to doubt whether Oscar was really deceived. If Oscar was deceived by the people of the Interstellar Federation, then they would suffer heavy losses this time. If Oscar was not deceived, their Bayan race would still have hope. After all, solving the problem of their people being parasitized by meatworms would give them a larger living space, and thus give full play to their own strength. This matter soon reached Oscar's ears. Oscar immediately called Rachel and asked him why he was spreading rumors outside. After all, when he asked Rachel to send people out to find the other two materials, he clearly told Rachel that he must not tell the outsiders about this matter. Everyone must know that they now have the formula of the potion and are working on making the potion, so as to benefit the stability of the tribe. Rachel looked innocent. Lord Oscar, I have not leaked our plan to anyone. When I asked others to go out to find materials, I did not say that the two materials they were looking for were used to make potions. When they questioned me, I never admitted it. Oscar looked at Rachel. Although he believed that what Rachel said was true, this matter has brought a lot of impact to the Bayan race, and they must solve the problem as soon as possible. You have been in contact with Goso and Orwell for the longest time. Do you think if we go to the Interstellar Federation for help now, will they be willing to help us? Rachel was silent. He thought that Wang Wei would definitely help with this matter, but he didn't know whether he would put forward conditions. He could even feel that Oscar wanted him to do this, although he couldn't say that he didn't want to do this at all. Oscar didn't show up in person in order to avoid losing face. What position did he put his people in? Thinking of this, Lasher was actually in a bad mood, because in his mind, since Oscar was respected and loved by the people of the Bayan race, he should make contributions to the race, instead of just thinking about his face no matter what he did, as he did now. At this time, the news that someone in the Bayan race was tortured to death by meatworms came again, and Oscar couldn't sit still anymore. Since the Interstellar Federation has medicine, they need to get it now, and can't wait any longer. Therefore, Oscar immediately ordered Lasher to go to the Interstellar Federation base to ask Wang Wei for medicine. As long as Wang Wei's request was not excessive, they could accept it. On the surface, Lasher accepted the task assigned by Oscar. But in fact, Lasher thought this was a very good opportunity. He had the opportunity to contact Wang Wei and ask Wang Wei what he planned to do next. They must get the Bayan race out of Oscar's control as soon as possible so that the Bayan race can have a larger living space. Taking the spaceship, Lasher came to the Interstellar Federation base. When the unidentified spaceship was approaching, the Interstellar Federation conducted a very detailed investigation of the spaceship, which allowed the spaceship to dock at the spaceport of the Interstellar Federation. After getting off the spaceship, everyone at the Interstellar Federation base was shocked, except for Orwell. The Interstellar Federation has not accepted any Zerg visitors. Lasher can be said to be the only one who took the initiative to come to the door. However, Lasher was soon taken away by Wang Wei, and they had no chance to figure out what Lasher's real purpose was in coming to the Interstellar Federation. However, they still found that Wang Wei's attitude towards Lasher was different from that towards other Zergs. Could it be that this person has a high status among the Zergs? Just when the people of the Interstellar Federation began to doubt Lasher's intentions and began to discuss, Lasher had been taken to Wang Wei's laboratory. The moment Wang Wei closed the door of the laboratory, Lasher immediately smiled. Now the Bian race has questioned Oscar's management. If Oscar makes another mistake in decision-making, I believe we will be able to replace Oscar soon and let the Bian race move towards a brighter future. Wang Wei looked at Lasher's excitement and didn't know what to say. Based on the current situation of the Bian race, Lasher was right. The Bian race must be out of Oscar's control. Otherwise, Oscar's crazy plans will lead to the complete destruction of the entire Bian race. However, if the person who controls the Bian race is replaced by Lasher, will the result be fundamentally different? Wang Wei didn't know, and didn't dare to think about it. You didn't come here to share this news with me, did you? Wang Wei felt that with Lasher's status in the Bian race, Oscar would know his every move clearly, which means that it is impossible for Lasher to come to the Interstellar Federation without Oscar's notice. In other words, Lasher's coming here this time should be instructed by Oscar. Since Oscar asked him to come, Lasher must have other purposes. You guessed right. I came to the Interstellar Federation this time because Oscar asked me to come. Rachel sat on the chair and looked at Wang Wei. Although we have exchanged the recipe for the potion from you before, we have not found some of the materials yet. So we only got a recipe that has no practical effect. Recently, there have been voices of doubt in the base, and Oscar is a little impatient. He hopes that I can come to the Interstellar Federation and ask you for some potions, because someone in our tribe can't stand the torture of the meat worm and paid the price of his life. Wang Wei was still a little surprised when he heard Rachel's words. He thought that Oscar would send someone to ask for the potion a long time ago. But Oscar, for the sake of face, delayed until someone else died because of this incident before sending Rachel. Could it be that in Oscar's eyes, the lives of those tribesmen are no longer lives? I can promise to give you the potion, but I can't give it to you for free. Do you understand what I mean? Lasher had already anticipated this result, so he mentioned this matter to Oscar before coming. Oscar also said that as long as Wang Wei's request was not excessive, they would be willing to exchange potions with Wang Wei. If the Bian race can get the triangular crystal later, I need to take 1% of the triangular crystal you get. It seems that 1% is not much, but since the potion has been developed, he hopes that innocent people can avoid being hurt, even if the other party is the Zerg. Wang Wei believes that the Bian race with intelligence is definitely not all bad people. In fact, from the beginning I thought that if Oscar didn't follow the formula, it would be safest to directly use the things we can exchange for the potion. After all, if we were asked to make the potion, it would be very likely that the potion would change due to problems in the production process. At that time, the ones who really suffered were our people. It has to be said that Lasher's brain is really useful. But it's a pity that Lasher is now just a small captain of the Bian race. You can stay in our Interstellar Federation with peace of mind, because it takes time to make potions, and the potions given to you are fundamentally different from those used by us humans. Lasher didn't say much. After thanking Wang Wei, he was taken to his room. At this time, Goso suddenly appeared and asked Wang Wei why he was still connected with the Bian race, and what was the purpose of Lasher's arrival this time. Seeing him so nervous, Wang Wei just found it funny. When you were imprisoned in the Bian race base, you should have been taken care of by Lasher. Now you are acting very suspicious of him. Do you think he is a bad guy? But I can't see it at all? When Wang Wei asked this, Goso suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head. That's not what I meant. But the Zerg are Zerg after all. If they suddenly regret and hurt us, or take advantage of this opportunity to get close to the Interstellar Federation base to investigate our situation, what should we do? After thinking about it, Wang Wei decided to tell Goso about his opinion on Lasher. But he also had a premise. That is, after Goso knew about this, he must not mention it to anyone. Goso immediately agreed and began to ask what Wang Wei's plan was. The Bian tribe members are also very dissatisfied with Oscar's ambition. They are not the type to like to fight. If they can live in peace, they don't want to cause themselves any trouble. So this scene was born. Rochelle hopes that Oscar can step down from the position of leader, so that the Bayan race can return to normal. Goso also has his doubts. He suspects that these things are shown by Rochelle and Oscar. Wang Wei is not worried about this matter. If Oscar's identity can be changed, it will be good for them and the Bayan race. If not, then this matter will not have any impact on them. At this time, Goso's eyes looking at Wang Wei changed completely. In other words, you did something that will not affect us no matter what the result is. And even make money? Wang Wei nodded happily. Almost. If you want to understand it this way, it's not wrong. So you want to provide them with medicine now? Goso still felt uncomfortable. When they were in the Bayan race, they were abused a lot. Although he knew that all this was necessary. Otherwise Oscar would be angry and kill them directly. But now he still felt that if possible, it was necessary to take a little revenge on them. Wang Wei pulled Goso and whispered a few words to him. Goso suddenly looked enlightened and laughed evilly. You are still bad. I didn't expect you to use such a sinister method to make them pay for what they did. Wang Wei didn't think so much. In fact, he did this at the beginning just to prevent the people of the Bayan race from becoming too strong after using the potion. Otherwise, the balance between the insect army and the Bayan race will be broken. When a population suddenly becomes strong, their ambitions will also expand. This is the outcome he doesn't want to see. Lasher waited for 3 or 2 days in the Interstellar Federation, and Wang Wei handed him the first batch of 100 potions. When he got the potion, Lasher still felt that the number of potions was not much, and asked Wang Wei why he couldn't provide more at one time. Wang Wei knew that he didn't have any malice in saying this, but just wanted to save more people of the Bayan race from the torture of the meatworm. But Wang Wei really didn't have that many medicines to provide him. So he just told him the truth. You should know that we just solved the problem of the soldiers being parasitized by meatworms some time ago. Most people are in the stage of recovering their bodies, so we can't provide you with too many medicines in a short time. As he said, Wang Wei took out an agreement and handed it to Lasher. As long as you sign the agreement, we will regularly send people to deliver the prepared medicines to the base of the Bayan race. You can rest assured that with the agreement, we will never break our promise. Lasher still believed in Wang Wei, so he directly represented the Bayan race and pressed their special mark as proof of the signed commitment. When Lasher returned to the Bayan race base with 100 medicines, Oscar heard that Lasher agreed to Wang Wei conditions, and was immediately furious. Do you know what this condition you agreed to means to us? Lasher also frowned. Isn't it worth it to use 1% of the triangular crystal to exchange for the health of all the people of our Bayan race? This was the first time that Lasher openly resisted Oscar, so Oscar was also stunned for a moment. When Oscar frowned and didn't speak, Lasher continued, if you could agree to let the Interstellar Federation provide us with medicine from the beginning, then this situation would not have happened. Chapter 269 Prevent Trouble Before It Happens. Oscar was extremely angry and immediately ordered people to lock up Lasher. However, none of the people who had listened to him were willing to move at this moment. This scene gave Lasher more confidence. He didn't really want to seize the position of leader, but felt that the people of the Bayan race had finally become sober, and would no longer be controlled by Oscar. What Lasher said is right. We all heard before that the Interstellar Federation did intend to provide us with potions directly. It was you, Lord Oscar, who insisted on asking for the formula, which made our people endure so much torture in vain. As a result, even though we had the potion formula, our people still died under the torture of the meatworm. Now, it's just a little bit of crystal in exchange for the chance for our people to survive. Why put all the blame on Lasher? Oscar was so angry that his face turned blue. Are you going to rebel? Lasher waved his hand, asking others not to go against Oscar. There are still many people who are willing to follow Oscar, but have not seen the situation clearly. They do not need to stir up conflicts within the Bayan race at this time. In this way, Rachel was imprisoned by Oscar. Oscar also announced the reason why Rachel was imprisoned in public, in front of the Bayan race. Oscar was very angry. The triangular crystal is vital to our Bayan race. But now Rachel has given the triangular crystal that should belong to us to the people of the Interstellar Federation for the benefit of a small number of people. I believe that no one can understand such a result. Oscar did not explain to the Bayan race present that the reason why Rachel was willing to give up some triangular crystals was to get the potion that could kill the meatworm. Only a few people knew that the reason why they let Goso and Orwell go, but still did not get the potion that killed the meatworm, was because Oscar made a wrong choice. Oscar did not tell everyone present about these things, so they could not understand Rachel's approach at all, and thus they had a resistance to Rachel. However, many people who knew the inside story were very angry after seeing this ending, because they understood that Lasher made such a choice because he had no choice. If there was a way, he would not choose such an action to ensure that the Bayan people would not be threatened by the meatworm. Some people even rushed up and told everyone in front of Oscar that the reason why this matter ended like this was because of Oscar's wrong decision. At the beginning, the people of the Interstellar Federation proposed to give us the potion directly, but Lord Oscar did not agree. He thought that the people of the Interstellar Federation would use the formula of the potion to threaten us. So he asked for the formula of the potion. As soon as these words came out, the people below were quiet. Oscar's face was ugly, but surprisingly he did not refute. His state also made the people of the Bayan race understand that although it did not seem like something Oscar could do, it was the fact. Otherwise, with Oscar's character, he would definitely not allow others to bully him. Lord Oscar, are they telling the truth? Oscar didn't dare to give any response, because he couldn't let his people think that he, as a leader, didn't care about the lives of his people. Only with the support of his people could he complete his task. But now, Oscar also understood that it was not so easy to hide everything. So, what he had to do now was to clear up the misunderstanding, at least to prevent others from thinking that he had done something wrong, but was unwilling to give them a reasonable explanation. Oscar showed no panic at all, walked up to the person who came up to the stage and scolded him, patted him on the shoulder. You did a good job. If you have any questions or confusions in your heart, you can say it like this. Then, he turned his head and looked at the others. I know you must be very curious and don't understand why we can get the potion directly from the Interstellar Federation, but we have to ask for the formula. Now because we can't develop the potion ourselves, we need to pay other costs to get the potion from them. However, I believe that people with common sense can understand that if the potion is always in the hands of the other party, it is equivalent to holding the reputation of our Bayan race. In the past, we still had the leader of the Zerg army in our hands. As long as Orwell was there, the Zerg army would not dare to act rashly, and would not pose a threat to the Bayan race at all. However, the Interstellar Federation will definitely rescue the people. Even if we don't release them this time, they will definitely try their best to take them away, because they also know that if our Bayan race can control the insect army one day, it will definitely pose a threat to the Interstellar Federation. So, the first thing I want is the formula for making the potion. I think with the ability of our Bayan race, we can definitely make a potion so that our people will no longer suffer from the torture of meatworms. Although the people of the Interstellar Federation reminded me that some ingredients in the potion they developed could not be found by us, I did not believe it at the time. I thought they must want to prevent us from knowing the formula of the potion. Since they can find it, we can naturally find it too. But I didn't expect that the reason why they were willing to hand over the formula of the potion so generously was really because we couldn't find two of the important raw materials. So, the current situation happened. Lasher used 1% of the triangular crystals we would obtain in the future in exchange for the Interstellar Federation to provide us with a potion that can kill meatworms. As expected, Oscar immediately calmed down the people at the scene after explaining. They all understood that they were now in a situation where no one could provoke them, but no one could be careless. So what they had to do now was to expand their tribe as quickly as possible. In this way, Oscar seemed to be right. The people of the Bayan race suddenly fell silent, and they didn't know what to say for a while. If you have to say that Oscar had a problem. But Oscar's idea was not wrong. But there was even less problem with Lasher, because Lasher followed Oscar's instructions and reached an agreement with the people of the Interstellar Federation. I know that my attitude was problematic just now, but I also think that the triangular crystal is very important to us. So there are some problems with my attitude. I hope everyone can understand my painstaking efforts. After Oscar explained this, he decided on the spot to release Lasher from the state of being guarded, and immediately got everyone's understanding. But this result was not what Lasher wanted to see. He hoped that Oscar would not be understood, because only in this way can Oscar gradually lose support, and he will have the opportunity to change the situation where Oscar ruled and dominated the Bayan race. After this incident, Oscar became wary of Rashiel. After that, Oscar basically only assigned Rashiel some of the most basic tasks, and never assigned Rashiel any more important tasks. Rashiel understood what Oscar meant. The reason why he was trusted by the tribe was mostly because Oscar also trusted him, and let him participate in many important events related to the Bayan race. Now that he suddenly stopped the things he was originally responsible for, it was like becoming a marginal figure, which made Rashiel suddenly feel a little anxious. At this time, Oscar was not idle either. Although it seemed that the relationship between the Bayan race and the Interstellar Federation had improved, the thought of using the triangular crystal to exchange for what they originally had made Oscar feel a little unbalanced. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Oscar's mind. If they could take advantage of the Interstellar Federation's lack of defense against the Bayan race and catch them off guard, the result might be much better. Thinking of this, Oscar immediately gathered some people who supported him and formed a small team. The reason why it is a small team is because Oscar knows that if there are too many people, it is very likely to attract the attention of the Interstellar Federation. But if it is a small team, they can use the next time they go to the Interstellar Federation to get medicine, get close to the Interstellar Federation, and attack the Interstellar Federation. The reason why Oscar is confident that he can completely disintegrate the Interstellar Federation with a small team, and even if it cannot be disintegrated, it can still cause heavy damage to the Interstellar Federation, is because the Bayan race has a special stealth ability. As long as they are in the invisible state and do not attack anyone, no one will notice their approach. This is similar to Wang Wei Xiantian armor. But Oscar doesn't know that since he started to sneak into the base of the Bayan race with the Xiantian armor, he has begun to study how to break this stealth state. Wang Wei always understands that if he can use it, others can definitely use it. So he never dares to take it lightly, and has been taking precautions all the time. Wang Wei's original plan was to personally deliver the potion to the Bayan race's base once it was ready. But the spaceship had been idle for a long time, because the soldiers were parasitized by the striped worms. After noticing the escalation of the conflict between the Bayan race and the Worm Army, Wang Wei decided to thoroughly check all the spaceships, so that even if a fight really broke out, he would not be caught off guard. When Wang Wei thought of this, he still didn't think that the Bayan race would definitely launch an attack on the Interstellar Federation immediately. Even if the Zerg had no so-called moral bottom line, they would definitely focus all their attention on the research and development of the medicine. After all, with Oscar's suspicious character, it would be safer to keep the medicine that can kill the meat worm in his own hands. He didn't find this strange. If it were him, he wouldn't want the uncertain factors that could affect the entire Interstellar Federation to be in the hands of others. But he didn't expect that the day before the medicine was made, the Bayan race sent a special team to take away this batch of medicine. He found that among this group of people, only Lasher and his people were missing. During this period, most people in the base had things to do. But Goso, who had already inspected the transport ship early in the morning, was very idle now. He followed Wang Wei and discovered this. So, he came close to Wang Wei and whispered, "Do you want me to go over and see what's going on?" Wang Wei nodded to Goso. "Don't make it too obvious. Don't let them notice." Wang Wei had a rough guess about the fact that Rachel didn't show up. The fundamental reason might be that Rachel's current status in the Bayan race has surpassed Oscar. So Oscar felt a sense of crisis. Oscar was even more afraid that Rachel would have too much contact with him. So he let Rachel get away from the matter of contact with the Interstellar Federation. Although Wang Wei didn't think there was any use in doing this, it at least proved that Rachel's status in the Bayan race had changed. And now even Oscar had to treat this matter with caution. Soon, Goso came back. Seeing his excited face and the look of wanting to share with others, Wang Wei knew that something extraordinary must have happened to the Bayan race. As for what this matter was, he would soon know the answer. Goso took Wang Wei aside and told Wang Wei what he had heard from the people of the Bayan race. When Wang Wei heard that Lasher was almost locked up, he suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that Oscar would do such a thing." If the Bayan people hadn't reacted, then he had begun to doubt the relationship between Lasher and me. However, Oscar's actions also made Wang Wei realize a very important problem. Oscar was so afraid that the Bayan people would have too much contact with him, which meant that Oscar didn't want him to know the dynamics of the Bayan people. What was Oscar hiding? Could it be that the Bayan people had decided to take action against him? Although he didn't believe in such a result. According to the current situation, there was no other possibility. In the entire subspace planet, the only ones who could threaten the Bayan people were probably the Zerg army and the Interstellar Federation. The Bayan race couldn't deal with the Zerg army at all. Before there was no Orwell, Oscar had no way to deal with the Zerg army. Now that Orwell had gone back, they naturally had no way. Wang Wei and Goso didn't know that the Bayan team was trying to sneak into the base of the Interstellar Federation. Now the spaceport of the Interstellar Federation is crowded with people, and they dare not act rashly. So the captain also issued an order to let them wait until there is no one here before taking action. Wang Wei and Goso mentioned his idea. Goso felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. But he also had a very strong aversion to Oscar and the Bayan race. We have clearly provided them with medicine. But they still dare to do this. Do they think we are easy to bully? Wang Wei shook his head. They may not think we are easy to bully, but they think we can only bully now. According to the medicine Wang Wei gave to the Bayan race, their medicine will have a certain degree of impact on the creatures that use the medicine to kill the parasitic meat worms in their bodies. Moreover, this impact must be experienced by everyone who uses the medicine he gave to the Bayan race. If Oscar thinks that their people will have the same situation, then they will definitely think that now is the weakest time of the Interstellar Federation. If they take action against the Interstellar Federation at this time, their situation will become much easier. Let's take the simplest example. If they had attacked the Interstellar Federation base before, it would probably take 3 days, because they needed to find all the members of the Interstellar Federation, eliminate those who could not be subdued, and control those who could be subdued. But now, if the main combat forces in the Interstellar Federation base are in a weak state, it will become much easier for them to do these things. After learning about this situation, Goso understood the Bayan race's idea. So you asked us to prepare for defense in advance to prevent this day from coming? Goso asked curiously. Wang Wei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter from Goso. He never thought it was shameful to prepare in advance. Compared with preparing in advance, losing to the Bayan race at that time would be shameful. But do you really think that a cunning person like Oscar would really choose to attack us at this time? I always think it is unlikely. Goso had contact with Oscar many times. He thought that his understanding of the Bayan race and Oscar was relatively thorough. But Wang Wei knew Oscar's ambitions better. From his initial control of Orwell, it can be seen that Oscar never thought of sharing the triangular crystal on the subspace planet with others. Wang Wei certainly didn't intend to explain so much to Goso. He avoided these details and told Goso to be careful, whether he thinks so or not. It's always good for us to slow down and prevent it. When he heard this, Goso still felt that Wang Wei was making a fuss. After all, Oscar didn't seem to be a big threat to them at all. The Bayan race had not yet completely gotten rid of the troubles of the meat worms. How could they be so concerned about this matter? But Wang Wei was the main person in charge of the base. Wang Wei had already said so, and he had no objection. On the same day, the team members sent by Oscar also appeared near the base. They wandered around the base, doing various inspections, trying to find loopholes in the Interstellar Federation so that they could come and go freely, and report all the content obtained from the Interstellar Federation to Oscar. However, they suddenly found that the Interstellar Federation was not as easy to enter as they imagined, and it was even very strict, with soldiers everywhere. The state of the Interstellar Federation's guards made the Bayan race team suspicious. Didn't Lord Oscar tell them that the military strength of the Interstellar Federation base is also in a serious shortage? Why are there so many people? Could it be that the information they received was wrong? Chapter 270 Large-Scale Attack. The Bayan team did not dare to act rashly. They returned to the Bayan base first and told Oscar what they had found. Oscar's face suddenly became ugly when he heard the report from the people below. The people below felt very strange when they saw Oscar's state. After all, Oscar rarely showed such an expression, which always made them feel that this time, the matter might be more serious than they saw. Oscar did not expect that Wang Wei would make such a tight defense. According to his understanding, the situation should definitely not be like this. Could it be that Wang Wei had heard the news in advance? This idea immediately reminded Oscar of Rashir, who had contacted Wang Wei many times. He immediately found someone and asked Rashir what he had been doing recently. The answer he got made him puzzled. There was nothing unusual about Rashir during this period. Although he taught Rashir some things that seemed unimportant, Wang Wei had never left the base, let alone done anything strange. Even Rashir had not even seen him during this period. This means that the news was definitely not leaked by Lasher. Suddenly, Oscar relaxed a lot, because he knew that if Lasher did not leak the key information, it would prove that Wang Wei could not have guessed their intentions. Don't worry. We will continue to follow the normal plan. However, since their defense is very strict, don't get close to them in the next step. Find out the situation outside first, and then sneak in when you find a suitable opportunity. After receiving Oscar's order, the team set out again. However, this time, they were detected by radar just as they approached the Interstellar Federation base. But the results of the detection made the relevant person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base feel confused. There were signs of life activity on their biological detection radar. But when they sent out drones to check, they found nothing at all. This result troubled them for a long time. They didn't want to disturb Wang Wei because of this matter, but they always felt worried. After all, they were not in space, but on a subspace planet. And on this planet, there were still people who were eyeing them covetously, whether it was the Zerg army or the Bayan race. Such a sudden approach would definitely not be of any benefit to them. After much hesitation, they decided to tell Wang Wei the results of the biological detection radar. Wang Wei looked at the biological signals on the radar display and fell into deep thought. He thought Oscar would send people to investigate the situation of the entire Interstellar Federation base. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. Now, they could attack this group of people. But Wang Wei didn't do so, because from the results of the biological radar detection, the number of people in this hidden team was not large. Even if they really launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation, it would not cause much impact. He wanted to see what this group of people wanted to do by getting so close to the Interstellar Federation base. If Oscar really intended to use these people to severely damage the Interstellar Federation base, then he could only say that Oscar was really a bit whimsical. Continue to use the biological radar to detect their movements. As long as they don't get close to the inside of the base, don't pay attention to their actions. Yes. After the people below left, Goso also came. Seeing the serious look on the faces of the people who just left, Goso was curious. What happened? Why did they look so nervous? Wang Wei did not hide it from Goso, and directly explained that the base's biological radar detected the approach of the Bayan race. Do they really dare to come? Wang Wei smiled and nodded. But Goso was curious about Wang Wei's relaxed attitude. Are you really not afraid that they will do something to us? When he heard this, Wang Wei laughed even more happily. Look carefully. How many people are there in total? And how big a splash can their base make? Goso looked carefully at the radar detection map and found that there were only about a dozen people in total. He also laughed. Oscar is too contemptuous of us. Even if it is a swarm of insects. Everyone looks as burly as Orwell. I am afraid they can't destroy our base. And it is impossible to cause a big impact. How can they think that such behavior can solve the problem? Wang Wei can understand Oscar's thoughts. So he explained to Goso, don't you find that they can only see it on the biological radar detection map? And they can't see it at other times. After Wang Wei reminder, Goso also discovered this. But he felt very strange. As if he had seen this ability somewhere. Suddenly, he looked up at Wang Wei. Does your Xiantian armor have this ability? Wang Wei nodded. The ability of the Xiantian armor is stronger than the invisibility ability of the Bayan race. The biological detection radar cannot detect the Xiantian armor at all. The reason why the alien biological detection instrument was able to detect his existence before was because the two detection methods were completely different. Yes, but they are still fundamentally different. Goso understood what Wang Wei meant. Nodded with envy. It's just that your Xiantian armor is stronger. Right? But I'm very curious. How do you plan to deal with this group of people? Wang Wei thought about it. In fact, he never had the idea of killing the Bayan race. This can be seen from his willingness to use potions to exchange hostages controlled by the Bayan race. But he didn't expect that his goodwill was not exchanged for the same goodwill. But Oscar's malice against the Interstellar Federation. Since the other party doesn't care about their goodwill at all, he will naturally not show mercy. Let's see what they are going to do. If they want to sneak into the Interstellar Federation base, then we will send them to see God. Goso shook his head and waved his hands at Wang Wei. God doesn't want to see these ugly bugs. If he hadn't liked Lasher, he would have let these creatures go to hell the moment the Bayan race appeared. Unfortunately, Wang Wei already had an idea, and he couldn't say much. He could only do what Wang Wei told him. However, in the next 2 days, Goso and Wang Wei almost stayed in front of the biological radar, observing the every move of the Bayan race team. Their actions looked very strange. They first circled around the Interstellar Federation base. When seeing this scene, Goso was very curious about what they were doing. After all, if their purpose was really the Interstellar Federation base, they should have found the entrance and sneaked in by now. What do you think they want to do? When Wang Wei heard this, he smiled. They want to find loopholes in the Interstellar Federation. Goso didn't understand. So Wang Wei explained the mystery to him. You can see that this is just a small team, and their number is not large. So Oscar should not have thought of using this team to complete the attack on the Interstellar Federation. Goso guessed what Wang Wei was going to say next. You mean? They want to use this exploration to prepare for the subsequent achievements against the Interstellar Federation? This time. Let alone Goso. Even the people who were responsible for monitoring the situation near the Interstellar Federation were angry. The last time, they came to get the medicine. I thought it was a good thing to have people like them in the Zerg. I didn't expect this group of people to be so disgusting. Just after using us, they wanted to harm us. Leader, you shouldn't continue to provide them with medicine in the future. You should let them be tortured to death by the meat worms. Wang Wei originally provided medicine to the Bian race, not for Oscar's face, but for Lasher and those innocent Zerg. It doesn't matter. The important thing is to continue to observe. Wang Wei was not interested this time. So he simply stood up and ignored this matter. Compared to this matter, he had more important things to study. Last time, they hurriedly studied the Ghost Vine, and found that the Ghost Vine's genes had very strong lethality. Although they currently only used this lethality to kill the meat worm. Wang Wei felt that since the genes of the immortal worm could be used to make Xiantian armor, maybe the genes of the Ghost Vine could also be used to make weapons. During this period, his main research direction was to use the Ghost Vine to do more things. At the same time, he was also thinking about a very important question. That is, why some people care so much about the plant planet. If it weren't for him discovering the ability of the Ghost Vine, he wouldn't care about this matter. However, now that the idea of using the Ghost Vine's genes to design weapons has come up, Wang Wei is thinking, if the people who want to control the plant planet are also interested in the plant diversity on the plant planet, and want to use these plants, then what should they do? Should he tell the Plant Star King to always be vigilant about everyone around him? However, Wang Wei knew that with the character of the Plant Star King, even if he had made this matter clear, he would probably not doubt his people at all. He might even have a big fight with him at that time. He had no intention to quarrel with others at the moment, because quarreling might not win him, and it would also affect the relationship between the two parties. The best way is to make the king of the Plant Star realize that they are being targeted, and at the same time make them understand that what they can do now is to protect themselves as much as possible, and at the same time prevent the plants on the plant planet from being taken away for research. But these are all later, because just when Wang Wei was about to continue his research, the alarm in the base sounded, and everyone entered a state of preparation. At this moment, Wang Wei looked at Goso, who rushed in. The moment he saw Goso, Wang Wei understood why the alarm sounded. And Goso also asked Wang Wei's opinion at the same time. They have decided to sneak in from the spaceport. Should we get rid of them now? When he thought of this group of people obeying Oscar, the expression on Goso's face became extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out why such a thing happened. Could it be that Oscar no longer cares about completely breaking up with the Interstellar Federation base? Just solve it directly. Since Oscar has sent people here, I believe they must understand what is happening now. Since Oscar has sent people here, Wang Wei believes that Oscar must have been prepared for the sacrifice of these people. Then he doesn't need to care whether the death of these people will affect the relationship between the Interstellar Federation and the Bian race. Anyway, they can't see these people at all, even if they will appear after death. He has an excuse to deal with Oscar's questioning. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Goso was so excited. He has always been unhappy with the people of the Bian race. Now that he finally has a chance, he naturally decides to solve the trouble first. Interstellar Federation base. Spaceport. The Bian race team was still very panicked when they heard the shrill alarm. Since they came here for the first time and found that the guards here were very strict, they were actually very worried that their whereabouts would be discovered by the people here. However, they all felt that if it was just an ordinary detection system, even if they noticed their approach, they would not be able to find them at all. So they were so bold to sneak into the spaceport directly, and try to sneak into the interior of the Interstellar Federation base from the spaceport. After all, their stealth ability comes from the race, not like Wang Wei, which is provided by the battle armor. But they still didn't expect that the other party would find them so quickly. Moreover, they were not only discovered, but soon a group of people appeared around them. One of them was the captain of the Bian race, and he had met him once. This person was the excited Goso. Goso pointed to an open space in front of him and said, "If you are willing to automatically reveal yourself, we can discuss and let you go. But if you insist on not accepting the toast and drinking the penalty wine, then don't blame us for being merciless." The people of the Bian race did not dare to move, and they didn't even know how the other party found them, while the captain ordered the team members below to continue to hold on. He decided to take this important news back to Oscar. The other members of the team were soon killed by various bullets. After seeing the Bayan race appear, Goso's face flashed with disgust, and he kicked the Zerg corpse on the ground hard. However, Goso soon found something wrong. They had observed the movements of this group of people for a long time in front of the biological detection radar. At that time, they remembered that there were a team of more than 10 people from the Bayan race. But now, there was one less person who appeared in front of them. Goso did not dare to delay and immediately told Wang Wei about it. Wang Wei was not very anxious after knowing it, and directly asked people to throw away the Zerg corpse. The other Bayan race who escaped did not dare to stop at all and rushed all the way back to the Bayan race base. They told Oscar that their people had been basically wiped out. There was a sound of something breaking in Oscar's room. Lasher happened to pass by and leaned over to eavesdrop. It didn't matter when he heard it. Lasher actually found that Oscar was planning to attack the Interstellar Federation. His heart was immediately raised to his throat. He never worried that the Interstellar Federation base would be seriously affected by this incident. What he really worried about was that the Interstellar Alliance base would now completely turn against the Bayan race. If it really came to this, he didn't know whether his agreement with Wang Wei would still count. But he couldn't stop Oscar directly now. Even if he wanted to stop him, Oscar would definitely not care. After thinking about it, Lasher decided to let the person he trusted the most to deliver the letter to Wang Wei. In this way, Wang Wei could not only know the movements of the Bayan race in advance, but also make his cooperation with Wang Wei more stable. When Lasher's confidant came to the Interstellar Federation, he was collectively ridiculed by the people of the Interstellar Federation. They all felt that the appearance of this person would definitely not be good for their Interstellar Federation. But when Wang Wei saw what the Bayan race had in his hand, a look of relief appeared on his face. Let him come. I just have something to ask him. After sending the person to Wang Wei's room, Goso wanted to ask something, but was stopped by Wang Wei. Don't ask anything. If I can tell, I won't hide it from anyone in the base. Of course, Goso believed that Wang Wei would definitely not hide it. But he just wanted to know the truth as soon as possible. After all, he was also very curious about what Wang Wei used to convince Lasher. Lasher's confidant was very nervous after seeing Wang Wei, and said what Lasher wanted him to explain in a broken tone. You mean, Oscar is planning to launch a large-scale attack on the Interstellar Federation base? Lasher's confidant nodded. Yes, our captain secretly heard about this. He doesn't want you to be caught off guard without any defense. So he asked me to send the news in advance. Wang Wei didn't expect that Lasher's current behavior was completely against Oscar. However, Wang Wei thought about it, and felt that it was normal for such a situation to happen. After all, Lasher didn't trust Oscar at all. What's more, Oscar's doing this is causing trouble for the Bayan race. If he was Lasher, he would probably choose to tell the Interstellar Federation about this. Go back and tell Lasher to reassure him that I will not be prejudiced against the Bayan race because of Oscar's order. At the same time, thank him for passing the news to me this time. However, even if it is a large-scale attack, our Interstellar Federation is not afraid at all. Although it is unknown where Wang Wei got the courage. Lasher's confidant still thinks Lasher is very powerful. Who else can be so calm? Chapter 271 Sending the Corpse of the Insect. Oscar didn't know that he had been sold out by Lasher. In his subconscious, Wang Wei was able to find their people only by chance. But he was not completely without doubt in his heart. For example, the news brought back by the people below clearly stated that the Interstellar Federation had begun to defend against the outside world. Although he suspected that Wang Wei might have noticed their purpose, Oscar still believed that the reason why the Interstellar Federation began to defend was definitely because Orwell had also returned to the insect army. He didn't want to be discovered for the time being. So he didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that the Interstellar Federation had such ability. This time, Oscar was not careless again. He asked the most trusted person to select 100 of the strongest warriors of the Bayan race to prepare for large-scale destruction of the Interstellar Federation. He looked in the direction of the Interstellar Federation and grinned. Wang Wei, I believe you should like the gift I gave you this time very much. Oscar hated Wang Wei and the Interstellar Federation very much. Not because the Interstellar Federation posed a great threat to them, but because Wang Wei ruined his good deeds. Wang Wei rescued Orwell, which had already made his plan fall through. If Wang Wei had not used the potion that could kill the striped worms to exchange for Orwell, Orwell would still be in their hands. Without the threat of the striped worms, They could use Orwell to drive the Worm Swarm army without any worries. The Bion race plus the Worm Swarm army. The Interstellar Federation could never be their opponent. But now, not only was his plan completely disrupted, but because of the deal that Lasher reached with the Interstellar Federation, his position in the Bion race began to become unstable. Oscar blamed all these mistakes on Wang Wei, but never thought about what kind of disaster his ambition would bring to the Bion race, and even thought that his behavior would lead the Bion race to a more prosperous future. When 100 Bion warriors were selected, Oscar took out the data that their people had brought back at the risk of their lives. Although their team was basically wiped out except for one person who escaped, they still brought back some useful data. They had already found out the general distribution of the Interstellar Federation, which also gave Oscar an excellent opportunity to arrange the next attack. Oscar pointed to several locations on the distribution map of the Interstellar Federation base and told his men to destroy the most important places first. The first one is the Interstellar Federation's Warehouse Number 1. If the results of their investigation are correct, Warehouse Number 1 is where they store their weapons. Without weapons, these humans, whose physical strength is not as good as ours, will definitely not be the opponents of our Bion race. Although Oscar had begun to be suspected by the Bion race, it must be said that after hearing Oscar's words, the 100 selected warriors still felt their blood boiling. After all, for them, the Interstellar Federation gave them a very strange feeling. It seems that those humans active in the Interstellar Federation look very fragile, and their Bion race is the branch with the highest IQ among the Zerg. Even so, those humans who walk on 2 legs can easily develop medicines that their Bion race cannot research. For their Zerg, there is no moral bottom line. Since they have seen what the Interstellar Federation has, they naturally want to grab everything they have into their own hands. The second is their medical cabin. If we can bring back all the medicines in the medical cabin for research, it will be of great significance to our Bion race. The second is the office area. The data in the office area is very important. Be sure to pay attention when bringing it back. After Oscar explained all this, he looked at the 100 soldiers with excitement. The Interstellar Federation poses a great threat to our Bion race. So I hope you can pay attention to this matter. I hope everyone can do their best to complete this mission. If you can return safely and bring back everything that is beneficial to our Bion race, I will let the entire Bion race regard you as warriors and heroes of the Bion race. Although this group of warriors cannot be regarded as the lowest level of the Bion race, the only difference between the Bion race and the Zerg army is that they do not advocate force. On the contrary, they pay more attention to the tribesmen with higher IQs. This also leads to the fact that this group of Zergs, who seem to have superior abilities, do not have a high status in the Bion race. Upon hearing Oscar's words, they were originally only excited about the Bion race becoming stronger, but now they began to be excited about their own better future. Lord Oscar, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task you assigned to us, and will never let you down. Looking at the group of warriors in front of him whom he could absolutely trust, Oscar's expression gradually became proud. What if the people they sent out were discovered last time? This time, he would make the Interstellar Federation pay a painful price for their arrogance. But Oscar didn't know that his plan had actually been discovered a long time ago. And the most important point was that Wang Wei didn't take their plan seriously at all. Interstellar Federation base. Looking at the insect corpses, Goso felt very disgusted. Just when he was about to ask someone to deal with these insect corpses, he saw Wang Wei walking towards them. Although it seemed that Wang Wei and he had a good relationship in private. At this time, Goso also showed great respect for Wang Wei. Are you going to deal with these insect corpses? Wang Wei asked after taking a look at the insect corpses on the ground. Goso nodded, thinking that these insect corpses were nothing important anyway, so it would be better to deal with them early. No need to deal with it. Put it in a body bag and send it to the Bion race. After hearing this, Goso looked at Wang Wei in surprise. Send it to the Bion race? Are you sure? Wang Wei smiled and nodded. Of course I am sure. Otherwise you think I am talking nonsense? Goso waved his hand with a puzzled look. Of course I don't mean that. I mean, if we send these insect corpses to the Bion race, isn't it equivalent to declaring war on them? Will it really not cause any trouble? Goso is definitely not afraid of the Zerg in his heart, whether it is the Zerg-Tide army or the Bion race. In his eyes, they are just a group of damn stink bugs. However, based on Wang Wei's previous actions, Wang Wei must have his plan for doing this. Suddenly sending these insect corpses to the Bion race. Could it be that someone has just come to inform me that the Bayan race intends to launch a large-scale attack on us, even if he despises these stink bugs in his heart. When he heard that the Bayan race was about to launch an attack on them, Goso couldn't help but feel a little worried. They still dare to attack us? They plan to send people to secretly invade the base of the Interstellar Federation. We haven't caused any trouble for them yet, but they are blaming us instead? Wang Wei can understand Goso's current mood, but he still wants to remind Goso, don't forget, they are Zerg. All behaviors that can strengthen the tribe are correct in their hearts and can continue. Although they have a higher IQ than the Zerg army, we cannot demand them by human behavioral standards. They have no moral bottom line, and they don't know that we have never thought of targeting them. Wang Wei's words made Goso feel aggrieved. If I had known earlier, after you developed the drug that can kill the meatworm, you should have directly infected all the people of the Bayan race with meatworms, and then took advantage of the opportunity when they couldn't react and attack them directly. When he heard this, Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. If things were really as simple as you said. But I have an agreement with someone from the Bayan race. They will take care of you in Orwell. I want to make sure that Oscar can be driven out of power, and at the same time ensure that the Bayan race will not be severely damaged. When he heard this, Goso suddenly remembered that Rachel had really taken good care of them before. Although they are all Zerg, Lasher makes him feel handsome, and can be seen as a good person at first glance. No. A good Zerg. You mean? We can't hit the Bayan race hard now? Wang Wei shook his head. I did promise Lasher that without causing too much trauma to the Bayan race. We must also complete the task of making Oscar lose prestige in their tribe. But that is under the premise that the Bayan race does not pose a threat to our Interstellar Federation under the leadership of Oscar. So, we don't need to be soft this time. If you meet someone from the Bayan race, just feel free to do it boldly, and don't consider any other problems at all. With this sentence, Goso was relieved. Just wait and see the show. Wang Wei nodded, asked them to be careful, and then planned to go back. The research on the ghost vine was interrupted, and he was still a little anxious. Although they would not lose to the Bayan race in terms of weapons. In order to deal with the next three-party struggle, Wang Wei decided to develop more lethal weapons. He may not have the idea of harming people, but he must have the idea of defending against people. Goso moved very quickly. He thought that at least he couldn't go there without a reason. So he took the 50 potions he had just made and a team of people and headed straight for the base of the Bayan race. When they appeared, Oscar, who received the news, was stunned for a moment. He thought that Wang Wei had noticed something, but he didn't expect that the people below came and said that the people from the Interstellar Federation were here to deliver medicine. He also said that Goso specifically asked to see him. Oscar frowned, and finally went out to meet Goso. When he walked near the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because Goso was commanding the people he brought to move the insect corpses they transported from the spaceship. At the same time, they opened the body bags and directly arranged the insect corpses neatly on the ground. Seeing this scene, the people of the Bayan race began to get restless. But because Goso's purpose of hiring them this time was to deliver medicine, most people did not do anything bad under impulse. However, some of the relatives of the deceased still couldn't help it. They rushed to the insect corpses on the ground and roared at Goso and others. You lowly alien species. Why do you harm our relatives? Goso shrugged and looked up at Oscar. Lord Oscar, I came here this time to deliver these insect corpses according to the instructions of the person in charge. I don't know what happened to your people. Did they go to our spaceport by mistake and trigger the defense system? When we arrived, they were already like this. If Oscar hadn't known the truth in advance, he would have believed Goso's words. The relatives of the dead Bayan race ran to Oscar to ask for an explanation. They hurt our relatives. So is this matter over? Oscar shook his head helplessly. Although I don't know why they appeared in the base of the Interstellar Federation. One thing that can be confirmed is that they triggered the defense system of the Interstellar Federation. We have no way to ask for justice from the people of the Interstellar Federation. We can only... Oscar's reaction made Goso feel very satisfied. They also knew that not all of the Bayan people who were planning to sneak into the Interstellar Federation base turned into insect corpses. And some of them escaped. Since they escaped, it means that Oscar must have known what happened in the Interstellar Federation base. But he couldn't do anything now. Even if Oscar knew that what he said about the Bayan people triggering the defense system was false. Could he tell other people in the Bayan race? He couldn't. Because if he told the truth, he would have to explain to his people why his people appeared in the Interstellar Federation base and were discovered. He didn't dare to let everyone know about this, worried that the Bayan people would resist his rule. So now he could only suffer this loss in silence. In order to make Oscar completely angry, Goso smiled and said, "Lord Oscar, the defense system of our Interstellar Federation base is a bit abnormal. Once it approaches, it will indiscriminately attack the nearby alien creatures unless we remove the defense system in advance. Although we all understand that we are now united, it is better for your people not to approach our Interstellar Federation base easily. Otherwise we will not have time to remove the defense system, and they can only watch helplessly being tortured to death by the defense system." When Goso said this, it was as if only a group of ants died, and there was no sympathy at all. Oscar's face became more and more ugly. At this moment, he wanted to eat the person in front of him alive on the spot. But he also knew that he absolutely could not do so, although it seemed that the Interstellar Federation base was insulting him. But in the hearts of the Bayan race, the Interstellar Federation base helped them a lot. If there were no medicines provided by the Interstellar Federation base, their people would still suffer from the torture of meat stripes, and countless people would die at the hands of meat stripes. Oscar was unwilling to accept this, and those tribesmen whose relatives died because of the meat worms could not accept it even more. Moreover, the reason for the Interstellar Federation base this time can be said to be flawless. If he really had to hold on to this matter, then he must give his tribesmen an explanation. Explain clearly why the people of the Bayan race went to the Interstellar Federation base alone and were killed by their defense system. After all, as Goso said, if they had given a heads up in advance, then there would be no problem with the Interstellar Federation's defense system. If it was really a problem with the defense system, why did all the people who went to retrieve the potion before have no problem, but only this group of people with unknown purposes died? Oscar hurriedly changed the subject and asked Goso why only 50 potions were delivered this time, when they had previously delivered a minimum of 100 potions. "It's all because of your group of people. If they hadn't suddenly appeared in the Interstellar Federation and caused such a commotion, we wouldn't have come here in advance. Lord Oscar, I still say the same thing. Keep an eye on your people. The defense system is not controlled by us. Once an unknown creature is discovered, a warning will be given first. Your people obviously didn't notice the warning. We don't want to see such a thing. So let's prepare in advance." Oscar watched Goso and his men leave with a grim face. Turned around and met Lasher's gaze again. "Lord Oscar, why did this group of people appear in the Interstellar Federation base?" Behind him followed the families of the dead tribesmen. From the moment Oscar showed up, they felt that something was wrong. If there was no order from Oscar, why would this group of people appear near the Interstellar Federation base? They definitely could not have gone there on their own initiative. There must be some reason that forced them to go to the Interstellar Federation base. And even if they learned of the warning issued by the defense system, they did not leave. We have to ask them about this matter. Maybe they feel that the Interstellar Federation always shows a superior posture in front of us, so they feel uncomfortable and want to find out the production process of the potion to help our Bayan race get out of trouble. After giving a statement that was not really an explanation, Oscar immediately pointed the finger at Lasher. "Lasher, Shire, I think you are very dissatisfied with me. You brought so many people to question me this time because you think I killed our people, right?" Lasher did not expect Oscar to change so quickly and immediately start to target him. He could only smile helplessly. "I just think that people of our Bayan race cannot approach the Interstellar Federation base for no reason. In this case, they are likely to have received some kind of order. Among the entire Bayan race, the only person who can issue such an order that makes them willing to go even though they know they are likely to die is you." Lasher's words instantly aroused everyone's suspicion of Oscar. Oscar could feel that the people of the tribe looked at him with suspicion and confusion, and he naturally could not let this situation continue. Chapter 272, Going into battle in person. He turned his head and looked at the majority of people present. "If you think that all this has something to do with me, then from today on, I will no longer manage any affairs of the Bayan race." As soon as this was said, all the Bayan race members present panicked. Oscar has been leading the entire Bayan race for quite a long time, which means that they don't know what they can do or what they should do after losing Oscar's leadership. So, they are starting to panic now. And the original idea of denouncing Oscar is not as intense as it was at the beginning. Some people even began to lobby Lasher, believing that Lasher should not doubt Oscar at all. If there is anyone in the universe who would murder the entire Bayan race, I think anyone is possible. But only Lord Oscar. Yes, All this is because of what Rachel said. He seems to be accusing Lord Oscar of killing those innocent people. Rachel, are you colluding with the Interstellar Federation? So you want to drive Lord Oscar away? Rachel said nothing. And he didn't know what to say. He could feel that the families of those who died, because the Bayan race secretly approached the Interstellar Federation, still believed him. After all, the dead were not their own relatives. And other people would not have the same feelings. Which he could understand. But the situation has become like this. If he says nothing and does nothing, he thinks that this matter will never be easily exposed. So, he stood up. Lord Oscar, I just said that I never meant to blame you. I just wanted to find out why they appeared near the Interstellar Federation base without notifying anyone or receiving any orders. If you think that I just want an explanation for the families of these dead people, and that I am questioning you and inciting the emotions of people who don't know the truth, then I apologize to you here. But I still hope you can give a reasonable explanation. Our Zerg is a very disciplined race. If there is no order, even if they think that the actions of the Interstellar Federation have put our Bayan race in a dangerous situation, they will never act secretly. Lasher's words made the scene quiet again. Oscar, of course, could not give any explanation. So he simply promised everyone that he would start an investigation into the matter. Since there was no way to throw dirty water on Lasher, he simply chose to throw dirty water on the Interstellar Federation base and Wang Wei. I think you also understand that the words of the people in the Interstellar Federation base cannot be completely believed, although they said that these people died under their defense system. After all, we have no evidence to prove that what they said is true. Shouldn't we now suspect that the people in the Interstellar Federation base have a grudge against us? So they deliberately target us? Such an explanation made the Bayan race present more acceptable. They could not easily accept that Oscar would betray the Bayan race and push innocent people to die. But if such a thing is not true, but the people of the Interstellar Federation are lying, they will feel that they can accept it subconsciously and are willing to believe it. Faced with such a situation, Lasher's eyes fell on Oscar. If he had been planning to proceed step by step before, now he no longer wants to continue to endure. He felt that Oscar was not worthy of sitting in this position. Although the Bayan race could not say with great confidence that they would definitely be the opponent of the Interstellar Federation, he knew how big the gap between them and the Interstellar Federation was. Whether it was weapons or R&D capabilities of the Interstellar Federation, the Bayan race could not catch up at all. Now Oscar had an idea about the Interstellar Federation that he should not have. That is, he wanted to push all the Bayan people into the fire pit. He could not understand or accept such behavior. Therefore, even if Oscar was likely to notice his intentions this time, he did not intend to continue pretending. Oscar looked at Rachel for a long time, and finally decided to have a good talk with Rachel. Rachel, come with me. I have something to tell you. After Rachel followed Oscar into his room, the respect on Rachel's face disappeared instantly, and Oscar's face became indifferent. You said those words in public because you are very dissatisfied with me? Oscar's voice was flat, and it sounded as if he was not angry at all because of Rachel's behavior. Lord Oscar, there is no one else here. I know your ambitions. But have you ever thought about whether the Bayan race can afford your ambitions? If they can't afford it, what you are doing is tantamount to wanting our people to die and pay a painful price. Lasher believes that even if they don't get much triangular crystals, with the wisdom of the Bayan race, the life of the tribe will definitely be better than it is now. However, Oscar obviously doesn't think so. They have just gotten rid of the parasitism of the meatworms, which can make the tribe continue to grow. And Oscar is planning to take action against the Interstellar Federation. Doesn't he know that the potion was developed by Wang Wei, and the people of the Interstellar Federation should recover faster? He knows, but he chooses to ignore it subconsciously, wanting to take the Interstellar Federation for himself. If Oscar is still the same as before, always thinking about the Bayan race, Lasher will not question any of Oscar's decisions at all, because there is no need. But now, he would not give Oscar any chance to do anything that was detrimental to the Bayan race. He could not watch his people die one after another. Oscar's face became more and more ugly. He stared at Rashiel and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will do something to you when you say these words?" Rashiel suddenly laughed. "Now some people think that what I said is right, as long as I have not made any mistakes. How can you deal with me? Don't forget, our Bayan race is the most intelligent among the Zerg. They may not understand why you were dealt with after I questioned you for a while. But do you think they will never see the truth of this issue in their lifetime?" Rashiel's words touched Oscar's heart. Even if Oscar had been wary of Rashiel from the very beginning, he had also been on guard against Rashiel from the very beginning. But Rashiel had not made any unforgivable mistakes. And he also had a large number of supporters behind him. If Lasher is dealt with now, it will be tantamount to confirming all the speculations Lasher had about him before, which is very unfavorable to his position. Although I have to say that you are still very smart. It is absolutely useless to be smart. I will let you see with your own eyes that those who once trusted you will turn around and believe in me one by one, and thus doubt you. Oscar seemed very confident, which made Lasher feel that something was wrong. Although he did stand up to refute Oscar this time, there were countless people who believed in Oscar in the entire Bion race. With his ability alone, it seemed that there was really no way to easily bring Oscar down. The most important thing is that Oscar has now discovered his true purpose, which means that Oscar will definitely not show mercy to him next. If this is really the case, he doesn't know what he will face next. Thinking of this, Lasher suddenly became nervous. However, his nervousness made Oscar laugh out loud. Don't be nervous. As you said, I will definitely not do anything to you now. But I will let you know that the Interstellar Federation will definitely not help you. Seeing that Oscar did not notice his relationship with the Interstellar Federation, Lasher breathed a sigh of relief. For his current situation, no matter how Oscar dealt with him in the Bion race, it was beneficial to him, because he could tell those who believed in him through this that if his doubts were not correct, Oscar would have no reason to deal with him. But if Oscar doubted his relationship with the Interstellar Federation and Wang Wei, then this hat would make his plan completely empty talk. This is the most disadvantageous thing for him. If Lord Oscar has nothing important to say to me, then I will leave first. Oscar did not speak, but just watched Lasher leave silently. Interstellar Federation base. Goso's face was flushed when he came back, and Wang Wei heard his laughter before he approached. What did Oscar say when you sent the insect corpses back? Hearing Wang Wei's voice, Goso immediately pushed through the crowd and walked to Wang Wei's side. Wang Wei, it's a pity that you didn't go this time. You don't know how funny the old insect's expression was when we took the insect corpses out of the spaceship and showed them in front of him. Moreover, Lasher also stood up with the relatives of the dead insects at the critical moment, questioning why people of the Bion race approached our base. The old insect couldn't explain it clearly, and even pushed the responsibility to those innocent and tragically dead insects. Hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Oscar really has no other choice. If the families of those bugs know the truth, Oscar's position may not be safe. However, Wang Wei was also surprised that Lasher would stand up to cooperate with Goso. According to his understanding of Lasher, Lasher is not a person who wants to use drastic means to drive Oscar out of power. He has never thought about really leading the Bion race to do anything shocking. He just thinks that Oscar's ambition will make the Bion race pay a heavy price. So they are willing to cooperate with him. We should not make any moves in the next 2 days. I believe that after experiencing this incident, Oscar will be even more unable to tolerate our existence and immediately let people attack us. After killing a group of Bion people who sneaked in, Goso felt that he was terribly strong now. So he didn't take the large-scale attack launched by the Bion race against the Interstellar Federation base to heart. Don't worry. With us here, even if the entire Bion race moves out in full force, it will definitely not affect our base. Wang Wei is still very confident about this. But no matter how much Oscar hates the Interstellar Federation, it is impossible for him to launch a large-scale attack on them that can really affect the situation under such circumstances. The reason for the current situation is that Oscar feels that with their manpower, it is enough to cause trouble to the Interstellar Federation base. As for the others, I am afraid that we have to wait until Oscar can no longer tolerate them. Things are no different from what Wang Wei expected. Almost at the same time, Oscar called all the 100 Bion warriors he had gathered to his side. What he said to this group of warriors was completely different from what he said to Lasher. I believe you have all seen that the people of the Interstellar Federation are so rampant that they don't take our Bion race seriously at all. This time we must teach them a lesson. These people all believe in Oscar. So after Oscar said this, they immediately responded. I said that our people would never approach the Interstellar Federation base easily. So they said that it was the defense system of the Interstellar Federation base that killed our people after sensing the approach of unknown creatures. This is simply an excuse for themselves. They must have seen that we are no longer affected by the meat worms. So they planned to attack us. This time, they brought the worm corpses back just to warn us not to have any thoughts of confronting the Interstellar Federation and let us know that we are not their opponents at all. This time, we must show them some color, and let them know who is the real master in this subspace planet. After hearing this, Oscar was still very satisfied. He believed that all the people of the Bion race should have the same reaction as this group of people he trusted. Instead of standing up to refute his decision like Lasher did. This time, your mission can be said to be very important. If you can complete your mission, then you will be the heroes of the Bion race. Thinking of this, everyone began to get excited. With Oscar's order, the group of people immediately moved out in full force and headed straight for the Interstellar Federation base. At the same time, Wang Wei also sent out patrols. The fundamental purpose of sending out patrols was not to kill the people sent by Oscar in the middle of the journey, but to know in advance when the people sent by Oscar would be able to approach them. They needed to prepare in advance, but they would never let this group of people go. Those who could be persuaded by Oscar and could not see the situation clearly must be Oscar's supporters, since he had reached a cooperative relationship with Lasher. Let him help Lasher again this time. Because the Interstellar Federation base is located in a relatively open area, they don't have to worry about not being prepared when the people sent by Oscar approach. However, Wang Wei still asked people to patrol in advance. And among the patrollers was Goso. Goso was extremely excited when he thought of being able to make that cunning old bug furious. At the same time, Wang Wei began to deploy defenses around the Interstellar Federation base. He would never let the Bion race get close to the base again. The last time they tried to sneak in, Wang Wei had guessed that Oscar's plan was to get the data or research results that were more useful to them. This time, he let Oscar know that the Bion race could bully any race on the subspace planet. But they must not get close to the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei moved all the weapons in the warehouse out. There are long-range weapons that can destroy spacecrafts, and biological detection radars that can monitor alien creatures. These things can ensure that even if the Bion race has the ability to be invisible, they have nowhere to hide in front of him. The fighters of the Interstellar Federation did not go out in full force, because according to the information conveyed by Lasher's people, even the large-scale attack that Oscar thought was not large in scale, if all the fighters of the Interstellar Federation base were dispatched, it would be a bit of an exaggeration. But something Wang Wei did not expect still happened, because in the news conveyed by Goso, Oscar actually joined the attack. Moreover, he was still in the front spaceship. He could hear the excitement in Goso's tone, but he did not expect Oscar to be so bold. If Oscar did not join this large-scale attack, they could indeed severely damage the Bion race. But they could not really defeat Oscar. After all, Oscar, as the leader of the Bion race, was very prestigious. He could easily explain this matter and avoid being blamed. He even thought about how to cooperate with Rachel to completely overthrow Oscar if the Bion race's attack failed this time. Unexpectedly, someone brought a pillow just as he dozed off. Wang Wei immediately asked someone to inform Rachel that such an important scene must be seen by Rachel and most of the Bion race. Otherwise, no matter how they caught Oscar, it would be very likely that they were dissatisfied with the Bion race and deliberately did such a thing for the Bion race to see. Even the relationship between Rachel and him would be understood as Rachel wanting to get promoted and deliberately leaking this matter to Wang Wei, so that Wang Wei would have the opportunity to seriously injure the Bion race. Goso still didn't quite understand why Wang Wei told Rachel about this. But after hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Goso had no doubts at all. If they can really help Lasher become the leader of the Bion race this time, they won't have to worry about their relationship with the Bion race in the future. In addition, they have no intention of monopolizing the triangular crystals on the subspace planet, so they don't have to worry about being affected when mining the triangular crystals. Chapter 273 War is imminent. Bion ethnic base. Lasher is now gathering those tribesmen whose relatives have died to discuss how to make Oscar tell the real reason why he sent people to sneak close to the Interstellar Federation base. They have basically guessed Oscar's true thoughts now, because they think that if Oscar really didn't give orders to their relatives would never approach the Interstellar Federation base that they don't know at all. If it was a swarm of insects, they really wanted to find out the news or launch a sneak attack, and they might succeed. But they don't know anything about the Interstellar Federation base. So suddenly sending people to find out the news is no different from giving up their lives. But some people are skeptical. They don't disbelieve in Lasher, but they don't take the humans of the Interstellar Federation seriously. But our tribesmen have the ability to be invisible. How did Wang Wei and the others find out? Did someone deliberately leak the news? Which led to, when someone raised such a question, someone immediately looked at Lasher. After all, the person who raised this question was Rachel. If someone could really pass the message to Wang Wei, then Rachel would definitely be the most suspicious one. Rachel was not angry about this matter, but looked at the person who raised the question calmly. I know what you want to say. You want to tell everyone that you think this matter is very likely a play directed and acted by me. Because I have reasons. And I also want Lord Oscar to stop affecting our buy-in race. So if I do this, it will be normal. Right? The man suddenly stopped talking. Because Rachel's analysis was correct. After experiencing these things, they could also see that Rachel must have a lot of opinions about Oscar. If it weren't for this reason, Rachel should be like those who support Oscar, and would not have any doubts about Oscar's decision at all. At least, it is absolutely impossible to destroy Oscar's stage. I know that everyone may still have many questions about my actions. You may not understand why I want to do this. It is obvious that Lord Oscar has led our buy-in race to today's scale under the achievements of the Zerg army. Even if I doubt anyone, I can't doubt Lord Oscar's sincerity towards us. But what if this heart has already deteriorated? I don't believe you can't see that Lord Oscar's idea of us is not just to lead the buy-in race to live a good life. He now even wants to occupy all the triangular crystals on the entire subspace planet. Even if he knows that we and the Zerg army have some harmony in some aspects, he still wants to control the Zerg army and make the Zerg army a weapon in our hands. Of course, I think it is not a bad thing if we can control the Zerg army. But have you ever thought about where the real advantage of the Zerg army can be reflected? Someone gave a positive answer, which was also recognized by Lasher. You are right. The ability of the Zerg army is truly reflected in its combat capability. If it is not for large-scale combat, with our ability, it is impossible for the Zerg army to break through our base. Then in this case, there is only one possibility for Lord Oscar to do this. That is, he hopes that we can easily get more triangular crystals. The preciousness and rarity of triangular crystals. If we control all triangular crystals in our hands, the buy-in race will never have peace. After Lasher's explanation, everyone began to doubt Oscar, because they all understand that if Oscar is really like what Lasher said, the buy-in race will be involved in endless wars in the future, and there will be no chance to recuperate. The buy-in race is different from the Zerg army. The Zerg army's reproduction ability, combat ability and physical function are all higher than theirs, which means that they simply cannot become as prosperous as the Zerg army in a short period of time. If they are really involved in the war, it would be fine if they face a relatively easy-to-deal with population. But they really have no confidence in facing the Interstellar Federation. If their people suffer heavy casualties, how should they deal with the next thing? Obviously, Oscar has thought about these things. But nothing is more important than his ambition. So he doesn't care at all. At this moment, Lasher's most trusted confidant suddenly rushed in. Not good. Hearing this person's words, everyone present looked very solemn. The man walked to Lasher's ear and whispered a few words, and Lasher's face changed instantly. The buy-in tribe, who was still speculating on Oscar's thoughts, suddenly began to wonder what happened that could make Lasher show such an expression. Lasher did not hide it from the tribesmen in the room. He slowly stood up and told everyone a result that made everyone feel uneasy for a long time. Lord Oscar is now leading our tribesmen to launch a large-scale attack on the Interstellar Federation base. My people sent news that this time Lord Oscar has set off for the Interstellar Federation base with more than 100 soldiers. The scene was instantly in chaos, and everyone looked at Lasher with a puzzled look on their faces. How did your people know this news? Lasher knew that if he wanted Wang Wei's plan to work to its maximum effect, he had to pretend that he knew nothing now. But he still needs to reveal some important information to the people present. And he can't let them be kept in the dark like this. To be honest, I overheard the conversation between Lord Oscar and his confidant some time ago. That day, I was going to Lord Oscar to report the results of my work, but I didn't expect to hear Lord Oscar's plan. The people present suddenly became quiet, and everyone was waiting for Lost Hell to tell them what the plan he heard from Oscar was. The people sent out last time were sent by Oscar to investigate the situation of the Interstellar Federation. Their main purpose was to investigate the specific layout of the Interstellar Federation to facilitate our next attack on the Interstellar Federation. Unfortunately, we were discovered for some reason and suffered heavy casualties. Hearing this, everyone at the scene felt unacceptable. If all this was arranged by Oscar himself, why did Oscar act as if he knew nothing when they questioned him? And even put all the responsibility on these dead tribesmen? I know what you want to ask. But please listen to me finish my story. This time, our losses were very heavy. But it also made Oscar hate the Interstellar Federation base even more. So he based on the only survivor. I thought I could stop him before he launched this large-scale attack. But the Interstellar Federation sent back the bodies of our people, which made him completely unscrupulous and decided to launch an attack on the Interstellar Federation base now. There were also people serving in the Bayan army at the scene, who immediately stood up. We must stop Oscar. And we must not watch our relatives die. Lasher also understood this. But the group of people who followed Oscar to leave were basically people Oscar trusted, which meant that if they really wanted to stop him, he would not let this group of people stay and inherit Oscar's ideas and continue to influence the Bayan race. Now my people have seen Oscar and his people set off with their own eyes. Do you think we should chase them and prevent the tragedy from happening? Of course they were willing. After all, many of them had relatives serving in the Bayan army. If Oscar's plan could not be stopped, it would mean that their relatives would definitely die. Moreover, they now all felt that it was unnecessary to fight with the Interstellar Federation, because Lasher had told them that the Interstellar Federation had no ill will towards them. If the Zerg army attacked them, the Interstellar Federation would not sit idly by, because the people of the Interstellar Federation were like this. They advocated peace and hoped that every planet could coexist peacefully. The words of peaceful coexistence instantly moved the hearts of the people he invited. They and the Zerg army originally belonged to the Zerg race. If they did not dislike each other, they would not have been entangled until now. But they have been thinking about a question. Since they are all Zerg and are good at different things, why can't they work together? Is it that they are destined to fight to death from birth? This is the difference between Zerg with intelligence and Zerg without intelligence. The vast majority of the Bayan race have realized that if there are sufficient resources, they don't need war at all. They can reasonably allocate resources so that every ethnic group can live a normal life. After getting the approval of most people, Lasher immediately led his people to set off. This time, he brought most people with him. Of course, for those who supported and believed in Oscar, he gave the reason that they were going to help Oscar this time. However, Lasher believed that if they really saw Oscar leading the Bayan people to die, they would definitely not believe in Oscar as much as they do now. Near the Interstellar Federation base, the crater landforms hit all the people brought by Wang Wei. If you don't look carefully, you can't notice that those who are almost integrated with the surrounding landforms are the soldiers and weapons of the Interstellar Federation. After Goso went to check the situation, he returned soon. He pointed to the dim yellow sky in the distance. Wang Wei. Look! The few black dots on the horizon are the spaceships of the Bayan race. They are very close to us. After hearing this, he immediately climbed up the crater without telling anyone, hiding in the dust blown by the strong wind, and used the long-sightedness ability of the Xiantian armor to check the black dots on the horizon. He could clearly see that among the black spots on the horizon, there were people of the Bayan race. After all, the people of the Bayan race were all Zergs, and some of them had evolved wings, surrounding a giant spaceship. Wang Wei was basically certain that Oscar was on that giant spaceship, and the Zergs around him were the warriors he brought. However, the scene was so obvious and so powerful that Wang Wei still felt a little strange. Could it be that Oscar was no longer afraid of being discovered? Or Oscar had not discovered his relationship with Lasher until now, and was not afraid of someone tipping him off? However, no matter which outcome it was a rare good thing for Wang Wei. Prepare the drone formation and the small spaceship. When you see the people of the Bayan race, you don't need to show mercy. Goso felt that if he really didn't show mercy, he might accidentally hurt Oscar, which would be detrimental to the cooperation between Lasher and Wang Wei. Wang Wei felt that Goso's worry was not unreasonable, so he simply asked others not to attack the giant spaceship and handed it over to him and Goso. Oscar carried his 6 limbs on his back on the spaceship, looking like a great man, standing by the porthole of the spaceship, looking at the Interstellar Federation base not far away. He had been holding a grudge against Wang Wei for a long time, and was also jealous that Wang Wei and other fragile humans actually had such a powerful level of technology. So this time, he not only wanted to destroy the base of the Interstellar Federation, but also to take away the technology that they never had. At that time, he would see Wang Wei kneeling down and begging him to let him go. However, in the next second, a formation of drones flashing red light suddenly appeared in the air, which made the Bayan race warriors, who were originally full of confidence, stunned. Just as they were stunned, the red light of the drones scanned their bodies, and a burst of flames began to burn from their wings. Their wings were originally film-like, and they turned into ashes in an instant under the laser sweep. The Bion race, which has the ability to fly, could not hold out for long before they were completely annihilated. Oscar also received the news immediately. He clenched his fists and asked another group of warriors, who were on the spaceship, but had amazing combat power, to immediately eliminate the drones outside. However, before he finished giving the order, he received another report. Report? Lord Oscar, a familiar spaceship is approaching us. Spaceship? Oscar did not expect that there was another spaceship. Almost in an instant, he figured out everything. It turned out that his plan had long been noticed by the people of the Interstellar Federation. The figure of Rasher immediately appeared in his mind. If anyone would betray him, he felt that it could only be Rasher. But he didn't understand why Lasher betrayed him at this critical moment, if they could destroy the Interstellar Federation base and cause heavy damage to it, which would be a great thing for their Bion race. But the people below didn't think so. Whether it was the Interstellar Federation's drone formation or their small spaceship attack team, they had caused unprecedented damage to the Bion race. At this moment, Oscar knew that he couldn't continue to attack. Otherwise they would be annihilated, and it was more likely that the Bion race would no longer trust him. He immediately prepared to order a retreat. However, at this moment, a figure jumped from the spaceship close to them and landed on the porthole of their spaceship. Oscar saw the figure on the porthole clearly at this moment. That was Wang Wei in armor. Wang Wei's head was wrapped in a transparent mask, and the smile on his face seemed to be a mockery of him. Oscar got excited instantly and immediately ordered their soldiers to focus fire on Wang Wei. Even if Wang Wei was still wearing armor, he would definitely not be able to escape the concentrated fire attack. He pointed at Wang Wei and burst into laughter. Before he could laugh a few times, he found that the concentrated fire attack had no effect on Wang Wei, and there was not even a trace left on Wang Wei's armor. And Wang Wei was still clinging to the porthole of their spaceship. Looking at him with contempt, Wang Wei reached behind him and pulled out a shining weapon from his back, and inserted the weapon into their spaceship without thinking or hesitation. Oscar fell to the ground in an instant as the air was sucked away. The next second, Oscar saw that their spaceship was instantly torn open by Wang Wei's weapon, and the hole was getting bigger and bigger. Oscar hurriedly stood up and wanted to escape. He remembered that this spaceship had an escape pod. As long as he entered the escape pod, he could successfully escape back to the Bion race's base. No matter how powerful Wang Wei's armor was, he couldn't directly break into their base. Oscar didn't know that at this time. Lasher had already brought the Bion race to the vicinity of the battlefield. Seeing the small airships falling from the sky with billowing smoke, and the huge spaceships with billowing smoke, all the Bion race people were stunned. How could this be a battlefield? This was a one-sided massacre. At this moment, some people couldn't help it and wanted to rush up to help their people. But they were stopped by Lasher. Open your eyes and see where this is. He pointed to the Interstellar Federation base not far away, wanting to tell the Bion race that Oscar was wrong this time. Oscar brought people and drove such a large spaceship close to the Interstellar Federation base. It was normal for the Interstellar Federation base to attack them without knowing the situation. I know that we are facing a tragedy where our people died in front of us. But have you ever thought about what would happen if you also approached them? Think about your family. Lasher's words made the others dare not move anymore. If this incident was caused by Oscar, then it means that not all Bion people were involved, and the others are innocent. They still have room to maneuver. Chapter 274. The trial is about to begin. Goso, who was driving the spaceship, also saw the approach of the Bion race. But he immediately thought of Wang Wei's plan, since Wang Wei had already planned it. Some things were not his turn to worry about. He drove the spaceship away from the Bion race's spaceship to prevent the explosion of the Bion race's spaceship from affecting innocent people. At this moment, Wang Wei also looked at Oscar Ding. Oscar Ding, is this the result you want now? Oscar Ding looked at Wang Wei, who was unharmed in front of him, and at him, who was in sharp contrast with Wang Wei, and his expression became ferocious. You knew our attack plan a long time ago, right? You must know it, and you should have an insider. This insider must be Rasher, the only one in the entire Bion race who opposed my plan. It must be him. Wang Wei looked at Oscar Ding with sympathy in his eyes. He walked slowly forward, picked up Oscar Ding, and took Oscar Ding to the hole in the spaceship, so that Oscar Ding could see the scene outside on the spaceship. Oscar Ding, take a good look. Is this the result you want? There are only a few spaceships belonging to the Bayan race in the sky now. And the remaining small attack airships are also chasing the drone formation and attacking spaceships of the Interstellar Federation. They are only concerned with escaping and have no chance to fight back. With the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei eyesight is amazing. He can see Rasher not far away and the Bayan race behind Rasher. Wang Wei pointed to Oscar Ding in a direction. When Oscar Ding looked in the direction pointed by Wang Wei, he saw a group of Bayan people through the billowing smoke. The scene that suddenly appeared just now gave Wang Wei a great impact on him, so that his mind only thought that their attack this time might end in failure. But he didn't think about what kind of situation he would face if their large-scale attack failed and was known by the people in the base. Now, after seeing his own people, his heart was instantly confused. He knew that there were basically not many soldiers left alive, and even he became a prisoner in Wang Wei's hands. This large-scale attack would inevitably end in failure, and he could only face the judgment of the tribe. When he saw Lasher, Oscar's eyes were full of hatred. Lasher could bring the Bayan tribe here, which proved that he and Wang Wei must have discussed it. Wang Wei came forward to defeat him, and then Lasher led the Bayan tribe to let the tribe see him defeated so embarrassingly, so that Wang Wei and his tribe could do what they wanted to do with confidence, and he could no longer fulfill his ideals and ambitions. Wang Wei thought that Oscar would understand how outrageous he was after seeing his tribe, and it had a great impact on him. But he didn't expect that Oscar began to laugh wildly in his hand, and tears of laughter came out. Wang Wei lifted Oscar and jumped from the hole in the spaceship, and Oscar was instantly frightened and fainted. Wang Wei frowned at Oscar Ding, who had fainted, but still appeared in front of Lasher with him. Seeing Wang Wei appear and coming directly towards them, the people of the Bayan race were frightened and pale. Only Lasher knew that their plan was successful. For a long time to come, the Bayan race no longer had to accept Oscar Ding's inexplicable orders and do dangerous things that might very likely destroy the entire Bayan race. The helmet of Xiantian armor was slowly put away, and Wang Wei's face was exposed to everyone. Don't worry. The reason why I appear in front of you now is not to make you pay for the mistakes made by Oscar Ding. I know that most of you don't want to solve the problem through war, rather than getting more benefits. You want to live a stable and threatening life. But you also saw that Oscar Ding brought people here this time to attack our Interstellar Federation. So if you don't mind, please move to the Interstellar Federation base, and let's talk about this matter calmly. After speaking, Wang Wei glanced at Lasher and signaled that after Lasher solved the follow-up matters, he would take people who had some say in the entire Bayan race to the Interstellar Federation base. They should indeed solve Oscar Ding's problem properly. Otherwise, leaving Oscar Ding behind would be equivalent to leaving behind a disaster. At that time, their Interstellar Federation would seem safe, but Oscar Ding would definitely think of revenge. Lasher also nodded to Wang Wei. Wang Wei took Oscar Ding and leaped up into the air, landing steadily on Goso's spaceship. Seeing Wang Wei's ability, the Bayan people finally understood how wrong Oscar Ding was. If the armor on Wang Wei was owned by the entire Interstellar Federation, then even if the Bayan race could join forces with the Zerg army, they would not be the opponent of the Interstellar Federation. At this time, Lasher spoke up. Everyone, I believe you have seen that we can live in peace with the Interstellar Federation. Although they do not belong to the subspace planet, they are all peace-loving people. Even if they want to compete with us for the triangular crystal, they will not use such despicable means as sneak attacks. But now, Oscar Ding has broken the balance. We can only pray that they will not blame Oscar Ding's mistakes on the entire Bayan race. Otherwise, we may not have a good life in the future. There is actually no difference between Lasher's words and Wang Wei's words in essence. But they are actually not very accepting of such a statement. After all, they didn't make any mistakes in this matter. So why should they bear this responsibility? What's more, Wang Wei had just said that they would definitely not be asked to bear this responsibility. What does Lasher mean by saying this now? Lasher knew that they would definitely have many questions in their hearts, but he didn't intend to explain this matter. Next, it should be the trial of Oscar Ding. What will happen, and how to deal with Oscar Ding's problem will have to wait until the end of this trial to know. As the person that everyone is more willing to trust after Oscar Ding was taken away by Wang Wei, Lasher naturally took over the right to command. He first commanded the people of the Bayan race to take all the people who died in this battle back for resettlement, and then immediately held an emergency meeting at the base of the Bayan race. The main content of this meeting is to select the candidates to go to the Interstellar Alliance through voting. Lasher thought that this matter would go very smoothly. After all, everyone already knew clearly that the Interstellar Federation had no hostility towards them. If we do something else, we don't have to worry about any accidents. However, he underestimated the psychological impact of this battle on the Bayan people. When he proposed to take people to the Interstellar Federation, he was immediately opposed. Why do we have to go to the Interstellar Federation now? Isn't everything solved? When he heard this, Lasher was slightly displeased. Solved? Oscar Ding led the Bayan people to launch a large-scale attack on the base of the Interstellar Federation. You want to cover it up with just a few words? Do you think there will be such a simple thing in this world? The person who raised the question was silent. Lasher sighed and began to do psychological work for these people. I understand your current mood. But you can't just think about yourself. I know you are all worried that if you go to the Interstellar Federation base at this time, you will become the punching bag of the alien creatures of the Interstellar Federation. But if we can't face the impact that Oscardin has brought to the Interstellar Federation this time, then our Bayan race will really be dragged down by Oscardin forever in the future. If the people of the Interstellar Federation get angry and think that we are all ungrateful people and attack our Bayan race, do you think we can stop their attack with their abilities? No one dared to speak now. They have all seen the scene of the Interstellar Federation fighting with the Bayan race. Naturally, they also understand that if the Interstellar Federation is really unwilling to give up and insists on making them pay for this matter, they will have no room for resistance at all. As long as the troops of the Interstellar Federation are dispatched, it may not take long for the entire Bayan race base to be completely razed to the ground. Even if they fight back hard, the impact they can bring to the Interstellar Federation is limited. Do we really have no choice but to go to the Interstellar Federation base to attend the trial of Oscar Ding? Didn't the head of the Interstellar Federation also say that he knew this matter had nothing to do with us? Lasher knew that Wang Wei had the Interstellar Federation troops attack the Bayan race this time just to make them understand that they must not go against the Interstellar Federation, and that the Interstellar Federation had never had any ill will towards them. Next, the Bayan race will still live on the subspace planet, and we will meet with the Interstellar Federation in the matter of mining triangular crystals. If we can't even solve this matter, and don't even have an apology attitude, why do you think they will give us a share of the triangular crystals? Perhaps you may say that the triangular crystal does not belong to the Interstellar Federation. So why can they occupy it? We can't even get a share of it. But their strength is there. If you say that you are confident that you can get the triangular crystal from the Interstellar Federation and continue our Bayan race, then I can allow you to stay today. You don't have to follow me to the Interstellar Federation base. You can do it yourself. Lasher knew that now they all felt that Wang Wei words could keep them out of the matter. So they were unwilling to take any risks. Even if this matter was originally their fault, they were unwilling to stand up and face the crux of the problem. This is something Lasher would not allow to happen. If he could cover up for the Bayan race to do this, then there would be no difference between him and Oscar Ding. After Lasher stopped talking, the scene suddenly became quiet for a while. Suddenly, a member of the Bayan race who had always supported Lasher stood up and pointed at everyone present and shouted, "Now you all think that what Oscar Ding did has nothing to do with you. But have you ever thought that Oscar Ding's current ambition is not caused by your unconditional obedience to him? If you have the idea of doing everything he says, why would he insist on attacking the base of the Interstellar Federation without even discussing it with us? Now something has happened. The Interstellar Federation is ready to hold Oscar Ding responsible, and has demonstrated their strength in front of us. You finally realize that this matter can't go on like this. You must draw a clear line with Oscar Ding." But what is your basis? Lasher thinks this is right. Although what Oscar Ding did was all his own decision, and had nothing to do with others. But in the final analysis, Oscar Ding is still a member of the Bayan race. If he doesn't have the permission of others, then Oscar Ding will never be able to directly attack the Interstellar Federation in a very impulsive situation like today. Finally, the rest of the Bayan race began to vote consciously, and some even took the initiative to stand up and negotiate with the people of the Interstellar Federation, hoping that they would let the Bayan race go. Lasher was very satisfied with this outcome. He immediately arranged to take people to the Interstellar Federation base. In fact, not all the people brought by Oscar Ding had died in the hands of the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. A small number of people who were captured alive had been taken back to the base by the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei had already notified them in advance before the fight. Although they could wantonly counterattack the attack of the Bayan clan this time, they did not do so. Of course, they would not show mercy to the vast majority of people who resisted very fiercely. As Wang Wei warned them, they would indeed retaliate, but it would definitely not be indiscriminate revenge. If the other party was full of evil, they would make the other party pay the price for their actions. But if they were passive, or even had the attitude of actively admitting their mistakes, they would not go too far. However, when they saw Oscar Ding, everyone mocked him. Seeing so many people, after a fierce battle with the Bayan race, but no one was injured, Oscar Ding immediately understood how wrong he was. But soon, he pushed all these things to Wang Wei. He would never admit that he was wrong. Even if he was wrong, that person could never be him. Wang Wei, don't be too proud. What's the use of hiding your strength? Do you think the insect army will let you go? After knowing your true strength, the insect army will definitely flatten your base completely. Originally, Wang Wei planned to go back and rest. After all, he would have to face the Bayan race and Oscar Ding's trial next. But after hearing Oscar Ding's words, he slowly turned around and walked in front of Oscar Ding. You think I'm hiding my strength? But why should I show my strength in front of you? So that you can find out my strength and find a way to deal with us. So as to catch us all in one fell swoop. Right? When he heard this, Oscar Ding's face changed slightly. But this change was not very obvious. You just think that our Bayan race is easy to bully. Otherwise, why don't you dare to cause trouble to the insect army? Wang Wei sneered. They didn't come to cause trouble to us. Why should we cause trouble to them? Your logic is flawed. At this point, you should not consider how to put all the responsibility on me, but to find a way to appease your people. Wang Wei took off the Xiantian armor in front of Oscar Ding and handed it to Goso, who was standing beside him. To be honest, I never planned to deal with you personally. I wanted you to see with your own eyes how your people gave up on you. You will definitely feel very sad then. Right? After all, in your subconscious, all you did was for your people. Oscar Ding was almost fainted from anger. Goso slapped him in the face. Wake up. According to our observation, your people will be here soon. After that, Goso looked at Wang Wei again. Although the Xiantian armor can protect you, your body must have been affected by the shock wave when they concentrated their fire on you just now. Go and rest. If the people of the Bayan race will come soon, I will arrange them first, and wait for you to rest before starting to judge this old bug. Wang Wei nodded and went back to rest. Oscar Ding finally understood why Wang Wei didn't feel scared at all when he stood up to negotiate with them from beginning to end. At that time, he thought Wang Wei was pretending to be calm. But now it seems that Wang Wei was not pretending to be calm at all. But he was not afraid at all. Oscar Ding was completely desperate. But now no one could help him. He could even think that when his people came, they would do as Wang Wei said, and push him out mercilessly to be punished as the culprit of this matter. Just as Goso said. In fact, soon Lasher and his team brought representatives selected from the Bayan race to the base of the Interstellar Federation. When seeing this group of people, Goso was a little surprised. I thought only you would come. The other Bayan races were still a little afraid of Goso, and they all hid behind Lasher, so that Lasher felt very embarrassed. But Goso was not a person who stuck to details. He quickly settled this group of people, and told Lasher the real reason why the trial could not be held for the time being. Chapter 275 Trial. Goso leaned against the door, looking uninhibited. In your opinion, this battle has little impact on our Interstellar Federation base. But when your people focus their fire on Wang Wei, his body will still be affected by the shock wave. Lasher nodded. Of course, he could understand that Wang Wei needed to rest. What made Goso more acceptable than others was that Lasher knew that this matter had nothing to do with him. But he still apologized to Wang Wei and the entire Interstellar Federation on behalf of Oscar Ding. I know that this matter itself has nothing to do with us, which means that what I say now will not have any effect. But Oscar Ding is still a member of our Bayan race after all. So I still want to say sorry on his behalf. If it weren't for Oscar Ding, you wouldn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Goso waved his hand. He knew what Lasher was like. And he also knew how perverted an old bug like Oscar Ding was. So he naturally didn't blame Lasher. But, to be honest, when did you and Wang Wei plan to cooperate? I didn't notice it at all. You guys kept it a secret. Lasher didn't know why he trusted Wang Wei so much. Maybe Wang Wei gave people a very sincere feeling, which made people believe that Wang Wei could keep his word. Goso didn't talk to Lasher much. Seeing that Lasher was not willing to explain the details of his cooperation with Wang Wei, he told Lasher to find him if he needed anything. And then he went back to rest. The next morning, Wang Wei opened his eyes on time. washed up simply, and went to the restaurant of the base for dinner. In the restaurant of the base, he saw many Zergs. But surprisingly, the people in the base got along well with this group of Zergs. Everyone talked and laughed, and some even ate at the same table. At this time, Rachel's voice rang in his ears. Do you find it incredible? Actually, I feel the same as you. After waking up, I found that they seem to have a good relationship. I don't know why the tribesmen, who have always been timid and cautious, are so willing to make friends with you. Wang Wei shrugged. Not all creatures from aliens have malice towards you. After confirming that you are also warm and hospitable and kind, we humans from Earth are actually very willing to make friends. Wang Wei has always felt that there is definitely more to become enemies between the two civilizations. At least they can coexist peacefully. This is also the fundamental reason why he is willing to support Rachel and cooperate with Rachel. After dinner, we will start the trial of Oscar Ding. Do you have any good ideas? Hearing this, Lasher also shrugged like him. To be honest, I don't have any plans in this regard. But I know that our people will definitely show mercy to Oscar Ding. If this is really the case, do you have any good ideas? Wang Wei smiled lightly. If it's just like this, it will be much simpler. Let them see Oscar Ding's true face, and they will no longer think that Oscar Ding is a good person for them. Lasher didn't understand why Wang Wei was so sure that their people would definitely believe that Oscar Ding was a bad person. But he always had an inexplicable trust in Wang Wei. This led to him now being willing to believe Wang Wei, and willing to follow Wang Wei's footsteps to try to erase Oscar Ding from the hearts of his people. After breakfast, Wang Wei brought all the people of the Bian race to the banquet hall of the Interstellar Federation. This place was originally set up for holding activities, but Wang Wei didn't expect that a trial would be held here now. He also felt very sad. The moment Oscar was brought up, he saw the hatred in the eyes of those tribesmen who used to respect him so much. He suddenly laughed, and his laughter became more and more harsh. Are you all here to laugh at me now? Don't think that the people of the Interstellar Federation are really that kind. They came to the subspace planet just to take away the triangular crystal that originally belonged to us. Only you idiots think that they have no ill will towards us at all. Do you understand why we have to give them a part of the triangular crystal that originally belonged to us? What does it mean? Oscar's words made the faces of the Bian race in the audience look a little ugly. Although they all felt that Oscar's action of sending people to attack the Interstellar Federation was problematic, they had to admit that if the Interstellar Federation really wanted to take away the triangular crystal that originally belonged to them, why did they still think that the people of the Interstellar Federation had no ill will? After Wang Wei had Oscar Ding brought to the temporary trial seat, he looked at everyone in the audience. I believe everyone knows why you have gathered here today. Today we will launch a trial against Oscar Ding. Now, let Oscar Ding explain why he launched an attack on our Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei looked at Oscar Ding, but he sneered. You want to snatch the triangular crystal that originally belonged to us and the Zerg army. We want to drive you out of the subspace planet. Is there any problem with this? What's more, you are still trying to control our tribe with a potion that can kill me worms. Naturally, we can't tolerate you. When Wang Wei heard this, he nodded slightly to Goso. Goso pressed the button and instantly disabled Oscar Ding's microphone. Wang Wei looked at the Bian tribe members present. Since Oscar Ding feels that our existence has violated your interests, let us now explain why we want to stay in this subspace planet and plan to mine the triangular crystals here. First of all, we have never seen triangular crystals before, so naturally we don't know about triangular crystals. The reason why we want to get some of the triangular crystals is because we need to use them for research. If you say directly that you don't want us to mine the triangular crystals here, we can also use what we have to exchange with you for the mining rights of triangular crystals. But you have never proposed this concept, and you have directly launched an attack on our Interstellar Federation. So in order to protect ourselves, we fought back. If you think there is anything wrong with this matter, you can say it directly, and I will answer your questions one by one. Wang Wei waited for a while, but no one questioned their question. Then, Wang Wei began to explain the next question. The next question is that Oscar Ding thinks that we are using the medicine that can kill me worms to control the Bian race, which I cannot agree with. First of all, I did propose the exchange conditions at the beginning. I don't think I did anything wrong. I have already taken out everything I can give you. I think making an exchange is a fair act for everyone. At that time, Oscar Ding did not have any doubts about this issue. He almost decided to take away the medicine formula in our hands very quickly. Even if Wang Wei did not explain this matter, all the Bian race members present knew about it. Lasher had explained it to them in public early in the morning. Even if they now know that Oscar Ding is on guard against the Interstellar Federation, and has been carefully guarding against the traps set by the Interstellar Federation for them, they still cannot understand why Oscar Ding insisted on the formula of the medicine at the beginning. Seeing that no one still had doubts about this matter, Wang Wei also raised the next question. The next question is that Oscar thinks we are alien species, and our existence is wrong. But we have never planned to stay in the subspace planet for a long time. You can regard the time we stay here as a stopover for our interstellar journey. As long as we get the triangular crystal, we will leave after completing the relevant research. We will not occupy the planet that originally belonged to you. And we will not get involved in the grievances between you. But we will not let your grievances involve us. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, the people of the Bayan race were even more surprised, because they found that everything that seemed to be intolerable in Oscar's eyes was actually not as terrible as Oscar himself thought. It can even be said that the Interstellar Federation has no ill will towards them at all, and has no opinion. Wang Wei later told them that humans from Earth would be curious about their civilization and want to understand it. And there was no other idea. As for why they are called the Interstellar Federation, it is because Wang Wei and his team met many other alien civilizations during their interstellar travels. And these alien civilizations have more or less encountered some good or bad things. These things gave Wang Wei and his team the idea of establishing an Interstellar Federation. And the real purpose of the Interstellar Federation is not as terrible as they imagined. If someone needs the help of the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Federation will provide corresponding help to the alien civilizations after understanding the situation clearly. Just like the Bayan race and the Zerg army are all suffering from the influence of the parasite of the meat stripworm to varying degrees. Therefore, Wang Wei took out the potion to help the Bayan race. At present, the Zerg army has not asked for their help. But if the Zerg army has such needs, Wang Wei and his team will also start to help. This is the code of conduct of their Interstellar Federation. Of course, these are all later. Wang Wei looked at the people of the Bayan race and said that the Interstellar Federation needed them to give an explanation to the Interstellar Federation. Since we settled on the subspace planet, we have never done anything to harm the Bayan race. Now Oscar Ding attacked us based on his speculation about us. We, the Interstellar Federation, need the Bayan race to give us an explanation. Rasher stood up and looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded to him, and then made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Rasher should come on stage to speak. When Rasher came on stage, Oscar Ding, who had been struggling but had no sound, suddenly could be heard by everyone again. Rachel, you and Wang Wei have been colluding from the beginning, right? Bringing the tribe to watch us fight the Interstellar Federation was also agreed upon by you and Wang Wei, right? Rachel glanced at Oscar Ding and shook his head helplessly. The reason why we showed up is because we found that you led a group of people to the Interstellar Federation base. Not because anyone told us some news in advance. I still hope that if you have a way to prove it, you can show the evidence. And don't make random accusations here for your own selfishness. Oscar Ding suddenly fell silent, because he felt that judging from Rashiel's posture, no matter what he was going to say next, it would probably be impossible to be forgiven. So, Oscar Ding decided to come and see in person what Rashiel and Wang Wei's plan was. Although he had no confidence that his tribe would definitely protect him, as long as he could seize the opportunity, relying on Rashiel's prestige in the tribe. He thought that there was no way to shake his position. Lasher spoke up, and in front of the Interstellar Federation, he brought up the content they discussed yesterday when selecting people to participate in the trial, and began to apologize to the people of the Interstellar Federation present. We know that this time Oscar Ding led our people to launch a large-scale attack on the Interstellar Federation, which had a significant impact on the Interstellar Federation. We never thought of exonerating Oscar Ding, but our people still have different opinions on how to deal with Oscar Ding. I will take this opportunity today to unify everyone's ideas. After unification, we will judge Oscar Ding's actions in a way that everyone agrees on. And I hope you can be a witness. Goso thought the people of the Bayan race were very interesting. Things have developed to this point, but they still haven't reached a consensus, and even have to argue about Oscar Ding's trial at this time. Wang Wei, do you think Rashiel can really become a qualified leader of the Bayan race? I always feel that he doesn't have much say in the Bayan race. Wang Wei had also thought about Goso's question at first, but Wang Wei thought that Rashiel was doing a good job. Don't you think that Rashiel is getting the Bayan race on the right track? If they can make every decision of the Bayan race be discussed and considered by everyone, Isn't this moving in the direction of democracy? Goso was stunned and thought about it carefully. It seemed that this was indeed the truth. What you said makes sense. But if Rashiel can't suppress those people of the Bian race, wouldn't it be easy to ruin the big thing? Wang Wei felt that Goso didn't understand Rashiel. So it was not surprising that he had such an idea. Rashiel still has a group of loyal supporters. And based on what is happening now, Rashiel's decisions are not wrong. So he can handle it all. While the two were talking, the Bian race was also engaged in a heated debate. Some people think that Oscar Ding made a mistake. So naturally the people of the Interstellar Federation should come up with a way to deal with him. And they don't need to intervene at all. But some people think that Oscar Ding made a mistake this time. But it can't cover up Oscar Ding's previous contributions to the Bian race. Therefore, Oscar Ding can be punished. But not too severely. Otherwise, who will dare to continue to contribute to the race in the future? Lasher stopped the debate when the people of the Bian race were arguing the most fiercely. I have understood what you mean. If you have no objection, I hope you can listen to my advice. Oscar Ding's actions this time have a great impact on our race. We met the Interstellar Federation this time. The Interstellar Federation did not vent its anger on all of us because of Oscar Ding's behavior. We should be thankful. So I propose to remove all of Oscar Ding's abilities and take him in to live in the base. But he cannot contact any of the tribesmen in the base. You can vote on this decision. If more people agree, we will deal with Oscar Ding in this way. After Lasher finished speaking, he raised his hand first. The other people of the Bian race were also very satisfied with this solution. They thought Oscar Ding's life was in danger. But they didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. After the vote, Lasher looked at Wang Wei, director of the Interstellar Federation base. Are you satisfied with our treatment of Oscar Ding? Wang Wei walked up to the stage slowly and thanked the Bian race for their understanding. Thank you very much for understanding our feelings. After all, we have never thought of hurting anyone and have helped you before. So if you don't deal with Oscar Ding, it will be difficult for us to accept it. As for the Bian race's treatment of Oscar Ding, we can also fully accept it. This trial is basically over here, according to the normal process. Now we just need to take Oscar Ding back. And the conversation between the two parties can basically end this time. But at this critical moment, Oscar Ding spit out the yellow-green blood unique to the Zerg. He pointed at every Bian race member present and spit out the most vicious curse. The Bian race members, who originally planned to give him a break and leave him alive, instantly stared at Oscar Ding with disgust. No one came forward to rescue Oscar Ding. When Wang Wei asked Goso to send someone to send Oscar Ding to the medical cabin, the bad news soon came. Goso informed Lasher of the news, while giving Lasher time to explain to the people of the Bian race. He walked to Wang Wei and said, "Could it be you who did it?" After hearing his words, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. "You mean? I was not satisfied with the Bian race's treatment of Oscar Ding, so I deliberately killed him?" Chapter 276, Preparing for Negotiation. Wang Wei's words made Goso nervous immediately. He looked around and made sure that no one from the Bian race noticed their conversation. Then he whispered, "Even if you didn't do anything, you can't say such things. What if they suspect us? Wouldn't you be asking for trouble?" Wang Wei was not actually worried about such a thing happening, because such a thing would not affect him much. If they really suspect, they can investigate at will. I have never done anything to Oscar Ding. Even when we fought with the people Oscar Ding brought, I didn't touch him at all. The reason why he suddenly vomited blood should be because of anger. The Bian race is not like the insect army. Their thoughts are closer to humans. So when they know that they will become the lowest level of the Bian race in the future and can't even communicate with anyone, they will definitely feel dissatisfied. As a leader who has led the Bian race for so long, he suddenly became a hated existence. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. So Wang Wei was not surprised by such an ending. People should not be too greedy. Bugs like Oscar Ding, who obviously has an IQ comparable to that of humans, ruin their reputation for their greed. I am still cool. Looking at Goso's smug look, Wang Wei felt helpless. At this time, Lasher came over and whispered to Wang Wei, "Oscar Ding's death is very important to our Bian race. Although we have decided on the trial result of Oscar Ding, the Bian race is now leaderless and still needs time to sort out the affairs within the tribe. We will not stay any longer. However, I still hope that you can deliver the medicine to our base on time as agreed before. When the tribe's affairs are dealt with, I will definitely receive the people from the Interstellar Federation in person." Wang Wei could understand that Lasher might be very busy next, so he did not stay any longer. after he and Goso watched Lasher take his people and Oscarden's insect corpse away. Trouble came again. Wang Wei was just about to go back to rest when he saw a billowing dust erupting on the ground in the distance that connected to the sky. Goso suddenly became nervous. It's the insect swarm army. It was a long time since they last met Orwell. Although they all knew that the insect swarm army was different from the Bayan race, and there was no way to reason with them. They all believed that Wang Wei had rescued Orwell. And Orwell should not lead the insect swarm army to repay kindness with enmity. Just when Goso was very nervous, Wang Wei was quite calm. He immediately asked the relevant personnel to turn on the biological radar detection, but not to stop the insect swarm army from approaching. Goso didn't understand and looked at Wang Wei in shock. What do you mean? If we don't stop them from approaching, will we just let them rush over like this? Are you really not worried that they will come to attack us? Wang Wei shook his head. Based on what you have learned during your time with Orwell, do you think that even if Orwell is a Zerg, he will really repay kindness with enmity? After listening to Wang Wei's question, Goso touched his chin and thought for a long time before giving an answer. Orwell looks down on us a little. He thinks our bodies look very fragile. Even worse than the Bayan race. But overall, he should be considered a good person. As he said, he looked at Wang Wei. Why do you suddenly ask this question? What does this question have to do with the situation we are facing now? Wang Wei wanted Goso to use his brain more. Don't you think that the Zerg army has been too quiet during this period? Quiet. Goso felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with the Zerg army being quiet. After all, their leader had been imprisoned for a long time. Although Orwell had not been tortured inhumanely during this period, he should not have lost his position as the leader after returning. Right? Wang Wei still shook his head and refused to give Goso a straightforward answer, which made Goso very angry. You can say it or not. Wang Wei did not chase Goso, but observed the movements of the Zerg army. If he guessed correctly, the Zerg army came this time for the potion that could kill the meat worms. Although the impact of the meat worms on the Zerg army was not as serious as that on humans and the Bayan clan, Orwell had experienced the feeling of being parasitized by the meat worms. He also experienced the feeling of the meat worms being killed. He believed that even a Zerg leader like Orwell would understand what benefits killing the meat worms parasitizing their bodies could bring them. Just when Wang Wei was silent, Goso suddenly rushed into the radar monitoring room and told Wang Wei a good news. Orwell came here alone and said he wanted to see you and me. Should we meet them? Wang Wei nodded to Goso. Let's go. Let's go and see what Orwell wants to do. When they saw Orwell, they found that Orwell's condition was indeed much better than the last time they saw him. But Orwell still had that arrogant attitude, which made Goso feel a little dissatisfied. Orwell, don't forget that if it weren't for me and Wang Wei, you would not only be imprisoned in the Bayan race, but you would also be unable to get rid of the parasites of the meat worms. Orwell made a strange cry. We came this time because we heard that the Bayan race launched a large-scale attack on your Interstellar Federation. But it seems that we are late. Wang Wei stared at Orwell for a long time and found that Orwell was not stupid. Because if Orwell came straight to the point and said that they came for the potion, he would naturally put forward corresponding conditions. But Orwell said that they came to help, according to the habits of the Earthlings. Even if the other party did not help at all after coming, they should thank the other party for coming in time. But this time, Wang Wei wanted Orwell to recognize the reality himself. If it's for this matter, then you really made a wasted trip. Because Oscar Ding is now angry to death. Orwell was also very surprised when he heard the news of Oscar Ding's death. Impossible. How could this old guy die? Goso ruthlessly added, dead is dead. Why should we lie to you? Otherwise you can get the news. What's the benefit of us lying to you? Orwell suddenly stopped talking and looked at Goso angrily. The hot air from his nose made Goso dodge. It's useless to be angry. Besides, did you really come here just to see if we were beaten to a pulp by the Bayan race? If you have any requests, just say it directly. It's really embarrassing to beat around the bush. Orwell was the leader of the insect army. He had never been treated like this before. He was about to attack Goso. When his huge claws were about to hit Goso, he was stopped by Wang Wei wearing Xiatian armor. It seemed that Wang Wei didn't have any effort. This scene made Goso and Orwell look surprised. Seeing such a concrete expression on the Zerg's face also made Wang Wei feel very interesting. Orwell, this is the Interstellar Federation base. If you attack my people, I can't guarantee whether your Zerg army will be attacked. Orwell screamed and hid far away from Goso. He looked a little aggrieved when he sat on the ground. Goso also took advantage of this time to hide behind Wang Wei. When did you wear the Xietian armor? Wang Wei knew that Orwell was more arrogant than Oscar Ding. And he had no brains. Was impulsive and irritable. So he came here wearing the Xietian armor. Facts have proved that his idea is not wrong. If he didn't wear the Xietian armor, Goso couldn't bear Orwell's slap alone. Orwell, if you really come for the potion, you can just say it. I believe you also remember that when the Bian race took the potion formula from us, they paid a certain price. We will not be partial. So what do you plan to use to exchange the potion? Orwell still likes to deal with Wang Wei, without beating around the bush. And Wang Wei will not say things that make him want to kill people. We are also like the Bian race. No. We will give you 2%. As long as you are willing to provide potions to our insect army. Wang Wei smiled helplessly, and did not expect Orwell to have a strange desire to win in such a place. If you agree, we can sign the agreement now. And you can take 100 potions away. Goso tugged at Wang Wei's sleeve and reminded him. We promised to give these 100 potions to the Bian race. You gave them to the Zerg army. And the Bian race came to ask. How do we explain it? Hearing this, Wang Wei was about to respond, but was interrupted by Orwell. If they have any questions, they can come directly to the Zerg army's habitat to find me. Wang Wei shrugged, indicating that the matter was resolved. Goso was speechless, but he also felt that this was a good solution. At least, no one would come to them this way. When Goso went to get the potion, Wang Wei looked at Orwell. Orwell, I know that you Zerg army never admit defeat, but I think that we all stay together on the subspace planet, and there is no need to make it like fire and water. What do you think? Orwell was very dissatisfied with Wang Wei's words. You mean? Our Zerg army should coexist peacefully with you because of an insignificant Bian race? Why? If we are not happy with the Zerg army, we will definitely take action to let them know the danger of provoking the Zerg army. Wang Wei could see that it was unlikely to reach an agreement with Orwell on this matter. So, he changed the direction, since there is nothing to say about the peaceful coexistence. I think the only thing we can talk about is the mining of triangular crystals. Now that the Bian race will never provoke the Zerg army again, and Oscar Ding is dead, we should discuss how to divide all the triangular crystals in the entire subspace planet. Orwell came here this time just for the potion. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei wanted to talk to him about these things, and he immediately showed some anger. We will leave after taking the potion. And as for the triangular crystals, we will never give them to anyone. Wang Wei was speechless about Orwell's attitude. Orwell had not seen the process of their fight with the Bian race with his own eyes. So Wang Wei could understand that they could not communicate now. So, he immediately handed the video in his hand to Orwell. Let's see what the result will be if they really fight. Orwell's hands were not convenient to watch the video. So Wang Wei simply projected the video on a blank wall nearby. This was the video content automatically recorded by the base, which included the whole process of their battle with the Bian race. After seeing it, Orwell had a disdainful expression on his face at first. But when he saw Wang Wei tear open the giant spaceship of the Bian race with his bare hands, and could easily jump up and down on such a high spaceship, his expression became more ugly. If you still insist that you should not communicate with us about the issue of the triangular crystal, I will not stop you. But if you will have a dispute with us because of this matter, I will never let it happen. At this time, Goso also came back with the potion. After they signed the agreement, Wang Wei asked Goso to help send Orwell away. When Orwell left, he wanted to say something to Wang Wei several times, but in the end, he couldn't say it. At this time, Goso also noticed something strange on his face, and his eyes moved back and forth between Wang Wei and Orwell, until Orwell left. He couldn't say what he hadn't said. After Orwell left, Goso remembered to ask Wang Wei, "What did you say to Orwell? Why does he look so strange?" Wang Wei didn't answer Goso, but called the Three-Eyed Star King. The Three-Eyed Star King body has almost recovered during this period, so he has taken over most of the affairs of the base. Wang Wei asked the Three-Eyed Star to prepare, and he was going to hold a meeting. The main participants of this meeting were their Interstellar Federation, and the Bian race, and the Insectide Army, 2 races living on the subspace planet. The Three-Eyed Star King immediately understood what he meant. Do you want to sit down and have a good talk with them about how to mine the triangular crystal? Wang Wei nodded, and Goso on the side was shocked. Wang Wei didn't say anything. How did you guess? The Three-Eyed King looked at Goso with a fool's eyes. Wang Wei brought the 2 races living on the subspace planet together. What else could he discuss if not the issue of mining triangular crystals? Discuss how to make them live in peace. The two races have been resentful for a long time. If they didn't encounter any major disasters, they would never work together to do one thing. So Wang Wei must have held a meeting for this matter. Goso understood. But he was still very curious. Would these two Zerg tribes really be willing to share the triangular crystals with them? Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King were busy with their own things, and no one paid any attention to him. The habitat of the Zerg-Tide army. After Orwell came back with the potion, he immediately gave it to their soldiers. The soldiers' situation gradually recovered, and Orwell was relieved. But what he cared about most was what Wang Wei showed him. If the things in it were all true, maybe even their Zerg army would not be a match for the Interstellar Federation. Would he really live in peace with the Bayan race as Wang Wei said? After thinking about it, Orwell felt that it was completely impossible. They and the Bayan race both wanted the other race to be extinct, and it was even more impossible for them to live in peace. But Orwell also knew that if the Interstellar Federation really wanted to mine the triangular crystal, they would definitely not be able to stop it. Thinking of this, Orwell felt that he was overwhelmed. He simply put all these things behind him, and went to see how his soldiers were recovering. On the other side, there was also some confusion within the Bayan race. Oscar Ding's death made the Bayan people a little confused. In the past, they followed Oscar Ding's command and arrangements. Although they knew what Oscar Ding did, they still felt that there was no one to take the lead, which made them a little at a loss. After assigning what everyone should do, Lasher immediately called the people with more say in the Bayan race to discuss the future arrangements of the Bayan race. At this meeting, Lasher proposed that no one should dominate everything in the future. He proposed that they could set up a parliament in the future. After that, every decision of the Bayan race needs to be discussed by the parliament to determine whether it is beneficial to the Bayan race, or whether the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, before it can be implemented. Others think this method is a bit troublesome, and they also believe in Lasher, and think that Lasher can take over Oscar Ding's position. Rashiel rejected the proposal directly, and said that they believed in Oscar Ding, and thought that Oscar Ding would never do anything to let them down, which made Oscar Ding become what he is now, and almost destroyed their tribe. Therefore, in order to avoid such things from happening in the future, the only thing they can do is to avoid over-centralization of power as much as possible. And those decisions about the Bayan race can only be guaranteed to bring benefits to the tribe after discussion and consultation. Others thought about it, and felt that Rashiel's statement was not wrong. If they don't want another Oscar Ding to appear in the tribe, I'm afraid they can only do it according to Rashiel's method to be more secure. This matter was decided, and Rashiel announced the establishment of the parliament to all the tribe members that day. That night, they began to discuss the relevant regulations. At this time, Rashiel's confidant told Rashiel a piece of news, and after hearing it, Rashiel's expression became a little solemn. He didn't expect that the Zerg Swarm army would actually go to the Interstellar Federation base, and they haven't launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation base yet. If it was the previous Zerg Swarm army, it would have already flattened the Interstellar Federation by now. Could it be that Wang Wei really has such great ability to convince Orwell? Chapter 277: An Unexpected Harvest. This news caught Lasher off guard to some extent. He did believe that Wang Wei was right. But with joining the Interstellar Federation base that Wang Wei was in charge of and joining forces with the Zerg army really not give rise to the idea of annexing the Bayan race? Seeing Wang Wei's expression gradually becoming solemn, some members of the Bayan parliament began to ask Lasher what had happened. Lasher did not tell the other members of the parliament about the news he had received. He knew that once the news was leaked, it would definitely cause panic in the entire Bayan race. If they had not yet discovered the true strength of the Interstellar Federation, he would not have found it strange even if the Zerg army joined forces with the Interstellar Federation. After all, at that time, he would have thought that it was the Interstellar Federation that needed the support of the Zerg army to gain a foothold in the entire subspace planet, and it would be easier to obtain the mining rights of the triangular crystal at that time. But now things have become completely different. The combination of the Interstellar Federation and the Zerg army is equivalent to a powerful alliance. They are definitely not as good as each other. After a long period of inner struggle, Lasher made a bold decision. He wanted to meet Wang Wei and ask what Wang Wei was planning. After settling the relevant affairs within the Bayan race, Lasher immediately set off for the Interstellar Federation base. With previous experience, he did not approach directly, but sent a signal to the Interstellar Federation at a distance from the Interstellar Federation as a request for his entry into the Interstellar Federation base. When the people below conveyed this message to Wang Wei, Wang Wei was also very surprised. Are you sure? The people who came are really from the Bian race. And they are the ones who brought the Bian people to participate in the Oscar Ding trial. The people below nodded and handed the pictures taken by the drone to Wang Wei for review. They also checked repeatedly and confirmed that the person was the one they had seen before. And then immediately conveyed this message to Wang Wei. Let him in. Take him directly to my laboratory. The people below immediately started to act and prepared to take the person to Wang Wei laboratory. Lasher was very nervous on the way here. After all, he was not sure whether he could get the truth from Wang Wei. If they could not know the truth, it meant that they would be troubled by this matter for a long time. For the current Bian race, they really had no choice and could not continue to live in fear. Fortunately, when he saw Wang Wei, he found that Wang Wei's attitude towards him had not changed at all. Why are you here? As far as I know, after Oscar Ding died, the Bian race should be in chaos now. You are so anxious to come here. I think there must be something very important. Hearing Wang Wei question, Lasher smiled at Wang Wei. Before, Oscar Ding thought that the IQ of humans in the Interstellar Federation base was not as good as that of the Bian race. Now I have seen clearly that you are actually the most evolved race. Wang Wei did not take Lasher's compliment to heart at all. In fact, he knew that Lasher must have something to talk to him about. And judging from Lasher's current actions, what Lasher wanted to say might be very important to the Bian race. IQ is a matter of opinion. Let's not talk about this matter. Let's talk about the purpose of your coming here today. I don't believe that you came here just to chat with me. Lasher felt that it was a bit inappropriate to suddenly tell the purpose of his coming here. So he was still a little resistant in his heart. My purpose is a long story. I received news that the Zerg army was approaching your Interstellar Federation base. They didn't do anything to you, right? When Wang Wei heard this, he had already guessed the real purpose of Lasher's coming this time. But he still wanted Lasher to speak out his concerns. After all, if he took the initiative to mention this matter, it would be like putting pressure on the Bian race. And he didn't want to do that. No. Orwell brought the Zerg army here, which is actually no different from you. They also want to get the potion to solve the problem of the fleshworm parasitizing their people. Learning the real reason why the Zerg army contacted the Interstellar Alliance, Lasher suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But he thought again, and felt that Wang Wei's easy truth to him might not be that simple. Could it be that there is a hidden story? Soon, many thoughts emerged in Lasher's mind. The most terrifying one was that he felt that the Zerg army must have reached some kind of agreement with the Interstellar Federation by taking advantage of the potion. Just like the agreement he and Wang Wei had reached. He could help Wang Wei protect the two people controlled by their Bian race. And Wang Wei had to find ways to get rid of Oscar Ding and let the Bian race return to a normal state. The Zerg Tide army might also make the same request to Wang Wei. Thinking of this, Lasher suddenly became a little nervous. After seeing that Lasher's reaction was not normal, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. But he did not expect that it was his smile that made Lasher feel more worried. You? What are you laughing at? Lasher's nervous look made Wang Wei feel funny. What do you think I'm laughing at? Laughing at your sudden appearance? Or laughing at your nervousness that our Interstellar Federation might join forces with the Zerg Tide army? Lasher did not expect that Wang Wei suddenly said what he was thinking directly. And he felt even more embarrassed. He had never experienced such a thing. I don't mean that. I think that if you really want to win over the Zerg army, you should be careful. Because of the incomplete evolution of intelligence, the Zerg army may not be as reliable as you think. After hearing his words, Wang Wei did not interrupt him, but let him continue. Although the things that Lasher was worried about were unlikely to happen, he still wanted to see what Lasher was worried about. Loshell had said almost everything he wanted to say, but Wang Wei suddenly asked him a question. He was stunned for a moment before continuing, although the requirements of the insect swarm army seemed simple. But anyone who has come into contact with them should know that the insect swarm army is definitely not easy to deal with. If they can get something, they will not hurt anyone. But if they can get this kind of thing, others can also get it. They will never let anyone else get it except them. Wang Wei nodded. You make sense. Continue. Loshell paused, observed Wang Wei's reaction, and then continued. I think if you really want to find someone to join forces to obtain the mining rights of the triangular crystal, you might as well choose our Bian race. With our cooperation, maybe we can completely get rid of the insect swarm army. Before Rashiel finished speaking, Wang Wei raised his hand to interrupt him. If you want to tell me that you want to make the Zerg army disappear completely from the subspace planet, then I advise you to give up this idea. Rashiel suddenly didn't understand why Wang Wei said this. Isn't it a good thing for Wang Wei to make the Zerg army disappear completely from the subspace planet? You and the Zerg army. Wang Wei looked up at Rashiel and shook his head at him. No. The situation you imagined has never happened. I have never thought of cooperating with the Zerg army to deal with the Bian race. And it is absolutely impossible to cooperate with the Zerg army, or your Bian race, to target other races on this planet. Wang Wei's attitude made Rashiel feel that he couldn't see through it. And he became even more uncertain. Wang Wei began to explain to Rashiel his views on the subspace planet. First of all, no matter what happens on the warp planet, he will never intervene. Why? Of course, it is because he has never thought of changing the ecological environment of the warp planet by his own strength. In other words, the ecological environment of the warp is very good now. Although there are frictions between the Bian race and the Zerg army, the friction between the two races has never affected the ecological environment of this planet. If he joins any of them and helps them deal with the other side, it is possible to change the ecological environment of this planet. As for what you are most worried about, the mining of triangular crystals, I am also preparing to hold a negotiation meeting recently. I know that the Zerg army has always wanted to monopolize the mining rights of triangular crystals, and the friction between your two races has been constant. So I want to take this opportunity to create a new situation. By then, neither the Zerg army nor the Bian race will have any disputes over this matter. Lasher looked at Wang Wei in astonishment. Wang Wei kept saying that he would not change the ecological environment of the entire subspace planet. But Wang Wei's approach was obviously to change the overall environment of the entire subspace planet. But the probability of success of doing so is very small. Have you ever thought about it? Wang Wei certainly thought about this. But he also always believed that if he knew in advance that it would be difficult to complete this matter, and stop doing it, it would be completely unfeasible. This matter is like you want to change the entire Bian race. You know that Oscar Ding's position in the Bian race is basically unshakable. But you still want the Bian race to return to a normal state. During this period, will you give up because it is so difficult to overthrow Oscar Ding? Hearing this, Lasher immediately shook his head. Of course not. Even if this matter will be very difficult, or even if I and the entire Bian race need to pay a considerable price to achieve my goal, I am willing to make this difficult decision for the future. Wang Wei smiled at Lasher and snapped his fingers. Yes. I have the same idea as you. It may be very difficult to make the Insectide army give up targeting your Bian race and choose to live in peace with the Bian race. But I will never give up just because it is difficult to succeed. So, I hope you can think so too. Isn't this matter also for the future of the Bian race? Lasher originally wanted to find out what Wang Wei was going to do, but he didn't expect to be persuaded by Wang Wei instead. Does this process require our Bian race's help? Lasher suddenly had a very strong yearning for the environment described by Wang Wei. For the Bian race, the biggest concern is the Insectide army. Because if they encounter an existence like the Interstellar Federation, they can still try to reason with the Interstellar Federation. But if it is the Zerg army, they have no room for reasoning at all. So, what Lasher hopes to see most now is that everything Wang Wei envisions can come true. I don't have the confidence to solve this matter in one go. So I need to keep trying and keep adjusting. But I believe that one day our ideas will come true. Wang Wei believes that after all, they are all people living on the same planet. And no one would like to see their own tribe gradually become history on this planet. What's more, the Zerg army has been living like primitive people. If they can know the changes in the system and survival rules, they can also live a better life than before, which is conducive to the development of this planet. Then I won't bother you. It's a bit ashamed to say that I was a little uneasy after hearing that the Zerg army came to the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei can understand Lasher's mentality very well. It doesn't matter. I can understand your mentality. But what I want to know is, what are you going to do with the Bian race in the future? Wang Wei trusts Lasher more and believes that Lasher can handle this matter very well. So he just asks if there is anything he can help. He will do his best to help the Bian race. After Lasher told Wang Wei his idea, Wang Wei agreed, although the democratic election method will be very effective in the Bian race. I still advise you to pay attention to one very important thing. That is, any matter that will affect the interests of the entire Bian race. When making a decision, you still have to consider whether it will be related to the members of the parliament, so as to prevent the situation where the results of the discussion are interfered with by humans. Wang Wei's words were a revelation to Lasher. He had never thought that one day he would have to worry about such things. I remember. You can rest assured that I will never let the Bayan race gradually go to extinction again in the new life. Hearing him say this, Wang Wei actually felt helpless. Because even a race like the Bayan race, whose people have relatively high IQs, cannot avoid such an outcome. However, if they can make full preparations in advance, they can make such a situation appear as late as possible, and ensure that the Bayan race does not need to worry about such things in the future for many years. After sending Lasher away, Wang Wei felt very tired and returned to his residence to rest. Unexpectedly, he has no private space at all now. Just after sending Lasher away, he welcomed the Three-Eyed Star King. The Three-Eyed Star King asked about the plant planet. Originally, during the time when the Three-Eyed Star King was parasitized by the meat stripeworm, the Plant Star King took over his position. But now, he has not seen the Plant Star King for a long time. Hearing from other people in the base, the Plant Star King should not come back. And they also heard that something big seemed to have happened on the plant planet. Because after the Plant Star King came back, the whole person became very dull and autistic, and basically did not talk to anyone except Wang Wei. This statement aroused the interest of the King of the Three-Eyed Star. So after he finished his work, he immediately found Wang Wei. Is what they said true? Wang Wei looked at the King of the Three-Eyed Star in confusion, and was confused by his random question. I don't quite understand what you said. What are you talking about? After explaining what he heard from others, the Three-Eyed Star King asked Wang Wei what happened on the plant planet. He didn't believe that Wang Wei, with the people from the Interstellar Federation base, couldn't solve what happened on a small plant planet. Speaking of which, this matter is neither big nor small. It's not big because it seems that the plant planet has basically returned to normal. With the Plant Star King in charge, nothing big should happen. It's not small because we soon discovered that the person the Plant Star King trusts the most and has a high status on the plant planet, Soros, who was made a predictor by the Plant Star King, had his body occupied by someone. And he seemed to be looking for a scepter that is very important to the plant planet. Scepter? The Three-Eyed Star King immediately looked at Wang Wei in shock. Is it the scepter that can control everyone on the plant planet? Wang Wei was also puzzled. If the Three-Eyed Star King had not been recuperating because of the meat worm at that time, and had been to the plant planet with them, he would understand why the Three-Eyed Star King knew about this matter. But he obviously knew. And he also knew the ability of this scepter, which made Wang Wei very interested in why the King of the Three-Eyed Star knew this. How do you know this? The King of the Three-Eyed Star told Wang Wei a secret that no one had ever mentioned to him before. Don't you know that there is a similar scepter on our Three-Eyed planet? This is something Wang Wei has never heard of, which makes him more interested in the origin of the scepter. You both have scepters, and the functions are very similar. Could it be that your two planets have some kind of origin? Chapter 278 A Sudden Visit. The King of the Three-Eyed Alien shook his head. He knew less about the plant planet than Wang Wei did, so it was hard to comment. It was only after you mentioned it that I learned that they also had a scepter similar to our Three-Eyed planet. At first, Wang Wei did suspect that the King of the Three-Eyed Alien might want to conceal the secret behind the scepter just like the King of the Plant Planet. But looking at the attitude of the King of the Three-Eyed Alien, he didn't seem to be lying. So he gave up this idea. However, the unexpected gain that he accidentally learned this time gave him a bold idea. Just like on Earth, there are advanced civilizations left over from ancient times. The Three-Eyed Planet and the Plant Planet are likely to have traces of advanced civilizations, and they are very important to these two planets. Let's not talk about this matter for now. The Plant King doesn't want us to get involved in this matter, so we don't need to know too much and intervene. By the way, how did you handle the negotiation? The Three-Eyed King nodded to Wang Wei. You can rest assured that the general arrangements have been resolved. In fact, the real difficulties of this negotiation fall on you. We don't need to spend too much energy to prepare anything. What Wang Wei asked him to prepare were nothing more than some reception issues. He was very good at handling these issues. I heard that the kid from the Bayan race came today. Could it be that the insect army came into contact with us, which made them feel a sense of crisis? The Three-Eyed King said jokingly. Wang Wei nodded to him. There was nothing shameful about this matter, so Wang Wei naturally didn't intend to hide anything from him. You are right. They just think that we have reached some kind of agreement with the Zerg army, so they want to see our attitude. I have explained the truth to them. The Three-Eyed Star King laughed so hard that he fell backwards. I didn't expect that the death of Oscar Ding, a cunning man, would make the Bayan race so nervous. Am I right? Wang Wei smiled bitterly. In fact, he could understand why Lasher and the others would have such an idea. In fact, the Interstellar Federation did not show its true strength. When they were threatened by the meatworms before, they disappeared for a long time. Now the Bayan race has a very deep understanding of them. After hearing about the contact between the Zerg army and them, they will naturally think that this matter must sound very scary. Then prepare and formally invite the leaders of the Zerg army and the Bayan race to come to the base of the Interstellar Federation to participate in this negotiation. The Three-Eyed Star King knew that Wang Wei still attached great importance to this matter, so he naturally did not dare to delay it and immediately started to prepare. Because the negotiation will be scheduled for a week later. Basically no accidents happened during this week. In addition to going to the laboratory to study the attack power of the Ghost Vine, Wang Wei returned to his room to rest. The King of the Three-Eyed Star saw Wang Wei working so hard and felt that Wang Wei didn't need to do this. With our current capabilities, we have no enemies in the entire subspace planet. Why do you want to make yourself so tired? Wang Wei smiled bitterly. What do you know? This is called taking precautions before it happens. For us, we don't encounter any danger now, which does make us fall into a state of laziness. But such a state is completely undesirable. The King of the Three-Eyed Star didn't understand Wang Wei's big principles, but he also understood that having more powerful weapons would definitely be more beneficial to them. So he simply took on more things in the base, giving Wang Wei the opportunity to deal with the experiments at hand with peace of mind. A week passed quickly, and Wang Wei also changed into more formal clothes and stood at the gate of the Interstellar Alliance base, ready to welcome Rachel and Orwell, who were about to arrive. Although they had not discussed in advance when to meet, Wang Wei had already informed them of the date they were preparing for. They did not know whether they should go there first. So Lasher waited until the negotiation began before setting off for the Interstellar Federation base. They were the first to arrive, and Lasher took Lasher to settle down first. When Lasher saw Wang Wei, he also asked curiously, "The insect army has not arrived yet. So you are not going to participate in this negotiation?" Wang Wei could not guess Orwell's thoughts. After all, Orwell was a person who could not be guessed by common sense. If they don't come, there is no need to continue this negotiation. I will send you away. Hearing this, Lasher suddenly felt that it was actually good now. At least they didn't have to worry about any accidents in the next negotiation, which would anger the insect army. Lasher didn't say much and went to the resting place arranged by Wang Wei for them. Things didn't develop as Lasher expected. According to his idea, the insect army would never agree to participate in this negotiation. However, the insect army was just a little later than them, and they didn't really show up. This also led to Lasher not knowing that Orwell really brought people here. He just received the news in the evening that the negotiation would be officially held tomorrow, and there would be a special person to take them to the negotiation site. When he heard this news, Lasher was very surprised, because according to this statement, it proves that the insect army has come. He thought about it, and went to find Wang Wei. Wang Wei was not surprised to see Lasher. After all, when dealing with the Zerg army in the past, Oscar Ding was always the leader. Oscar Ding's condescending attitude did not take Orwell, and the Zerg army he led seriously. However, Lasher did not come here for the Zerg army this time. After he came, he did not beat around the bush with Wang Wei, and said to Wang Wei directly, "I want to know. What do you think?" "You mean the negotiation meeting?" Wang Wei asked back. Lasher nodded at Wang Wei. "Yes. I am talking about the negotiation meeting. Although the negotiation meeting will officially start tomorrow, I still want to ask, how do you plan to discuss the mining of triangular crystals?" What Lasher really wanted to know was how Wang Wei planned to distribute the triangular crystals. According to Wang Wei's previous statement, the Interstellar Federation was not very interested in triangular crystals. The reason why they wanted triangular crystals was because of their curiosity and research on triangular crystals. In this way, the triangular crystals that they and the Zerg army gave to the Interstellar Federation in order to obtain the potion might be enough for them to use for research. In fact, I just want everyone to mine the triangular crystals peacefully. I have never changed my mind about what I said at the beginning, and I will never change it at all. My goal is still to hope that everyone can live in peace and not destroy the atmosphere of the entire subspace planet because of the mining of triangular crystals. He wanted to use the mining of triangular crystals to let the Zerg army and the Bayan race find that it is more convenient for them to cooperate peacefully than to fight endlessly. However, it is probably not an easy thing to achieve his goal. He has this cognition, but he doesn't know what Rasher thinks about this matter. It is also a good thing for him that Rasher came to him and talked about this matter. At least, he doesn't have to worry about this matter causing differences in the negotiation meeting in a short time. We are willing to agree to peacefully mine the triangular crystals. But if the Zerg army refuses to give up the idea of starting a war, we will never watch our people being bullied in vain. He knew what Lasher was thinking. And then he needed to confirm the opinions of the Zerg army at the negotiation meeting. 1 hour before the negotiation meeting started, Wang Wei sat calmly, waiting for the negotiation meeting to start on time. The three-eyed Star King and Goso beside him seemed very excited. If our negotiation meeting is a complete success, does it mean that we still have a lot of say in the subspace planet? The three-eyed Star King glanced at Goso. What's the use of us having a say in this planet? Do you plan to stay here for a long time? Hearing this, Goso shook his head. Although this subspace planet has the so-called triangular crystals, which are very worthy of our research, I don't think about staying here for a long time. I still want to go back to Earth. The three-eyed Star King looked at Wang Wei, waiting for Wang Wei's reply. However, at this moment, the entire Interstellar Federation base shook violently. Wang Wei knew that this degree of shaking must be related to the Nanchaman transmission device. He looked at the king of the three-eyed alien and Goso, and the three of them immediately ran towards the location of the Nanchaman transmission device. When they arrived at the location of the Nanchaman transmission device, they saw Lao Wang and Lao Zheng walking out of the Nanchaman transmission device with sullen faces. Under normal circumstances, even if Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were to come, they would try to contact them in advance. This time, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng did not contact anyone at all. They should stay on Earth during this period to carry out the next scientific research work. Wang Wei simply couldn't figure out why these two people were here. When they saw Wang Wei, they were also very anxious, and immediately pulled Wang Wei in the direction and took him to the laboratory. What's going on? Neither Lao Wang nor Lao Zheng answered his question, but took him directly to Wang Wei laboratory. In Wang Wei laboratory, they finally spoke to Wang Wei. You must be very curious now. Why did we choose to come to the Interstellar Federation at this time? Right? Wang Wei nodded. He always felt that the things that could make Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, who were supposed to be conducting research, come here must be very complicated. You don't have much time left. I hope you can keep it short. Wang Wei's expression was solemn. And he said after looking at the time, not much time left. Lao Wang looked at Wang Wei in surprise. Do you have anything else important to say? Could it be that a war has already broken out on the subspace planet? Old Wang always felt that this possibility was not likely to come true. Because first of all, Wang Wei was not a warmonger. And secondly, because Wang Wei was on the subspace planet. He would never watch the two races fight over this matter. No. I held a negotiation meeting to discuss the mining of triangular crystals with the Bayan race and the Zerg army on the subspace planet. Hearing this, Old Wang and Old Zheng were shocked. They thought that they might encounter many difficulties when mining triangular crystals. But they did not expect that Wang Wei could actually hold a negotiation meeting. And from the look of Wang Wei, he should have persuaded the Bayan race and the Zerg army to come and participate. What is going on? You need to be mentally prepared in advance for what we are going to say. Old Zheng solemnly informed Wang Wei. Wang Wei frowned slightly, asking Old Zheng not to keep him in suspense, and to explain what happened as soon as possible. The information of the Interstellar Federation has been leaked. And even the situation of the subspace planet has been leaked to the United States. Hearing the news from the United States, Wang Wei frowned even more. What's going on? Could it be Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang? Old Wang and Old Zheng looked at Wang Wei in shock, as if they didn't understand how Wang Wei guessed. How did you know? When Wang Wei heard this, he rolled his eyes at the two of them. If it's not them, then it's you? Old Wang and Old Zheng couldn't stand such a big hat, and quickly waved their hands at Wang Wei. It can't be us. Of course we know what the Interstellar Federation is now. Everything should belong to Xia country, and it is absolutely impossible to disclose it to Yingjiang country. Old Wang hurriedly helped Lao Zheng explain. Yes. The reason we asked this is that we are very curious. We don't know how you guessed it. There is absolutely no other meaning. Seeing that the two of them were so nervous, Wang Wei nodded at them. Don't worry. I definitely don't doubt your intentions. I am just very curious about how the information was leaked. If you remember correctly, whether it was information about the Interstellar Federation or information about the entire subspace planet, it was difficult for Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to obtain it. However, they were able to leak this part of the information to Yingjiang country, which proved that there was something in it that he didn't understand, or that had been hidden. When talking about this matter, Old Wang and Old Jing also looked puzzled. In fact, we are also puzzled by the things you can't figure out. When they just returned to Earth, everything was normal. But they disappeared soon. Disappeared? Didn't you monitor their every move? He had explained this matter at the beginning. Although Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang are completely different, it can be said that without Ouyang Jifeng's help, they would not have been able to see through Wu Jigang's ugly face so quickly. But Wu Jigang is Ouyang Jifeng's teacher after all. If what Wu Jigang did was not so unacceptable, he felt that Ouyang Jifeng would still be inclined to help his teacher. The result was the same as he expected. Now Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang disappeared. According to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, they should have defected to the Eagle Sauce country. In fact, the reason for this matter is not difficult to guess. If Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang had not left Xia country, what they did in the Interstellar Federation would definitely make them suffer trial. Although it would affect their research career, Wang Wei felt that people still had to face their shortcomings. If they could not accept their shortcomings, there would be no way to overcome this hurdle. Seeing that Wang Wei had not expressed any opinion, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng suddenly became a little nervous. What should we do now? The Eagle country is now unwilling to admit that they have accepted Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and they will not allow us to look for them in the Eagle country. Old Wang sighed. Even if they let us look for them, what can we do? I think that the Eagle country must have protected the people now. After all, the data in the hands of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang are very useful to them. So it is impossible for us to find them. Old Jim also nodded. Yes, it is for this reason that we will come to you through the transmission device. This matter must not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Wang Wei felt that even if Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang leaked the relevant data about the Interstellar Federation and the subspace planets, the impact on them would be minimal. Has something happened that you can't handle? Wang Wei looked up at Old Wang and Old Zheng. Lao Wang nodded quickly. You are right. In fact, we did not immediately discover that the Eagle Sauce country took Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang away at the beginning. However, at the same time when Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang disappeared, the Eagle Sauce country had major breakthroughs in various research fields. We thought that it was probably because of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. In order to verify this, we studied the recent research direction of the Eagle Sauce country at that time. Through our research, we found that the reason why the Eagle Sauce country was able to make so many breakthroughs in a short period of time was because it used the research results of the Interstellar Federation. Otherwise, they would never have been able to obtain so many research results in such a short period of time. But Wang Wei felt that this could not be used as direct evidence to accuse Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang of handing over things that originally belonged to Xia country. Or to him. To the Eagle Sauce country. After listening to Wang Wei's words, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also felt that it was indeed inappropriate to say so. But they couldn't just watch the research results that originally belonged to Xia country fall into the hands of others. They couldn't accept it. When they thought of this, they both looked at Wang Wei almost at the same time. Since you've asked this, do you have a solution to this problem in mind? Chapter 279 The Disappearance of Wang Wei. You two wait here for a while. I will go to deal with the negotiation first. Wang Wei did not answer Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's questions, and immediately set out to leave the laboratory. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also understood Wang Wei. After all, the negotiation was related to the mining of triangular crystals on the entire subspace planet. If Wang Wei suddenly did not show up, it would be difficult to explain. Wang Wei soon came to the meeting room prepared by the king of the three-eyed star. He walked in and found that the Bayan race and the people led by Orwell were already arguing fiercely. The people of the Bayan race all had a superior attitude. If we say, your Zerg army should not come to this negotiation meeting at all. Can your Zerg army's brains understand such a complicated problem? Orwell's face suddenly became very ugly. It was true that the Zerg army's combat effectiveness was amazing. But at this time, they didn't know how to refute the other party's words. However, because the Zerg army's military power was off the charts, they didn't need to argue with the Bayan race at all. Orwell led his men to slowly approach the Bayan race, and their momentum automatically weakened a bit. Wang Wei saw the scene and frowned. If you want to fight, please get out of the Interstellar Federation base. His voice was not loud, but it gave everyone present a strong deterrent. Both the Bayan race and the Zerg army returned to their original positions. Wang Wei did not sit down, but frowned and looked at them. Today's negotiation meeting was initiated by our Interstellar Federation. But because my home planet encountered some problems, I need to go back and deal with it immediately. So, I hope to postpone this negotiation meeting. Do you have any opinions? Hearing this, Orwell and Lasher looked at Wang Wei with shocked eyes. The problem that Wang Wei needs to go back to deal with must be very serious. But they have never heard of where Wang Wei home planet is. So how long will the negotiation be postponed? Just when they were full of doubts, Wang Wei once again said a very important news. Although the fundamental reason why this negotiation was not officially held is our Interstellar Federation. I also know that there is an old grudge between the Bayan race and the Zerg army. So I hope you can reach an agreement on the spot. Originally, Wang Wei suddenly cancelled the negotiation, and he was humiliated by the Bayan race just now, which made Orwell feel very dissatisfied. Now he was even more unhappy. Wang Wei, you are going too far. You asked us to come, and we came at the time you agreed. Now you cancel it, and ask us to reach an agreement. Do you think our Zerg army will listen to you? Wang Wei knew that Orwell was the most likely person to question him. So he just went straight to the point with him. I know what you are thinking. You think this is unfair to you. And you don't need to listen to me at all. But have you ever thought that this is a good thing for you? If there is no Interstellar Federation, you are still fighting. How can you have time to consider how to mine the triangular crystal? Wang Wei's words made everyone present silent. They all knew that what Wang Wei said was definitely right. But they also felt that if they really compromised with Wang Wei, they would become quite embarrassed. I give you 10 minutes for this matter. If you can't make a decision after 10 minutes, I send soldiers from the Interstellar Federation to guard the mining site of the triangular crystal. Then none of you will be able to get a triangular crystal. Wang Wei moved stunned Lasher. Although they all knew how powerful the Interstellar Federation was, they never thought that the Interstellar Federation would use this move. I agree to sign an agreement with the Zerg army before the Interstellar Federation convenes a new negotiation meeting. We will never have any conflicts or wars with the Zerg army. After that, Rachel added, but if the Zerg army takes the initiative to provoke our Bayan race, we will never give up. Rachel's answer satisfied Wang Wei. And Wang Wei immediately turned his attention to Orwell. Orwell, now the Bayan race has expressed its position, and you are the only ones left. What do you think about this matter? Orwell didn't want to admit it, but he had to agree with the Bayan race. If they really wanted to confront the Interstellar Federation, it would definitely not be good for them. We will do this according to your opinion. Orwell and Rachel agreed to Wang Wei's proposal at the same time, and finally made Wang Wei relieved. I understand. Let's sign the agreement now to prevent anyone from violating the consensus we reached during my absence. Orwell and Lasher reluctantly pressed their claw marks on the agreement, and the agreement was handed over in triplicate to Orwell, Lasher and Wang Wei. Next, I will arrange for the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to send you off. Sorry, I leave you. After saying that, Wang Wei left the conference room. When he returned to the laboratory, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng had just sat down. Wang Wei had been away for too long, so they curiously followed him to take a look. But they didn't expect to see Wang Wei's domineering declaration. What did you do to them? Why are they so afraid of you? Lao Zheng looked at Wang Wei puzzled. It's nothing. But Oscar Ding wanted to attack us. So I gave the Bayan race a little punishment. Before Oscar Ding's people were wiped out, I also successfully prevented the Zerg army from being presumptuous again. Wang Wei explained this matter while contacting Goso and the King of the Three-Eyed Star. During the time he was away from the Interstellar Federation base, all the major and minor affairs of the base needed to be resolved by the two of them. So, he still had some words to tell them. When Goso and the King of the Three-Eyed Star arrived, they found that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were waiting, and they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Wang Wei briefly introduced the news brought by Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to them. The current situation is that I need to go back as soon as possible to solve the problem of relevant confidential information being leaked. And at the same time, I have to make Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang pay the price. Goso didn't expect things to develop to this point. He was also very puzzled why the Eagle Sauce country had to make trouble for the Xia country. In that way, they could easily sell out the people of the Interstellar Federation. Even if they were brought back to the Eagle Sauce country, would they still be of any great use? The King of the Three-Eyed Alien understood Wang Wei's feelings very well. Wang Wei, you can rest assured during your absence. The Interstellar Federation base will definitely be fine. And we will definitely not let anything happen to the Interstellar Federation. I called you here this time. Actually, I want to talk about this matter. I'm not sure when I can come back. But now we have signed an agreement between the Bayan tribe and the Zerg army. Before I come back and reconvene the negotiation meeting, They should not have too serious conflicts. However, you must not take it lightly. The grievances between the Zerg army and the Bayan race have a long history. A little friction is likely to lead to a large-scale fight between the two groups. I hope you can avoid such a situation as much as possible. As for how to mine and distribute the triangular crystals, I will make a decision when I come back. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso nodded and assured Wang Wei that they would definitely guard the Interstellar Federation base and keep an eye on the two groups on the subspace planet at all times, so as not to give them too much time to engage in any form of armed fighting. After explaining all this, Wang Wei followed Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to the location of the Nanchaman transmission device. At the moment when the transmission device was turned on, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso were a little reluctant. After all, when Wang Wei was there, they basically didn't need to worry about big and small things. They only needed to be responsible for completing the relevant tasks according to Wang Wei instructions. A dazzling light flashed, and Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Jing disappeared from the spot. At the same time, at the other end of the Nanchaman transmission device of Xia country, the figures of Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Jing gradually emerged. The relevant personnel of Xia country have been waiting here for most of the day. They have even made plans that Wang Wei and the other two will not come back in a short time. But they did not expect that Wang Wei would appear in the Nanchaman transmission device with the two of them in half a day. Wang Wei walked out of the transmission device and shook hands and greeted the people who came to receive him. After a few greetings, Wang Wei asked about the situation of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. Although Lao Wang and Lao Zheng did not explain to him the specific details of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's escape from Xia country when they arrived at the Interstellar Federation base, but from the mouths of these relevant personnel, Wang Wei still knew the general situation of the matter, including but not limited to the person from the Eagle Sauce country who appeared and then suddenly disappeared, and their investigation of the various research results recently displayed by the Eagle Sauce country during this period. The relevant personnel pointed to the data provided by Lao Wang and Lao Zheng and showed it to Wang Wei. Now we can basically be sure that all the research successes demonstrated by the Eagle Sauce country in the short term have the shadow of the Interstellar Federation and the subspace planets. Looking at the data in his hand, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. He knew that the Eagle country must be very happy now. And the reason for their happiness was probably that they thought they could master the technology level that was not available on the Earth today without any effort. Moreover, it was snatched from the hands of the Xia country. The relevant person in charge stared at Wang Wei with a somewhat uneasy expression. How exactly do you plan to solve this problem? Now the Xia country is not only unwilling to let the scientific and technological data brought back by Wang Wei be snatched away, and even used for the research and development of other research results, but also feels that after obtaining these data, the Eagle country will definitely use this ability to deal with the Xia country, since they snatched our research results by despicable means. Why don't we treat them in their own way? The relevant person in charge looked at the smile on Wang Wei's face and suddenly felt a little nervous. He always felt that Wang Wei seemed to be doing something extraordinary. Wang Wei moved into the residence arranged by the person in charge for him, and began to search for information about Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang through the computer. Because the data was leaked, there was not much information about the two of them that could be found. But Wang Wei discovered something that basically no one had noticed. That was Ouyang Jifeng's personal social account, which had been logged in a state of Eagle country. Although no other traces could be found, Wang Wei felt that it was enough. On the same day, he found the relevant person in charge and said that his return to Xia country should not be leaked to anyone, at least in the short term. No one should know that he had returned to Earth. The relevant person in charge asked Wang Wei if he needed help, and the result was that he didn't need help at all now. And if someone helped, it would become a burden to him. Wang Wei felt that if he wanted to make Eagle country lose, and wanted Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to be sent back to Xia country to prevent the information in their hands from being discovered, then the best way was to find their whereabouts as soon as possible, and find the whole situation of their collusion with Eagle country, so that they can no longer give the data they know to Eagle country for use. But if it was someone from Xia country, it would be almost impossible to find Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. However, he brought back the Xiantian armor as well. Using the stealth ability of the Xiantian armor, he wanted to hide so that no one could find him. Soon, Wang Wei appeared at the customs inspection gate of the Eagle Sauce country in his true identity. Wang Wei passed the customs inspection as soon as possible, But what people didn't expect was that the first thing he did after passing the customs was not to find a place to hide immediately, but to go directly into the bathroom in the airport. He activated the stealth ability of the Xintian armor in the bathroom. When the customs reported the identity information that they thought was strange, the relevant person in charge of the customs looked at Wang Wei's photo and immediately felt that something was wrong. A while ago, the order was conveyed from above, asking them to keep a close eye on any Xia people who passed the customs inspection. And the one who needed special attention was the young man named Wang Wei in the photo. The person in charge of the customs did not dare to hesitate and immediately told the matter to the higher-level leaders. At the same time, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang worked almost all night in the laboratory. After arriving in Eagle Country, Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang just saw what the strongest country on the surface is. Although with Wang Wei blessing, Xia Country's current technological strength is not inferior to that of Eagle Country. But Xia Country pays more attention to the foundation and will not invest more in the entire Xia Country's technology before completing the infrastructure construction. So, their experiments began to become much smoother. And Wu Jigang's dream was also gradually realized. It was Ouyang Jifeng's state that made Wu Jigang feel something was wrong. Since they came to Eagle Country, Ouyang Jifeng's state has become a little trance. Sometimes, he won't say a word to him all day. At first, Wu Jigang didn't care. After all, he now felt that Ouyang Jifeng was a burden to him. If Ouyang Jifeng continued to follow him, it would mean that there would be a greater possibility that others would know what he had done in the Interstellar Federation and the subspace planet. He was also afraid that Ouyang Jifeng would threaten him with this matter. So, if possible, he would prefer to solve the various threats brought to him by Ouyang Jifeng as soon as possible. In fact, Ouyang Jifeng had the same idea after coming to Eagle Country. He believed that Wang Wei would definitely know what happened on Earth. And when Wang Wei came to find them, none of them would be able to escape. Now all he could do was to put all the responsibility on Wu Jigang as much as possible. If it were the old him, he might not have such an idea. After all, he was his teacher. Without the teacher's cultivation, let alone coming to Eagle Country to continue his research, even if he went to the Interstellar Federation, he would not have had a chance. Unfortunately, he sensed the teacher's attitude from the fact that the teacher secretly left the Interstellar Federation and had no intention of taking him with him. In the eyes of the teacher, everything is more important than him. So, he would never do what the teacher asked honestly. If the teacher really thought that he was not qualified to be a qualified helper, then he would not mind getting rid of the teacher. After all, he is now confident that he can take over the teacher's research and become a famous parasitic research expert on Earth. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with each other, the president of Eagle Sauce suddenly came to their laboratory and told Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang that Wang Wei had successfully passed the customs and entered Eagle Sauce, but disappeared in an instant and could not be found at all. The president of Eagle Sauce was full of worry. You too. Your research is very hard. I can deeply understand this. But for your safety and for our Eagle Sauce, I still hope you can leave this laboratory. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's faces instantly became very ugly. You are asking us to leave now. Are you planning to terminate the experiment on us? Ouyang Jifeng's angry look satisfied Wu Jigang, because in this way, he can be honest and continue to work hard. But Ouyang Jifeng was also thinking that if they were to proceed according to the original plan, it would not take long for Wang Wei to find out. Ouyang Jifeng proposed to the president of Eagle Sauce Country, Mr. President, I think we can temporarily stop the progress of the research now, so that we can wait until the storm is over and conduct the research without anyone knowing. In this way, we can protect ourselves while protecting the face of Eagle Sauce Country. The president of Eagle Sauce Country was very satisfied when he heard it. He also wanted to say this, but he was afraid that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang would feel dissatisfied and take away the experimental data that originally belonged to them. Now that someone has said this for him, he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Chapter 280 Planet Crisis. After a while of silence, Wu Jigang asked, since you already know how Ouyang Jifeng gained the recognition of aliens, how do you plan to destroy their plans? Wu Jigang clearly knew that the most urgent task was to immediately solve the aliens' idea of invading the Earth. The only way was to create trouble for the aliens or the Eagle Sauce Country. He had no idea about creating trouble for the aliens, and he might have to rely on Wang Wei. But he did have some ideas about creating trouble for Ouyang Jifeng. Talking about this, Wang Wei suddenly became excited. I will deal with the aliens. And you only need to be responsible for alienating the relationship between Ouyang Jifeng and the Eagle Sauce country. Wu Jigang also understood why Wang Wei thought so. Because the reason why Ouyang Jifeng was able to contact with aliens under the protection of the Eagle Sauce country, and even get the recognition of aliens, was because he was not in any danger now. And the Eagle Sauce country could guarantee his personal safety. Just like when Ouyang Jifeng was taken away by him before. It didn't take long for the SEALs to find out their tracks. Even if Wang Wei wanted to take action, it would not take long for the SEALs to find out all this. And Wang Wei was the instigator. By then, even if Wang Wei could guarantee that his life was not in danger, he could not guarantee that Xiaoguo would not be troubled by them. Wang Wei stared at Wu Jigang for a few times, and guessed that Wu Jigang had understood his plan. It seems that you have guessed why I want you to alienate the relationship between Eagle Sauce country and Ouyang Jifeng. Based on Ouyang Jifeng's current identity, it is impossible for us to take Ouyang Jifeng away from Eagle Sauce country easily. Wu Jigang looked at Wang Wei in confusion. Even if you are wearing armor, you can't take him away without anyone noticing? Wang Wei shook his head slightly. It is true that my armor can take him away from the eyes of the people who protect him without anyone noticing. But I can't take him out of Eagle Sauce country and send him back to Xia country. As long as Ouyang Jifeng is under the eyes of Eagle Sauce country for one day, he may be discovered by the Eagle Sauce people and forcibly taken away. Wang Wei is very aware of Eagle Sauce country's ambitions in this regard. If they can obtain cutting-edge technology and techniques from alien creatures, they will definitely do whatever it takes. Moreover, Ouyang Jifeng is not worth mentioning in their eyes. First of all, Ouyang Jifeng is not a member of the Eagle Sauce country. Even if they used Ouyang Jifeng and made him end up in a miserable state, he would not be condemned by the people of the Eagle Sauce country. Secondly, Ouyang Jifeng is not protected by Xia country now. Even if they did something inhumane to Ouyang Jifeng, no one would stand up to hold the Eagle Sauce country responsible. So such Ouyang Jifeng is the most useful to the Eagle Sauce country. It's just that Ouyang Jifeng has not seen this clearly yet. Or Ouyang Jifeng has already had other ideas in his contact with alien creatures. In short, Ouyang Jifeng is very important to them, and the Eagle Sauce country. If they want to disintegrate the Eagle Sauce country's plan this time, through Ouyang Jifeng to reach a cooperative relationship with alien creatures, so as to establish their dominant position on the earth. This matter must start with Ouyang Jifeng. But Wang Wei doesn't know much about Ouyang Jifeng, so this matter can only fall on Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang thought about it carefully, and suddenly thought of an excellent way. You may not know that Ouyang Jifeng's family is very unfortunate. Until we went to the Interstellar Federation, his parents were still making endless demands on him, and didn't even care about his life or death. If his parents could come to Eagle Country now, and interfere with what he is doing now, do you think it would affect his position in the heart of the president of Eagle Country? Although Wang Wei thought it was unlikely, they had no other way now. So they had to give it a try. I will contact the official person in charge of Xia Country now, and ask them to send Ouyang Jifeng's parents to Eagle Country. I believe that the president of Eagle Country should think that if they can control Ouyang Jifeng's parents, Ouyang Jifeng will be able to serve them better. Wang Wei did what he said. He contacted the relevant person in charge of the official Xia Country through a dedicated communicator, and informed them of their plans one by one. And soon received a response. Ouyang Jifeng's parents have been sent on the plane, and will arrive in Eagle Country at noon the next day. In addition, based on the information provided by Wang Wei, they also gave Ouyang Jifeng's current address and contact information to his parents. According to the description of the official person in charge of Xia Country, Ouyang Jifeng's parents were extremely excited when they learned that their child had a very high status in Yingjiang Country, and might become the right-hand man of the president of Yingjiang Country in the future. They all said that as long as they raised their children well, they would definitely live a good life in the future. Although this family was all from Xia Country, Wang Wei could clearly feel that the official person in charge seemed to have a strong tone of disdain when talking about this family. Wang Wei did not find the attitude of the official person in charge strange. In fact, he felt it when he came into contact with Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng's original family must not be happy enough. So he was very insecure. It was for this reason that when Wu Jigang made a research that seemed to be very harmful, his first reaction was to protect himself first, and then to protect those innocent people. Yeah. Otherwise, when Ouyang Jifeng knew that Wu Jigang was going to use meat stripes to control those innocent soldiers, he would definitely choose to report his teacher's actions at the first time and protect those innocent people. But in his eyes, these people were just objects they used, and were not worthy of protection at all. At that time, Ouyang Jifeng seemed to have turned over a new leaf. But Wang Wei knew that he was actually doing something to protect himself. As long as he could take the initiative to expose his teacher, no matter who would investigate him later, his responsibility would definitely not be greater than his teacher's. However, Wang Wei did not tell Wu Jigang these words. If Wu Jigang knew all these things, Wu Jigang's hatred for Ouyang Jifeng would only become stronger. And then, he would make Wu Jigang do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Wang Wei hoped that after experiencing this betrayal by Ouyang Jifeng, Wu Jigang would be able to see clearly that the only person in the world who would not betray him was himself. And at the same time, he must not do anything that would allow people to catch him. After all, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. As long as you have done something, there will definitely be clues left. Even if no one finds it now, the truth will come out one day. After discussing so much, Wang Wei still felt that it was not safe enough. They also need a plan that can give the president of the Eagle Sauce country a more direct stimulus, so that they will believe that Ouyang Jifeng is definitely unreliable, and will not trust Ouyang Jifeng as much as before, and even think that someone can replace Ouyang Jifeng. When thinking of this, Wang Wei's eyes fell on Wu Jigang. If there is anyone else who is suitable for this, Wang Wei thinks that this person must be Wu Jigang, because Wu Jigang's achievements in scientific research are higher than Ouyang Jifeng. And secondly, Wu Jigang has more say than Ouyang Jifeng on the use of parasites as weapons. If Wu Jigang comes to contact alien creatures, the effect may be better than Ouyang Jifeng. But Wang Wei also has his worries. Wu Jigang had contact with the Bian race because of the failure to successfully establish an independent laboratory. If Oscar was not a suspicious person at the time, Wu Jigang would most likely become Oscar's confidant. In this way, even if he really wanted to bring Wu Jigang back to Earth, I am afraid that things would not go so smoothly. Wang Wei temporarily put this plan on hold, and he turned around and started to work on the alien creatures. According to his understanding, the main reason why these alien creatures want to invade the Earth is that they need a place for their race to settle and survive. At the same time, the news from the King of the Three-Eyed Star also proved that the plant planet is likely to be in crisis. Wang Wei couldn't help but think that it might be that this group of alien creatures also left some races on the plant planet, and wanted to occupy the plant planet. When he thought of this, Wang Wei felt that if he could make one of their branches unable to take care of itself, and want to get their help, then this branch would probably not choose to invade the Earth, but would choose to go back to help its companions. But if he wanted to realize this idea, he still had to wait for an opportunity. At present, Goso has gone to the plant planet to explore the situation on the plant planet. As long as he can confirm that this kind of alien creature has indeed appeared on the plant planet, then the next thing will be much easier. When Goso drove the spacecraft to the plant planet, he found that the royal city of the plant planet was in chaos. The entire royal city was almost overcrowded, and he wanted to enter the royal city, but couldn't even squeeze in. Seeing this scene, Goso couldn't help but frown and cursed. What is going on? Before I came here, I didn't hear that the plant planet was already overcrowded. He immediately contacted the Three-Eyed King through the communicator. Three-Eyed King, can you hear me? The face of the Three-Eyed King immediately appeared on the communicator. When he saw that the person contacting him was Goso, he immediately frowned and looked behind Goso. I can hear what's going on over there. Goso immediately pointed the camera of the communicator at the plant planet royal city behind him, so that the Three-Eyed Star King could also see the crowded scene in the royal city. Look! What happened on the plant planet? Why are there so many people in their royal city? If Goso remembered correctly, the Three-Eyed Star King had mentioned the plant planet before. The plant planet is very different from other planets. The people on the planet have never yearned for power, and their personalities are all very calm. If it weren't for the fact that the big and small things on the plant planet still need one person to make decisions, I'm afraid the Plant Star King would not exist at all. However, even so, a planet with kind and simple folk customs has now become a little confusing. I don't know what's going on. I try to help you contact the Plant Star King to see if they can find a way to get you in. Goso didn't say anything more, and hung up the communicator directly, looking at the people of the plant planet, who were still crowding towards the royal city. Goso couldn't help but yelled, "What are you crowding for? Is there any treasure in the royal city?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. But Goso didn't take it seriously, and turned around and ran straight to his spaceship. On the other side, after contacting Goso, the King of the Three-Eyed Star immediately began to try to contact the King of the Plant Star. The king of the plant star felt helpless and sad when faced with the situation in the royal city, where there were so many people, and even several serious stampedes. Helpless because he had no way to prevent such a situation from happening. Sad because of those who died in the stampede. They were also the people of the plant planet and his people. When the king of the three-eyed star received the contact request, the king of the plant star seemed to have seen a savior. He immediately connected the communicator and asked the three-eyed star king Wang Wei when he could come back. The three-eyed star king also knew that the plant planet must have encountered trouble this time, and did not argue with the plant star king. I don't know when Wang Wei can come back. I heard that a big accident happened on his home planet, and he needs to go there to deal with it personally. When the three-eyed star king said this, the plant star king felt a little embarrassed. When the plant planet encountered difficulties, Wang Wei said on the surface that he didn't care about it, hoping that he could ensure his own safety and find a way to save his people. But every time he resolutely wanted to return to the plant planet, Wang Wei would always rush to help him solve the crisis encountered by the plant planet. However, this time, when Wang Wei's home planet encountered difficulties, he couldn't help it all, and even reached the stage where he couldn't take care of himself. By the way, Wang Wei asked me to contact you to see what happened on the plant planet. Can you tell me more about the situation there? Hearing this, the plant star king felt warm in his heart. Actually, the situation on our plant planet is very strange. The three-eyed star king couldn't help rolling his eyes. If he hadn't known that the situation on the plant planet was strange, he wouldn't have contacted the plant star king. Tell me in detail, and tell me as much as possible about what you think is strange, so that I can convey this information to Wang Wei. The plant star king began to tell about a series of strange things that happened on the plant planet recently. At first, he only noticed that a large number of plant star people began to gather in the direction of the royal city. Then the situation began to get out of control. More and more plant star people gathered in Chaozhou Royal City, and it even began to affect the lives of the indigenous people in the royal city. Many indigenous people from many dynasties began to come to the gate of the palace and ask him to solve the current problem. However, before he could think of a reasonable solution, an accident had already happened. The people he sent out suddenly disappeared without any news, and the people from the plant planet, who suddenly poured into the royal city, surrounded the entire royal city. He had no way to send people out to check the whereabouts and situation of the first group of people who were sent out. The situation after that was no different from what Goso saw. The entire royal city of the plant planet was surrounded by people. Now even the king of the plant star people couldn't go out. The king of the three-eyed star thought about it, and didn't think that this matter could not be solved at all. He immediately asked the king of the plant star people, "Don't you have a scepter on your plant planet with the same function as our three-eyed planet? Why didn't you think of using this scepter to control the people who kept pouring into the royal city, so that they would return to their respective residences, and not come to the royal city again to cause trouble for you?" The words of the three-eyed star king instantly reminded the plant star king that he had indeed overlooked this very important matter before, and at the same time, he had never thought about using the power of the scepter. "I will try it now. If it doesn't work, what should we do?" The question of the plant star king really stumped the three-eyed star king, because he had never thought about how the plant star king would solve the crisis at hand if the scepter suddenly stopped working. However, they had no better way at the moment. So even if the three-eyed star king could not give a more perfect solution, the plant star king was still willing to try it once. He stood at the highest point of the royal city, and took out a scepter that he didn't want to use next to the window that could see the environment in the royal city, intending to use the power of the scepter to control the plant planet people who were still pouring into the royal city. However, when the plant newcomer king took the scepter in his hand, he found that the scepter had long lost its original power, and the people in the royal city who were still crowding into the royal city seemed to have no changes at all. Through the contact with the three-eyed star king, the plant new king also let the three-eyed amazing king see the chaos in the plant planet dynasty. It's a pity that even if the two of them were combined, they couldn't think of what method to use to deal with the current situation. The plant star king request for help was once again transmitted to the three-eyed star king ears through the communicator. Why did the scepter suddenly lose its effect? At this moment, the three-eyed star king also thought of the rumor he had told Wang Wei before. His face suddenly became very ugly, and at the same time, he did not forget to warn the plant star king not to act rashly. The people of the plant planet you see now are very likely not the original ones. She still remembered very clearly that when she told Wang Wei this story, Wang Wei questioned that if the group of alien creatures could devour other creatures and copy an identical puppet through the act of devouring, Then what characteristics would this puppet have? Chapter 281. Action begins. I still remember that he clearly told Wang Wei at that time that the only biggest characteristic of the puppets copied by this alien creature through its own ability is that the puppets they copied do not have the same ability as the original creature. And they also have no ability to reproduce. Only from the alien planet do the puppets copied by this alien creature look exactly the same as the original creature. And people can't see any flaws at all. But it is obvious that the Plant Star King, who will not cry until he sees the coffin, does not believe the words of the Three-Eyed Star King at all. In response, the Three-Eyed Star King did not continue to explain to the Plant Star King, but immediately hung up the communicator, turned around to contact Goso, who was guarding outside the royal city. The moment Goso communicator was connected, the Three-Eyed Star King used the loudest voice to ask Goso to immediately check if there were any pairs of people who looked particularly similar among the crowd crowded near the entrance of the royal city. Although Goso didn't understand why the Three-Eyed Star asked this, he didn't dare to delay when he heard the Three-Eyed Star's tone was very urgent. After all, Wang Wei still valued the plant planet very much. He just walked in and took a look, and immediately said to the Three-Eyed Star King in surprise, "How do you know that this group of people is like a match? Why are they in pairs? And they look very similar. And it's impossible to tell who is who." The heart of the Three-Eyed Star King instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. He asked Goso to come back from the plant planet immediately. They had something important to discuss. Goso felt a little puzzled. He had just arrived at the plant planet, and now returned to the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet. So what was the meaning of his coming out this time? It's just that he really couldn't enter the plant planet, which meant that he couldn't see the Plant Star King this time. So there was no practical meaning for him to stay. But before leaving, Goso went to the place where he collected ghost vines before, and picked another batch of ghost vines to take back. Although their current reserves of ghost vine are indeed sufficient. And whether it is the hive army or the Bayan race, they no longer need large quantities of medicine to solve the parasitism of the meat stripworms. But he still remembered that Wang Wei seemed to be studying a project related to ghost vine before. If they have sufficient orbital reserves, then it should not need to come to the plant planet in a short time. What Goso didn't expect was that he had just arrived at the interview location, and saw two teams of people staggering towards the direction of the royal city nearby. Seeing this group of people, Goso felt creepy. He didn't even care about collecting ghost vines, and immediately drove the spaceship away from the plant planet. But Goso didn't see that when his spaceship passed by the two teams on the ground, those people subconsciously looked up in the direction of the spaceship. At the same time, another spaceship was slowly approaching the space planet. However, the detectors of the Interstellar Federation did not detect this spaceship. But the Bayan race and the Hive army immediately had abnormal movements. The Bayan race was able to discover this spaceship approaching the subspace planet because they have the largest coverage detector on the entire planet. The reason why the Hive army discovered this spaceship is that the physical fitness of the Hive army is higher than that of the Bayan race. They can easily sense the changes in the surrounding environment. Even a very subtle change can be easily captured and responded to by them. At this moment, Goso's spaceship passed through the sky and happened to see the spaceship gradually approaching the subspace planet. There are not so many spaceships on the subspace planet. So the spaceship that suddenly appeared became very eye-catching. He could also be sure that this spaceship is definitely not from the plant planet. After all, the royal city of the Plant Star King was surrounded by water. How could there be a spaceship coming out? So at this time, Goso contacted the Three-Eyed Star King without thinking, and asked the Interstellar Federation base to start investigating the situation here. According to the investigation of the Three-Eyed Star King, they have never come into contact with this spaceship, which should be a spaceship of alien species. As for what alien species it is, they are not sure now. But as soon as he thought of the rumored alien race, the Three-Eyed Star King, he became very nervous. As soon as Goso's spaceship landed, he immediately found the Three-Eyed Star King to learn about the situation. After hearing the rumor, Goso didn't think twice, and immediately asked the Three-Eyed Star King to notify the Interstellar Federation troops to start alerting the surroundings and monitor the spacecraft approaching the subspace planet in real time. They couldn't be sure whether the alien creatures on this spaceship were enemies or friends. So they made sufficient preparations before the other party noticed. And if the other party intended to attack them, they could also counterattack immediately. The King of the Three-Eyed Star also adopted Goso's suggestion. At the same time, the King of the Three-Eyed Star also immediately began to contact Wang Wei. He told Wang Wei about the situation on the plant planet and the spaceship that suddenly appeared. Wang Wei frowned immediately after hearing this. Since you have already investigated the crisis on the plant planet, I will not beat around the bush with you. The current situation on Earth is that there is an invasion by alien creatures. And I suspect that a country on Earth is ready to join forces with alien creatures to dominate the entire Earth. The alien creatures that want to invade the Earth are the alien races that the King of the Three-Eyed Star once mentioned in the rumors. The King of the Three-Eyed Star was shocked after hearing this, because Wang Wei had shown them the specific location of Wang Wei Mother. That is, the Earth, which is a galaxy very far away from the subspace planet where they are currently located. If the alien creatures in the rumors appear on the Earth and the plant planet, or even the subspace planet at the same time, then this alien creature will be a threat to the planets with life in the universe. Wang Wei certainly understood this truth, so he decided early on that he must completely delete this alien species to avoid posing a threat to the creatures on other planets with life in the universe. Wang Wei explained his plan to the King of the Three Wild Stars. At present, there are semi-finished weapons developed using ghost vines in his laboratory. If necessary, the King of the Three-Eyed Stars can use them. But they must do one thing. That is, to lure all the alien creatures close to the subspace planet or the plant planet into it before they can take action. In other words, every action must ensure that they can catch all the branches of the alien species that are currently invading their planet. Because Wang Wei is worried that if they cannot annihilate the alien species branches on the planets where the invasion and both parties are located in one blow, it is very likely to alarm the enemy. At present, they do not know how advanced the civilization technology of this alien species is. If they have super powerful weapons, it will also pose a threat to the Interstellar Federation or other planets. The King of the Three-Eyed Star felt that Wang Wei had thought very carefully, and there was nothing he needed to add. So he asked Wang Wei if he needed any help. He could use the Nanchum transmission device to let the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation help Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei's situation was more complicated, and he had the support of Xia country behind him. So he didn't need any help at the moment. So he just asked the Three-Eyed Star to keep an eye on the situation of the subspace planet and the plant planet. At the same time, Wang Wei also warned the King of the Three-Eyed Star to be careful and contact him immediately if there was any unusual movement. If it was really necessary, he would rush back immediately and would never give the other party any chance to take advantage of it. After hearing this, the King of the Three-Eyed Star finally let go of his heart. Next, they began to pay close attention to the spacecraft approaching the subspace planet. At the same time, Lasher and Orwell also sent people to inform the Interstellar Federation base that they had discovered an unidentified spacecraft. The King of the Three-Eyed Star was very surprised. It was difficult to cooperate with Orwell to inform the Interstellar Federation base of the news that the unidentified spacecraft approached the subspace and the planet. However, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the subsequent mining of triangular crystals, the Three-Eyed Star still emphasized the cooperation of the Bian race and the Insect Nest Army. Thinking of Wang Wei's previous instructions, the King of the Three-Eyed Star even hoped that the Bian race and the Insect Nest Army could cooperate with each other to help them complete the next matter related to alien creatures. The people of the Bian race and the Insect Nest Army immediately brought the news back. Lasher and Orwell were very surprised after hearing it. They immediately went to the Interstellar Federation base in person. Although they all understood that before any alien creatures arrived on the subspace planet, their relationship was not harmonious, and they could even be said to be enemies. But once there was any alien creature invading the subspace planet, they would be able to fight side by side and drive the alien creatures out of the subspace planet before resolving their conflicts. Of course, the Interstellar Federation base was an exception, because when the Interstellar Federation base settled on the subspace planet, it did not cause any harm to their two races, and even helped them a lot. In such a situation, they not only did not hate the existence of the Interstellar Federation, but even had some gratitude for the Interstellar Federation. They also admired Wang Wei's character. All the decisions Wang Wei made were not based on his own interests, but for the development and prosperity of the space planet. If Wang Wei simply invaded to compete for the resources of the subspace planet, their attitude towards the Interstellar Federation might be exactly the same as their attitude towards the alien creatures that were about to appear. After the two races united, Orwell and Lasher planned to live in the Interstellar Federation base and unite the warriors of the Interstellar Federation base to fight against the invasion of alien creatures. At the same time, this news was successfully passed to Wang Wei's ears. Wang Wei was very satisfied with the situation that the Bian race and the Zerg Nest army could join forces. It was not in vain that he had been mediating for so long. And finally the Bayan race and the Cordyceps army shook hands and made peace. At least there would be no disputes in the short term. This was the outcome he wanted to see. The problem on the subspace planet had been completely solved. And Wang Wei felt that the problem of the plant planet was more difficult. At present, it can be basically confirmed that the plant planet has been invaded on a large scale by alien creatures. Although Wang Wei cannot go back now. As long as the problem of the subspace planet has been solved. Wang Wei hopes that the King of the Three-Eyed Star can immediately send people to the plant planet to help the plant star people. Wang Wei doesn't need to say this. The King of the Three-Eyed Star will definitely do it. So the Three-Eyed Star assured Wang Wei that he would arrange this matter as soon as possible. And also asked Wang Wei if he needed any help. Wang Wei said that he should be able to control the situation here by himself. And the most important thing is to stop alien creatures from invading the subspace planet and the plant planet as soon as possible. After the communication ended, Wang Wei and Wu Jigang looked at each other. I didn't expect that as the head of the Interstellar Federation. You have such a good relationship with him. Wang Wei also didn't expect that everyone on the planet would show unprecedented unity during this space compression. Maybe it's not that I have a good relationship with them, but that what I said did not violate their basic wishes, and improved according to their basic wishes. Before this, Wu Jigang had also contacted the Bayan race. But at that time, he did not have his own ideas, but planned to help the Bayan race become the strongest existence on the subspace planet. Although it seems that Wu Jigang can indeed guarantee his own safety, according to the environment of the space compression planet. The development direction of the Bayan race at that time was wrong. If it was not corrected, it would naturally be of no benefit to the Bayan race. Maybe in Oscar's mind at that time, Wu Jigang's approach was correct. But the rise and fall of a race is definitely not something that can be determined by one person. Which is one of the reasons why Lasher cooperated with Wang Wei. It's our turn next. Although alien creatures haven't come again, I think we're not the only ones looking forward to their appearance. I think Ouyang Jifeng and the president of Eagle Country are also more nervous than us. Wu Jigang stared at Wang Wei for a long time, and suddenly sighed. Maybe it's time for me to take action now. Wang Wei asked Wu Jigang what he was going to do. Isn't it simple? Currently, Ouyang Jifeng has been entangled by his family. If what he did was exposed at this time, do you think the president of Eagle Country would still believe him? What Ouyang Jifeng had done? Wang Wei thought about it carefully, and felt that what Wu Jigang said was very likely what Ouyang Jifeng had exposed at the beginning. That Wu Jigang planned to use the cosmic worm to control the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base. Although what Wu Jigang did was indeed a bit self-defeating. For the president of Eagle Country, this behavior was exactly the right thing to do. After all, Eagle Country has always believed that it must protect its own interests. This means that no matter what Wu Jigang does, as long as it does not harm its own interests, it is correct. However, Ouyang Jifeng was in the same camp as Wu Jigang at that time. If Ouyang Jifeng hurt Wu Jigang's interests, it would mean that Ouyang Jifeng had the suspicion and criminal record of betraying his teammates. In this way, the president of the Eagle Sauce country would naturally no longer trust Ouyang Jifeng. I have to say that the means of framing each other between you, the master and the apprentice, are indeed impressive. Wu Jigang pretended not to understand Wang Wei's ridicule. He just smiled at Wang Wei. If one day the Interstellar Federation will become a backstab you, can you still maintain your current attitude towards them? This question really made Wang Wei a little difficult to answer, because there was no need to wait until the Interstellar Federation backstabbed him. From the moment Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang brought back the data and information of the Interstellar Federation and handed it over to the Eagle Sauce country for use, he had completely broken his defense. So he did not have the grace of supporting Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. But they had the opportunity to continue to develop in the direction they liked and work hard to get certain results, which was indeed inseparable from him. But he did not ask these two people. He had been so grateful to these two people for their kindness. But instead, he was betrayed and even used by them. This was what Wang Wei could not accept the most. Wang Wei did not continue to dwell on this matter, but asked Wu Jigang if he needed help in alienating the relationship between Ouyang Jifeng and Eagle Sauce country. Wu Jigang shook his head. If he still needed help in this matter, it would be too contemptible. Wang Wei smiled helplessly. He had never said such a thing. But if the child did not need help, it would be a good thing for him, because he planned to go to space to check whether the alien creatures were still in the space field near the Earth. If the alien creatures did not exist at all, it would mean that they already knew what happened on the plant planet and the subspace planet. It is even possible that Ouyang Jifeng had already told the alien creatures that they had a base on the subspace planet. The next morning, Wang Wei and Wu Jigang started to act separately. Wang Wei successfully returned to Xia country and began to contact the official person in charge to express his desire to enter the space field within the scope of the Earth to confirm that the alien creatures did not continue to stay near the Earth. Wu Jigang went directly to the president of Eagle Sauce country. The president of Eagle country felt a little impatient about the sudden appearance of Wu Jigang, who had disappeared for a long time. However, the information conveyed by the people below made him pay attention to Wu Jigang's appearance. Because when Wu Jigang went to the president of Eagle country, he only asked someone to help pass on a sentence. This sentence told the president of Eagle country that he had something very important to inform the other party about Ouyang Jifeng, and he could guarantee that the president of Eagle country would never be disappointed after listening to him. The president of Eagle country was already dissatisfied with Ouyang Jifeng. Now that he heard that Wu Jigang had news about Ouyang Jifeng to tell him, the president of Eagle country immediately asked someone to bring Wu Jigang to his office. In the office of the president of Eagle country, Wu Jigang met the president of Eagle country himself. The president of Eagle country did not beat around the bush with Wu Jigang, and said directly, "If the information you provided is not useful enough for me, then I will tell Ouyang Jifeng everything you did today." Chapter 282. Squeeze out Ouyang Jifeng. Wu Jigang simply ignored the threats from the president of Eagle Sauce. He knew that as long as Wang Wei was there, even if he had done unforgivable things before, now that he had helped Wang Wei would definitely not stand by and watch him die. "Mr. President, rest assured, if the information I provided is of no use to you at all, you can do whatever you want with me." Wu Jigang's careless look made the president of Eagle Sauce pay more attention to what he was about to say. It's just that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang both said the same thing, and now the president of Eagle Sauce didn't know who to believe. But based on the time he had contact with Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, the president of Eagle Sauce believed in Ouyang Jifeng's ability more. It can be said that he had witnessed Ouyang Jifeng's ability with his own eyes, and based on what he had learned, the alien creatures still trusted Ouyang Jifeng more. So at this moment, the president of Eagle country looked at Wu Jigang with a hint of disdain. "Since you think you are a teacher, what evidence do you have to prove that your ability must be better than your students?" Wu Jigang was quite confident about his ability. He immediately revealed his many research results and faced the difficulties of the president of Eagle country. "I know that in your eyes, Mr. President, my student does look much better than me, because you think he can get the attention of alien creatures. After all, for Eagle country, if it can get the advanced technology in the hands of alien creatures, then it is almost easy for Eagle country to dominate the world. But have you ever thought about Ouyang Jifeng's personality? He can even betray me. So why won't he betray your Eagle country? This matter is unknown to the president of Eagle country." After all, when Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang contacted them and fled to Eagle country, it only showed that their research results were not accepted by Wang Wei, and Wang Wei even sent them back to Xia country for trial. At that time, their request was to be protected by the Eagle country, and they would hand over some relevant data and research results obtained on the alien planet. Wu Jigang never asked Ouyang Jifeng to mention the Eagle country president, and Ouyang Jifeng naturally could not tell what he did at the Interstellar Federation base at that time. So at this moment, after hearing Wu Jigang's words, the Eagle country president showed a look of shock. "Do you mean that your student Ouyang Jifeng has betrayed you?" Wu Jigang sat opposite the Eagle country president with a sarcastic smile on his face. "Although it is not polite to say this, we left Xia country and joined the Eagle country. Isn't this a betrayal? But don't worry. What I want to talk about today is definitely not this matter." The appetite of the Eagle country president was completely aroused by Wu Jigang. He stared at Wu Jigang intently, not understanding what Wu Jigang was going to say. "I think Mr. President also knows that the reason why we needed the protection of the Eagle Sauce country was because the lower country was about to judge us. And the reason for the trial was because we were in the Interstellar Federation base, where Wang Wei was in charge of a parasite experiment with humans as experimental subjects. When this experiment was halfway through, the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base, Wang Wei from Xia country, was not very satisfied with the content of our experiment. The main purpose of our going to the Interstellar Federation is to hope that we can develop a technology that can successfully remove the parasite, the meatworm, from the host without causing harm to the host. because our laboratory has not made any progress. We have not been taken seriously. I wanted to open a separate laboratory in the Interstellar Federation base to meet Wang-Wei requirements and carry out the research projects I want to carry out. But this request was rejected. Later, in order to stay in the Interstellar for a long time, the Federation base used the parasite, the meatworm, as a research sample. I once tried to use the meatworm to infect the host and was taken seriously. Wu Jigang told everything he had done without any hesitation. The president of Eagle Country looked at Wu Jigang with a hint of fear at this moment. Perhaps he had never thought that Wu Jigang, who seemed to be gentle and refined, could do such a crazy research. But he was even more shocked that Wu Jigang could say all this calmly at this moment. The president of Eagle Country was waiting for Wu Jigang's next words. And Wu Jigang did not hesitate. Originally, my plan was perfect. But my student, Ouyang Jifeng, who you trust the most, directly sold my plan to Wang-Wei, resulting in us having to be escorted back to Xia Country and be judged by the people of Xia Country. What's even more ridiculous is that he felt guilty and couldn't do anything to those innocent people. So he exposed me in public. Hearing this, the president of Eagle Sauce felt a chill down his spine. As the president of Eagle Sauce, he naturally has his own strengths. And he can also see that Ouyang Jifeng is a very ambitious person. So since Ouyang Jifeng was favored by alien creatures, he has always been suspicious of Ouyang Jifeng. But he didn't expect that Ouyang Jifeng would do such a crazy thing. If Ouyang Jifeng really made the actions of Eagle Sauce public in order to please alien creatures, then Eagle Sauce would completely disappear from this planet. But now the president of Eagle Sauce is facing another very important problem. That is, they have no way to get rid of Ouyang Jifeng's help. Ouyang Jifeng is favored by alien creatures. And let Ouyang Jifeng, as the spokesperson of Eagle Sauce, contact alien creatures, which can bring them a lot of benefits. But at the same time, they will also bear huge risks. If Ouyang Jifeng is replaced, who can please the aliens? Wu Jigang immediately saw the dilemma of the president of Eagle Sauce Country. Everything was just as Wang-Wei expected. They did not waste too much effort and successfully alienated the relationship between Ouyang Jifeng and Eagle Sauce Country. If Mr. President is worried that once Ouyang Jifeng withdraws from this matter, it will affect the relationship between Eagle Sauce Country and aliens, then I think you don't have to worry too much about this matter. His words made the president of Eagle Sauce Country feel a little confused. If he is not worried about this matter, then who can solve the dilemma he is facing? Should he explain to a member of Congress, who knows about this plan, that they no longer plan to cooperate with aliens? First of all, he has no way to say this result. And secondly, he also wants Eagle Sauce Country to stand in the position of the overlord of the earth. If you need someone to communicate with aliens, I absolutely cannot recommend myself. In terms of research results, I am not inferior to my students. As for ruthlessness, I think he is not as good as me. Wu Jigang's frank self-introduction made the president of Eagle Country laugh. You describe yourself like this. Aren't you afraid that we will worry that you will sell out our Eagle Country for profit like your students? Wu Jigang responded to the questioning of the president of Eagle Country with a careless smile. In fact, whether it is me or my students, I think you, Mr. President, cannot be 100% completely assured of us. Because in your eyes, we are not Eagle Country people. And we certainly don't have a very strong sense of responsibility for the future of Eagle Country. Then the reason why we are willing to become the helper of Eagle Country must be our own purpose. If aliens can achieve our goals, then our cooperation with Eagle Country will become unnecessary. Mr. President, you should be worried about this matter. The president of Eagle Country did not expect that Xiao Air would expose this matter and say it openly. After all, for both of them, it is better for everyone to know about this kind of thing. It would be meaningless to tear each other's faces. But Wu Jigang didn't care about these things at all. To be honest, the main reason why I volunteered was that I didn't want to see the student who betrayed me live so happily. Recently, he is being entangled by his father and mother. I also spread this news. I just hope that he will pay the corresponding price for betraying my teacher. The president of Eagle Sauce Country did not expect Wu Jigang to be so frank. And it can even be said to be a little surprising. But Wu Jigang's vindictive character is exactly what they need now. Although not every vindictive person can be accepted by the president of Eagle Sauce Country, Wu Jigang can be both vindictive and ruthless, which is the talent they really need. However, the president of Eagle Sauce Country is also worried that a ruthless person like Wu Jigang basically has no handle, which means that he is not as easy to control as Ouyang Jifeng. However, before Wu Jigang came to the office of the president of Eagle Sauce Country, he had already studied the president of Eagle Sauce Country. This person and Wang Wei also carefully discussed the relevant matters after meeting the president of Eagle Sauce Country. He was basically sure that no matter what he did, he would be suspected by the president of Eagle Sauce Country. Fortunately, Wu Jigang opened up and said, "Of course, I must have weaknesses. My only weakness is the research results I dream of. I want to make parasites into weapons. If Eagle Sauce Country can promise me that it will support my research in the future, then in the next period of time, I will follow your requirements step by step to please the alien creatures, to ensure that the alien creatures can join forces with Eagle Sauce Country and make Eagle Sauce Country the overlord of the earth." Compared to Ouyang Jifeng, who has an unpredictable personality, the president of Eagle Country naturally appreciates Wu Jigang's frankness more. So on this matter, the president of Eagle Country and Wu Jigang quickly reached a consensus. At the same time, Ouyang Jifeng also received news that his teacher, Wu Jigang, went to the office building of Eagle Country to meet the president of Eagle Country. He almost didn't have to think about it, and he could guess that the real purpose of his teacher going to the office building to meet the president of Eagle Country was probably to alienate him from Eagle Country. So he rushed to the office building as quickly as possible, just blocking Wu Jigang and the president of Eagle Country in the office. "Teacher, it seems that we haven't seen each other for a long time." Ouyang Jifeng had a smile on his face, as if the conflict between him and Wu Jigang did not exist at all. If it was the previous Wu Jigang, he would definitely feel very angry when he saw Ouyang Jifeng. After all, as a teacher, he really didn't want to be betrayed by his students. But now, he has basically completely thwarted Ouyang Jifeng's plan. So when facing Ouyang Jifeng, he seems to be more calm. "It's been a long time since we last met. I don't know if what we talked about in the abandoned warehouse a few days ago still counts." Hearing Wu Jigang's words, Ouyang Jifeng's face suddenly became very ugly. The president of Eagle Sauce saw this, and knew that there must be some unknown secrets between the teacher and the student. "Have you met before? Why have I never heard of relevant reports? Can you tell me what you will understand when you meet?" The president of Eagle Sauce looked curious, but did not notice that Ouyang Jifeng did not want to continue this topic at all. However, among the three people present, no one cared about Ouyang Jifeng's opinion. The president of Eagle Sauce and Wu Jigang seemed to be chatting about what happened in the abandoned warehouse that day. Since I found that Ouyang Jifeng had not returned to the underground research and experimental base for a long time, I felt that something seemed to be wrong. Later, I heard from the members of the Navy SEALs that Ouyang Jifeng was very valued outside, and had even become your right-hand man. Mr. President, I think Ouyang Jifeng has abandoned the teacher-student relationship between us and betrayed me, his teacher, and failed my careful cultivation of him. So I plan to leave the underground laboratory base and ask him in person what he wants to do. What I didn't expect was that Ouyang Jifeng seemed to express great dissatisfaction with the appearance of my teacher. After he was rescued by the members of the Navy SEALs, his eyes never fell on my teacher. And Ouyang Jifeng once told me that he had no idea what the task you gave him, Mr. President, was, and everything was forced by you. The president of the Eagle Sauce Country immediately focused his eyes on Ouyang Jifeng, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to question Ouyang Jifeng whether the facts were as he said. Ouyang Jifeng certainly would not admit it. Not only did he not admit what Wu Jigang said, he even directly turned the tables. "Mr. President, I have been helping you solve your problems during this period, and I believe you must have seen it. So I would never do what my teacher said. But I can admit that I did not tell the teacher what we are doing, because I think if the teacher knew about it, it might have a bad impact on us. If the news of this matter is leaked from the teacher's mouth, I can't betray the teacher's cultivation of me, and I can't deal with the situation that I have disappointed you. Mr. President, it must be said that Ouyang Jifeng's eloquence is still very good. He usually looks very taciturn, but now he can talk freely in front of his teacher and the president of the Eagle Sauce Country." However, Ouyang Jifeng didn't care about these things. He only cared whether the president of the Eagle Sauce Country had completely believed his teacher's words. If the teacher's words were really accepted by the president of the Eagle Sauce Country, then his situation would be extremely difficult next. At this moment, he even began to wonder if the President of the United States had believed the teacher's words. And the reason why his attitude was different from before was that he was deliberately acting for him. However, the President of the United States did not rush to expose himself. He just looked at Ouyang Jifeng with curiosity. "If everything is the same as you said, Then why didn't you tell your experience directly like Wu Jigang? I think everything you have done is part of your life experience. And there is no need to hide it. The words of the president of Eagle Country made Ouyang Jifeng have no way to continue. For him, during this period of time following the teacher, there was no outstanding research results. And he was about to be judged by Xia Country, which was unacceptable to him. So after accepting the protection of Eagle Country, he subconsciously avoided this experience and didn't want anyone to know. But he didn't expect that this matter would make the president of Eagle Country so concerned. If you really care about this, Mr. President, I can withdraw from any communication activities with aliens and will not add any burden to you. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng's statement, Wu Jigang immediately chuckled. Mr. President, my students are demonstrating to you in this way. He thinks that if you will definitely not let him withdraw from this incident, because he is the only one who can ensure stable communication with alien creatures and gain greater benefits for Eagle Sauce Country. He wants you to know that if the cooperation between Eagle Sauce Country and diplomatic creatures is broken, he is afraid that things will not go so smoothly. Hearing this, the president of Eagle Sauce Country immediately smiled. Children, you should know that no one in this world will be unable to do something without someone else. You can always find a suitable substitute. As they spoke, the president of Eagle Sauce Country and Wu Jigang stood together, both of them staring at Ouyang Jifeng with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Ouyang Jifeng finally understood why the attitude of the president of Eagle Sauce Country seemed a little weird. It turned out that the president of Eagle Sauce Country had already reached some kind of agreement with his teacher. It seems that his position is irreplaceable, but in fact his teacher has completely replaced him. Ouyang Jifeng reacted very quickly. He immediately looked at Wu Jigang with a hint of anger in his eyes. So you prepared all this carefully, right? Including why my parents appeared in Eagle Country. It is also related to you, right? Wu Jigang did not admit it, but did not deny it. In this case, he and the president of Eagle Country smiled and stared at Ouyang Jifeng. This is my last lesson for you. I hope you can understand that everything you do will have to pay a corresponding price. And you will also bear the corresponding consequences for doing something you shouldn't do. Ouyang Jifeng refused to accept his fate, and he left the office of the president of Eagle Country angrily. Before leaving, he left a sentence. One day you will regret it. Chapter 283. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Listening to the words left by Ouyang Jifeng, the face of the president of Eagle Sauce Country turned a little ugly. Although he didn't know what method Ouyang Jifeng would use to retaliate against Eagle Sauce Country, the president of Eagle Sauce Country always felt that he couldn't let Ouyang Jifeng leave like this. Once Ouyang Jifeng leaked everything he knew, it would be a fatal blow to Eagle Sauce Country. Alien creatures have not yet completely settled on the Earth, so they currently have nothing to rely on. Seeing the concerns of the president of Eagle Sauce Country, Wu Jigang suddenly chuckled. I know what you are worried about. But if Eagle Sauce Country doesn't want Ouyang Jifeng to leave Eagle Sauce Country, do you think he is likely to leak the information he knows? The president of Eagle Sauce Country didn't expect Wu Jigang to be so cruel, and hinted that he would directly attack Ouyang Jifeng. He is your student after all. Even if you hate him for betraying you, is it really necessary to be so cruel? Wu Jigang laughed even louder. It is precisely because he is my student that I cannot let him destroy the most important thing in my life. The president of the Eagle Sauce Country smiled, dialed a phone number casually, and after giving a few instructions to the person on the other end of the phone, he nodded to Wu Jigang with satisfaction. I am very happy and look forward to working with you. Me too. After Ouyang Jifeng walked out of the Eagle Sauce Country office building, he met a group of people in an empty corner. This group of people looked ordinary, but the moment this group of people trapped him in the corner, Ouyang Jifeng understood their identities. If nothing unexpected happened, this group of people should be sent by the president of the Eagle Sauce Country to kill him and silence him. Ouyang Jifeng did not expect that everything he had carefully designed would come to an end today. Fortunately, he had given up struggling, closed his eyes, and waited for the judgment of fate. However, the pain he imagined did not come as expected. Instead, a sound of fighting came. He opened his eyes curiously, and saw that this group of people actually seemed to be stimulated by something, and started beating each other. He looked at the scene in front of him, and he didn't feel saved, but felt a chill on his back. Since this group of people were sent by the president of Eagle Sauce to deal with him, it is impossible for them to suddenly have mental problems. The only possibility is that someone did something to them, and their hands and feet made these people look abnormal. The next second, he felt someone covering his mouth and nose. Before he turned around to see who was behind him, he lost consciousness instantly. The president of Eagle Sauce also received news soon that the people they sent out had successfully solved Ouyang Jifeng and disposed of the body completely. He even received photos of the relevant scene. Seeing the familiar faces in the photos, the president of Eagle Sauce completely put his heart at ease. However, he didn't know that everything he saw was what Wang Wei wanted him to see. At this time, Ouyang Jifeng was sleeping where Wang Wei was staying, and he didn't react to what was happening around him. After leaving the office building of Eagle Sauce, Wu Jigang also contacted Wang Wei without anyone noticing. His voice on the phone was very cold. I have done what you asked me to do. What I will do next has nothing to do with you. If you want to take me away, it's up to you. Wu Jigang knew very well that if Wang Wei really wanted to take him away, he would have no ability to resist. Even with the protection of the Eagle Sauce country, his safety would not necessarily be guaranteed. Don't worry. You have no chance to complete your plan as you imagined. Of course, the Eagle Sauce country can indeed provide you with protection now. But if a large number of Eagle Sauce country's actions are made public, then you can imagine your fate. Wang Wei was not exaggerating. What he said was just the usual style of the Eagle Sauce country. Imagine if the Eagle Sauce country tried to join forces with alien creatures and become the overlord of the Earth with the help of alien creatures, allowing alien creatures to successfully invade the Earth and take root on the Earth. Once this news spreads, other countries around the world will regard the Eagle Sauce country as a thorn in their eyes. They can accept that the United States competes with other countries for resources and even demonstrates its hegemony in the international arena. But they cannot accept that the United States regards any part of the Earth as a hotbed for alien invasion. After all, aliens are uncontrollable, and they don't know enough about aliens. If aliens and the United States join forces to eliminate other countries on the Earth, then other countries may be deceived by the United States and have no room to fight back. If all this is exposed in advance, then the Eagle Sauce country will also find a scapegoat to protect itself and let the scapegoat bear all the charges. And now Wu Jigang, who has replaced Ouyang Jifeng's plan and tried to contact alien creatures, will definitely become the best candidate for this scapegoat. What's more, Wu Jigang should have been tried in Xia country. As long as all the things Wu Jigang did before were exposed, no one would doubt that the Eagle Sauce country was using him as a scapegoat. The Eagle Sauce country's calculations are very loud, and Wu Jigang also knows clearly that if something goes wrong, he will definitely become a scapegoat. But as he and Wang Wei said at the beginning, no matter what the price, he will never let Ouyang Jifeng's plan succeed. If you can successfully stop the Eagle Sauce country's plan, then even if I am pushed out as a scapegoat, I am willing. Although he has done many things that seem incomprehensible before, he and Wang Wei have the same position on the matter of alien invasion. He could not accept that the planet he lived on was regarded as a colony by aliens, and he could not tolerate that the Eagle country helped Ouyang Jifeng to betray his country and become the overlord of the Earth. Of course, he was also not optimistic about the Xia country. But the attitude of the Xia country on this matter would definitely not be the same as that of the Eagle country. I respect your decision. After saying that, Wang Wei hung up the phone directly. From today on, he and Wu Jigang would only be enemies when they met again. Wang Wei was not idle either. He immediately reported the matter to the relevant person in charge of the Xia country. After learning about Wu Jigang's decision, the relevant person in charge also sighed with regret. It's all our fault that we failed to protect these scientific researchers before, and didn't know how they were tortured in the process of looking for sponsorship. Wang Wei had mentioned the experience of Wu Jigang and his teachers and students to the relevant person in charge of the Xia country before. So during the trial of their teachers and students, the senior officials of the Xia country thought about giving them leniency. But before they could tell their teachers and students about this matter, their teachers and students had already escaped from the Xia country with the help of the Eagle country. Regarding Wu Jigang's current decision, the relevant person in charge of Xia country only hopes to solve the alien invasion of the Earth as soon as possible. If possible, they hope that Wang Wei can save the lives of the teacher and student. Wang Wei also nodded and agreed. If this matter can be solved without causing any damage, he also agrees very much. But he can only tell the person in charge of Xia country that his priority for this matter is definitely to solve the alien creature's intention to invade the Earth first, and then to protect the safety of Wu Jigang's teachers and students. The person in charge of Xia country also understood Wang Wei's thoughts, and did not say much. At the same time, Wang Wei contacted the king of the three-eyed star and asked about the situation on the subspace planet. The king of the three-eyed star has hardly closed his eyes recently. They are always monitoring the spaceship that is gradually approaching the subspace planet. This spaceship is currently only active near the subspace planet, and there is no sign of docking. Have they noticed the abnormality on the planet? Hearing what he said, Wang Wei also began to think about whether there is some connection between the races of this alien creature. If this is true, then the matter of Goso going to the planet must have been known by this alien race. But why they didn't react immediately, but chose to wait and see near the subspace planet. This is what he couldn't figure out. No matter what the result is, you must closely monitor the movement of the spaceship near the subspace planet, and never let it have any chance to land. Although Wang Wei and the king of the three-eyed star had heard of the rumor, it was unrealistic to determine the specific capabilities of this alien race based on the content of the rumor. Before the specific capabilities and technological level of this alien race are completely determined, they must not take it lightly. The king of the three-eyed star understood Wang Wei's concerns and assured Wang Wei that the Bian race and the insect army had joined their camp, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly enhanced. Wang Wei was not worried about the combat effectiveness of the subspace planet, but was worried that if the devouring ability of this creature really existed, then it was very likely that they would be invaded by alien creatures without knowing it. As the king of the three-eyed star mentioned, the current situation of the planet, the royal city of the planet, suddenly became overcrowded. Most of them were not the original inhabitants of the planet, but were cloned by alien creatures after the invasion by devouring the inhabitants of the planet. If it was just a single clone, they would most likely not be able to grasp the specific situation. Once one of their people was replaced, the subsequent development would be out of control. But the situation on the subspace planet is very special. People in the Interstellar Federation base have relevant ID cards. Even if people are devoured, they cannot copy the ID cards with the same chip. The Bian race and the insect army are completely different. They have no ID cards to identify each other's identities. Once one of them is devoured and copied, the two races will soon face paralysis. When thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly became a little nervous. However, he firmly believed that as long as they could monitor the spacecraft approaching the subspace planet, they would never let alien creatures take advantage of it. After a simple exchange, Wang Wei turned off the communicator. Looking at Ouyang Jifeng, who was still lying on the bed and sleeping, Wang Wei decided to find an opportunity to go back and find out whether there are still spacecrafts driven by alien creatures in the space near the Earth. He had already discussed this with the official person in charge of Xia country before. He only needed to take Ouyang Jifeng back now to complete his next plan. Of course, if you want to find out whether there are still spacecrafts of alien creatures in space, this is not something that the current technology on Earth can do. The key is that if they openly launch into space, the spacecraft is likely to attract the attention of the Eagle country. He is not afraid of the Eagle country. But if the Eagle country knows the news in advance and contacts the aliens through the means left by the aliens, then his situation will be passive. In this matter, Wang Wei always advocates taking the initiative to catch the other party by surprise. If the aliens know in advance, they have already noticed the other party's intention to invade the Earth, which may also affect the situation on the subspace planet and the planet. So Wang Wei began to contact the official person in charge of Xia country and find a way to bring Ouyang Jifeng back to China without anyone noticing. With the contact and help of the official person in charge of Xia country, this matter was quickly resolved easily. When Ouyang Jifeng opened his eyes again, he found that there were familiar faces standing around him, and they seemed to be discussing something. But Ouyang Jifeng suddenly didn't want to wake up, and would rather sleep for a long time. There was a sound of footsteps, and Wang Wei's voice came to his ears. Since you are awake, don't pretend to be asleep. What you know is still very important to us. Ouyang Jifeng opened his eyes and stared at Wang Wei. You asked Wu Jigang to contact the president of the Eagle Sauce country, right? Wang Wei smiled and nodded. You are smart enough to guess this. But I am curious why you looked kind when you were at the Interstellar Federation base. But now you are so scheming? Ouyang Jifeng smiled helplessly. Do you want to say that I am very scheming? Or do you want to say that I have done all kinds of bad things? Wang Wei shrugged, looking nonchalant. It doesn't matter. I think there is no difference between these two descriptions, because no matter whether you are scheming or you are planning to do something bad, I will not give you a chance to succeed. Thinking of what Wang Wei said, there was nothing worth questioning. And Ouyang Jifeng suddenly felt very tired. I didn't think of becoming like this at first. But I found that I couldn't accept the judgment of the Xia people on me. I didn't even dare to let them know what I had done with my teacher. Wang Wei didn't quite understand Ouyang Jifeng's thoughts. Before you returned to Earth, I once told you that no matter what you did, you don't have to have too much psychological burden. Even if you made a mistake, as long as you are willing to correct it, no one can point fingers at you. Secondly, a large part of the measures you took before came from your teacher's temptation to you. So you not only violated your own will, but also because of the teacher-student relationship between you and your teacher. I think you are an outstanding scientific researcher. And I don't want you to waste your life because of these emotional things. But I didn't expect you to go astray. Ouyang Jifeng sat on the bed, covering his face and crying. Wang Wei didn't interrupt him, but waited for him to vent his emotions. After Ouyang Jifeng's emotions gradually calmed down, Wang Wei looked at him. Tell me everything you know about alien creatures. Ouyang Jifeng frowned. Did you go to so much trouble to bring me back to Xia country just to know the relevant information about alien creatures? Wang Wei did not hide anything and nodded directly. Maybe you don't know how much of a threat alien creatures pose to humans and fitness propositions living on Earth. After you listen to the story I tell you, you will understand everything. Wang Wei directly told Ouyang Jifeng the rumors that the king of the three-eyed star told him. After hearing the rumors that there was an alien race that was constantly plundering and countless planets had become their colonies in the hands of this alien race, Ouyang Jifeng felt cold all over. Although he had not witnessed with his own eyes how the alien race devoured other creatures and created clones based on other creatures, he saw two identical bodyguards in the office of the president of the Eagle Sauce country that day, and he was sure that one of them was an alien creature. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jifeng suddenly began to regret why he had such a bold idea in the first place, and even wanted to use alien creatures to avoid returning to Xia country to be judged. Maybe he really couldn't accept being judged by the people of Xia country. But compared to the fact that countless humans would be devoured by alien creatures, and even the planet he originally loved and missed would become a colony of alien creatures, he still felt that he could accept the idea of being judged more easily. So if you want to know something about aliens, I will tell you everything I know. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng's attitude change, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if Ouyang Jifeng didn't say anything, he would have a way to know everything Ouyang Jifeng knew. But if he could get important information from Ouyang Jifeng, he could save a lot of trouble. I heard that you had close contact with aliens and boarded their spaceships. Do you know where their spaceships are parked near the Earth? Ouyang Jifeng shook his head at Wang Wei. He was not very interested in astronomy, and he didn't pay attention at the time. So he didn't know where the alien spaceships were parked closest to the Earth. Wang Wei didn't intend to learn the result from Ouyang Jifeng, so he simply changed the question. So from your perspective, what stage do you think the civilization and technology of alien creatures are at? Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei and immediately guessed Wang Wei's thoughts. You want to determine their technological level to determine what kind of means are needed to deal with them. Wang Wei nodded at Ouyang Jifeng and did not deny this. You should know that there is an old saying in Xia country, which is to know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Chapter 284, Finding the Alien Spaceship. Ouyang Jifeng certainly understood this truth, but he still believed that Wang Wei could not fully grasp the technological civilization level of alien creatures through him. It was not that he had no confidence in himself, but he believed that anyone who had just met him would not reveal his cards to him. When Ouyang Jifeng explained his thoughts, Wang Wei said that he could understand. You are indeed right. No one can tell you all his cards without knowing you. But I never thought that I could accurately know the technological civilization level of alien creatures in this way. Just knowing a rough idea was enough for him to determine how to deal with this alien creature. The reason why he wanted to understand the other party's ability was also to avoid being caught off guard when fighting with alien creatures. After hearing this, Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei with more and more weird eyes. He really didn't know where Wang Wei got the confidence from, thinking that he could successfully solve the trouble of alien creatures invading the Earth with just a little information. I know what you are curious about. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. For humans like Ouyang Jifeng who live on one of the planets in the distant Milky Way, it is indeed difficult for them to understand that there are not so many fancy prefixes in the fight between races with advanced civilization and technology. You only need to determine the basic strength of the opponent, and then measure the weapons used according to your own ability. The victory or defeat is basically only a moment. According to the biological weapons currently developed by Wang Wei, as long as the biological weapons he developed are used, The ability of this alien creature will no longer work. But Wang Wei will not explain all this to Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng does not need to know too much. Just do his own job well. According to Wang Wei's request, Ouyang Jifeng explained to Wang Wei everything he saw when he went to the alien creature's spaceship. But Ouyang Jifeng's statement made Wang Wei feel a little confused. It seems that the alien creatures have not made any research results in weapons. Of course, this is also likely because the alien creatures did not show Ouyang Jifeng the weapons they have. In general, Wang Wei is still very confident in dealing with this alien species. After talking with Ouyang Jifeng, Wang Wei handed Ouyang Jifeng over to the official person in charge of Xia State. The person in charge said that they had a certain understanding of Ouyang Jifeng's situation. So if Ouyang Jifeng was willing to cooperate with the subsequent investigation, they would consider dealing with Ouyang Jifeng's problem leniently. Wang Wei did not express any opinion on this matter. How to deal with Ouyang Jifeng's problem is a problem that the official person in charge of Xia State should think about. What he should do now is not to think about how to solve it, the various problems left by Ouyang Jifeng, but to find the place where the alien spacecraft stayed as soon as possible. In this matter, Wang Wei also decided to use courtesy before force. Of course, he was polite to talk to the other party and explain his real purpose. If the other party could understand his ideas, then they could naturally sit down and talk calmly. If the other party saw through his ideas, or did not intend to talk to him calmly, he would not mind using tough measures. After discussing with the official person in charge of Xia State, Wang Wei decided that Xia State would launch a satellite into space 3 days later, and Wang Wei used this satellite to successfully transfer to space. After hearing Wang Wei's plan, the official person in charge of Xia State felt it was incredible. After all, even if Wang Wei mastered more ancient civilizations, Wang Wei's essence was just an ordinary human being, and his body could not stay in space for a long time. After hearing the official person in charge doubts, Wang Wei showed his Xiantian armor in front of the person in charge. Although I am not indestructible with this set of armor, I can still cope with a short stay in space. After saying this, Wang Wei borrowed their aerospace research laboratory from the official person in charge. This time he returned to Earth through the Nanchaman transmission device, so he did not have a spacecraft to use. Even if it could go to space with the help of a satellite, it could not come back smoothly. So Wang Wei needed to borrow the official aerospace research laboratory to transform his Xiantian armor so that he could return to Earth after discovering the spacecraft of alien creatures. After seeing Wang Wei's unique and simple Xiantian armor, the official person in charge was also shocked. Have you been wearing this armor in front of us before? Wang Wei smiled and nodded, although I don't want to doubt anyone. I always think that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were able to escape from Xia to Yingjiang smoothly, and someone must have helped them. And these people were able to help them escape without anyone noticing, which proves that these people are not very noticeable. And they stayed in Xia country long enough to not arouse anyone's suspicion. Wang Wei's words also reminded the official person in charge of Xia country. Even if the final investigation results show that it was not Xia people who helped Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang escape from Xia country to Yingjiang country, it is enough to prove that there is indeed a group of people in Xia country who can follow the instructions of Yingjiang country and respond. This is a great threat to Xia country. The official person in charge immediately stated that they would immediately conduct a detailed investigation on the matter raised by Wang Wei. Once they found similar people staying in Xia country, they would definitely deal with it seriously. Wang Wei certainly believed in the strength of the official person in charge. He handed the matter over to the person in charge and went back to rest. Because Xia country had a satellite to be launched into space recently, Wang Wei just moved up the time of launching this satellite and successfully entered space with the help of this satellite. In space, Wang Wei did not immediately find the spacecraft driven by the alien creatures. He knew that aimlessly searching in space was definitely not the right thing. So he immediately activated the energy fluctuation detection function of the Xiantian armor, regardless of whether it was an alien spaceship or not. As long as they stayed in the space area near the Earth, they would definitely generate a certain degree of energy fluctuation. After the Xiantian armor detected abnormal energy fluctuations in a nearby designated area, Wang Wei used the propulsion function of the Xiantian armor after he modified it to move towards the designated area. However, when he arrived at the designated area, he found that there was no trace of any spaceship in front of him. Wang Wei did not leave immediately, but remembered the stealth function of his Xiantian armor. Since the Xiantian armor has a stealth function, It means that other people are likely to have similar abilities to hide the spaceship they are riding to avoid being noticed by others. Wang Wei once again activated the energy fluctuation detection function of the Xiantian armor. After confirming that the value of the energy fluctuation was near it, Wang Wei began to try to touch the surrounding area with his bare hands to find the hidden spaceship. Wang Wei really found it. The hidden spaceship seemed to be wearing special armor. When Wang Wei touched it, the armor would change slightly. The slight distortion let Wang Wei know that the alien spaceship was here. Through constant exploration, he finally found the entrance of the alien spaceship, and used the huge impact force of the Xiantian armor to open the entrance of the alien spaceship. It seemed that the attack of the Xiantian armor on the spaceship damaged the circuit inside the spaceship. When Wang Wei walked into the entrance of the spaceship, he found that everything around him seemed to have lost power supply. However, as he went deeper, Wang Wei realized that the area of this spaceship was very large. Near the entrance of the spaceship, there is a plane analysis diagram of the interior space of the spaceship. From the annotations on the plane analysis diagram, although Wang Wei did not recognize the text on the plane analysis diagram, he could see that the human genetics was divided into 14 layers. At present, Wang Wei is on the first floor, which is also the entrance of the spaceship, and the top floor is the driving layer of the spaceship. The remaining 12 floors each have their own uses. Based on the markings above, it is roughly guessed that the more important areas of this spaceship should be set around the 10th floor. Wang Wei turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor and came to the 10th floor of the spaceship according to the standard of the plane analysis diagram. After arriving at the 10th floor, Wang Wei found it very quiet, even a little weird. According to the plane analysis diagram of the spaceship he saw at first, this spaceship can roughly accommodate tens of thousands of people to live and work at the same time. But in such a large spaceship, he didn't even see a single person. Could it be that the alien creatures on the spaceship have moved to the Earth? Or did the alien creatures on this spaceship rush back because of the sudden changes in the plant planet and the subspace planet, and just left their spaceship here? Wang Wei felt that even if the alien creatures, most of them had returned to the plant planet and the subspace planet, ready to help their people, it was impossible for them to leave their spaceship here alone. There must be alien creatures in the spaceship. The Interstellar Federation base has never undergone a long economic journey because they have the Nansenman transmission device. If you want to go anywhere, you only need the exact interstellar coordinates to go there through the Nansenman teleportation device. But generally, a cryogenic hibernation chamber is needed in a spacecraft that travels long distances like this. A cryogenic hibernation chamber can put the cells of an organism into a dormant state, just like a person being frozen instantly. Even after a long journey, the creatures on the spacecraft will not age due to the passage of time. So Wang Wei began to look for a cryogenic hibernation chamber inside the spacecraft that could allow people to sleep. On the 13th floor of the spacecraft, Wang Wei finally found a large-scale cryogenic hibernation chamber, in which there were about 40 to 50 people sleeping. The corresponding time seemed to have been marked on each of their cryogenic hibernation chambers. Wang Wei took a simple look and selected a few alien creatures that looked more mature and stable, and opened their cryogenic hibernation chambers. After the cryogenic hibernation chamber was released from the low-temperature state, the creatures in the hibernation chamber needed a period of recovery before they could move independently. So Wang Wei was not in a hurry to wake them up, but waited quietly on the side. According to the situation in the storage room of this cryogenic hibernation chamber, Wang Wei could basically determine that most of the people in this spacecraft had left the spacecraft. As for the remaining people, whether they were for the reproduction of the race or to ensure that this alien race would not be completely destroyed, Wang Wei still needed to ask their people to know. But he was not in a hurry. He just sat quietly aside, waiting for the alien race in the hibernation capsule to wake up. As the temperature continued to rise, the alien race had already had some reactions. Wang Wei believed that they would soon wake up completely. When the alien creature opened his eyes, Wang Wei smiled at him and then stretched out his hand to show his friendliness. "Nice to meet you. I'm from Earth. My name is Wang Wei." When the other party saw Wang Wei, a stranger, appear on their spaceship, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. And then he immediately stood up and looked around for something to protect himself. Wang Wei manipulated the Xiantian armor and let the Xiantian armor wrap him up as a whole. Seeing Wang Wei in his armor, the alien creature in front of him was frightened and fell to the ground. Wang Wei walked to the alien creature, slowly helped him up, and then picked up the translator he had just found when he was looking for the location of the hibernation capsule. Through the translator, he repeated what he had just said to the alien creature. The alien creature was stunned for a moment. So he chattered a lot in words that he couldn't understand. Fortunately, with the translator in hand, Wang Wei quickly figured out what the alien creature had just said. The alien creature asked him who he was and why he appeared on their spaceship. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly, saying that he had just introduced himself. He was a human from Earth and came here to find out why they wanted to settle down on Earth. Hearing that Wang Wei was a human from Earth, the alien creature seemed to be relieved and slowly stood up. Although the translator could not specifically translate the alien creature's tone, Wang Wei could see that he was very angry. Even if you are a human from Earth, you can't appear on our spaceship so blatantly. Now please leave immediately. Wang Wei certainly would not listen to the alien creature's arrangement, so he found a comfortable position to sit down. He began to tell the rumors he heard from the three-eyed star. If I'm not mistaken, the race in this rumor should be you. Right? Wang Wei didn't intend to be around the bush with the aliens, and went straight to the point. A similar expression of doubt flashed across the alien's face, and his voice was once again transmitted to Wang Wei's ears through the translator. How do you know these things? Through this sentence, Wang Wei was basically certain that the alien in front of him didn't know his true identity at all. In other words, the alien didn't know that he had returned to Earth yet. He was not sure whether Ouyang Jifeng concealed this matter, but it was always beneficial to him. You don't need to care how I know. Just tell me the answer, and whether what I said is right. Wang Wei did not give the other party time to think, and continued, you say that you want to coexist peacefully with humans living on Earth. But in fact you have never thought about leaving the creatures that originally existed on Earth. Although I don't have definite evidence to prove that all the planets occupied by your alien race have been completely occupied by you. But since you want to settle on Earth, why do you want to unite with the countries on Earth? Will your open visit be rejected? Or have you had similar experiences before, and the means of dealing with this matter are not glorious? So you dare not let others know, let alone come to visit Earth openly. The alien creature seemed a little angry and embarrassed, and he was eagerly shouting something. The voice translation in the translator seemed to be a little broken. Wang Wei still understood the general meaning of the alien creature. The alien creature explained to Wang Wei that they came to this planet without any malicious intentions, but just wanted some of their people to live in this environment that is more suitable for biological survival. Wang Wei did not believe a word of their words. If I am not mistaken, your people should have encountered great troubles in occupying the plant planet and the subspace planet. So the other people in this spaceship left, and only left you as the main force to invade the Earth. The alien creature did not seem to expect that Wang Wei even knew about this matter. He asked Wang Wei in a panic what else he knew, and ordered Wang Wei to tell everything he knew truthfully. Wang Wei did not hide his identity, but said to him directly, to be honest, I just came back from the subspace planet, and I am also very familiar with the plant planet. So your plan is doomed to fail. The alien creature obviously did not expect Wang Wei to say this, and the expression on his face became a little hideous. We have never hurt any Earthlings. Even if we cooperate with a country on Earth, we have never intended to hurt anyone. Have they ever thought of hurting humans on Earth? It's not something that can be resolved with just a few words from them. If they really just want to find a planet to settle down, they visit in an open and above-board manner. I believe that no one will have great ill will towards their race, even if the natives of other planets don't want them to settle down on their planets. After all, you can't hit a smiling person. The reason why they frequently want to find a place to attack them is that Wang Wei guessed that it was because their race was very keen on the resources of other planets. Although he didn't know where these resources were finally transported, it was certain that their purpose of coming to Earth was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chapter 285. Expose the evil deeds of the Eagle Sauce Country. Wang Wei's only idea now is to control this group of alien creatures. But he must not bring this group of alien creatures back to Earth. This group of alien creatures has the ability to devour other creatures and replicate puppets. If they are brought to Earth, they may pose a threat to humans living on Earth. Even if they can make a cage that can trap this group of alien creatures, there is no way to prevent humans on Earth from approaching them. So Wang Wei's idea is to drive their spaceship to the subspace planet, so that humans on Earth are no different from the Zerg on the subspace planet, and they cannot easily contact this group of people. But Wang Wei believes that if the people on the spaceship can be taken as hostages, no matter how cold-blooded the alien creatures who intend to invade the subspace planet and the plant planet are, They will not watch their people die tragically in front of them. What Wang Wei didn't expect was that the alien creature in front of him seemed to have guessed his plan and took advantage of it. When Wang Wei didn't pay attention, he turned around and wanted to escape. Wang Wei chased all the way and followed the alien creature to the spaceport of the spaceship. At the moment when the alien creature wanted to board the small spaceship, Wang Wei activated the stealth ability of the Xiantian armor. The alien creature wanted to turn around to see if Wang Wei followed him. But he didn't expect to see nothing when he turned around. It was because he didn't see Wang Wei's existence that the alien creature lowered his vigilance. However, it was this moment of relaxation of vigilance that gave Wang Wei an opportunity to sneak up on the alien creature and pull it out of the small spaceship. I said I have no ill will towards you. But the premise is that you have never thought of invading our planet. Since you don't understand what you are facing now, let me teach you. Now you have become my captives. If you don't obey honestly, then those of your people who are still sleeping in the hibernation capsule will become victims of the mistakes you made. The chronic creatures dared not make any more moves, for fear that something wrong would anger Wang Wei and make Wang Wei attack them on the spot. However, the obedience of the alien creatures did not win Wang Wei mercy. Wang Wei still planned to take them to the subspace planet. However, it is not a simple matter to drive the spaceship to the subspace planet personally. The alien creatures on this spaceship have entered the hibernation capsule for this reason. The spaceship needs energy to travel in space. Although Wang Wei does not know the energy source of this spaceship, he knows that with the distance between the subspace planet and the Earth, even if he drives it personally, it will take many years. He did not have much time to waste on this matter. If he really drove the spaceship to the subspace planet smoothly, I am afraid that all those who were still holding on in the Interstellar Federation base would have been too old. He did not know how the age of the alien creatures would grow, but he knew that he would not be able to hold on for that long. So now the only way to send this spaceship to the Interstellar Federation safely and quickly is to use the Nanjiman transmission device. If Wang Wei had not seen this spaceship before, or even approached the spaceship, he would never make such a decision easily, let alone whether the appearance of alien spaceships on Earth would cause panic among humans. The appearance of aliens alone would definitely attract a group of fanatical fans. Wang Wei did not want to see this situation. But fortunately, the spaceship itself had its own program to activate its stealth ability. So what Wang Wei had to do next was to drive the spaceship back to Earth smoothly. At the same time, the official head of Xia State also began to interrogate Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng did not face the official interrogation like last time, and did not make any concealment or deception. He explained everything he had done in detail. And at the end of the interrogation, he made a request to the official head of Xia State, hoping that he would not be given a lighter punishment for his mistakes, and that he would never be lenient in dealing with him. After hearing this, the official head of Xia State also showed confusion on his face. Obviously, Wang Wei spoke well for him, and his own attitude of admitting his mistakes was good enough. So Ouyang Jifeng had a chance to be treated leniently. Why did he make such a request now? Has he completely lost confidence in himself? However, the official person in charge of Xia State did not ask further questions. Their current interrogation of Ouyang Jifeng was just to help Wang Wei solve the problem of alien invasion as soon as possible. It can be said that they almost never thought about completing the handling of Ouyang Jifeng in a short time. How to deal with Ouyang Jifeng's matter? They can wait until Wang Wei comes back to make a decision. At the same time, Wang Wei also successfully learned how to control the alien spaceship and drove their spaceship to the land of Xia. When Wang Wei walked down from the spaceship with a strange-looking alien, at that moment, even the well-informed official of Xia showed a shocked expression. This is an alien. Wang Wei nodded to the official of Xia and made a clear order that no one in Xia was allowed to have any contact with aliens. Although he could contact aliens, it was because he had Xiantian armor on him. Even if it was an alien, it would not be possible to solve his trouble by devouring him. The Xiantian armor would activate the defense function and attack the hostile existence around Wang Wei at the moment when the alien had abnormal behavior. However, the official of Xia was still very difficult and asked Wang Wei why he made such a request. After Wang Wei introduced the abilities of the Wanxiu creatures to the official head of Xia, the official head of Xia's face suddenly became solemn. He then understood why Wang Wei could ignore his own safety and secretly go to outer space to find the spaceship of alien creatures. Wang Wei locked the alien creatures in the hibernation cabin in the spaceship again, and then told the official head of Xia about his plan. After my investigation, I can now basically be sure that most of the alien creatures have returned to the subspace planets and plant planets to help their people. The official head of Xia also knew about the Interstellar Federation and knew that Wang Wei was the general manager of the Interstellar Federation. So he also understood that Wang Wei must be very worried about the situation there now. But if these alien creatures are left here, they are like time bombs. The official head looked at Wang Wei with a worried look. He did not understand Wang Wei, nor did he disrespect Wang Wei's decision. On the contrary, he never had any doubts about Wang Wei's decision. He knew that everything Wang Wei did was for the Earth and for Xia. But now, he really can't accept Wang Wei bringing these alien creatures back to Earth and planning to keep them in Xia country. For the official person in charge, if the alien creatures really want to invade the Earth, then they will also selfishly hope to go to the outer space. The first destination visited by the creatures will definitely not be Xia country. Wang Wei can certainly understand the concerns of the official person in charge. But he has also made preparations and considerations for this matter. I can understand your feelings. But please rest assured that I will never leave this kind of alien creatures, which are inherently dangerous, in Xia country. Then why do you want to drive the spacecraft back? Can't it be solved in space? The official person in charge asked with a puzzled look. It's not that I deliberately want to bring them back to Earth and place them in Xiapa. But I plan to use the Nanchaman transmission device to transport us to the subspace planet together. Only by taking this group of alien creatures away from Earth can the crisis facing the Earth be truly resolved. Humans seem to be very smart, but their bodies are very fragile. Once they are targeted by alien creatures, there is no possibility of survival for humans. Therefore, the best solution to the current problems faced by Wang Wei and his team is to bring this group of alien creatures to the subspace planet. After Wang Wei explained his idea, the official person in charge was silent for a long time, and finally nodded and agreed to Wang Wei's request. Although I don't know what the current situation of the Interstellar Federation in the subspace planet is, I am basically sure that you must be the best person in charge of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei was not in the mood to listen to the official person in charge, so he immediately expressed his hope that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng would join in, so that he could go to the subspace planet faster to solve the troubles encountered there. The official person in charge did not dare to hesitate and immediately arranged this matter. Soon, the Nanchaman transmission device was successfully built with the help of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. However, it was the first time that the Nanchaman transmission device was used to transmit such a large spacecraft to a distant subspace planet. So Lao Wang and Lao Zheng found Wang Wei as soon as possible. You really have to drive this spaceship back to the subspace planet through the Nanchaman teleportation device. Wang Wei checked the condition of the spaceship and looked at the two of them. Otherwise, if I just drive the spaceship to the subspace planet, then when I arrive at the subspace planet, I don't know how many years have passed. What do you think of this group of alien creatures for the subspace planet and the plant planet? Will the invasion never end? Old Wang and Old Zheng were stunned for a moment. But they also felt that Wang Wei's words made sense. At first, they had the same idea as the official person in charge, thinking that since Wang Wei had to go back to deal with the situation over there, he could leave these alien creatures on Earth. Although they could not stop Wang Wei from doing this, they still repeatedly warned Wang Wei before he left. And Wang Wei must be careful. We all understand that you can't bear to see other planets invaded by alien species. And even the safety of the natives on the planet is threatened in the end. But you are very important to us. We all hope that you can return safely, and don't want you to be hurt. After hearing this, Wang Wei still felt warm in his heart, and nodded to Old Wang and Old Zheng. You can rest assured that I will never joke about my own safety. Under the witness of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, the Nanchaman transmission device was turned on. The huge spaceship disappeared in front of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng after a flash of white light. They looked at each other at this time, their eyes full of worry for Wang Wei. They knew that Wang Wei might encounter many dangers on the planet when he went to the subspace this time. But they couldn't help it all now. However, before Wang Wei left, he also discussed countermeasures with the official person in charge of Xia State. After he took the alien creatures away, the Eagle Sauce country would never be able to complete their plan to collude with aliens to become the overlord of the Earth. So Xia State could suppress the Eagle Sauce country according to the original plan. Of course, suppressing the Eagle Sauce country is definitely not Xia State's primary purpose. They just want to let the Eagle Sauce country know that the idea of cooperating with alien species is absolutely not allowed. As a race on Earth, they're only. What we need to do is not to strengthen our country and become the hegemon on Earth, but to protect the safety of the people living in the country from any threat. The president of the Eagle Sauce country waited for a long time, but the aliens did not arrive. He suddenly became a little nervous and restless. When Wu Jigang saw this situation, he had a smile on his face. The president of the Eagle Sauce country was very dissatisfied with the smile on Wu Jigang's face. What are you happy about? Now the alien creatures have not made any movement for so long. Don't you worry? Wu Jigang shrugged at the president of the Eagle Sauce country with an indifferent look. I'm just laughing. Why are you so excited? After all, you are the president of a country. Can't you wait a little longer? Although I don't know why you are so anxious. I think Xiaogua must be very willing to see you fidgeting. In fact, Wu Jigang had already guessed that Wang Wei would never let the alien creatures appear in front of the president of Eagle Sauce country again. But he would not tell the president of Eagle Sauce country about this. If it were not for the president of Eagle Sauce country's connivance with Ouyang Jifeng, then Ouyang Jifeng would never betray him. And there would be no chance at all. Wu Jigang was just curious about what kind of means Wang Wei would use to change the minds of the alien creatures who originally planned to invade the Earth. He never thought that Xiaogua had sorted out everything described by Ouyang Jifeng at this time and released it publicly. For a while, everyone was very angry when they saw the news that Eagle Sauce country planned to collude with alien creatures to become the overlord of the Earth. They are all human beings living on the Earth, and they have an instinctive fear of alien creatures. So when they knew that Eagle Sauce country was so crazy, they were all very nervous, and even wanted to figure out when they could get a public apology from Eagle Sauce country. It's just that they can't wait for the public apology from Eagle Sauce country at all. And they can't wait for the public apology from Eagle Sauce country. The only thing that was left was the sophistry of the Eagle country. The president of the Eagle country was furious when he heard the news. He immediately summoned members of Congress and asked them to find a way to explain the matter clearly. Wu Jigang was still at the scene. When the president of the Eagle country saw him, he was furious. He even thought that all the bad luck was caused by Wu Jigang. It was obvious that when Ouyang Jifeng, as the representative of their Eagle country, went to contact the alien creatures, no one knew about it. They could even learn the advanced technology mastered by the alien creatures and become the overlord of the Earth. But in the blink of an eye, they became the target of public criticism. Now all countries in the world have begun to boycott everything produced by the Eagle country. And even the technology used by the Eagle country has been boycotted by them. This situation instantly caused the Eagle country to lose countless money. And even some ongoing projects were forced to be interrupted. Looking at the various complaints said by the interviews, the president of the Eagle country felt overwhelmed. In desperation, he could only hold a press conference on the spot. At the press conference, the president of Eagle Sauce publicly stated that all the content released by Xia was lies. And none of it really happened. He even pointed out that Ouyang Jifeng had betrayed Xia. He announced to the global media that Xia released such alarmist remarks in order to use Ouyang Jifeng, who had betrayed Xia, to deliberately discredit Eagle Sauce. But no one believed Eagle Sauce. If Xia really wanted to discredit Eagle Sauce, there was no need to fabricate alien creatures that did not exist at all. Moreover, didn't Xia know how credible the words of a person who had betrayed Xia were? If Xia was really stupid enough to use such a method to discredit Eagle Sauce and reduce Eagle Sauce's goodwill in the world, then they would be shooting themselves in the foot. The officials of Xia soon saw the press conference held by the president of Eagle Sauce, and they immediately prepared to hold an identical press conference and respond to the smear of Xia by the president of Eagle Sauce. At the press conference, the official head of Xia told all the media that Xia always maintained a realistic attitude and would never exaggerate such an important matter just to achieve Xia's selfish purpose. The main reason they released this information was to let people all over the world see the ugly face of Eagle Sauce country and not be deceived by Eagle Sauce country again. The official head of Xia even pointed out that when the president of Eagle Sauce country cooperated with alien creatures, the requirements he put forward did not take other countries on the Earth into consideration, and did not care about the life and death of humans and other creatures living on the Earth. Such a country cannot become the leader of the world. Xia does not want to raise its international status through this incident, but he hopes that people all over the world can remember this incident and never repeat the same mistakes as Eagle Sauce country. The president of Eagle Sauce country was dizzy with anger at the official head of Xia. He wanted the congressman to think of a corresponding method, but the congressmen had racked their brains and did not know how to refute what the official head of Xia said at the press conference. Chapter 286 Counterattack. However, the most unexpected thing for the president of Eagle Sauce country is about to happen. as early as when Wang Wei went to space to find the alien creatures, and find a way to figure out the true origin of the alien creatures. He had already thought of a very critical problem. Even if they can successfully solve the key problem of alien creatures wanting to invade the Earth, they cannot teach Eagle Sauce Country a lesson. This is what Wang Wei cares about most. If Eagle Sauce Country does not learn a lesson from this incident, then if it encounters the same problem in the future, Eagle Sauce Country will definitely make the same choice. The most terrifying thing is that even though Eagle Sauce Country has never treated humans from other countries as the same kind, Eagle Sauce Country still has a very high status on the Earth. Even though everyone understands that if they associate with Eagle Sauce Country, they will definitely suffer threats from Eagle Sauce Country. But everyone also hopes to have a partner as powerful as Eagle Sauce Country to protect those weaker countries. But Wang Wei hopes that other countries can see the true face of Eagle Sauce Country, and not blindly believe that Eagle Sauce Country is superior to other countries in scientific and technological strength, and will definitely provide shelter to those weak countries. It's just that if he simply relies on reasoning and facts to convince other countries, it's obviously unrealistic. No one will believe that the Eagle Country will not protect its allies because of what he said. Therefore, Wang Wei prepared a way to deal with this situation when he returned to Earth. His method is to take a picture of the spacecraft driven by alien creatures in the space field near the Earth and hand it over to the official person in charge of Xia Country. If the Eagle Country is always unwilling to admit the mistakes it has made, and even tries to quibble, then how to use this video is what the official person in charge of Xia Country should think about. And Wang Wei will not interfere. If possible, he doesn't want wars to break out between countries on Earth. As long as everyone can coexist peacefully and exchange resources in the form of exchange, all countries on Earth can maintain the status quo of peace. But his thinking doesn't mean that everyone in the world has the same idea as him. He wants to leave some evidence to the official person in charge. The purpose of doing so is to hope that Xia Country will not be smeared by anyone while ensuring its own safety. Wang Wei expectation soon became a reality. Because just when the Eagle Country was in a state of panic and didn't know how to respond to the remarks made by the official head of the Xia Country at the press conference, the Eagle Country's little brothers immediately stood up. Some of them began to criticize the remarks made by the Xia Country, which were actually fabricated from the beginning, with the purpose of shaking the Eagle Country's international status. After all, now all countries on the Earth basically believe that, except for the Eagle Country, the Xia Country can be said to be one of the strongest countries in the world. Moreover, the contradictions between the Xia Country and the Eagle Country have always continued. The Eagle Country has always wanted to curb the development of the Xia Country, but the Xia Country has always maintained a tough attitude on this matter. In other words, the Xia Country has very sufficient reasons to do things to discredit the Eagle Country. Some people also question the idea that the alien creatures that Xia Country said were about to invade the Earth, which was a bit too absurd. After all, Xia Country had no evidence, and directly made remarks at a public press conference, saying that the Eagle Country colluded with alien creatures and even wanted to endanger humans on the Earth. This statement was a bit too absurd. Faced with these doubts, the president of the Eagle Country was very happy. If they need to directly expose what the official head of Xia Country said at the press conference, then they need very strong evidence to prove that they have not come into contact with any alien creatures. But they have no evidence. And recently they have launched many new research results in succession, which are projects that scientific researchers from various countries have found difficult to achieve in the same field before. If they can't come up with a reasonable explanation, then Xia Country can only make a big fuss about this matter, or even directly convict them. But the current situation is completely different. Those opposing words, spoken by people from other countries, will not make them bear any responsibility for the Eagle Sauce Country. Although the president of the Eagle Sauce Country hates Xia Country, he still remembers that there is a phrase in Xia Country called the mouth of the people melts gold. This phrase means that if more people say it, even if it is false, it can become true. So when more people stand up to support the Eagle Sauce Country and suspect that the remarks made by the official head of Xia Country are subjective and intentional, the president of the Eagle Sauce Country also immediately held a press conference. The main content of the press conference is to explain that the Eagle Sauce Country has never colluded with any alien creatures. It even explains why the Eagle Country has been able to launch so many new research results recently. The main reason is that they have recruited two very powerful scientific researchers. The relevant technologies mastered by these two scientific researchers have helped them a lot. The reporters at the scene felt very strange, because they believe that the main purpose of the Eagle Country's press conference This time was to respond to the remarks made by the official head of Xia country at the press conference some time ago. But the president of the Eagle country hardly mentioned this matter throughout the whole process. At that time, some reporters immediately questioned the main purpose of the Eagle country president's press conference. They did not openly suspect that the president of the Eagle country wanted to prove his innocence, but tactfully asked the president of the Eagle country how he viewed the remarks made by the official head of Xia country at the press conference. The president of the Eagle Sauce country showed a helpless expression. In fact, we have heard about the relevant remarks made by the official head of the Xia country at the press conference a long time ago. We also support the doubts of the official head of the Xia country. After all, the earth is the common home of all humans, animals, plants, and even every living thing living on the earth. Once there is an invasion of alien creatures, we must unite to prevent aliens from coming to our planet to plunder. But I want to tell everyone present, and even everyone in the world who can see this press conference, I can assure you that the Eagle Sauce country has never wanted to collude with alien creatures to become the overlord of the earth, and does not take its own kind seriously at all. All the unwarranted speculation about us is groundless. If you really want to question the decision of the Eagle Sauce country, please show relevant evidence to prove that we have indeed done such a thing. The official head of the Xia country has been paying attention to this press conference. So when the president of the Eagle Sauce country said this, a sneer appeared on the official head's face. This is the method that the Eagle country has always used. They never show up themselves, but hand over this responsibility to their allies. As long as there are enough people who will approve and refute what they express and question them, then the Eagle country will have the confidence to clear itself of its guilt. Others were also angry when they heard the official person in charge. The Eagle country is simply bullying too much. If they hadn't taken the initiative to collude with alien creatures, I'm afraid we wouldn't have to worry for so long. Now I even doubt whether the Eagle country has done what we said a long time ago. They just didn't wait for the alien creatures to provide them with help. So Wang Wei found an opportunity to pack up the alien creatures and take them away. The official person in charge stood up without looking back, staring at the Eagle country president on the screen, the trump card that Wang Wei left for us before. Now it's time to use it. The people below immediately understood what the official person in charge meant, and immediately went to prepare. The Eagle country had just held a press conference, and the action of openly challenging the official person in charge of Xia country at the press conference instantly caused heated discussions among netizens all over the world. Some people think that although the Eagle country explained why they could launch so many scientific research results in a short period of time, there is no actual evidence to prove that they have never had contact with alien creatures. These people also question the actions of the official head of the Xia country. After all, the official head only stated his suspicion that the Eagle country had a connection with alien creatures, but he could not find evidence to directly prove that the connection between the Eagle country and alien creatures was really very close. Amid such doubts, the official head of the Xia country held a new press conference. There were no reporters at the press conference. The Xia country used its own technology to live broadcast the entire press conference. Wherever there is a signal, you can see this press conference. The president of the Eagle country was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only watch in front of the screen, staring at the official head of the Xia country to prevent him from saying anything that might damage the image of the Eagle country. At the press conference, the official head of the Xia country stared at the camera in front of him with a serious expression. We held a press conference before, and the main content of that press conference was to expose the intentions of the United States to collude with alien creatures and help them invade the earth, thereby harming other countries and the interests of global humanity. Xiaogua has no selfish motives for this, but just wants everyone to know that this incident has definitely happened. However, we have received a lot of doubts from the outside world recently. Some people suspect that our purpose is not pure, and we want to use this kind of speech to attack the image of the United States in the international community. Some people think we are just retaliating deliberately, and think that the Eagle country has recently published a number of research results, and Xia will be dissatisfied with this. So this method is used to arouse everyone's criticism of the Eagle country. But today I can assure you again that Xia has always been true to its original intention, and has always believed that world peace needs to be maintained by all countries. However, the actions of the Eagle country have destroyed this consensus. And those who say we have no evidence and slander the Eagle country with empty words. Today we will disclose important evidence here. Before disclosing the evidence, I hope that the countries and individuals who have questioned the impure purpose of Xia relevant remarks can say sorry to Xia later. When the president of the Eagle country saw this, he became nervous instantly, because he can be sure that those who know that they have contact with aliens are all people he trusts. The only uncertain factor is that Ouyang Jifeng, who was dealt with by him before, must not speak out against the Eagle country now. He is willing to see Xia shoot himself in the foot, but he is also worried that Xia must have some important evidence. Otherwise, it would not be possible to hold a press conference with such a large force. The rhythm of the official head of Xia country was not disrupted, because there was no reporter at the scene. When he played the video, the heart of the president of Eagle Sauce country was also tightened. But the scene in the picture was not on the earth, but in space. There was nothing in front of the picture. But when a pair of hands touched a place in the picture that was originally empty, a burst of electricity suddenly appeared in the picture. Then, a spaceship that looked very large appeared from the picture. Seeing this, the countries that had once helped Eagle Sauce country to speak, several people were speechless. Some of them were members of the allies of Eagle Sauce country, so they had to speak to Eagle Sauce country. However, the vast majority of people felt that when Xia country made its remarks, it was unfair to convict Eagle Sauce country based on speculation. Now the evidence is directly in front of them, but they can't say a word, because the evidence in the picture can prove that in the space field near the Earth, the spaceship of alien creatures has approached the Earth. Relying on the ability of alien creatures to invade the Earth is just a matter of their hands. However, the Eagle country has only verbally explained to everyone that they have not colluded with alien creatures. Such testimony is hard to believe now. The president of the Eagle country even overturned the desk in front of him on the spot. He pointed at the congressman present and loudly questioned who leaked the specific location of the alien spacecraft. None of the congressmen present dared to respond. But after a long time, they also knew that the president of the Eagle country would never give up. So some people analyzed why Xia country was able to produce this video based on the current situation. According to the results of their analysis, the reason why Xia country was able to produce this video must be that someone exposed the specific location of the alien spacecraft. But even the president of the Eagle country did not know this news. The only person they could think of who had contact with the alien spacecraft and knew the specific location of the alien spacecraft was Ouyang Jifeng. After hearing this, the president of Eagle Sauce became even more angry. In order to deal with the crisis we are in, you didn't even think about lying. Ouyang Jifeng has been completely dealt with. How could he leak such critical information to Xia? The congressmen were speechless. Even if they wanted to leak specific information about alien creatures, they basically didn't have the opportunity. Because although they all knew about the plan, they didn't have much contact with alien creatures, let alone go to the alien creature spaceships. So how could they know the specific address where the alien creature stayed? All the spearheads were aimed at Ouyang Jifeng. But this was exactly what the president of Eagle Sauce didn't want to see. If Ouyang Jifeng leaked some secrets to Xia before the accident, then they had no way of knowing what Ouyang Jifeng said. If Ouyang Jifeng was fine, then it would be an even more unacceptable result for the president of Eagle Sauce. However, the video provided by Xia suddenly stopped. After the spaceship headed towards the Earth for a while, the video ended here. Some people questioned the source of the video, and some believed that the content of the video was synthesized. However, the official head of Xia State had already made preparations. He publicly announced at a press conference that if any country or individual had any meaning for the video they released, then they would welcome other countries and individuals to come to Xia State to verify the authenticity of the video content. The press conference was basically over here. But the president of Eagle country was so scared that he completely collapsed in his chair and couldn't move at all. Everyone was eager to know how to solve the current predicament they were facing. However, the president of Eagle country fell at this time, not giving them any chance at all. Although the fight on Earth was fierce, the situation on Wang Wei's side was not optimistic. After the South Gate device of the Interstellar Federation made an abnormal sound, Wang Wei drove the spacecraft to the Interstellar Federation base, instantly scaring everyone. The moment the King of the Three-Eyed Star saw Wang Wei get off the spacecraft, his expression was both excited and nervous. The excitement was that if Wang Wei came back from Earth, it would prove that Wang Wei had solved what happened on Earth. And at the same time, their Interstellar Federation base finally had a more powerful person in charge to preside over the overall situation. So the King of the Three-Eyed Star immediately greeted him and asked Wang Wei if he had solved the crisis on Earth. Wang Wei nodded to the Three-Eyed Star King. Things on Earth have basically been resolved. This spaceship is the spaceship of the unknown alien creatures. There is also a very large hibernation cabin on it. And dozens of alien creatures are sleeping in the hibernation cabin. Hearing what Wang Wei said, the three-eyed Star King suddenly became nervous. What did you say? The alien creatures are on this spaceship? Wang Wei nodded to the three-eyed Star King. You are right. A small part of the alien creatures are indeed on this spaceship. The three-eyed Star King immediately thought of the abilities of the alien creatures he had heard about in the rumors before. This group of alien creatures has the ability to devour other creatures, and can also copy almost identical puppets. If Wang Wei brought the alien creatures to the Interstellar Federation base, what should the soldiers in the base do if they are devoured by the alien creatures? Although the three-eyed Star King's speculation is not unreasonable, Wang Wei smiled very mysteriously. You can rest assured that I have made relevant preparations before sending the spacecraft here through the Nanchaman transmission device. Chapter 287 Direct Negotiation with Aliens. In fact, when I was asking about the situation with this group of aliens, one of them had already woken up. When Wang Wei said this, the heart of the three-eyed king was already in his throat. He couldn't imagine that if the federal base was also defeated by the diplomatic creatures, then it would not be long before they would have to go through a fierce battle and catastrophe. Wang Wei saw the worry of the three-eyed king, and hurriedly smiled and began to explain. I have already said that you don't have to worry at all. These alien creatures are currently in hibernation in the hibernation capsule. As long as we don't remove the hibernation capsule from hibernation, the existence of these alien creatures will definitely not affect our safety. The three-eyed king finally let go of his hanging heart. He immediately took Wang Wei to the relevant control room. In this control room, Wang Wei can learn most of the situation near the Interstellar Federation and the entire subspace planet through various detectors. However, Wang Wei looked around but did not find the spaceship driven by the alien creatures. He looked at the three-eyed Star King in confusion. Didn't they say that the alien creature spaceships have approached the subspace planet? Why can't we see their existence on various detectors? The three-eyed Star King also found it, and paid attention to the abnormal situation. After confirming it, he was also puzzled. Impossible. We clearly monitored the location of the alien creature's spaceship yesterday. How could it disappear in a short time? Although Wang Wei was not sure whether the alien creatures had left the subspace planet or had quietly hidden, the top priority now was to find the spaceship driven by the alien creatures immediately. Gather all the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation immediately. Let them drive the spacecraft, and wait for me outside the Interstellar Federation base. Seeing Wang Wei so happy when giving orders, the three-eyed alien king suddenly became a little worried. What exactly do you want to do? Don't others know and you don't know? Aliens are a great threat to us. If you rashly leave the Interstellar Federation base to find the whereabouts of alien spacecraft, it is very likely that you and the soldiers you lead will be in danger. Wang Wei certainly understood the concerns of the three-eyed murderer. You are right. If we set out now to find the alien spacecraft, but if we don't find out the whereabouts of the spaceship driven by the alien creatures, then it's a good thing that they left the subspace planet. If they don't leave, but hide in the dark, harassing and attacking our companions or the natives on the subspace planet, then all our previous preparations will be in vain. The three-eyed Star King didn't speak because he really had nothing to say. What Wang Wei said was completely right. If they didn't set out to find the whereabouts of the spaceship driven by the alien creatures, then I'm afraid no one on the entire subspace planet could do it. The three-eyed Star King gritted his teeth and summoned the most powerful warriors in the entire Interstellar Federation base to follow Wang Wei to go out together to find the spaceship driven by the alien creatures. At the same time, Lasher and Orwell also learned that Wang Wei returned to the Interstellar Federation base through the Nanchaman transmission device. They set off immediately, and came to meet Wang Wei in person. The most excited person to see Wang Wei was Rashiel. He even grabbed Wang Wei's hand, and asked Wang Wei how the matter on Earth had been resolved. Wang Wei smiled and nodded, and thanked Rashiel for his concern, and for finally letting go of the grudges with the Zerg army, and standing up to fight against the appearance of alien creatures with everyone on the subspace planet. I didn't expect that you would have a day to work together. It seems that my previous help to you did have some effect. The reason why Wang Wei helped the Bayan race and the Zerg army was because he wanted to let them know that the two races that originated from the Zerg on the subspace planet were equal. Only when both races were sure that there was no difference between them, but an equal relationship, could the two races on the subspace planet have the possibility of peaceful coexistence. Orwell showed some disdain for this. If it weren't for the fact that the Interstellar Federation had helped our Zerg army before, we would never have joined forces with the Bayan race this time. Wang Wei was not surprised by Orwell's answer, because Orwell himself was such a proud person. And their Zerg army also had such capital in terms of physical fitness and combat effectiveness. What he didn't expect was that Los Hell, who had become the leader of the Bayan race, instantly became furious after hearing this. You said it as if our Bayan race was very willing to join forces with your Zerg army. We are all the same. And I don't know what you are proud of. The two quarreled and were about to fight. But Wang Wei had no choice but to use the power of the Xintian armor to separate them completely. If the main purpose of you two appearing in the Interstellar Federation base is to compete with each other, then I hope you can leave immediately and protect your compatriots. Wang Wei's expression was very serious, which made Orwell and Lasher, who were originally arguing, dare not speak again. At present, our most important problem is to solve the invasion of alien creatures into the subspace planet and other planets. Instead of letting the two of you compete here, the two people stopped talking instantly. But they were holding their breath in their hearts. They all turned their heads to the side, as if they no longer intended to have any communication with each other. In the process of leaving the Interstellar Federation base, Wang Wei learned about the situation of the plants from the King of the Three-Eyed Star. After understanding, Wang Wei felt that the most dangerous thing at present was not the subspace planet, nor the Earth, but the plant planet. The King of the Three-Eyed Star agreed with Wang Wei's point of view. If there is nothing wrong with the rumors they heard before, then the creatures that suddenly poured into the royal city of the plant planet are probably not the people of the plant planet. That's true. But we can't find a way to eliminate this group of alien creatures at present. So we can't rush to make trouble. Although he said so, Wang Wei had already thought about how to solve the crisis of the plant planet when he came back. It's just that they must now make sure that the subspace planet is safe. If the subspace planet is facing a threat now, then they really have no way to help the plant planet. So, Wang Wei decided to find the spaceship driven by the alien creatures docked near the subspace planet as soon as possible. After all, only in this way can they help the plant planet while ensuring that the subspace planet is safe. The King of the Three-Eyed Star understood Wang Wei's difficulties, so he immediately proposed to follow Wang Wei to search for the whereabouts of the alien creature's spaceship. But his idea was immediately rejected by Wang Wei. Wang Wei said that the top priority now is to quickly determine the whereabouts of the spacecraft driven by the alien creatures and ensure that the subspace planet is safe. But at the same time, they cannot be careless. If they are not careful and let the alien creatures take advantage of the loophole, then the subspace planet will also be in danger. So what the Three-Eyed Star King will do next is not to follow him and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to go out and find the whereabouts of the alien creature spacecraft. Instead, they must guard their base and ensure that no alien creatures will sneak up and devour their kind. The Three-Eyed Star King knew that Wang Wei was very worried. There will be aliens suddenly breaking into the Interstellar Federation base. So he did not insist. Although I can't go with you to search for the whereabouts of the alien spacecraft, I hope you can protect yourself and come back safely. Wang Wei nodded to the Three-Eyed King. Don't worry. Just alien creatures. Even if they have almost no opponents in the rumors, I will never let them succeed. His dream is to travel the entire universe, understand all the alien civilizations and technologies that can be contacted, and use these civilizations and technologies to make Xiaogua invincible. This is equivalent to a journey. He wants to see the scenery along the way and the customs that he has never seen. Before completing this wish, he will never let himself get into trouble. Wang Weishui led the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base to set off immediately, driving the spacecraft and patrolling around the subspace planet. However, they patrolled a whole circle, but did not find any clues that could prove that the alien spacecraft had come to where they were. This cognition made Wang Wei suddenly feel very worried. If they can't find the whereabouts of the alien spacecraft, should they help the plant planet with its predicament? Just when Wang Wei was struggling, Orwell, the leader of the Zerd Tide army beside him, suddenly walked up to Wang Wei. I noticed that there was a strange breath around, which did not belong to the Interstellar Federation, and definitely not the Bayan race. The biggest difference between the Zerd Tide army and the Bayan race is that the physical fitness and various skills of the Reconstruction army are very strong. Any problem that can be solved by relying on physical fitness and functions will become extremely easy for the Zerd Tide army. So Wang Wei did not doubt what Orwell said, but immediately asked Orwell where he noticed the abnormality. Orwell naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. He did not hesitate and immediately took Wang Wei to the position that he felt was very strange. Here they did not see anything related to the spacecraft, and even large objects could not be seen. However, a gust of wind that was common on the Raven space planet blew, and the trees that should have been blown to the ground by the strong wind were not affected much. Wang Wei immediately thought of the spacecraft he had intercepted before, which actually had the ability to be invisible. In other words, if this group of alien creatures did not want them to know the true whereabouts of the other party, I am afraid that even if they turned the entire subspace planet upside down, they would not be able to find the spacecraft at all. However, before this, Wang Wei had already detected the specific location of the spacecraft driven by the alien creatures using the energy wave detector of the Xiantian battle armor. However, it may be because they had already detected the specific location of the spacecraft driven by the alien creatures early on. So their patrol just now did not gain anything. Wang Wei used the method of discovering the spacecraft driven by the alien creatures before, and successfully made the spacecraft show its true form in front of him. After seeing the huge spaceship in front of him, not only the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base, but also Orwell and Lasher showed extremely shocked expressions. For them, such a huge spaceship means that there must be a lot of alien creatures who want to invade the subspace planet. Such a large-scale invasion of alien creatures would be surprising if Wang Wei and Sandy were not shocked. The king had drawn relevant conclusions based on the analysis of rumors in advance. I am afraid that even if Wang Wei returns to the subspace planet now, what awaits him is the ending that the subspace planet has been completely occupied by alien creatures. Wang Wei used the Xiantian armor to easily open the spaceship of the alien book and began to compare it with the spaceship distribution map recorded by Lita in his memory. After comparing them, Wang Wei found that there was no difference between the spaceship that the night boat took and the spaceship he brought back through the Nanchaman transmission device. In this spaceship, Wang Wei found a large number of alien creatures, and they were ready to attack Wang Wei immediately after seeing Wang Wei. If Wang Wei was alone, Wang Wei would not care whether the alien creatures would issue an attack order, as long as the Xiantian armor is still on him. Even if the alien creature has the ability to devour and copy puppets, it can't hurt him at all. In front of the alien creatures, Wang Wei pointed to one of the alien creatures, who looked more prestigious, and waved to him. If you are willing, can we have a chat? But it is obvious that Wang Wei's wish was unfulfilled. The alien creature did not intend to have any communication with Wang Wei at all, but directly attacked Wang Wei. After Wang Wei easily avoided the attack of the alien creature, the expression on his face began to become solemn. He took out the translator taken from the alien spaceship and repeated his words to the alien creature through the translator. This time, the alien creature was obviously very confused after hearing Wang Wei's words, as if he didn't understand why Wang Wei could say that he wanted to talk to them. Wang Wei did not act very aggressively, but asked the alien creature why he stayed in the subspace planet. The answer given by the alien creature also made Wang Wei feel that they were not as difficult to get along with as they seemed. But in the end, the alien creatures did not attack Wang Wei again, but asked Wang Wei why he brought people to break into their spaceship. Is there a spaceship of an unknown creature staying on your planet? Wouldn't you come to ask clearly? And you didn't say hello to anyone and just stayed on this planet. The alien creatures were obviously stunned, and seemed to be not very accepting of this statement. Are you the master of this planet? If not, what right do you have to interfere with when we will appear? Will we settle here on this planet? Wang Wei was a little unable to answer this question for a while. First of all, he is not the master of this planet. Secondly, before he figured out the situation, did he really want to tear his face with the other party? Wang Wei pointed at Orwell and Rachel beside him. These two are the leaders of the only two tribes living on the subspace planet. They don't welcome your presence. So do you think you still have a reason to stay on this planet? The alien creatures didn't seem to expect Wang Wei to bring the indigenous leaders of this planet with him. After carefully looking at Orwell and Lasher, they didn't show any remorse. Since they are the indigenous leaders of these two planets, we can discuss this matter among ourselves in the hope that irrelevant people can leave our spaceship. We do not welcome rude visitors. Wang Wei always felt that he was being implied, but what others said seemed to be correct. He did use some rough methods to break into the alien spaceship. So Wang Wei looked at Orwell and Rachel at this moment. You have heard what the aliens said. If you are willing to stay and negotiate with them, then I will take my people back to the base now. Orwell and Rachel looked down on the arrogant faces of the alien creatures. So they had no intention of negotiating with them. They asked Wang Wei to help convey that they hoped the alien creatures could immediately drive their spacecraft away from the subspace planet. If they insisted on staying, neither of them suggested using violence to drive them out of the subspace planet. In fact, There was basically no need for Wang Wei to convey the translator, which had successfully translated Orwell and Rachel's words to the alien creatures. The alien creature looked at Orwell and Rachel, and then at Wang Wei, and always felt that Orwell and Rachel were all because of Wang Wei. Kai showed great disgust towards them. What if we don't plan to leave? Wang Wei pointed to the alien creature not far away. And the alien creature who was about to sneak away looked at the one who was talking to them. The reason why you said you don't want to leave the subspace planet because your companions have gone to seek help from other people of your race. Right? The alien creatures didn't seem to expect Wang Wei's eyesight to be so good, and they discovered what they did in an instant. However, the alien creatures did not show any embarrassment as they imagined. Instead, they looked at Wang Wei and his companions with confidence. Since you have decided to fight us, there is no need to continue the meaningless negotiations. Now please leave our spaceship immediately. Seeing that the alien creatures had decided to completely break up with them, Wang Wei knew that there was no need to stay. But before leaving, Wang Wei still said one sentence: "You are using this method to rob resources from other planets. Right?" Chapter 288 Delaying Time. How do you know these things? Although he couldn't understand the alien's expression, Wang Wei could detect a hint of surprise in his cold tone. It seems that the alien never thought that their actions would be spread to the subspace planet and known to him. Don't you know that your actions have become a well-known rumor on all nearby planets? The alien didn't seem to admit it. These are all rumors. We are a very kind race. Because the resources on our own planet are not enough for our people to live, we choose to find a place to stay on other planets. Kindness is used to describe them, which is full of disobedience. If you are really kind, then the rumors outside will not spread you so outrageously. Besides, do you really think that no one knows what you have done? Wang Wei didn't continue to talk nonsense with him, but turned and walked out of the spaceship. Now that the location of the alien spaceship has been determined, they only need to keep a good watch to ensure that the aliens have no chance to harm any life on the subspace planet. So after Wang Wei walked out of the alien spaceship, he immediately contacted the three-eyed amazing king and asked him to send a large number of troops to join forces with the insect army and the Bayan race to surround the spaceship. When the aliens on the spaceship saw the situation outside the spaceship, they showed a sarcastic smile on their faces. The aliens can now basically be sure that Wang Wei and his people do not know the special abilities of their race. As long as they are allowed to contact the creatures on this planet, they can leave the spaceship without anyone noticing and eventually occupy this planet. Wang Wei had already thought of the possibility of aliens making such a move when he got off the spaceship. So he turned around and discussed with Orwell, "If you have reorganized the army and have nothing to do at the moment, I hope you can come and guard this spaceship. After all, you have a stronger sense of the outside world. If you are the one guarding it, I believe you will be able to discover any abnormal movements of alien creatures in the shortest time." Orwell also knew how much damage it would cause to alien creatures if they were allowed to occupy the subspace planet. So he agreed immediately without even thinking about it. Lasher saw that Wang Wei had given Orwell a task, but did not tell him anything, and he was a little dissatisfied. Why is he the only one who can help you? Our Bayan race is also capable of helping. Wang Wei looked at Lasher in confusion, not knowing what Lasher was arguing with Orwell. But when it came to this, Wang Wei suddenly had a new plan. The Bayan race is indeed capable, but I want to give you another task. Although I am confident that I can defeat the alien creatures, I don't want to use extreme means to solve this problem unless it is necessary. Then you Bayan race need to study how to crack the alien creatures' abilities. If we can successfully crack the alien creatures' abilities, our next plan will be relatively smooth. After hearing that Wang Wei had also assigned tasks to the Bayan race, Nanbei felt a little more balanced. He even raised his chin and looked at Orwell with pride. It seemed as if he was showing off to Orwell that they were also valued by Wang Wei and were assigned a very important task. The entire subspace planet suddenly became tense and alert, and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base took turns to guard the alien creature spaceships. The Zerg Tide Army and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base were mixed together. After all, only the members of the Zerg Tide Army could detect the abnormal movements of the alien creatures at the fastest speed. The Bayan race was also busy. Based on the rumors he got from the Three-Eyed Star King, Lasher began to study the specific abilities of alien creatures and how to crack them. When the Three-Eyed Star King came back from the Bayan race, he asked Wang Wei what kind of means he had used to make the Bayan race and the Zerg army work together to help them catch all the alien creatures. Wang Wei felt that the Three-Eyed Star King question was very strange. It was obvious that the Interstellar Federation was helping the Bayan race and the Zerg army to solve the alien creatures that wanted to invade the subspace planet. But how come he turned it around and said that the Bayan race and the Zerg army were helping him? The three-eyed Star King didn't have so many details and waved his hand. Whether they helped the Interstellar Federation or we helped them, the results are actually the same. Although he said so, the three-eyed Star King still felt curious. After all, it seemed that the Bayan race and the Zerg army had almost no possibility of cooperation. But now they obediently followed the arrangement. Wang Wei explained to the three-eyed Star King, "Of course, they have contacted us in advance and know that the Interstellar Federation has no ill will towards the Zerg army and the Bayan race. Even if the Interstellar Federation may compete with them for the subspace, the mining rights of the triangular crystal on the planet will never harm their companions." The three-eyed Star King nodded and felt that what Wang Wei said made sense, indeed. If the triangular crystal can be exchanged for the safety of their group, it is a very cost-effective deal. Wang Wei thought it was more than that, because he had told Orwell and Lasher before that their demand for triangular crystals was not very large, and it was only used to study the energy and use of triangular crystals, and the Interstellar Federation had provided help to the two races. From these points of view, the threat of the Interstellar Federation to the two races is definitely not greater than that of alien creatures. While they were studying how to deal with alien creatures, the situation on the plant planet became more and more serious. The Plant Star King looked at the crowded city and was in a mess. Trampling accidents happened one after another, and he was heartbroken. But he couldn't leave the palace and couldn't solve the crisis faced by the people in the city. He tried to contact the Interstellar Federation, but the response from the Interstellar Federation made him very helpless, because the subspace planet has also discovered the invasion of alien creatures. The Interstellar Federation must solve the troubles of the subspace planet as soon as possible before it can help the plant planet. The Plant Star King understood Wang Wei's approach. After all, if there was a problem with the Interstellar Federation, then even if they could successfully solve the troubles of the plant planet, the Interstellar Federation would be seriously damaged. But he couldn't bear to watch the plant planet being invaded by alien creatures and his people being killed by alien creatures. So he began to summon the ministers who stayed in the palace to discuss with them the final solution to the problem. After discussion, the ministers unanimously suggested that the Plant Star King allow them to open a door in a remote corner of the palace. If they could leave the palace, they could find a way to evacuate the people in the city. The Plant Star King didn't mind doing this, because the team they had sent out before had disappeared. If this group of ministers also had problems, the situation of the Plant Star would become more dangerous. But the Plant Star King also knew that apart from this method, they had no better way to solve the problem. So after much hesitation, the Plant Star King agreed to this request. Taking advantage of the dead of night, the chief guards and ministers in the palace worked together to dig a hole in a remote corner of the palace. The chief and minister selected by the Plant Star King left the palace through this hole. And then, the hole was completely filled. The reason for filling this hole was not to leave a retreat for the guards and ministers who left the palace, but to worry that alien creatures would find this place and enter the palace from here. If the Plant Star King was also swallowed, the entire Plant Star would completely become a colony of alien creatures. The Plant King waited anxiously for a response. But the guards and ministers who left the palace were in a dilemma looking at the endless crowd outside. They couldn't tell which were their companions, and which were transformed from alien creatures. And according to the information provided to them by their king, these alien creatures have the ability to transform. They can also devour their companions and become their companions. On the other side, Wang Wei went into the laboratory after returning to the Interstellar Federation. He had mentioned his research to the Three-Eyed King before. The special properties of the ghost vine can quickly destroy the genes of organisms. If aliens can only invade by devouring organisms and copying identical puppets and changing their appearance. For other planets, the characteristics of the ghost vine can solve this problem, as long as the weapons made by the ghost vine can quickly destroy the genes of organisms. But Wang Wei has never thought of using this weapon before, because once their companions are accidentally injured, then the ghost pain, the ability to destroy genes will still cause considerable damage to the organisms. But in the current situation, they have no other way. Just when Wang Wei was conducting research, the king of the Three-Eyed Star came to him. Seeing that Wang Wei was busy with the experiment, the king of the Three-Eyed Star asked Wang Wei to stop what he was doing first. And he said that he had some questions to discuss with Wang Wei. Wang Wei put down the experiment at hand, sat on the chair and looked at the king of the Three-Eyed Star, What do you want to say to me? The king of the three-eyed star thought for a while, organized his words, and said to Wang Wei, if I remember correctly, there are alien creatures in the alien spaceship you brought through the Nanchaman transmission device. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment, then nodded to the three-eyed star king. You are right. The aliens are in the hibernation cabin in the spacecraft. But you mentioned, do you have any idea about this matter? The three-eyed star king nodded. I think we can use the aliens to negotiate with them. Let them relax their vigilance. Return the plant planet at the same time, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Wang Wei was silent for a while, as if thinking about the feasibility of this method. What if the aliens pretend to agree to our request on the surface, but actually rescue their companions? The three-eyed star king chuckled. We are not stupid. How could we return their companions to them without them returning the plant planet? And I believe you have a way to convince them to give up the occupation of the plant planet. Wang Wei thought that the three-eyed star king was giving him a difficult problem. If he really has a way, then his first contact with the aliens will be enough to make the aliens give up the idea of invading the Earth or the subspace planet. However, Wang Wei felt that this was also a way to temporarily help them delay time. Even if this method did not succeed, they could wait until the new weapon was successfully developed and successfully solve this problem. So Wang Wei and the king of the three-eyed star set out to the hibernation capsule of the alien creatures on the spaceship he brought. Wang Wei unlocked a hibernation capsule, awakened the alien creature in it, and told the other party that he would take him to meet their companions. The alien creatures looked confused and did not believe Wang Wei, a creature they had never seen before. Through the translator, Wang Wei felt the alien creatures' resistance to this. However, it was impossible to let them refuse at this point. I know you don't believe what I say, but if you refuse, you may be trapped in the hibernation capsule until your life comes to an end. I think you should know that your race has always wanted to invade other planets, plunder the resources on other planets, and not give the natives of other planets a chance to survive. Such behavior cannot be unnoticed. The alien creatures looked at Wang Wei in shock, wondering why Wang Wei knew their affairs so clearly. No matter how difficult it was, he didn't give him a chance to regret and started it immediately. Xiantian armor took the alien creature to the alien spaceship where the subspace planet was staying. When they came to the alien spaceship that was staying on the subspace planet, Wang Wei did not use violence to enter the spaceship like last time, but pushed the alien creature he brought in front of him. This should be your companion. If you want to rescue your companion, then open the door of the spaceship and let me go in and have a good chat with your leader. Not long after, the door of the alien spaceship opened, and the alien creature who had a face-to-face conversation with Wang Wei last time stood at the door, staring at Wang Wei and the alien companion in his hand. Wang Wei did not hesitate at all and walked into the spaceship with the alien creature. The three-eyed star king followed behind Wang Wei. After entering the alien spaceship, Wang Wei held the translator in his hand and the alien creature he took hostage in one hand, and followed the alien leader to their meeting room. The meeting room was very large, and many aliens of the same kind had gathered inside. Wang Wei sat on the chair openly, but he did not put down the alien creature he controlled. This time, I came to discuss an exchange with you. If you can give up the invasion of the plant planet, I can also return your companions. The leader of the alien creatures frowned and did not speak. After seeing the other party's attitude, Wang Wei was not in a hurry. He smiled. I forgot to tell you that the spaceship you are staying in the space field outside the Earth has been taken to the subspace planet by me. Your kind in the spaceship is also under my control. This time the leader of the alien creatures was no longer calm. He never thought that the spaceship outside the Earth, which was very far away from the subspace planet, would be discovered by Wang Wei, and even brought to the subspace planet by Wang Wei. How did you do it? What are you going to do to our kind? Hearing the words of the alien leader, Wang Wei smiled. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. I don't plan to do anything to you. If it weren't for you wanting to invade the Earth, I might not believe in your existence at all. The alien creature stopped talking and turned to talk to his kind around him. Wang Wei was not in a hurry and waited quietly for their reply. There are only two results in front of him now. One is that the alien creature is willing to withdraw from the plant planet, although it is very likely to cause great damage to the plant planet. As long as the plant planet can be saved, then everything can turn around. If the alien creatures do not agree to their request, Wang Wei feels that it will not have any impact on their current situation. Anyway, Wang Wei has never intended to let this group of alien creatures leave the subspace planet smoothly from the beginning. Wang Wei has always understood that if this group of alien creatures is not completely eradicated, then even if the subspace planet will not be affected now, the plant planet can be saved. But it will not be long before this group of alien creatures will come back again. Even if they will not be threatened again, other planets will also be invaded by this group of alien creatures. The fundamental solution is to make this group of alien creatures disappear completely from the universe. The alien creatures discussed for a long time, and finally looked at Wang Wei. If you are willing to hand over our kind to us safely, then we are willing to withdraw from the plant planet. Wang Wei did not know that the alien creatures' ideas were definitely not as simple as they appeared. They thought that Wang Wei did not know their abilities yet. So even if they agreed to withdraw from the plant planet on the surface, they could leave some of their kind on the plant planet to complete their ultimate goal. Wang Wei did not expect the alien creatures to agree so straightforwardly. But he was not worried that the alien creatures would have any tricks up their sleeves. As long as the alien creatures make the slightest movement, he will immediately take action and catch all the alien creatures he has seen. So at this time, Wang Wei loosened his hand and let the alien creature go, allowing him to return to his own population. I have returned this companion of yours to you. I hope you can immediately withdraw from the plant planet as you said. When I am sure that all your people have withdrawn from the plant planet, I will return all your people and spacecraft to you. After saying that, Wang Wei stood up and prepared to leave with the Three-Eyed Star King. The Three-Eyed Star King leaned close to Wang Wei's ear and whispered, "Do you really believe that they will keep their promise?" Chapter 289 New Weapons. Wang Wei smiled at the Three-Eyed Star King. Actually, whether they will keep their promise or not is not important to me. If they want to weigh the pros and cons, then the plant planet will fall into a short period of safety, giving us more time for rescue. From the very beginning when Wang Wei decided to propose this plan, he had already made two preparations. The weapons developed using the Ghost Vine have reached the final stage of research, and it won't be long before the weapons can be mass-produced and used. During this period, he does not want the alien creatures to have any offensive intentions against the plant planet or the subspace planet. So he must appease the alien creatures and let the alien creatures think that they have decided to make peace and do not intend to fight with the alien creatures. As long as they can delay enough time to give them the opportunity to make weapons, the alien creatures' plan will be completely destroyed. The Three-Eyed Star King suddenly felt a little scary when looking at Wang Wei. He can see Wang Wei's plan, but he can't imagine what method Wang Wei will use to win. Wang Wei also noticed the gaze of the Three-Eyed Star King, and turned to look at the Three-Eyed Star King. You may think my plan is a bit despicable, but for alien creatures, which are inhumane, we don't need pity or sympathy. The Three-Eyed Star King certainly understood what Wang Wei meant. If they were facing the insect army or the Bian race, a race that could sit down and discuss with them, then Wang Wei would never use extreme means. But the alien creatures they have seen so far are completely different from these races. They only want to occupy other creatures, the planets they live on, and plunder all the resources on the planet. The Three-Eyed Star King asked Wang Wei to develop weapons with peace of mind. He would monitor the movements of the subspace planet and the plant planet, and would never let the alien creatures have any chance to take advantage of it. However, Wang Wei still underestimated the hatefulness of the alien creatures. In the star field not far from the subspace planet and the plant planet, there is another planet occupied by alien creatures. On this planet is the real leader of the alien creatures. His name is Cruz. Cruz originally thought that all the planets around him could be successfully invaded and occupied by his race. Almost at the same time, bad news came from the Milky Way and the subspace planet. Wang Wei did not block the communication function of the alien creatures, nor did he do any signal shielding processing. Hoping that the alien creatures could tell their own kind about their experiences on the subspace planet. He did not expect that what they saw at present was not aliens, and the main force of the creatures was just a little branch of them. Just when Wang Wei entered the laboratory to study how to perfectly integrate the Ghost Vine with weapons, the Three-Eyed Star King rushed into his laboratory with an anxious look. Wang Wei, the situation is not good. At present, dozens of giant spaceships suddenly appeared outside the subspace planet. It seems that there is not much difference from the spaceships of alien creatures. I suspect that their people came here and wanted to forcibly take away the remaining companions. Wang Wei did not respond to the Three-Eyed Star King, but immediately set out to check the situation. Dozens of giant spaceships almost covered half of the sky of the subspace planet. The strong sense of oppression made Orwell and Lasher come to the Interstellar Federation base as soon as possible. Orwell's bellicosity gene instantly became active. Are these spaceships the same kind as alien creatures? They dared to appear so blatantly on the subspace planet. I don't think they take us seriously at all. Rochelle was much calmer than Orwell. He frowned and turned to look at Wang Wei. It seems that we underestimated the scale of alien creatures before. What do you have planned this time? Wang Wei remained silent, his brows tightly furrowed. From the beginning, when he learned that alien creatures had plans to invade the Earth and colluded with the Eagle Sauce country, Wang Wei had never thought about how large the alien creatures would be. After all, if they really have a large population and advanced technological civilization, they don't need to occupy the planets where other creatures live. They only need to find a planet with rich resources. And after their development, they can accommodate all members of their race. But the facts are obviously different from what they imagined. This alien creature group doesn't seem to really want to find a habitat for the race. Making these is just a guess by Wang Wei. But based on the current results, his guess is completely correct. Seeing that Wang Wei remained silent, the others came to ask him how he was going to solve this problem. The appearance of so many giant spaceships, even with the capabilities of the Interstellar Federation, might not be able to deal with it calmly. Wang Wei suddenly laughed, and everyone felt strange when they saw the smile on his face. With Wang Wei's personality, it was impossible for him to laugh after such a big thing happened. The only possibility was that Wang Wei had already thought of a way to deal with it. The three-eyed Star King asked others not to worry. He thought that judging from Wang Wei's current performance, he should have thought of a way to solve the problem. Let's wait a little longer. When he wants to speak, he will definitely tell us in person how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone stared at Wang Wei, afraid of missing any of Wang Wei's words. Soon Wang Wei brought the three-eyed Star King, Orwell, and Rachel to his laboratory. Before this, I really didn't think about whether to launch a real attack on alien creatures. After all, it seems that their abilities are not particularly strong. And if they can be resolved peacefully, driving them away is also a good way. But now it seems that our idea is probably going to fail. Others felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. If they could change the minds of alien creatures and stop them from continuing to plunder the planets where other creatures live, it would naturally be beneficial to them. But now so many spaceships gathered on the subspace planet is enough to prove that they have never thought of solving this problem through peaceful means. Since the other party has no intention of showing mercy, it would be a bit too stupid for them to always take the other party's safety into consideration. Compared with the three-eyed Star King and Lasher, Orwell was impatient. He immediately asked how to do it. Just give us orders directly. Because of the agreement with Wang Wei, the insect army led by Orwell had never had any conflicts with the Bian race. Not even a small friction. But now they don't want to continue to endure it. Just fit all this resentment on the alien creatures. Wang Wei nodded to Orwell, signaling him to stay calm. Since the alien creature spaceships have landed on the subspace planet, what we have to do next is to let them understand that no race will sit and wait for death while watching them invade. Wang Wei handed Orwell the first weapon he had made. This is a weapon that can destroy biological genes. Its operation is very simple and is no different from ordinary guns, except that the bullets it fires are colorless, odorless, and invisible. And it seems that it will not cause any harm to the person being hit. Orwell looked at the gun in his hand and felt very strange, suspecting that this weapon had no killing power at all. Your thing is not as powerful as our insect army's own attack power. How can it have the powerful killing power against genes that you said? Wang Wei certainly understood the truth that empty words are not enough. So after he took the weapon from Orwell, he immediately loaded the bullet and walked into a closed space in the laboratory. There was a plant in the closed space of the laboratory. After Wang Wei pointed the gun in his hand at the plant, there was a bang. And the plant did not change, obviously. But everyone knew that Wang Wei was not a person who liked to brag. So they stared at the plant intently, fearing that they would miss any changes in the plant. However, just a few minutes later, the plant that seemed normal and healthy immediately began to turn yellow, and eventually rotted into a pool of yellow-green juice. Everyone looked at the yellow-green juice on the ground in surprise, and then turned to look at the weapon in Wang Wei's hand. They didn't understand why the weapon in Wang Wei's hand could cause such powerful lethality. I have told you before that this weapon incorporates the genes of the ghost vine that I found on the plant planet before. The ghost vine looks like an ordinary parasitic plant, but it has a strong lethality to biological genes. The medicine I developed before that can kill meatworms incorporates the genes of the ghost vine. I believe you already knew how good the effect of this medicine was. So I started to study how to make the genes of the ghost vine into weapons. I didn't plan to use this weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. now that the alien creatures have taken the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. It is also a good time for us to test the lethality of this weapon. The eyes of others immediately lit up, although they never thought of succumbing to extroverted creatures. So many spaceships approaching the subspace planet did bring people a very intense sense of crisis. Now that they had the weapons developed by Wang Wei, they instantly ignite their confidence. Orwell was even more eager to try and snatch the weapon from Wang Wei's hand, asking Wang Wei how long it would take to equip all the people in the insect army with this weapon. You shouldn't ask me this question. You should ask the Bayan race instead. After contacting the Bayan race, Wang Wei found that the Bayan race has a very strong talent in making and researching weapons. This is also the fundamental reason why they have been able to fight against the insect army, whose physical functions are far superior to theirs, for so many years without falling into a slump. Lasher did not expect Wang Wei to give him such an important task, and he was a little nervous. Although our Bayan race can indeed produce a large number of weapons in a short period of time, you said that this kind of weapon needs to use the genes of ghost vines. But now the plant planet has been occupied by alien creatures. Where can we find so many ghost vines? Goso pushed open the door outside the laboratory and walked in, patting his chest, and said to Lasher, "You don't have to worry about this. I am a very foresight person. Last time, I went to the plant planet to explore the situation. I brought back a lot of ghost vines. Although the number is not particularly large, I think it is enough for you to make more weapons to deal with the invasion of alien creatures." Goso sat next to Wang Wei and thought for a while, then said, "And even if you really need a large number of ghost vines, you don't have to worry about alien creatures. Although they have occupied the plant planet is very large, and the jungle is dense. They may not be discovered if they want to get the ghost vines." Wang Wei still didn't plan to let Goso take this risk. He asked Goso to report the number of ghost vines currently owned by the Interstellar Federation base, in order to determine how many weapons can be made, and whether it is necessary to take the risk to go to the plant planet to pick ghost vines. The number reported by Gosuo was enough to shock Wang Wei. "Did you pick all these by yourself?" Gosuo nodded. "Because the potion to kill the striped worms required a lot of ghost vines. So I thought since I needed ghost vines, I might as well bring professional picking tools. I made some improvements to the picking tools on Earth, so the process of picking ghost vines became extremely easy, and one person can complete most of the tasks." Wang Wei patted Gosu on the shoulder, and his smile grew. "Well done. When we successfully catch all the alien creatures this time, I will give you the first credit." Gosuo did not expect that what he did casually would have such a big impact on the current battle situation. He scratched his head and smiled, waving at Wang Wei. "I just did what I should do. You don't have to take it so seriously." Everyone was amused by Gosuo's words, although Wang Wei was very serious when he said it. Gosuo was probably the only one who agreed to it directly. However, the tense and depressing atmosphere in the Interstellar Federation base was somewhat relieved by the appearance of Goso. Everyone began to carry out the next task step by step. Wang Wei handed over the research and development data of the weapons to the Bayan race, and asked Lasher to lead the Bayan race in the production of weapons and ammunition. The use of the weapons was handed over to Orwell, who was asked to take a few weapons that had been made back to the Zerg army and teach all members of the Zerg army how to use this weapon that they had never seen before. Everything was proceeding in a tense and orderly manner, and the spacecraft approaching the subspace planet had also broken through the subspace, and the planet's atmosphere entered the interior of the subspace planet. At this time, the drone formation collectively dispatched to patrol and defend the Interstellar Federation base. Once a life form that does not belong to the subspace planet appears, the drone formation will immediately transmit the message to the Interstellar Federation and attack the strange creatures. Although the drone does not seem to have any lethality, Wang Wei believes that as long as the drone exists, it will definitely delay the time for alien creatures to attack and approach the Interstellar Federation base. At this moment, in the alien spaceship trapped by Wang Wei, the little leader Bartis, who had talked with Wang Wei before, also had a smile on his face. He had received the order and news from the leader, who had brought their large army to the subspace planet. As long as they could take the subspace planet, the triangular crystal on this planet would become the property of their race, and they could mine and use it as they pleased. When Bartis thought of this, he wanted to see what the expression on Wang Wei's face looked like. Would he still be as arrogant as when he negotiated with him before? However, Wang Wei had no intention of paying attention to the aliens in the spaceship. He led the warriors of the Interstellar Federation to drive all the alien creatures in the spaceship into the low-temperature hibernation capsule, and sent them all into the hibernation capsule to enter a hibernation state. Then Wang Wei immediately sent people to completely seal off the hibernation capsule and the space where the hibernation capsule was placed. Even if they were not afraid of the large army of alien creatures at present, they had to be fully prepared and could not let these alien creatures take advantage of their fight with the large army to attack from behind. After doing all this, the Interstellar Federation base, where Wang Wei was located, received a series of mysterious signals. After translating and interpreting the signals, the relevant personnel handed a piece of paper recording the content of the strange signals to Wang Wei. Person in charge, we suspect that this signal should come from the alien spaceship that suddenly appeared. Wang Wei took the paper and looked down at the content on the paper. The content above is actually very simple, which means that he wants to meet with Wang Wei and have a conversation. However, looking at the other party's tone, Wang Wei thinks that the other party should be the leader of the alien creatures or someone with a higher position. Otherwise, the other party is not qualified to have any communication with him, because the communication between them cannot change the relationship between them. Wang Wei stared at the paper in his hand for a long time, and finally decided to meet according to the other party's request. But the meeting place and meeting method shall be decided by him. Wang Wei asked the people below to feedback the message and wait for the other party's response. If the alien creature is willing to agree to the conditions he proposed, then he is willing to meet with the alien creature. If the other party is unwilling to agree, then there's even less to talk about between them. The news came back quickly, and the other party agreed to Wang Wei's request, willing to meet with Wang Wei according to all the requirements put forward by Wang Wei. When the king of the three-eyed star learned the news, he immediately rushed to Wang Wei's side, ready to stop Wang Wei from meeting with the other party. Do you really believe that they would ask to meet with you for no reason? Meeting with them now is tantamount to giving them the opportunity to attack our Interstellar Federation and all the creatures on the entire subspace planet. Wang Wei saw that the king of the three-eyed star was so excited, and he knew that he must have misunderstood something. Don't worry. Although I agreed to meet with him, I didn't say how to meet specifically. Isn't the meaning of meeting just to see each other, not to really sit down and talk face to face? Chapter 290, The First Fight. The king of the three-eyed alien did not expect Wang Wei to say this, but after listening to Wang Wei's explanation, he was relieved. So you never thought about meeting the leader of the alien creatures, which made me worry for a long time. Now that we know their purpose, it is even more impossible to go out and meet them in person. Wang Wei asked the people below to reply. The leader of the alien creature said that if they wanted to meet and talk, they could use the holographic imaging technology of the drone to achieve face-to-face communication. Cruz did not seem to think that Wang Wei was unwilling to talk to him face-to-face, but proposed this method. He looked at his fellows behind him and coldly evaluated Wang Wei's behavior. Cunning, insidious, despicable and shameless guy. But since he could talk to Wang Wei face-to-face, Cruz did not care so much. When the drone formation appeared, the holographic imaging technology projected Wang Wei's image in front of Cruz. At the same time, Wang Wei, who was in the Interstellar Federation base, also saw Cruz himself through the holographic imaging technology of the drone formation. Cruz was very tall, but his head looked more like a marine creature on Earth. The constant wriggling made Wang Wei feel a little nauseous. He could only shift his gaze to the three-eyed alien king behind the image displayed by the new imaging technology. I think you are the leader of the subspace planet. Cruz began to communicate with Wang Wei through the translator. Its translator was obviously more advanced than the one Wang Wei had received before, and it could even translate Cruz's tone. That condescending tone made Wang Wei frown. I'm not the leader of the subspace planet, but I'm better at communicating with alien creatures like you, so you can see me instead of the leaders of other races. Cruz nodded thoughtfully and suddenly laughed. So, our conversation this time is completely meaningless. After all, you can't handle anything on the subspace planet, so it seems that there is no need for us to talk. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. If you insist on thinking so, I have nothing to say. But if you have any questions, you can tell me at any time, and I can convey them to the leaders of other races living on the subspace planet. And I think even if I'm not the leader of the subspace planet and can't decide everything, your act of invading the subspace planet should still give us, the creatures living on the subspace planet, an explanation. Cruz suddenly laughed. Why should I give you an explanation? Is your existence to this planet very important? Wang Wei saw that the other party had no intention of continuing the conversation, so he simply waved his hand. I can understand that you came to the subspace planet to invade and occupy this planet. But since you have no intention of negotiating with the races on this planet, why do you ask me to meet and talk? Do you think that after seeing you or seeing your fleet of spaceships, we will surrender to you, an alien race, out of fear and let you drive us? Cruz did not answer Wang Wei's question, but looked at Wang Wei. I heard that you are from the planet called Earth in the Milky Way. I didn't expect that you would stop us from settling on one of the planets in that distant galaxy in the Milky Way. Now we have 2 spaceships in your hands, and countless of our kind are also controlled by you. Why do you think our appearance is intended to negotiate with you? Wang Wei's indifference made Cruz a little angry. I never thought that you showed up to negotiate. This is just your one-sided statement and has nothing to do with me. I know that your race is despicable and shameless. You only plunder the resources of other planets and devour the creatures of other planets to achieve your goal of occupying the planets where other creatures live. Since you have already had the idea and made relevant preparations, I don't think you need to say these high-sounding words to deceive people. We will not let you easily invade and occupy the space planet. And even the plant planet you have invaded and tried to occupy will be returned to you. After saying this, Wang Wei directly turned off the holographic imaging technology. Since it has been determined that the other party has no intention of making peace, there is no need for them to continue communicating with the other party. The king of the three-eyed alien was very angry after hearing the other party's words. It was clearly them who invaded the subspace planet. Why do they say that it was because we hijacked their spaceships and people that they wanted to invade and occupy the subspace planet? Wang Wei asked the three-eyed Star King not to get too excited. There is no way to reason with these alien creatures. What we can do now is to make them understand that it is not a simple matter to invade the subspace planet, and they will definitely pay a heavy price for it. The three-eyed Star King nodded, agreeing with Wang Wei's statement. I will go to the Bayan race now to see how far their weapons manufacturing has reached. If possible, I hope we can immediately launch an attack on the exogenous creatures. Wang Wei nodded, and did not stop the three-eyed Star King actions. He knew that the alien invasion of the subspace was not only unacceptable to their interstellar federation, but also to the three-eyed Star King. If the other party really had the purpose of peace at the beginning, then don't say such words to him, but take the initiative to discuss with them whether they can settle on the subspace planet. Wang Wei also felt that the other party might not have suffered any setbacks for a long time. Otherwise, they would never treat the biological races living on the subspace planet with such a tough attitude. Even if they do not look as strong as alien creatures, they are definitely not soft persimmons, and it is even more impossible for them to be manipulated. When the king of the three-eyed star came to the Bayan race, he found that all the members of the Bayan race were busy, and the weapons that had been made were neatly arranged. Even the bullets were neatly arranged and stacked together. When Lasher received the news and rushed over, he saw the king of the three-eyed star carefully observing the weapons and bullets they made. He walked slowly to the three-eyed Star King. Is the war imminent? So Wang Wei sent you to check our production progress. After hearing Lasher's voice, the three-eyed Star King turned to look at Lasher and nodded at him. You are right. Wang Wei had a conversation with the alien leader Cruz today. It seems that this group of aliens have no intention of making peace with us, and even blamed us for all the crimes. Hearing what the three-eyed Star King said, Cruz became the fundamental reason for the aliens to come to the subspace planet, because Wang Wei stopped the aliens from invading and occupying the Earth. Lasher also felt that this matter was very outrageous. If Wang Wei had not stopped the aliens from invading the Earth, then their trust in Wang Wei would not be as strong as it is now. After all, how can a person who can't even protect his own mother protect the subspace planet? It's just that Lasher feels that if they attack the aliens now, the number of weapons they have produced may not be enough to support the next battle. Don't worry about this. I just came to see your production progress. I didn't mean to urge you. Wang Wei never said that. The explanation of the three-eyed Star King made Lasher feel relieved. If we really want to start a war with alien creatures, then we have to give us at least one day to complete the relevant preparations. For this matter, the three-eyed Star King expressed his understanding and promised that Lasher would notify Wang Wei immediately after returning so that Wang Wei could make preparations in advance. After finishing the communication with Wang Wei, Cruz immediately started to contact Bartis. But he didn't expect that some of the races led by Bartis, who were able to communicate with them, suddenly disappeared as if they had disappeared. And there was no response at all. Cruz guessed that his kind should have been controlled by Wang Wei, and now they have no ability to communicate with the outside world. For this reason, he began to hate more and more. Wang Wei felt that Wang Wei was a complete despicable villain, as he evaluated at the beginning. But no one told me that Cruz actually never intended to leave any survivors from the moment Wang Wei decided to kill all the alien creatures. But he would not attack some of the alien creatures that did not cause any harm to any race on the subspace planet before the two sides fought. The war was about to break out. The alien creature's spaceship formation was gradually approaching the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet. But they still thought the Interstellar Federation base was too weak. The moment their spaceships approached, the drone formation immediately attacked the spaceship formation. Although the drone formation was very fragile and could not withstand a single blow under the huge spaceship formation, the flying aircraft formation still successfully destroyed a spaceship. When the three-eyed Star King saw the spaceship falling from the sky with thick smoke and a violent explosion, he just clapped his hands. When talking to you before, the alien leaders were very tough and arrogant, as if no one could beat them. Now they are finally dumbfounded. Wang Wei's reaction to the excitement of the three-eyed Star King was quite ordinary. Add a drone formation to prevent the alien spaceship formation from approaching. At the same time, send our Interstellar Federation soldiers to drive small spaceships from behind to encircle them. Attack the last few spaceships in the spaceship formation. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the three-eyed Star King immediately gave the order. All the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base were also excited. The moment they heard that the alien spaceship formation was approaching, the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base were all very angry, and they wished they could immediately drive the spaceship to appear near the alien spaceship formation and catch all their spaceships in one fell swoop. Finally, they found the right opportunity. Their actions became very fast, and their attacks were extremely fierce. In less than 2 hours, an alien spaceship was destroyed by them. When Cruz received the report, he immediately threw the report in his hand heavily on the ground. He didn't know why those seemingly insignificant drones and those small spaceships, like toys, could suddenly burst out with such great power. He questioned the alien creatures who commanded the spaceship formation. How did they command? How could they let creatures that looked inferior to them destroy several of their spaceships in succession? The alien creatures dared not breathe in front of Cruz. Although he didn't know why the alien creatures that looked extremely thin and were not their opponents at all could burst out with such great power in a short time. After all, the spaceship had crashed, and no matter how he explained, it was useless. He immediately told Cruz that he would solve the problem as quickly as possible, and would never let any spaceship in the spaceship formation crash again because of the attack. Cruz waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to see the people below say these useless words anymore. He looked at the Interstellar Federation base not far away, and his eyes became more and more terrifying. He knew that as long as the base in front of him was destroyed, the other races on the subspace planet would pose no threat to them at all. Just as the people below kept reporting to Wang Wei that the spaceship formation of the alien creatures was gradually approaching the Interstellar Federation base, good news came from Lasher. The first batch of weapons prepared in sufficient quantity, according to Wang Wei requirements, are now on the way to the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei did not wait for Lasher to deliver the latest batch of weapons before launching an attack on the alien creatures, but asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star to lead the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to meet Lasher and his transport team. As long as they can meet the transport team, let the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation lead the transport team to deliver the weapons to the Insectoid army. In this way, they can distribute the newly developed weapons to all the Insectoid armies as quickly as possible and start to counterattack the alien creatures. The war was about to start. Orwell excitedly began to patrol back and forth in the insect army, replacing the insect army soldiers, who looked unhealthy and insufficient in combat power. At this time, the transport team led by the federal soldiers successfully arrived at the tribe of the insect army. After distributing the weapons, the Three-Eyed Star King immediately conveyed Wang Wei's order. Orwell vibrated his wings and made a sharp sound. And then the insect army immediately set off towards the alien spaceship formation. This time, in order to complete the task assigned to him by Wang Wei, Orwell selected warriors with flying ability. After picking up the weapons, these warriors flapped their wings, formed a neat and uniform team in the air, and headed towards the alien spaceship formation. Cruz, of course, discovered the approach of the insect army at the first time, and he did not take the insect army seriously. After all, even if it was a high-tech drone formation and a small spaceship sent by Wang Wei, the team only destroyed their 2 spaceships through concentrated fire attacks. They still have so many spaceships to use, and their fighters have not yet been deployed. Cruz always believes that victory is on their side. However, What they did not expect was that this group of winged insects actually stayed on their spaceships, tore open the surface of the spaceship with their hard mandibles, and directly plunged into the interior of the spaceship. The damaged spaceship began to become shaky, and the alien creatures there also began to organize their fighters to fight back. But they were soon defeated. The invaded spaceship completely lost its signal. After the group of winged insects flew out of the spaceship crashed immediately. When Cruz saw the scene, he was immediately surprised. He didn't see what was so scary about these winged insects. But judging from the speed of the spaceship crash, they must have done something. Although he didn't know what happened inside the spaceship, Cruz knew that if he continued to underestimate the enemy, their spaceship formation would soon be disrupted by the insect-tide army. Cruz immediately ordered their soldiers to drive small spaceships and start to drive away and kill the flying insects outside. But what Cruz didn't expect was that he saw with his own eyes that their small spaceship formation was hit by their weapons before it got close to the insect-tide army. It seemed that they were not affected at all. But in the blink of an eye, those spaceships began to fall from the sky spontaneously. The spaceships that fell to the ground burst into bursts of flames on the ground, as festive as firecrackers. The Three-Eyed Star King and Wang Wei were watching everything happening outside at the Interstellar Federation base, and the smiles on their faces became more and more obvious. Especially the Three-Eyed Star King. He turned his head and looked at Wang Wei. "Is this the power of the ghost vine that you said can instantly melt and kill those alien creatures?" Wang Wei nodded. And he had to thank the Plant Star King instead. If it weren't for the Plant Star King, but he went to the plant planet, he probably wouldn't have been able to find this parasitic plant with strong lethality immediately. This parasitic plant not only helped them solve the problem of the parasitic host of the meatworm, but also allowed him to develop this weapon with strong lethality. It's a pity that the people of the plant planet are all non-competitive characters. Otherwise Wang Wei doesn't know how many weapons with such strong lethality they can develop with a huge number of plants on the plant planet. The Three-Eyed Star King looked at the battle outside and suddenly shouted, "It's not good. Wang Wei, look! Their spaceship formation is trying to retreat outside the subspace planet."